Erlongzi lay with wide-open eyes, staring up at the black roof made of thatch and muddy straw. The worn cotton quilt covering him had turned a deep yellow, its original hue obscured, emanating a faint, musty odor. Beside him, his elder brother Han Zhu slumbered soundly, from time to time emitting varying sounds of gentle snoring. About half a zhang away from the bed stood a wall made of yellow clay, cracked in several inconspicuous spots due to the passage of time. Through these fissures, the murmured grievances of Han's mother drifted in, occasionally mingled with the sound of his father's pipe, sucking rhythmically with a pata-pata sound. Slowly, Erlongzi closed his somewhat gritty eyes, forcing himself to sink into a deep slumber as quickly as possible. He was acutely aware that if he didn't fall asleep soon, waking up early the next day would be impossible, and he wouldn't be able to accompany his friends to the mountains to collect firewood. Erlongzi, whose surname was Han and whose given name was Lysik, a seemingly proper name, he thought, but it was not one his parents had chosen. Instead, it was bestowed by Uncle Zhang from the village, who had come up with it upon receiving 2 coarse cornbreads from Han's father. In his youth, Uncle Zhang had served as a shrewd scholar for a wealthy family in the city, and being the village's only literate person, he had named many of the children in the area. The villagers affectionately referred to Han Li as Erlongzi, but he was hardly foolish. In fact, he was one of the smartest kids in the village. However, like many others from his hometown, he rarely heard anyone address him by his formal name, Han Li. Instead, Erlongzi had persisted as his nickname through the years. The origin of his nickname stemmed simply from the existence of another child named Longzi in the village. This was nothing unusual. Other children had similarly odd names like Gowa or Dan, which were hardly more melodious than Erlongzi. Consequently, while Han Li disliked the moniker, he consoled himself, accepting it as a part of his identity. Outwardly, Han Li was unremarkable. He was dark-skinned and resembled an ordinary farm boy. Yet deep down, he possessed a maturity far beyond that of his peers. From a young age, he had yearned for the wealth and splendor of the outside world, dreaming of one day escaping his small village to see the world that Uncle Zhang often spoke of. Of course, he never dared to voice these thoughts to anyone else otherwise. The villagers would surely be astonished that a mere child would entertain such adult aspirations. After all, most children his age were preoccupied with chasing chickens or playing in the dirt, hardly considering the unconventional idea of leaving their homeland. Han Li's family consisted of 7 members, 2 older brothers, an elder sister, and a younger sister, making him the 4th child at just 10 years old. Life was tough, and they seldom afforded meals that included meat, struggling to make ends meet. At this moment, Han Li teetered between a dazed and a wakeful state, his thoughts lingering on the importance of collecting red berries for his beloved younger sister on their excursion to the mountains. By noon the next day, under the scorching sun, Han Li hurried home with a bundle of firewood taller than himself, his arms filled with a bag full of berries, unaware that a guest had arrived at home who would change his destiny forever. The esteemed visitor was none other than his distant uncle, a figure linked to him by blood, the 3rd brother of his late father. Rumors had it that he was working as a steward in a restaurant in a nearby town, considered a remarkable character by his parents. Within the past century, their family had only produced this one somewhat notable relative. Han Li had only encountered this uncle a few times in his childhood. It was this uncle who had arranged for his eldest brother to apprentice with an ironworker in the city. He also frequently sent provisions to Han Li's family, demonstrating his thoughtfulness, thus earning Han Li's respect. His eldest brother was a source of pride for the family. It was said that as an apprentice, he not only received food and shelter, but also earned 30 copper coins a month upon being fully trained. His income would surely rise even higher. Whenever his parents spoke of his brother, their eyes sparkled with admiration, transforming their demeanor entirely. Though Han Li was young, he could not help but feel envy, aspiring one day to be accepted as an apprentice by a skilled master in the town, thus becoming a respectable craftsman. So when Han Li saw his uncle enter, adorned in a brand-new satin robe with a round, plump face and a small mustache, he was overcome with excitement. After placing the firewood behind the house, he shyly approached the front room to greet his uncle, obediently saying, "Hello, 3rd uncle," and then stood quietly by as his parents engaged in conversation with the guest. His uncle observed Han Li with a warm smile, noting how well-behaved and bright he was, and after offering a few compliments, turned to discuss the purpose of his visit. Though Han Li was still young and didn't grasp every detail of the conversation, he understood the general intent. His uncle's restaurant belonged to a martial arts sect known as the 7 Mysteries, which had both outer and inner disciples. Recently, his uncle had officially become an outer disciple and was now eligible to recommend children aged 7 to 12 to participate in the sect's inner disciple recruitment tests. The Seven Mysteries hosted trials for new inner disciples every 5 years, and the next round would begin next month. Naturally, Han Li's uncle thought of his appropriately aged relative. Han Li's father, usually quite unassuming, felt hesitant upon hearing terms like Jianghu and sect, things he had never encountered before. He took several deep puffs from his pipe, contemplating in silence. In his uncle's description, the Seven Mysteries was the leading martial arts sect in the region, renowned for its prominence over hundreds of miles. Becoming an inner disciple not only meant free training and provisions, but also a monthly stipend of 1 or 2 silvers. Those who participated in the trials, even if they did not succeed, could still aim for outer disciple roles, managing the sect's outside affairs. Upon hearing of the potential earnings and the chance to become a figure like his uncle, Han Li's father finally made up his mind and agreed to the proposal. His uncle, delighted by the acceptance, left behind a few silver coins, instructing Han Li's family to provide him with good nourishment in preparation for the upcoming tests. With a final pat on Han Li's head, he bid farewell and returned to the city. Though Han Li didn't fully comprehend the implications of his uncle's words, he understood that heading to the city meant the prospect of earning substantial wealth. His long-held desire seemed to be on the cusp of realization, leaving him unable to sleep for several nights, buzzing with excitement. Just over a month later, his uncle returned as promised, ready to escort Han Li away. Before departing, Han Li's father cautioned him on the importance of honesty, forbearance, and avoiding disputes with others, while his mother advised him to take good care of himself, eating and sleeping well. As he rode in the cart, watching his parents' figures grow smaller in the distance, Han Li bit his lip, fighting back tears. Though he was more mature than most children his age, he was still just 10 years old, and the prospect of leaving home for the first time filled him with melancholy and uncertainty. In his young heart, he resolved that once he earned a fortune, he would return immediately and never part from his parents again. Little did Han Li know that from this point forward, the significance of wealth would diminish for him, as he would embark on a path unlike any Othera journey into the realm of immortality, forging his own way in the world of cultivation. Chapter 2. Qingyou Town. This is a small town, though it is more accurately described as a slightly larger village, known as Qingyou Town. Only the local peasants who dwell in the nearby mountain valleys, lacking in worldly experience, incessantly refer to it as Qingyou City. This is the candid reflection of Zhang Er, who has served as a gatekeeper for over a decade. Indeed, Qingyou Town is modest in size, with a singular main street running east to west, called Qingyou Street. There exists but one inn, the Qingyou Inn, situated at the western end of this elongated town. Thus, for traveling merchants who wish to avoid sleeping outdoors, this inn is their sole refuge. At present, a horse-drawn carriage, clearly having traversed a considerable distance, is entering Qingyou Town from the west. It swiftly passes in front of the Qingyou Inn without stopping, hurtling towards the opposite end of the town, where it halts before the entrance of Chuanxiang Restaurant. Although Chuanxiang Restaurant is not particularly large and bears a somewhat antiquated charm, it exudes an undeniable elegance. Since it is currently lunchtime, the restaurant is bustling with patrons, nearly at full capacity. A plump man with a round face and a small mustache disembarks from the carriage, accompanied by a dark-skinned boy of around 10 years old. The man strides confidently into the restaurant with the child in tow. A familiar face among the regulars recognizes the rotund man as Han Pontu, the proprietor of the establishment, though the identity of the child remains unknown. Old Han, this little black lad bears quite a resemblance to you. Could he be your illegitimate son? A bystander jests, provoking hearty laughter from those nearby. Pa, this is my own nephew. Of course he resembles me to some extent. The man retorts, not only unfazed but seemingly pleased by the banter. These two individuals are none other than Han Li, who has just completed a 3-day journey, and his uncle, affectionately referred to as Han Pontu. After greeting a few familiar patrons, Han Pontu leads Han Li to a secluded courtyard at the back of the restaurant. Xiao Li, you should rest in this room and recuperate your energy. Once the steward arrives, I will summon you. I must step out for a moment to attend to a few acquaintances, Han Pontu kindly instructs, gesturing towards the guest room in the courtyard. After imparting this advice, he hurriedly departs. However, upon reaching the entrance, he seems momentarily apprehensive and adds, don't wander off. The town is teeming with people, and you might get lost. It's best to stay within the courtyard. Han Li replies obediently, and with that, Han Pontu feels reassured and exits. Feeling fatigued after his uncle leaves, Han Li promptly collapses onto the bed and falls into a deep slumber, displaying no signs of the timidness often associated with children. By evening, a servant arrives with a meal, which, while not extravagant, is nonetheless palatable. After his meal, another servant enters to collect the empty dishes, and at that moment, Han Pontu leisurely returns. "How was the meal? Did it suit your taste? Are you feeling a bit homesick?" he inquires. "Yes, a little," Han Li replies, appearing quite well behaved. Seemingly satisfied with Han Li's response, his uncle then engages him in casual conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes from his own experiences. Gradually, Han Li sheds his initial shyness, and the two begin to laugh and converse comfortably. Thus, 2 days pass in this manner. On the third day, after finishing dinner and waiting for his uncle to share tales of the martial world, another carriage arrives at the entrance of the restaurant. This carriage, entirely painted black, is pulled by a remarkably fine steed, a rare yellow stallion of exceptional quality. What draws the most attention, however, is a small triangular black flag with a rusty Xian character affixed to the carriage's frame, surrounded by silver lettering and red borders, emanating an air of inexplicable mystery. Upon sighting this flag, seasoned travelers within a radius of several hundred miles recognize that an important figure from one of the two dominant factions in the area, the Qishuan sect, has arrived. The Qishuan sect, also known as the Seven Absolute sect, was founded 200 years ago by the renowned master, Seven Absolute. It once dominated the Jingzhou region for decades and even extended its influence into several neighboring states, gaining a formidable reputation throughout the entirety of the Yu Kingdom. However, since the passing of the Seven Absolute Master, the sect's power has significantly waned, eventually being ousted from the Jingzhou capital by rival factions. A century ago, the sect was compelled to relocate to the remote Xinxiao mountain, where it established a new base, relegating itself to a third-rate local power. As the saying goes, a lean camel is larger than a horse. The Qishuan sect, despite its decline, still possesses considerable latent potential. Upon settling in Xinxiao mountain, it swiftly established control over more than a dozen small towns, including Qingyou town, amassing a following of 3,000 to 4,000 disciples, thus firmly establishing itself as one of the local hegemonic forces. The only other faction capable of contending with the Qishuan sect is the Wild Wolf Gang. Originally a band of marauding horse thieves within Jingzhou, the gang was eventually fragmented by government crackdowns. Some accepted amnesty, while others transformed into the Wild Wolf Gang. However, the gang retained its ferocity and bloodthirstiness, which has led to the Qishuan sect frequently finding itself at a disadvantage during conflicts with the Wild Wolf Gang. While the Wild Wolf Gang controls a greater number of towns, their management skills pale in comparison to the wealth of the towns under the Qishuan sect's banner. The Wild Wolf Gang has become increasingly envious of the more prosperous territories belonging to the Qishuan sect, often instigating conflicts between the two factions, which has become a source of frustration for the current leader of the Qishuan sect. This situation is also a major reason for the recent recruitment drives within the sect. A lean man in his 40s jumps down from the carriage with agility, clearly possessing noteworthy skills and familiarity with the surroundings. He strides purposefully towards the room where Han Li is situated. Upon seeing this man, Han Ponta rushes forward to pay his respects. "Guardian Wang, what brings you here in person?" "Humph." Guardian Wang scoffs, his expression one of arrogance. "The roads have been perilous of late. We must bolster our defenses. The elders have commanded me to personally escort this child. Enough chatter. Is this the child you wish to recommend?" Indeed. This is my own nephew. I hope you will look after him on the journey." Han Ponta replies, sensing Guardian Wang's impatience. He quickly produces a heavy pouch from his person and discreetly hands it over. Guardian Wang weighs the pouch in his hand, his demeanor softening slightly. "Han Pontu, you truly know how to negotiate. I will ensure your nephew is taken care of on the journey. Time is of the essence. We should set off promptly." Chapter 3. The Qishuan sect. The air inside the carriage is decidedly unpleasant, which is hardly surprising given that it is intended to accommodate only a dozen passengers, but is now crammed with nearly 30 children. Though the children are significantly smaller than adults, the interior is still exceedingly cramped. Han Li cleverly curls his slender frame into a corner of the carriage, discreetly observing the other children within. The children participating in the initiation examination can be distinctly categorized into 3 groups based on their attire and backgrounds. The first group consists of the well-dressed youth seated in the center of the carriage, surrounded by the majority of the other children. This youth, named Wu Yin, is 13 years old, making him the oldest among them. Although he exceeds the stipulated age, His connection to a powerful figure within the Qishuan sect through a cousin allows him to bypass this limitation. Wu Yan's family operates a martial arts school, and they are quite affluent. He has practiced some martial arts since childhood, and although his skills are not particularly exceptional, they are more than adequate to handle a child like Han Li, who possesses mere brute strength and has never trained in martial arts. It is evident that individuals like Wu Yan, who come from wealthy and influential families and possess some skills, naturally assume the role of leader among the majority of the children in the carriage. The second group comprises the children who surround Wu Yan, hailing from diverse backgrounds. Some come from families with shops, others are laborers, and some earn their living through craftsmanship. However, they all share one common trait. They have grown up in towns and, to varying degrees, have learned the art of reading others' expressions and pursuing profit from their elders. Consequently, they flock to Wu Yan, addressing him as young Master Wu or Brother Wu, titles he seems to relish. Finally, the last group consists of children like Han Li, who come from remote, impoverished villages. Their families typically depend on local resources for sustenance, and they live in dire poverty. This group is the smallest in number, with only 5 or 6 children among them, and they exhibit a demeanor of timidity, hesitant to speak loudly, contrasting sharply with the more boisterous and rowdy group. The carriage departs Qingyou town, racing westward, making stops along the way to pick up several more children. Finally, on the evening of the 5th day, they arrive at Xinxiao Mountain, the headquarters of the Qishuan sect. As the children disembark, they are captivated by the breathtaking sunset over Xinxiao Mountain, awash in vibrant hues, until Guardian Wang S. urging snaps them back to reality, prompting them to continue their journey. Originally known as Luofeng Mountain, local legend has it that a magnificent 5-colored phoenix once descended upon this land and transformed into the mountain. Over time, visitors discovered the mountain's stunning beauty at sunset, resembling a shroud of colorful clouds, leading to its renaming as Xinxiao Mountain. Naturally, since the Qishuan sect has claimed this mountain, outsiders are no longer permitted to freely enjoy its splendor. Xinxiao Mountain is the second largest mountain within Jingzhou, surpassed only by the Baimao Mountain in terms of area, encompassing a range of peaks within a radius of several miles. The mountain boasts numerous steep and formidable peaks, each occupied by various branches of the Qishuan sect. The main peak, Sunset Peak, is particularly treacherous, characterized by its towering height and steep cliffs, with a solitary path leading from the base to the summit. After establishing their headquarters here, the Qishuan sect has strategically set up 13 lookout posts along this perilous route, ensuring their security and peace of mind. Han Li surveyed his surroundings as he followed the person ahead. Suddenly, the procession came to a halt, and a hearty voice resonated through the air. "Wang, my brother, why have you arrived only now? You are 2 days late compared to the scheduled time. Master Yu, we encountered some delays on the road. I apologize for the inconvenience." Wang Hufa replied respectfully to an elderly man with a ruddy complexion, his demeanor shifting from arrogance to a semblance of deference. "How many batches of disciples have arrived at the mountain now?" "This is the 17th batch." Master Yu cast a casual glance at Han Li and the others. "Escort them to the Qingke courtyard. Allow them to rest well for the night. Tomorrow morning, we shall commence the selection of qualified disciples. Those who do not pass must be sent down the mountain early, lest they infringe upon the mountain's rules." "Understood, Master Yu." As they ascended the stone steps, all the children were filled with excitement, yet none dared to speak loudly. Though they were young, they all understood that this was the place that would determine their future destinies. Wang Hufa led the way with a smile, greeting those they encountered along the path, clearly well acquainted within the sect. Most of those they met wore azure satin garments, some wielding swords or daggers, while a few unarmed individuals appeared to carry something bulging at their waists. Their movements indicated they were agile and possessed commendable martial skills. Han Li and the others were brought to a shorter peak where a cluster of earthen houses awaited them. And there they spent the night. In his dreams that night, Han Li envisioned himself clad in splendid attire, wielding a golden sword and mastering unparalleled martial arts, defeating the blacksmith's son, whom he had always struggled against. Basking in the glory until he awoke the next morning, still savoring the moment. Upon waking, Wang Hufa did not allow them breakfast, instead leading them directly to a vast slope adorned with bamboo at the foot of the mountain. There, Master Yu, whom they had seen the day before, awaited alongside several unfamiliar young individuals. Chapter 4. The Bone Refining Cliff. Master Yu spoke loudly before the crowd. "Listen well, everyone. The path through the bamboo grove leads to the bone refining cliff of the Qishuan sect. The first segment is through the bamboo forest, followed by a rocky terrain, and finally a cliff. Only those who reach the summit may enter the Newfound sect if you cannot arrive by noon. Although you will not become formal disciples, those who exhibit noteworthy performance may be accepted as registered disciples. Hanli, not fully grasping the meaning of registered disciples, understood that they were to move forward and climb the mountain. Gazing ahead, he observed a gently sloping hill, with numerous bamboo stalks of varying thicknesses growing upon it. It did not seem particularly challenging. Hanli glanced at the others, unwilling to be outdone by his peers. And the atmosphere among the children suddenly grew tense. Master Yu looked towards the rising sun and declared, "The time is nearly upon us. Let us prepare to set off, do not be afraid. Your senior brothers will protect you from behind to ensure your safety." Hanli turned to look at the youths behind him, realizing these individuals were his senior brothers, likely prior disciples. If he joined them, would he too don such impressive attire? While lost in thought, Hanli noticed the other children had already dashed into the bamboo grove, prompting him to hastily follow suit. The bamboo grove appeared vast. And as the 30 or so children entered, they immediately dispersed. The tall, slender senior brother trailed closely behind Hanli, his expression stern and silent. Hanli felt a twinge of fear and refrained from speaking, instead lowering his body and cautiously advancing along the slope. The bamboo forest, initially unassuming, soon proved arduous, and Hanli's legs grew increasingly heavy. Gradually, he found himself gripping the bamboo stalks to ease his exertion. After enduring for quite some time, exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he sought a small mound of earth to sit upon, panting heavily. Glancing back at the slender senior brother, Hanli noticed that despite the steep terrain, the senior remained motionless, impeccably clean, as if he were as upright as the bamboo itself, calmly observing Hanli from a short distance below. Feeling the weight of the senior's cold gaze, Hanli quickly turned away. He then heard heavy breathing from ahead, indicating that others were resting as well. After lingering a moment longer, he hastily resumed his ascent. The slope grew steeper, and Hanli's strength waned. To avoid collapsing, he bent low, using both hands and feet to crawl. Thankfully, his clothing proved sturdy. Otherwise, the joints in his limbs would have been scraped or at long last. He neared the end of the dense bamboo grove. Yet the final stretch proved increasingly treacherous, with more rocks emerging, while the bamboo dwindled. Hanli could no longer pull himself along the bamboo stalks, and each inch felt like a monumental effort. Emerging from the grove, he found himself in a broad expanse, confronted by an enormous rock face, upon which several small figures were already climbing, accompanied by similarly attired senior brothers. Without hesitation, Hanli dashed towards the massive stone wall. The rock face was comprised of layered sedimentary stone, severely weathered, with certain areas crumbling upon contact. Yet, there were also many sharp fragments that remained intact in a matter of moments. Hanli's hands were left battered, his elbows and knees torn, revealing numerous small cuts beneath his clothing. Even though the wounds were minor, the fine stone shards embedded in them intensified the pain. The foremost climbers were quickly pulling ahead. And recalling the words of his family and uncle, Hanli gritted his teeth and persevered. Prior to their departure, Hanli's father and uncle had warned him that the entrance examination would be challenging. And without perseverance, joining the Newfound sect would be impossible. At that moment, Hanli's focus was no longer on whether he could enter the sect. Rather, an indomitable spirit surged within him, compelling him to catch up to the others. Straining to look up, Hanli saw that the leader of the group was Wu Yin, who was undoubtedly older than Hanli and had trained in martial arts, making him significantly stronger than the other children. It was no surprise he was leading the ascent. Hanli glanced back, noting several figures still moving behind him. Taking a deep breath, he quickened his pace. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, he found himself no closer to the frontrunners. His body growing increasingly weary. The sun climbed higher in the sky, while Wu Yin reached the pinnacle of the rock face. There, a sheer cliff loomed, standing over 30 zhang high, with several hemp ropes dangling from the summit. Each tied with fist-sized knots, Wu Yin began to ascend one of the ropes, inching his way toward the top. As Hanli watched Wu Yin, a sense of despair washed over him. He understood that he could not catch up to the leaders, and time was running short. This realization ignited a sharp pain in his injured elbows and knees, rendering his limbs weak. His grip on the rock faltered, and he slipped, plummeting downward, his heart racing in panic. He quickly pressed himself against the stone wall, too frightened to move. After a moment, as his heart rate steadied, he reached for a protruding rock ledge, tugging on it until it felt secure. Instinctively, he glanced back, where he saw the senior brother crouched low, arms outstretched in a protective stance. Once assured of his safety, the senior gradually rose to his full height. Han Li's heart swelled with gratitude. Had he fallen? All his prior efforts would have been in vain. After resting briefly, he resumed his ascent towards the hemp ropes hanging from the cliff. Finally reaching one of the ropes, Han Li found that the sun was nearly at its zenith. With less than half an hour remaining until noon.at that moment, Wu Yin had successfully reached the summit. Turning to look down at those below, as Han Li arrived at the base of the rope. He caught sight of Wu Yin raising his arm and giving a thumbs up to the climbers below, followed by a hearty laugh before he departed. Han Li felt a surge of frustration and hastily grasped the rope, striving to climb upward. However, his body was utterly drained of strength, and he could barely hold onto the knots. With immense effort, he managed to reach the final knot, collapsing atop it, feeling utterly spent, unable to move even a finger. Turning his head, he noticed several children seated on the rocky surface behind him, gasping for breath, evidently having exhausted their last reserves of energy. Han Li could only manage a bitter smile, realizing he had underestimated this trial. Fortunately, he had not fallen to the very end of the line. Turning back, he spotted the cold-faced senior brother once more. After a moment's hesitation, Han Li resolved to muster the strength to climb a little higher. Though reaching the top before noon was beyond his capabilities, remaining idle would be far too embarrassing. Han Li stretched his somewhat stiff hands, gradually regaining a modicum of strength, and slowly maneuvered upward along the rope. However, at that moment, his hands had completely lost their responsiveness, rendering him unable to grasp the rope effectively. After a brief struggle, he still achieved no progress. Chapter 5. Dr. Imo. After a while, Han Li felt a sudden tightening around his waist, and his body was unexpectedly lifted upward. Turning his head, he saw that it was his senior brother, who had been closely following him, holding him with one arm while deftly scaling the height with the other hand and his legs. Han Li also noticed the sun hanging high in the sky at its zenith. It turned out he had ultimately failed to complete this segment of the journey, which left him feeling a twinge of sorrow. Despite his relentless efforts, he could not measure up to others. Upon reaching the summit of the cliff, he was greeted by the sight of 6 young children seated nearby. Resting, Wu Yin was engaged in conversation with a portly elder dressed in a deep blue robe. Appearing to be in his 50s, while both Master Yu and Protector Wang stood by his side, accompanied by several others, all awaiting the arrival of the slower young disciples. After a moment's wait, all the children were brought up. At this juncture, Master Yu stepped forward, addressing the gathered children with gravity. This time, 7 individuals have qualified. 6 have entered our 100 Forge Hall, officially becoming inner disciples of our sect. He announced slowly. The other, Wu Yin, was the first to reach the cliff's summit and exhibited outstanding performance, thus directly advancing to the 7 Absolute Hall to study our sect's ultimate skills. Master Yu cast a glance back at the elder in the blue robe, who, stroking his beard, nodded in satisfaction. As for the others, Master Yu scrutinized the remaining children, gently stroking his chin, and after a brief contemplation, he said, Zhang Tai and Han Li, though you did not arrive at the cliff's peak on time, your performance was commendable. It seems you can endure the hardships of martial training. You two shall first lay a foundation with several instructors in our sect, and after 6 months, you will be assessed. If you pass, you will officially become inner disciples. If not, you will be relegated to the outer sect as outer disciples. Han Li glanced at the other boy, Zhang Tai, who had also been suspended on the rope, nearly reaching the summit alongside him. Protector Wang, with a cold gaze, instructed, the remaining individuals shall each receive some silver and be sent home. Master Yu looked sternly at the last remaining children. You command. Protector Wang stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and escorted the unqualified children down the cliff. Zhang Jun, Wu Mingrue, you two will take these qualified individuals to our hall and hand them over to Deputy Master Gu and Instructor Li. 2 more young men complied with the command, dividing Han Li and the others into 2 groups as they descended the cliff, one of whom was the cold-faced senior brother. As they approached the base of the cliff, Han Li could not help but glance back at Wu Yin, who was still conversing with the elderly figure in the blue robe, showing no signs of leaving. He is different from you. He has been sent to the core disciples of the Seven Absolute Hall. Once he completes his training, he will at least hold the status of a protector. Another lanky-faced senior brother, seemingly sensing Han Li's unvoiced questions, offered clarification, yet his words carried an indescribable tinge of envy and jealousy. Yes, not as if he earned his place in the Seven Absolute Hall through true merit. He merely relies on having a cousin who is the deputy sect master. If it weren't for his cousin marrying the deputy sect master as a second wife, how could he even qualify? He is already older than the age requirement for entry, yet he still makes it into the Seven Absolute Hall? The cold-faced brother's words sent a chill down the spine. Zhang Jun, are you out of your mind? The deputy sect master is not someone we can casually discuss. If other sect members hear us, we may face the punishment of wall-facing for reflection. The lanky-faced brother was taken aback by the cold brother's words and hurriedly surveyed the surroundings, relieved to find that apart from the few children, there were no outsiders present. The cold brother snorted disdainfully, as if he too had reservations, and fell silent, allowing Han Li to learn that this cold brother was named Zhang Jun, although Han Li only partially understood their words. He vaguely grasped that Wu Yan's admission into the Seven Absolute Hall was not solely due to his capabilities, but rather because of the connections within the sect. As they walked along the mountain path, both senior brothers were lost in thoughts of the discouraging aspects of their sect, and no longer felt inclined to speak. Han Li and the others were equally cautious, perhaps already sensing the differences between the Seven Xian sect and their homes. Passing through a dense thicket, an elderly man emerged slowly from the woods. He appeared to be in his 60s, tall and thin, with a sunken yellow complexion and long white hair cascading down to his shoulders. This elder coughed repeatedly as he walked, each cough seeming to threaten his very stability, evoking concern in those who witnessed it. Upon seeing this man, Zhang Jun and the others displayed no hint of worry. Instead, they hurried forward and bowed deeply to the elder. Dr. Imo, greetings. Do you have any tasks for your disciples? Zhang Jun's demeanor shifted from his usual coldness to one filled with utmost respect. For this elder commanded more reverence than even the hall master or deputy sect master. Oh, are these the new disciples who have just ascended the mountain? The elder finally ceased his coughing and inquired slowly with a hoarse voice. Yes, among them are 6 official disciples and 2 named disciples, Zhang Jun replied meticulously. I currently lack sufficient manpower and require 1 alchemy disciple and 1 herbalist. You 2 shall accompany me, Dr. Imo declared, pointing decisively towards Han Li and Zhang Tai, his tone leaving no room for objection. Understood. Being selected by you, Dr. Imo, is a great fortune for these 2 named disciples. Come, pay your respects to the esteemed Dr. Imo. If you can learn even a fraction of his medical skills, it will be a blessing for you both. The 2 senior brothers showed no signs of dissent, with the lanky-faced Wu Mingrue even lavishly praising the elder. Seeing that his senior brothers bore no objections, Han Li and Zhang Tai felt they had no right to refuse and followed the elder into the woods. Dr. Imo led them slowly along a winding path through the forest. And suddenly, a vibrant green valley brimming with vitality appeared before them. To the left of the valley lay a large garden exuding a rich herbal fragrance, filled with various medicinal herbs that Han Li could not name. While to the right stood several buildings of varying sizes, all interconnected. Surveying their surroundings, it seemed there were no other exits apart from the one they had entered. This is the Valley of Divine Hands. Except for the disciples within the valley, outsiders rarely come here unless they are ill or injured. You 2 will reside here from now on. Please take some rest. Come to the main hall to see me in the evening. I have matters to discuss with you. The elder pointed to one of the smaller adjoining houses. From now on, you may call me Dr. Imo, he added, pausing briefly before continuing, or simply Doctor with that. Dr. Imo disregarded the 2, coughing his way into a more imposing larger house. Overcome by exhaustion, Han Li paid little mind to Zhang Tai and collapsed onto a wooden bed inside the room, quickly drifting into a deep slumber. For him, it seemed that regardless of the circumstances, he could now be considered a half-disciple of the Seven Xian sect. Chapter 6. The Unnamed Formula. Wake up. Wake up, a faint voice, seemingly emanating from beyond the heavens, roused Han Li from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, a large face loomed closely before him, startling him into retreating slightly. Only then did he recognize that the face belonged to another boy. Zhang Tai, quick, eat something after dinner. We need to go see Dr. Imo, Zhang Tai urged, handing Hanli 2 steaming buns. "Where did you find this food?" Hanli asked, momentarily taken aback before accepting the offering. "There's a big kitchen nearby where everyone goes to collect their meals. I saw everyone was getting food, so I did too. After eating, I realized you hadn't had any, so I brought you 2 buns." Zhang Tai replied with a simple smile. "Thank you, Brother Zhang," Hanli said, feeling a wave of gratitude. Noticing that Zhang Tai appeared much more mature than himself, he instinctively addressed him as brother.its. "It's nothing that I'm used to doing chores at home. If I don't do something for a while, I feel a bit uneasy. If you ever need help, just let me know. I may not have much, but I still have some strength," Zhang Tai replied, somewhat shyly, his words stumbling. Having skipped both breakfast and lunch, Hanli was quite hungry. He devoured the buns in just a few bites. Finishing them off in no time. "It's getting late. Let us go see Dr. Mo," Hanli said, burping a few times as he glanced at the sunset outside, calculating that it was indeed time to meet the elder. Zhang Tai had no objections and followed Hanli to Dr. Mo's quarters. Inside Dr. Mo's room, rows of bookshelves lined the walls, filled with a plethora of assorted texts. "Dr. Mo? Dr. Mo?" Dr. Mo was seated against a grand chair, engrossed in a book, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the 2 boys or their greetings. As Hanli and Zhang Tai stood there, both feeling somewhat lost and unsure, they could only wait quietly by the side. Until Hanli's standing foot began to feel slightly numb, Dr. Mo leisurely set aside the book he had been holding onto the nearby desk. He then cast a cold glance at the 2 individuals before lifting a cup of tea to sip a few small mouthfuls. Only then did he slowly speak. "From this day forth, you 2 shall be my named disciples. I will impart to you some fundamental knowledge of herb gathering and potion brewing, and perhaps even share certain medical skills for saving lives. However, I will never teach you martial arts." Dr. Mo's expression remained impassive as he placed the tea down again. "I possess a set of principles for self-cultivation that I wish to teach you both. While it may not grant you the power to vanquish foes, it will certainly strengthen your bodies. Should you wish to learn a few martial techniques, you may seek instruction from a few other masters, and I shall not object. Nevertheless, after 6 months, my examination will focus solely on your progress with this set of principles. Should you fail, you will likewise be relegated to the outer sect as outer disciples. Have you both understood clearly?" Dr. Mo's tone suddenly turned solemn, indicating the importance he placed on this set of principles. "Understood," Hanli and his companion replied in unison. "You may leave now. Return early tomorrow morning." Dr. Mo gestured for them to exit, then resumed his reading. Before leaving, Hanli could not resist glancing at the book in Dr. Mo's hands. But regrettably, he could not read, recognizing only that the title was inscribed in 3 large black characters. Unfortunately, they recognized him, while he could not recognize them. Stepping out of Dr. Mo's abode, Hanli let out a soft sigh of relief. For some inexplicable reason, he had not dared to breathe freely while inside, his mind taut with tension. Now that he was outside, he felt instantly relaxed and returned to his normal self. Over the following days, Hanli was continually exhilarated, for he had finally become a disciple of the 7 mysterious sect. Although merely a named disciple, it was certainly better than being sent back home, and even if he failed the assessment in 6 months, he could still become an outer disciple like his 3rd uncle. Tio Hanli, his 3rd uncle, already held significant status and esteem, thus he did not dwell on the upcoming examination, secretly harboring a faint hope that he might not pass. Allowing him to return home sooner to see his parents and beloved younger sister, in the subsequent days, Dr. Mo imparted some medical knowledge to them in the mornings, while in the afternoons, he sent them to a study room where they joined other young disciples in learning to read and write, as well as the foundational principles of martial arts such as the 12 meridians, 8 extraordinary vessels, and the locations of acupuncture points, along with practicing basic stances and techniques on straw dummies. After a month, Hanli and his companion were finally separated from the other disciples. As they no longer had time to study anything else, Dr. Mo began to teach them a set of nameless principles, which consumed most of their time. He strictly forbade them from divulging these principles to others, warning that any breach would result in severe punishment and expulsion from his tutelage. During this period, Hanli gained a fairly detailed understanding of the 7 mysterious sect and Dr. Mo through the words of others. The sect had a main leader named Wang Lu, a direct descendant of the 7 absolute master, along with 3 other vice leaders. The sect was divided into outer and inner sections. The outer sect comprised 4 branches: Flying Bird Hall, Gathering Treasure Hall, Four Seas Hall, and Outer Blade Hall, while the inner sect contained 4 branches: 100 Forging Hall, 7 Absolute Hall, Worship Hall, and Blood Blade Hall. Additionally, there was an elder council that operated under the main leader and alongside the vice leaders. Interestingly, Dr. Mo was not originally a disciple of the 7 Mysterious sect. Several years prior, while Wang Lu was out, he unfortunately fell into an enemy trap and was besieged, suffering severe injuries and on the brink of death. With those around him powerless to help. It was then that Dr. Mo, a skilled healer, fortuitously came to his aid, successfully saving Wang Lu's life. Grateful, Wang Lu later discovered that Dr. Mo not only possessed exceptional medical skills but also martial prowess. Thus inviting him to join the sect, he selected a small valley in the mountains to construct a residence for Dr. Mo, allowing him to settle into the 7 Mysterious sect as a revered healer. During his time at the sect, although the disciples had not witnessed Dr. Mo's martial skills and were unaware of their strength, many owed their lives to his remarkable healing abilities. Thus, despite his often impassive demeanor and sparse speech, he garnered respect from the disciples within the sect. Chapter 7. The Trials of Cultivation. Han Li gradually gathered the energy flowing through his meridians back to his dantian. This was the 7th great cycle of operation he had completed that day. He was acutely aware that his body had reached its limit. Should he attempt another cycle, it was highly likely that his meridians would rupture once more, forcing him to endure that excruciating sensation of suffering worse than death. Just the thought of his meridians tearing caused the usually bold Han Li to break out in a cold sweat. Now, it had been over half a year since Han Li had begun his training, and the formal assessment for named disciples had concluded over 2 months ago. Only a small fraction of those who could officially join the inner sect as named disciples succeeded. Most of the examined disciples failed and had to descend the mountain to serve as outer disciples. Those who did not pass were often assigned to the Gathering Treasure Hall or Flying Bird Hall. The more outstanding individuals among them might receive further training, potentially earning a position in the better-resourced Outer Blade Hall. Of course, the most coveted treatment in the outer sect was reserved for the Four Seas Hall, but regrettably, it only recruited renowned figures from the martial world. Without any notable skills, aspiring disciples could only dream. Recalling the terrifying content of the examination faced by the other named disciples 2 months prior sent a shiver down Han Li's spine. They had to run a circuit around the colorful Xiaxiao mountain range, then engage in combat with one another in a sparsely populated forest, ultimately enduring a barrage of attacks from their skilled senior brothers. These tests filled Han Li with an involuntary sense of schadenfreude, as he and Zhang Tai had not participated in those harrowing trials. As Dr. Mo had stated, they were merely evaluated on their progress with the principles. However, this evaluation was not as simple as Han Li had anticipated. He still vividly recalled the circumstances of his training at that time. According to Dr. Mo, this nameless set of principles was divided into several tiers. Han Li and his companion had only obtained the first tier of the training method, which meant that as long as they could make progress within 6 months, they would be considered successful, officially becoming Dr. Mo's disciples and enjoying the same privileges as the other inner sect disciples of the 7 Mysterious sect. Since learning about the stark differences in treatment between inner and outer disciples, Han Li had completely abandoned any thoughts of merely muddling through the next 6 months to become an outer disciple and return home. To him, the prospect of receiving more silver from the 7 Mysterious sect, thus improving the lives of his parents and siblings, outweighed everything else, as he had experienced poverty at home and understood that every additional coin could enhance their living conditions. After receiving the principles from Dr. Mo, Han Li ceased to venture outside, dedicating himself day and night to training, utilizing every moment he could. As Dr. Mo offered no guidance on their practice. Han Li was forced to explore on his own, referencing the methods of other young disciples practicing the basic inner power, Zhengyang Jin, to grasp the techniques. Following this method and after 3 months of arduous training, Han Li was astonished to discover that his progress with the principles was alarmingly slow. Despite exerting tremendous effort, he could only generate a faint, cool flow of energy within himself, so subtle that he would not have noticed it without careful introspection. This, he presumed, was what the instructors referred to as inner true energy. However, hearing other disciples practicing Zhengyang Jin describe their energy as a distinctly warm and vigorous flow starkly contrasted with the cool energy he produced, highlighting the vast difference in their effectiveness. The other disciples could break small trees with a punch or leap over a yard in height, while Han Li's unique energy yielded little noticeable improvement. The only difference he perceived was that his mental state seemed more vibrant, and his appetite had improved significantly since ascending the mountain. Yet he wondered what use that was. Watching his fellow disciples display their prowess left Han Li feeling despondent. This unexpected realization nearly prompted him to abandon the efforts he had invested over the past months. He believed his aptitude was too poor to pass Dr. Mo's evaluation, and he even began preparing to descend the mountain. By chance, one day, he learned from Zhang Tai, who had been training alongside him, that Zhang Tai had experienced no changes in his body since beginning the principles, no results whatsoever, unlike Han Li's slight progress. This revelation rekindled some of the confidence Han Li had nearly lost, motivating him to resume his intense training with even greater fervor. No, he resolved to work even harder, more fervently than before. Han Li now devoted every quarter of an hour to meditation and practice, night. He even attempted to maintain his training posture while sleeping, hoping to achieve even a modicum of progress. Of course, this fervent approach lasted only a few days before it faltered. The reason lies in his lack of sleep, which hinders his ability to maintain the efficiency of his daytime cultivation. What perplexed Han Li was that ever since Dr. Mo imparted the incantation to the two of them, he has shown no concern for their progress or any issues they face in their cultivation, as if he had completely forgotten their existence. Each day, Dr. Mo immersed himself in a tome with 3 black characters on its cover, seemingly engrossed in its contents as if it contained the beauty of jade and the promise of golden houses. Initially, Han Li and Zhang Tai even suspected that Dr. Mo had abandoned his role as a healer in favor of pursuing scholarly examinations. It was only after the two learned to read that they recognized the 3 characters as Chongqing Jing, a text on self-cultivation and longevity. At that moment, they realized that Dr. Mo's aspiration was not to achieve scholarly success, but to attain a longevity akin to the turtles in the river. Living for thousands of years. Chapter 8. The Initiate. After nearly 6 months of fervent practice, Han Li finally stood before Dr. Mo to undergo the examination. Zhang Tai, feeling utterly at a loss, stood closely beside Han Li. This was hardly surprising, as Han Li had already learned from him that Zhang Tai had made no progress with the incantation during this half-year of cultivation. Han Li understood that Zhang Tai's dedication to the practice was no less than his own. Although he lacked the reckless fervor that drove Han Li, he had certainly put in a commendable effort, demonstrating diligence and sincerity. Yet, curiously, the incantation had yielded no results for Zhang Tai, regardless of his hard work, suggesting a complete lack of affinity between the incantation and him. Han Li felt a tumult of anxiety within himself. Uncertain of what lay ahead, he was aware that Zhang Tai had a high probability of failing the assessment, and though he had achieved some minor results, they were not significantly better. His relentless efforts had merely intensified the peculiar energy flowing within him, which had grown slightly more robust than before. If the previous flow resembled a single hair, it now felt akin to the thickness of a cotton thread. However, whether this would suffice to pass Dr. Mo's scrutiny remained an unsettling question, leaving Han Li in a state of trepidation. Are you both prepared? Show me the fruits of your cultivation. Dr. Mo squinted, coolly observing the two from his armchair. Ready? Han Li and Zhang Tai replied. Steeling themselves, Dr. Mo rose slowly from his chair, placing the ever-present book upon the table. Demonstrate your techniques for me, he commanded. With one hand, Dr. Mo grasped Zhang Tai's right wrist, while his other hand rested upon Zhang Tai's lower abdomen. After a brief interval, he withdrew his hands, his expression carefully scrutinizing Zhang Tai from head to toe. Zhang Tai's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly placed his hands behind his back and lowered his head. Too ashamed to meet Dr. Mo's gaze, fully aware that his lack of progress in the incantation had been discerned. It's your turn now. Surprisingly, Dr. Mo exhibited no inclination to reprimand Zhang Tai. Instead, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes as he turned his attention to Han Li. Once again, Dr. Mo seized Han Li's right wrist. How cold? Ice cold. Not at all like a living person's hand. Han Li mused internally. Dr. Mo's skin felt dry and calloused, and as he gripped Han Li, it caused a slight sting. Perhaps due to this external stimulus, the energy within Han Li began to circulate autonomously, traversing through the meridians and acupoints, flowing from his lower abdomen to his head and limbs, then swiftly returning to his lower abdomen. As the energy circulated, the discomfort on Han Li's skin vanished instantly. Ah, Dr. Mo exclaimed, seemingly captivated by the energy within Han Li. Quick, run the incantation again. Although Dr. Mo attempted to suppress his excitement, the fervent gleam in his eyes left Han Li bewildered. Take it slow. Let me observe carefully, Dr. Mo added, his normally icy tone now tinged with urgency, as he placed his other hand on Han Li's lower abdomen. Han Li noticed a slight tremor in Dr. Mo's hands, indicating his excitement, and he complied, allowing the energy to circulate once more. Excellent. Excellent. This is the sensation I seek. There is no mistaking it. Ha ha. After a thorough examination, Dr. Mo could no longer contain his laughter. Gripping Han Li's shoulders tightly, his previously squinted eyes now wide open, gazing at Han Li as if he were an extraordinary treasure, a hint of madness glimmering in his expression. The sound of Dr. Mo's laughter echoed in Han Li's ears, and he felt a twinge of pain from the grip on his shoulders, his heart racing at the sight of Dr. Mo's fervent demeanor. Very well, very well. Noticing Han Li's apprehension, Dr. Mo quickly composed himself. Ceasing his laughter, from this day forth, you shall be my personal disciple, he declared, releasing Han Li and patting him on the shoulder in encouragement. The calm demeanor returned to Dr. Mo's face, as if the earlier frenzy had never occurred. Though the occasional glint of excitement in his gaze betrayed his lingering exhilaration, and as for you. Dr. Mo's attention shifted back to Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai, still in shock from the earlier events, was jolted back to reality upon hearing his name. The grim reality of failing the assessment and being cast down the mountain loomed over him, prompting a desperate plea in his eyes as he looked at Dr. Mo. Your aptitude is lacking. After such a long time, you have produced no results. It is quite difficult to accept you as my disciple. Dr. Mo shook his head repeatedly. Zhang Tai's heart sank with each shake, interpreting Dr. Mo's words as a clear indication of his reluctance to accept him. Yet suddenly, Dr. Mo seemed to recall something intriguing, his expression shifting as he regarded Zhang Tai. However, I have just examined your constitution and found another method that may suit you better. Would you be willing to learn it? Dr. Mo's tone shifted unexpectedly, hinting at a possible path for Zhang Tai. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tai eagerly agreed without hesitation. Good, very good. You may both depart. Tomorrow I will impart the new technique to you. It was evident that Dr. Mo's mood had greatly improved, as he casually uttered another good. Han Li and Zhang Tai exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of relief that the day's examination had taken such unexpected turns, ultimately leading to their success. Chapter 9. The Elephant Armor Technique. Reflecting on these events, a subtle smile crept onto Han Li's face. Throughout the past 6 months, he and Zhang Tai had forged a close friendship, easily bonding over their similar temperaments and backgrounds. Han Li gradually released his crossed legs, rubbing his calves, which had grown numb from prolonged meditation. After a few moments of massaging, feeling returned to his legs, and he finally stood up from the mat, instinctively brushing off the dust that had settled on him as he pushed open the stone chamber door and stepped outside. Glancing back at the stone chamber where he had practiced, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle at himself. The chamber, hewn from solid granite, featured a door crafted from a single large stone, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to enter without an immense effort. Such a cultivation chamber was reserved for those of considerable stature within the Seven Mysteries sect, including the sect leader, elders, and hall masters. Even the core disciples of the Seven Absolute Hall could not claim such a privilege. This stone chamber was specifically designed to facilitate the practice of profound internal arts, shielding practitioners from external disturbances that could lead to missteps in their cultivation. It remained a mystery how Dr. Mo managed to persuade a few elders to agree to the construction of this chamber, which was beyond the reach of ordinary disciples. Upon its completion, Dr. Mo designated it solely for Han Li's use, a decision that left Han Li somewhat astonished. Dr. Mo had been exceedingly generous to him. Since the day he officially became his disciple, Dr. Mo had provided him with various herbal concoctions and mysterious broths for soaking. Although Han Li could not identify the names or effects of these herbs, he could discern their value from the reluctant expression that occasionally crossed Dr. Mo's usually impassive face whenever he administered them. It was evident that these external aids had significantly enhanced Han Li's cultivation speed, allowing him to successfully break through to the first layer of the nameless incantation recently. However, during this breakthrough, several meridians had nearly ruptured, resulting in a moderate internal injury. Fortunately, Dr. Mo's exceptional medical skills, combined with the use of high-quality herbs, prevented any lasting repercussions from the injuries. After Han Li sustained his injury, Dr. Mo exhibited a level of anxiety that surpassed even Han Li's own concern. Throughout the entire treatment process, he fidgeted restlessly, only letting out a substantial sigh of relief upon witnessing the improvement in Han Li's condition. Dr. Mo's behavior transcended the ordinary bond typically shared between a master and disciple, leaving Han Li with an inexplicable sense of unease. Had it not been for the fact that, aside from his third uncle, no one from the Han family had ever ventured beyond their impoverished mountain enclave. Han Li might have almost believed that Dr. Mo was a distant relative of his. Upon exiting the stone chamber, Han Li stretched lazily and gradually made his way back to his quarters. After becoming an official disciple, he and Zhang Tai had moved from their previous dwelling, each now possessing their own private chambers. As he passed Zhang Tai's room, Han Li casually glanced inside, only to find it empty once again. It seemed Zhang Tai had likely gone to practice at the waterfall beneath Chishui Peak. Since becoming Dr. Mo's formal disciple, Han Li was still instructed to practice only the unnamed formula, with no indication that Dr. Mo intended to impart any other skills. Perhaps in an effort to console him, Dr. Mo generously shared his medical knowledge, teaching Han Li with meticulous care. Whenever Han Li posed questions regarding medicine, Dr. Mo answered with unwavering patience, ensuring his satisfaction, and even permitted him unrestricted access to all the medical texts in his room. In contrast, Dr. Mo adhered to his earlier statements with Zhang Tai, imparting a different yet highly practical martial art. The technique Zhang Tai practiced was quite peculiar. According to Dr. Mo, it was a rare martial art known as the elephant armor technique. He claimed that very few had encountered this art in the martial world, with many having never even heard of it, let alone practiced it. Unlike the conventional martial arts that typically followed a progressive difficulty curve, growing exponentially more challenging as one advanced, the elephant armor technique was divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels were relatively easy to master, comparable in difficulty to ordinary martial arts. However, upon reaching the 4th level, the challenges suddenly intensified, subjecting practitioners to unimaginable pain and torment. Many who attempted this path were unable to endure such inhuman suffering, causing their progress to stagnate indefinitely. The 5th and 6th levels promised even greater agony, several times more than what had been previously experienced. Yet, once a practitioner broke through to the 7th level, the path ahead became smooth sailing, albeit with a few days each month still requiring them to endure that excruciating agony. Such daunting aspects dissuaded many from pursuing this art, and this was a primary reason for its near extinction. The extraordinary nature of this martial art led to astonishing power at higher levels. It was said that those who reached the 9th level could be as impervious as if clad in armor, resistant to blades and fire alike. Not only were they impervious to strikes, but they also developed immense strength, capable of subduing ferocious wolves and tearing apart tigers and leopards, making it fearsome yet desirable. Those aware of this technique could only admire and dread it in equal measure, as no one aside from the original creator had managed to achieve the 9th level. Legend has it that this master was born without the sensation of pain, enabling them to develop such an aberrant martial art to its utmost potential. Although Dr. Mo candidly shared the pros and cons of this technique with Zhang Tai did not take the potential dangers to heart. Being entirely enamored with the art's formidable prowess, without hesitation, he agreed to practice it, seemingly well suited for the technique. Within a mere 2 months, Zhang Tai had reached the pinnacle of the 1st level. Recently, in an effort to break through, he had been practicing daily under the immense waterfall at Chishui Peak. As suggested by Dr. Mo, according to Zhang Tai, this method proved remarkably effective, and he felt he was on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd level. With only a thin barrier standing in his way, Chapter 10. The mysterious bottle. Han Li ambled out of the Divine Hand Valley, following the winding path through the mountains, instinctively heading toward the indistinct silhouette of Chishui Peak. He had no pressing matters at hand. His daily visits to Zhang Tai were merely to witness the amusing expressions Zhang Tai made while training under the waterfall. The elephant armor technique was not something an ordinary individual could endure. Even the 1st level required substantial torment, and the subsequent levels were likely to strip away layers of skin. Han Li mused that Zhang Tai might have begun to regret his choice, for the brutality of the technique far exceeded their youthful imaginations. As he walked, he idly kicked fallen leaves and branches with his feet. Lost in thought. In a few days, they would jointly plead with Dr. Mo to allow Zhang Tai to switch to another martial art, sparing him from such suffering. The thought of finding a way out of his friend's current plight invigorated Hanli. He glanced at the trees lining the path. Autumn had taken hold, leaving the branches bare, while the ground was thick with fallen leaves and twigs, creating a soft, pleasant sensation underfoot. Suddenly, the faint sound of clashing weapons echoed from a nearby peak, mingled with enthusiastic cheers. Upon hearing these sounds, Hanli's mood soured. The senior disciples from the 100 Forging Hall were conducting weapon combat training with the new entrants. Whenever Hanli witnessed his fellow disciples training together with real weapons, a pang of longing struck him. He too wished to wield a real sword and engage in a fierce display. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, since formally becoming Dr. Mo's disciple, he had been strictly forbidden from engaging with such implements and was not allowed to learn other martial arts, as it would hinder his progress with the formula. Thus, he could only watch enviously from the sidelines, occasionally borrowing a few weapons from friendly peers to indulge in a brief practice session. How frustrating it was that the formula he was training in seemed to yield no tangible benefits. His peers were rapidly enhancing their skills, advancing by leaps and bounds, while he remained stagnant, unable to perceive any improvement. Even Zhang Tai, who had only been practicing the elephant armor technique for 2 months, had become more resilient, his strength significantly increased. Yet, had it not been for Dr. Mo's guidance, Hanli doubted he could have even passed the preliminary disciple test 2 months prior, let alone remain on the mountain and send money home. Perhaps I should abandon this path if I cannot learn anything else. Hanli grumbled internally, attempting to console himself. He reluctantly pulled his gaze from the distant horizon, his mind still ruminating, his focus wandering as he stared vacantly at the trees lining the path. Oblivious to his surroundings, suddenly, Hanli gasped in shock, his expression shifting in a strange manner, and he almost grinned from ear to ear. Instinctively, he crouched down, pressing his hands firmly against his right big toe, subsequently half lying in the grass as a sudden wave of pain overwhelmed him. His face paled as a sharp, piercing ache radiated from his TOEIT. Seemed he had inadvertently kicked a particularly hard stone hidden beneath the pile of leaves. Hanli bent forward, cradling his ankle with both hands, and instinctively blew air onto his injured toe through the fabric of his shoe, anxiously wondering whether the injury was severe, fearing it might swell and impair his ability to walk. After a considerable time, he began to recover from the pain, lifting his head to scan the leaf-strewn ground for the culprit responsible for his misfortune. The surrounding leaves were all a monotonous shade of withered yellow, making it impossible for him to identify the source of his injury among the chaotic pile. Furrowing his brow, Hanli groped the ground haphazardly, grasping a relatively thick stick for support, and gingerly rose to his feet. Unwilling to give up, he used the stick to prod through the thick layer of leaves nearby. To his surprise, he unearthed an object the size of a fist. Upon closer inspection, the item responsible for his painful encounter turned out to be a round bottle with a slender neck. Its surface caked in dirt and rendered a dull gray, obscuring its original hue. Initially, Hanli assumed it to be a small porcelain bottle, but upon holding it, he discovered it was surprisingly heavy, clearly metallic. No wonder it had inflicted such pain upon his foot. A metal bottle was indeed a rarity. Intrigued by the little bottle, he momentarily forgot the pain in his foot. Rubbing the dirt from the neck revealed a vibrant green color, adorned with exquisite dark green leaf-like patterns, while a delicate cap sealed the opening tightly. What could possibly be inside? He pondered, bringing the bottle to his ear and gently shaking it, failing to detect any movement within. He placed his hand on the cap and twisted it with force, but it would not budge. Hanli's curiosity had intensified, and just as he was contemplating his next course of action, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his foot. Oh no! How could he have forgotten that his foot still bore the consequences of its recent encounter? With this injury, it appeared that he could not visit Zhang Tai. He should return to his dwelling first, apply some ointment, and then carefully ponder the mysterious little vial he had unexpectedly acquired. With this in mind, Hanli, wishing to avoid being seen by others and disregarding the vial's uncleanliness, tucked it into his bosom, turned on his heel, and limped back. Chapter 11. The difficulty of opening the vial on his way back, Hanli encountered few people. Only a handful of passing seniors noticed his limping and looked on with mild surprise. Yet they did not comment, as it seemed no one paid much attention to this junior disciple. Upon returning to his residence, the pain in his foot intensified. Hanli hurriedly sat on the edge of his bed, gently removed his shoe and sock, and examined the injury. It was severely swollen. The big toe on his right foot had risen high, and the skin at the injury site was red and shiny, resembling a plump red chili pepper. In haste, Hanley reached for a small medicine bottle hidden beneath his wooden pillow, a concoction meticulously prepared by Dr. Imo, effective for bruises, swelling, and even bleeding. He had painstakingly procured this from Dr. Imo, intending it for Zhang Tai in case of injuries sustained during his training, but unexpectedly, he found himself using it first. Upon opening the cap, a rich medicinal aroma filled the room. He gently sprinkled the powder onto the swollen toe, a refreshing sensation enveloping him immediately. Indeed, it was an effective remedy from Dr. Imo. Hanley then found a clean cloth and wrapped the injured toe in a sizable bandage before donning his shoes and socks again. Thankfully, the pain had subsided considerably. He took a few cautious steps back and forth, feeling quite satisfied with his swift treatment of the injury. Now it was time to address the mysterious vial, the very source of his injury. Hanley retrieved the vial from his bosom and found a cloth to clean it thoroughly. Only then did its true form reveal itself to him. The vial was not large, easily held in one hand, even smaller than his medicine bottle. Its entire surface was a delicate shade of pale green, adorned with dark green patterns resembling leaves, vividly lifelike. With a raised texture as if genuine leaves had been embedded into it, he weighed it in his hand. It was heavy, yet it was evident that this object was not crafted from any metal he recognized. Nor was it a type of porcelain he was familiar with. The surface lacked the coldness of ordinary metals and the smooth texture of typical ceramics. Hanley observed it closely for some time before concluding that the vial was made from a material he did not recognize. The pale green hue appeared to be a natural color intrinsic to the material, rather than a dye applied afterward. Upon seeing the tightly sealed cap, Hanley decided to satiate his curiosity and immediately attempted to open the vial to discover what lay within. He placed his hand on the cap and twisted with all his might. Once, twice, 3 times. The cap remained obstinately affixed to the body of the vial, showing no sign of loosening. Hanley was taken aback. When he had first found the vial, he had been unable to twist it open, but at that time, he had been too preoccupied with his injury to exert himself fully. He had assumed that now, using all his strength, it would be a trivial task. However, to his dismay, it remained unyielding. After a dozen more attempts, his arm began to ache. Yet he still had not succeeded. He paused, shaking out his arm and flexing his wrist. Realizing he had overexerted himself, bringing the vial close to his eyes, he meticulously inspected it again. Alas, he found no hidden mechanisms or secret levers. Hanley felt a wave of frustration. Without opening the cap, how could he ascertain whether there was anything inside? If there was, such a uniquely crafted and tightly sealed vial must contain something of great value. Hanley clutched the vial tightly in his hand, gazing at it, lost in thought. Finally, he resolved to ask Zhang Tai, whose strength far exceeded his own, to see if he could open it. After all, Zhang Tai could lift heavy buckets of water with ease and swiftly traverse the mountains. He was the one who filled the large water jars in the valley every day. Determined, Hanley made his way to Zhang Tai's quarters, eagerly hoping for his swift return. The wait was excruciating, and time seemed to drag on interminably until, at last, he heard the creak of the door as Zhang Tai entered. Looking up, Hanley saw Zhang Tai clad in a thin blue shirt, his body radiating heat, glistening with sweat. Hanley understood that this was a normal occurrence after a rigorous training session and thought nothing of it. Upon seeing Hanley in his room, Zhang Tai paused momentarily. Before he could speak, Hanley, impetuously anticipating his arrival, thrust the vial into his hands. "Brother Zhang, could you do me a favor and help me open this vial? Where did you find this? It looks quite exquisite." Zhang Tai blinked in surprise for a moment before accepting the vial. Hiss, 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 wow. This thing is remarkably sturdy. It's quite difficult to twist open. What on earth is it made of? Zhang Tai wasted no time, using both hands to exert force, yet he still could not budge the cap. "This is impossible. I can't open it. Perhaps you should ask another senior brother for assistance?" Zhang Tai offered, shaking his head apologetically as he returned the vial to Hanley and suggested another course of action. "Can you not do it either?" Hanley felt a surge of anxiety and began pacing the room. "Hey, what happened to your foot?" Zhang Tai finally noticed that Hanley was limping. "Oh, it's nothing. I just kicked a stone while walking." Hanley, for reasons unknown, did not wish to reveal the truth about the vial. Perhaps it was merely instinct, as he subconsciously regarded the vial as his little secret. Disappointed and lacking the spirit for idle chatter, Han Li exchanged pleasantries about Zhang Tai's training progress before departing his quarters. Resolved to find a solution for the vial himself, back in his small room, Han Li positioned the vial on the table, leaning over it while intently scrutinizing it, his mind racing to devise a clever solution to his dilemma. Chapter 12. Breaking the Vial. Bang. Han Li clenched his fists, bringing one down forcefully onto the table. His decision was made. He would use a tool to shatter the vial. Resorting to brute force had been a thought he had long entertained. While it was straightforward and direct, the mere thought of damaging such a uniquely beautiful vial filled him with reluctance and a pang of regret. If there were any other way to open it, Han Li would never resort to such a crude method. Perhaps he could enlist the help of other senior brothers. They might succeed where he had failed. Yet deep within, Han Li had unwittingly come to regard this object as his treasure, one he was loath to share with anyone else. Besides, anyone on the mountain could potentially be its rightful owner. What if they demanded its return? This charming little vial was far too enticing and fascinating for him to part with. Han Li's curiosity about the mysterious contents within the vial had completely captured his attention. He knew it might simply be an empty vessel, yet he was willing to gamble that whatever it contained would be infinitely more intriguing than the vial itself. The more he pondered this, the more restless he became. If he did not unlock the mystery within, he would be unable to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Determined, Han Li stealthily entered the storage area in the valley. Selecting a relatively heavy small hammer from among the various tools, he returned to his room, where he unearthed a half-piece of discarded hard blue brick from the corner, finding a flat spot on the floor to lay it down. He then carefully placed the vial horizontally on the brick. Raising the hammer with his right hand, he paused for a moment, letting it hover in the air before decisively bringing it down onto the most protruding part of the vial, the belly. Bang! Fearing that too much force might damage whatever lay within, he struck lightly at first, merely testing the vial's hardness. Seeing no signs of cracking, he felt relieved, realizing he could apply more force. Bang, with a little more strength. Bang, with a bit more. Bang, with full force. Bang, with all his strength. Han Li increased the power he exerted with each strike, the swing of his arm becoming more exaggerated, the speed of the hammer's descent quickening. In fact, with the final blow, he drove half the vial's body into the brick. Yet the vial remained entirely intact, showing no signs of fracturing whatsoever. Han Li was astounded, still in disbelief as he touched the spot where the hammer had struck. Finding no trace of damage, smooth and green, the entire surface of the vial remained pristine. This was far beyond Han Li's expectations. At this moment, Han Li truly affirmed that the small vial he possessed was indeed an extraordinary treasure. Certainly not discarded intentionally by anyone. Rather, it was highly likely that its owner had carelessly misplaced it. Perhaps the original owner was currently scouring the mountains in search of this item. If Han Li wished to retain possession of it, he must ensure it was carefully safeguarded, preventing any outsiders from laying eyes on the vial. In Han Li's mind, as long as he did not actively engage in thievery or robbery, anything found on the ground rightfully belonged to him. If it were an ordinary object, he might consider returning it to its owner, but this vial was shrouded in mystery. It was likely lost by a disciple from a wealthy family or a person of standing from the mountain, neither of whom left a favorable impression on Han Li. Having grown up in a family of modest means, where his family toiled tirelessly each day, often without a full meal, Han Li frequently witnessed the extravagant spending of the first type of individuals, who indulged in lavish feasts and wasted money as if it were inconsequential. Within the Seven Mystic sect, disciples who found the standard meals unsatisfactory could pay extra for superior cuisine. Each time he observed this, Han Li felt a deep discomfort in his heart. Moreover, these affluent youths often looked down upon those like him, who hailed from impoverished backgrounds, frequently mocking and insulting them, leading to several minor skirmishes and group fights among the children. Han Li had participated in one such altercation, regrettably suffering a beating from those well-versed in martial arts, leaving him bruised and unable to face the world. After several days of rest, he finally returned to normalcy. As for those of some status on the mountain, they, too, had not left a favorable impression on him. From the bribery received by the guardian Wang from his uncle, to the reliance of Wu Yin on the authority of the deputy sect leader to gain entry into the Hall of Seven Absolutes. His childhood reverence for influential figures had been thoroughly shattered. Regarding the possessions discarded by these two types of people, Hanli not only felt no inclination to return them but even entertained mischievous thoughts of concealing them. With this in mind, he promptly removed a small leather pouch from around his neck. This pouch had been meticulously crafted for him by his mother from animal hide before he left home. Designed to be waterproof and moisture-proof, intended to hold a talisman made from wild boar tusk to ensure his safety and ward off calamities. Hanli loosened the pouch's opening, placing both the vial and the talisman inside. Then tightened the pouch once more before hanging it back around his neck. After completing this task, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching. With a sense of relief swelling within him, he felt reassured that no unforeseen events would arise, and that the vial would not be reclaimed by its original owner. He quietly returned the hammer to its original spot and feigned nonchalance as he leisurely strolled through the Valley of Divine Hands until darkness enveloped the sky. At which point he limped back into his dwelling. Chapter 13. Ominous signs. Knowing that Hanli had injured his foot, Zhang Tai personally brought food to his room, intending to keep him company during the meal. Observing Zhang Tai's clumsiness as he rearranged chairs and fussed over the table for an extended period before finally preparing everything for dinner, Hanli couldn't help but chuckle, though he felt a swell of gratitude as well. Once seated at the table, they engaged in casual conversation while simultaneously stuffing their mouths with food, occasionally sharing insights about their respective training experiences. When the topic of Zhang Tai's Xianjia skill arose, he could only roll his eyes in exasperation. Now, Zhang Tai regarded the Xianjia skill with a certain dread. Despite having only practiced the first level, he had endured relentless torment at the hands of Dr. Mo. He was required to regularly soak in repugnant herbal concoctions and endure periodic beatings with a wooden stick, which were purportedly meant to temper his sinews and bones. Such brutal training methods had rendered him unable to sleep peacefully at night, leaving him with a body covered in painful bruises, every contact with his wooden bed excruciating. To him, it was a veritable nightmare. Conversely, Han Li's practice of the unnamed mantra evoked deep envy within Zhang Tai. He felt that as long as he could meditate like a monk, reciting incantations, he would be content. Han Li could only respond with silence to such sentiments. He understood Zhang Tai's fear of the subsequent levels of Xianjia. For anyone aware that even greater torments awaited would certainly be restless and unable to find peace. Zhang Tai's perseverance thus far, without surrendering, earned Han Li's profound admiration. Were it him, he would refuse to practice such self-harming martial arts, even if it meant becoming a top-tier expert overnight. As their conversation continued, they nearly finished their dinner. Zhang Tai hastily cleaned up the dishes, preparing to take his leave, reminding Han Li to rest early to allow his foot to recuperate. After watching Zhang Tai depart, Han Li hurried back inside, securing the doors and windows, leaving only a vent window ajar. He then retrieved the vial from the pouch and resumed his examination. Nevertheless, being merely a child of around 10 years, after fiddling with it for a while without any breakthroughs, he grew somewhat weary. Coupled with the injury to his foot, fatigue began to set in, and he unknowingly dozed off, leaning against the bed with the vial still in hand. He could not ascertain how much time had passed when he was abruptly roused by an icy sensation emanating from one of his hands. Han Li shivered involuntarily, forcing his heavy eyelids open to gaze at the mischievous hand that had awoken him. Suddenly, he sat up straight, mouth agape, oblivious to the drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. Sleep was entirely banished from his mind as he was utterly captivated by the sight before him. Rays of visible white light cascaded through the sole open vent window, converging upon the vial he held, transforming into tiny, rice-sized points of white light that enveloped the vial in a delicate, ethereal glow. The white light was soft, not at all blinding, and the chilling sensation emanated from this gentle luminescence. With a gulp, Han Li realized the vial had become too hot to hold, and he instinctively tossed it aside. Scrambling to the opposite end of the room, after cautiously observing for a moment and detecting no immediate danger, he gradually approached once more. The vial, now encircled by white light, appeared extraordinarily alluring, imbued with an air of mystery. Hesitating briefly, Han Li gently prodded the vial with his fingertip, noting no immediate reaction before carefully lifting it again. He placed it back on the table, leaning nearby, excitedly watching this unprecedented spectacle, with unwavering focus. Han Li scrutinized the vial amidst the white light for over a minute, finally uncovering a fragment of its secret. The vial was actively drawing in the white light points that floated nearby. Not merely absorbing them, but rather, the light points seemed to be fervently squeezing themselves into the vial, as if animated. Intrigued, Hanli gently touched one of the points with his fingertip. It felt cool to the touch. But beyond that, there was nothing remarkable about it. He glanced upward, observing that strands of white light continued to cascade from the vent window, showing no signs of abating. Looking at the surrounding sealed doors and windows, then back at the open vent window, an idea sparked in his mind. He quietly pushed the door open and cautiously peered outside. Fortunately, it was now deep into the night, aside from the occasional chirp of autumn insects. The outside was eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. Hanli withdrew his head, swiftly grasped the small vial, and stowed it within the leather pouch before racing outside. He continued running until he reached a secluded, open area devoid of anyone else, where he finally halted. After scanning the surroundings to confirm that no one was nearby, he carefully retrieved the vial and set it gently on the ground. The light points that had surrounded the vial earlier vanished without a trace after it had been placed in the pouch, but Hanli felt no concern. Sure enough, after a brief interval, an abundance of light strands, far exceeding those present in the room, converged from all directions. Countless white light points densely clustered around the small vial, forming a luminescent sphere the size of a basin. Chapter 14. The mysterious liquid. Hanli exclaimed, raising a hand and clenching his fist in exhilaration. That moment, his youthful exuberance was unmistakable. It seemed his hypothesis had been validated. The closed doors and windows obstructed the vial's ability to attract the strands of white light. While in an open and unrestricted space, the vial's capability to draw in the light was heightened, resulting in a larger luminous sphere. Though he was uncertain of the origin of these strands, or the purpose of the vial absorbing these small light points, he felt he was making significant progress toward unraveling the mystery. Hanli sensed he was on the verge of unlocking the secrets of the vial, which filled him with overwhelming excitement. It wasn't until the dawn began to break that the glow surrounding the vial gradually diminished, returning to its tranquil state. During this time, Hanli remained vigilant, observing the vial's transformations while also ensuring he remained undetected. He bent down to pick up the vial, inspecting it closely. In comparison to before, it appeared unchanged. The cap remained securely fastened, refusing to budge. Disappointment washed over Hanli, yet with the day dawning, he begrudgingly decided to stow the vial away. He still needed to return to the stone chamber to meditate and practice his cultivation. In the ensuing days, at a certain hour each night, the bottle would exhibit the same peculiar phenomenon. Countless strands of light, akin to moths drawn to a flame, were irresistibly attracted to the bottle, only to transform into numerous tiny luminous points, which were greedily consumed by it. Just as Hanli believed this phenomenon would persist daily. On the 8th day, a different change occurred. Upon returning to the familiar spot and placing the bottle down, the absorption of light points lasted a mere brief moment before ceasing abruptly. Suddenly, the dark green patterns on the bottle emitted a dazzling green glow, revealing several golden characters and symbols on its surface. These strange characters, with their supple structure and peculiar strokes, conveyed an indescribable ancient charm, ceaselessly flickering and swirling upon the bottle's surface. This extraordinary occurrence lasted but an instant before vanishing, leaving only a few protruding golden characters, as if everything had returned to its original state. After witnessing the bottle's bizarre events over the past few days, Hanli no longer found himself astonished as he had at the outset. He was no longer surprised by the prospect of even stranger happenings. Nonchalantly, he picked up the bottle and instinctively attempted to remove the cap. With a gentle effort, the cap came off effortlessly. In disbelief, Hanli stared at the cap in his hand. Had he truly solved this perplexing conundrum, which had troubled him for several days, with such ease? Once he confirmed the reality of the situation, that the bottle's secret lay unveiled before him, he could no longer contain his excitement and leaned closer to peer into the bottle inside. A droplet of pea-sized, azure-green liquid slowly swirled, casting a verdant glow upon the entire inner wall. What was this? Hanli felt a twinge of disappointment. After all his exertion, he had obtained such an unremarkable substance. Dejected, he sealed the cap back on and stowed it away in his pouch. Turning to head home, the earlier thrill now dissipated into the ether. Although the bottle's lid had been opened, the outcome left much to be desired. Hanli resolved to return to delve into the mystery of the green liquid during moments of idle curiosity. Perhaps it would yield a small surprise. For now, his priority was to return home and enjoy a good night's sleep to recuperate. These past few nights, he had not managed to rest properly, significantly diminishing his cultivation efficiency during the day and raising concerns from Dr. Mo. Since becoming Dr. Mo's direct disciple and breaking through the first layer of the incantation, he felt a lack of motivation to practice further. Moreover, the results of his cultivation were far from satisfactory, rendering him unable to muster the spirit to continue. Consequently, Dr. Mo had reprimanded him quite sternly. Nevertheless, when it came time to practice, he remained drowsy and lethargic, devoid of any vigor. This situation was driving Dr. Mo to distraction, leading him to doubt whether he had chosen the right disciple. Reflecting on this, Hanli felt somewhat aggrieved. He did not wish to be in such a state. Yet he simply could not shake it off. Unexpectedly, on the second day after returning home and awakening from a deep slumber, he once again immersed himself wholeheartedly in frenzied cultivation. The catalyst for this sudden shift was merely a light-hearted remark from Dr. Mo. For every layer you advance in the incantation, I shall double the silver I provide you each month. Dr. Mo had finally recognized Han Li's yearning for wealth and struck upon a fundamental solution. A simple statement had bound him to the relentless chariot of cultivation. In the days that followed, Han Li dedicated himself to mastering the next layer of the incantation. Day after day, from dawn to noon, and from noon to night, he entered the stone chamber twice daily to meditate and practice. Leading a monotonous, repetitive existence, casting aside all else, to ensure he could focus on his training without external distractions, Dr. Mo temporarily sealed off the entire Divine Hand Valley, even conducting medical consultations outside the valley, removing any burden of daily necessities from Han Li's shoulders. Thus, the matter of the bottle gradually faded from Han Li's mind. As autumn gave way to winter and spring turned to summer. For years swiftly passed, and Han Li had grown to 14. He had matured into a dark-skinned, taciturn, and resolute village youth. Externally, he bore no distinction from other ordinary farm boys, neither striking nor flamboyant. He oscillated between the stone chamber and his dwelling, occasionally visiting Dr. Mo to learn some medical skills and perusing various books in his room, rendering the entire valley his universe. Consequently, he effortlessly progressed to the third layer of the incantation. Chapter 15. 4 years later, Dr. Mo felt a sense of satisfaction that Han Li devoted all his time to cultivation, yet he remained dissatisfied with the slow progress of the nameless incantation. In recent years, Dr. Mo's illness seemed to have worsened. His coughing fits had become more frequent and prolonged. As his health deteriorated, Dr. Mo appeared increasingly concerned about Han Li's cultivation progress. From his persistent admonitions, one could discern his underlying anxiety. Dr. Mo seemed to hold Han Li in high regard, not only providing him with a significantly greater allowance than other disciples, but also regarding him with a peculiar gaze, akin to that reserved for a rare treasure, filled with affection. However, Han Li, having reached the third layer of the incantation, had become acutely perceptive. He inadvertently noticed that behind those tender glances occasionally lurked a hint of greed and desire that unsettled him. Such expressions sent a shiver down his spine, leading him to feel that Dr. Mo looked upon him not as a living being but as an object. This perplexed him. What could he possibly possess that Dr. Mo desired? Certainly nothing, he affirmed to himself at tea times. Han Li even suspected he had become overly sensitive due to his training, quietly criticizing Dr. Mo for his apparent ingratitude. Yet, deep within his heart, he harbored a growing wariness toward Dr. Mo, which only intensified with the passage of time. A significant dilemma now confronted Han Li. He had encountered a bottleneck in his training, and to make matters worse, after years of intensive practice and consuming medicine, Dr. Mo's precious supplies had been completely depleted. It was evident that Han Li was no prodigy. Devoid of medicinal aid, his progress had come to a complete standstill. This left him feeling deeply ashamed in the presence of Dr. Mo, who had invested nearly all his efforts and resources into him, providing the best conditions for his cultivation while he failed to meet his expectations. Han Li found it increasingly difficult to face Dr. Mo and his ever-ardent inquiries. Strangely, despite Dr. Mo's formidable martial prowess, he was unable to discern the details of Han Li's cultivation progress, relying solely on pulse readings to glean a semblance of his advancement. Thus, for some time, Dr. Mo remained oblivious to the challenges Hanli faced. Recently, plagued by inner turmoil, Hanli finally confided in Dr. Mo about his situation. Upon hearing that Hanli had not progressed in the incantation for an entire year, Dr. Mo's sallow complexion turned pale, and his previously expressionless face darkened considerably. He did not reprimand Hanli, but merely informed him that he would be leaving the mountain for a while to procure medicinal herbs, urging him to practice diligently and not to neglect his incantation training. 2 days later, Dr. Mo departed from the Seven Mysterious Gate with his belongings and herb-gathering tools, leaving Hanli alone in the Divine Hand Valley. His senior brother and friend, Zhang Tai, had vanished 2 years prior after achieving the third layer of the elephant armor technique, leaving only a farewell letter expressing his intent to venture into the world. This had caused quite a stir within the Seven Mysterious Gate. It was later rumored that Dr. Mo had intervened on his behalf, preventing repercussions for his recommender and family. Hanli found this sudden departure disconcerting. Feeling melancholy for several days and upon reflection, sensed an underlying disquiet, yet no one inquired about it, and the matter faded into obscurity. Subsequently, Hanli speculated that Zhang Tai had likely fled in fear of the challenges posed by the fourth layer of the elephant armor technique. After several days of unproductive training in the valley, Hanli, being young and impetuous, decided to venture beyond the Divine Hand Valley for a leisurely stroll within the vibrant hues of Kaixia Mountain. As he traversed the familiar yet somewhat alien paths, Hanli felt a twinge of nostalgia. Over the years, in pursuit of cultivation, he had not ventured beyond the small valley even once. It was likely that his fellow disciples had completely forgotten about him. Along the way, he encountered several patrolling disciples who, upon seeing him clad in the attire of an inner disciple yet unfamiliar in appearance, approached him warily for questioning, prompting him to engage in lengthy explanations before he could extricate himself. To avoid unnecessary troubles, Hanli opted for narrow, secluded paths, steering clear of crowded areas. Indeed, as he continued on, he was no longer subjected to those bothersome interrogations, allowing him to wander further and further away. As he gazed upon the breathtaking scenery, so vastly different from the valley, and listened to the cheerful chirping of various little birds, all of Hanli's troubles momentarily faded from his mind. Suddenly, the sounds of clashing weapons and the shouts of both insults and encouragement drifted from a relatively secluded cliff. What a remote location! Such a large gathering of people, and such a raucous commotion. Hanli's curiosity was piqued, and he no longer felt apprehensive about being questioned. He followed the sounds of the altercation and approached the cliff's vicinity. What a grand spectacle! He couldn't help but pause in astonishment. Beneath the cliff, completely concealed by trees, over 100 individuals were gathered, crowding the limited space, with a few perched on the branches of nearby larger trees, surveying the scene. Within the circle formed by this throng, 2 groups of individuals stood in a hostile standoff. The group on the left was the larger, comprising around 11 or 12 members, while the right side was smaller, with 6 or 7. Hanli noticed that all these individuals, whether spectators or participants in the fray, were of a similar age to his own, appearing to be merely in their teenage years. A faint smile graced Hanli's lips. What a coincidence, among so many faces. He easily recognized a few familiar ones: Wan Jinbao, Zhang Dalu, Ma Yun, Sun Li Songto. Wang Depeng was even fatter than before. No wonder, with a chef in the family, he must be well fed. And this person, Lu Taitu, how surprising. The formerly dark and soot-covered fellow had transformed into a fair-skinned youth. Hanli climbed up a tree to better observe the familiar faces below in the midst of the 2 factions. 2 bare-handed youths were engaged in a contest of skills. One was plump, yet stable on his feet, delivering powerful punches and kicks. He was none other than Hanli's old friend, Wang Depeng. Despite his corpulence, Wang Depeng's prowess was formidable. With every punch he threw, a gust of wind accompanied it, exuding an air of dominance. The other contender was shorter, agile as a mouse, avoiding Wang Depeng's blows with deft movements, seemingly intent on exhausting his opponent's strength before launching a counterattack. Witnessing a friend in the midst of such a duel naturally inclined Hanli to root for him. After watching for a while and noting that Wang Depeng maintained his vigorous momentum, Hanli, though lacking martial arts skills himself, felt reassured that his friend would not be easily defeated. He glanced around, seeking someone to inquire about the unfolding events. Not far from his tree, he spotted a youth by a rock, gesturing animatedly as he watched, mumbling, aim for his head, kick his waist. Oh, so close. Yes, yes, kick his backside, harder. The boy was clearly cheering for Wang Depeng. Finding this individual intriguing, Han Li slowly descended from the tree and approached him. Brother, do you know the participants in this match? What is the reason for their conflict? Han Li inquired with an earnest expression. Do I need to ask? I, Xiao Suanpan, know everyone here. They are certainly fighting over. Huh, who are you? I've never seen you before. Newcomer? The boy's confusion quickly shifted to clarity as he realized he had never encountered Han Li before. I am Han Li, a friend of the valiant Wang Depeng. Han Li replied solemnly, a friend of Wang Depeng. I know all his acquaintances, and I've never heard of you. The boy remained skeptical. Oh, I've been in seclusion for a few years. It's only natural you wouldn't recognize me. Han Li said, half truthfully. Really? You joined 4 years ago. I never imagined there was someone I, the ever-informed, did not know within the mountain. The boy glanced at Han Li's attire, seemingly convinced by his words. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he eagerly divulged the origins of the duel. Brother, you don't know? This is all due to a femme fatale. It began with, the youth, true to his self-proclaimed title of ever-informed, recounted the entire saga in vivid detail. It all stemmed from 2 individuals, Wang Yang, the cousin of Wang Depeng, and Zhang Changgue, the son of a moneylender. Both were disciples of the 7 mysterious sect, though one was an outer disciple and the other an inner disciple. Despite living in the same town, their paths would not have crossed were it not for a girl who was promised to Wang Yang since childhood. Recently, while out, the girl caught the eye of Zhang Depeng, who, with his monetary allure, swayed her and her family, ultimately leading to her betrothal to Zhang Changgue, and Wang Yang's proposal was returned. The girl, enamored with wealth, abandoned her prior engagement, which devastated Wang Yang, who had long been infatuated with her. Upon hearing the news, he was inconsolable and ultimately took his own life by jumping into a river. Initially, the tragedy seemed to conclude there. However, Wang Depeng, who had been close to his cousin since childhood, could not let the matter rest. He confronted Zhang Changgue, demanding a duel, where the loser must serve tea and apologize. Zhang Changgue, though proud, recognized his slight inferiority in skill and suggested that friends could join, leading to multiple contests to determine the overall victor. Wang Depeng readily agreed. Subsequently, with his wealth, Zhang Changgue enlisted the help of capable disciples from affluent families, while Wang Depeng, though lacking in funds, had many friends among the lower-tier disciples willing to lend their support. As news of the duel spread, many fellow disciples came to watch and cheer, forming 2 distinct, hostile factions. From the boy's tone, Han Li discerned that the divide between the wealthy and the lower-tier disciples had seemingly deepened. A mere contest had attracted such a sizable audience. You're on Wang Depeng's side, aren't you? If they don't play fair, we'll join forces and teach those young masters a lesson they won't forget. The boyish chatter was incessant. Han Li smiled wryly. What did the conflict between these 2 factions have to do with him? It was difficult to determine who was right or wrong in this situation. After years of meditative practice, his youthful impulsiveness had significantly waned. Moreover, he had never trained in martial arts, and currently, he would undoubtedly be no match for any ordinary disciple. After observing the match, it would be best to return to the valley quietly. Suddenly, the boy's face lit up with excitement as he shouted, "Look!" Han Li turned to the arena. It appeared that Wang Depeng's opponent had failed to evade a massive punch aimed at his forehead and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Instantly, a portion of the crowd erupted in cheers, while others wore expressions of dismay. Wang Depeng, beaming with pride, bowed to the onlookers before swaggering back to his side, entirely shedding the fierce demeanor he had exhibited during the match. 2 individuals from Zhang Changgue's faction emerged, dragging the fallen disciple back to their side. Soon after, another pair stepped forward, one wielding a knife and the other a sword. Both appeared to possess fiery tempers. Engaging in combat without uttering a word, their weapons clashing with a resounding din. Chapter 17. Senior Brotherly 1. The clash of blades illuminated the space between the 2 combatants, their weapons swirling in a dazzling display of light, occasionally colliding with one another in a fierce contest. Han Li watched for some time but could not discern the intricacies of their techniques. It was merely a captivating spectacle, beyond his understanding of martial prowess. Han Shidi, I wonder under which esteemed master you have trained. Having emerged from seclusion, your skills must have advanced significantly. Xiao Suanpan could no longer contain his curiosity and respectfully inquired about Han Li's lineage. It was customary for inner disciples of the Seven Mysterious sect to undergo 2 years of foundational training at the 100 Forging Hall before being sent to an elder's tutelage, where they would bow and learn advanced martial arts. Upon completion, these disciples would assume specific roles within the sect. However, those who performed exceptionally well during their entrance assessments could bypass the 2-year training and directly enter the Hall of Seven Absolutes, where they might be accepted as disciples by the sect leaders, thus achieving a rapid ascent. During the 2-year foundational training, outstanding students could also catch the attention of elders, hall masters, or patrons, becoming their personal disciples. Although these disciples would not reach the same heights as those of the sect leaders, they were afforded greater opportunities than ordinary disciples. Upon hearing that Hanli had just emerged from seclusion, and noting that he had never encountered him before, Xiao Suanpan naturally assumed he was a disciple of a prominent figure within the sect and sought to establish rapport. Several years ago, I was recognized by a venerable patron and accepted as a disciple, but I shall refrain from mentioning his name, Hanli replied. Hanli was acutely aware of his own thoughts, yet he feigned a bashful demeanor, intentionally infusing his words with a hint of arrogance. Is that so? Brother Han is indeed fortunate. His status within the sect will surely be elevated, and his future looks promising. I hope that, should the opportunity arise, brother can extend a helping hand to his younger brother. Upon hearing Han Li's reluctance to disclose his master's name, Xiao Xuan did not take offense, recognizing that any esteemed elder would undoubtedly surpass his own master. However, his tone swiftly shifted. Brother Han, one can easily tell you are no ordinary individual. Your rise to prominence is merely a matter of time. He continued to lavish compliments upon Hanli. Xiao Xuan, with his dark complexion and somewhat clumsy appearance, pondered why someone as astute as himself had not caught the attention of any significant figures, while this seemingly unremarkable individual had, despite his inner musings. His outward demeanor grew increasingly respectful. Hanli found amusement in the sudden shift in address from junior brother Han to brother Han, yet he bore no disdain for Xiao Xuan. After all, the instinct to curry favor is an inherent human trait. Who does not aspire for a better life and a higher standing? Furthermore, the very name of this individual suggested he was shrewd and calculative. However, Xiao Xuan was in for a disappointment. Despite his earlier assertions being true, the identity of this esteemed disciple was merely superficial. Within the Seven Mysterious sect, any random disciple could easily overpower him. He mistakenly believed himself to be a sturdy tree to lean upon, perhaps misjudging his allies. Hanli silently chuckled to himself while maintaining an air of indifference to Xiao Xuan's flattery, occasionally engaging in polite conversation. Brother Han, your martial prowess is formidable. Should you choose to participate, you would undoubtedly defeat that swordsman soundly, Xiao Xuan incessantly praised, while simultaneously scrutinizing Han Li's every move. How peculiar. A disciple of an esteemed elder should possess profound internal energy and formidable skills, yet I cannot discern any depth in this person. His temples are not pronounced, nor does his gaze exude vitality. He appears to be lacking in martial competency. The more he observed, the more perplexed he became. The moment of reckoning arrived. Han Li's casual remark interrupted Xiao Xuan's thoughts. Startled, Xiao Xuan shifted his attention back to the arena. Indeed, the swordsman had discarded his weapon, blood gushing from one arm, while he pressed the other against his wound, his face a mask of anger and humiliation. It was no wonder. Both combatants were evenly matched, and he had merely fallen victim to a cunning ploy, resulting in his defeat. Xiao Xuan's expression morphed into one of regret as he lamented aloud. What a pity! What a pity! Hanli, unable to grasp the significance of this lamentation, felt compelled to inquire, given the presence of an eager commentator. Should the team led by Wang Depeng emerge victorious, they would secure 3 wins and render the final match unnecessary. Alas, they did not succeed. But worry not. We have one final match remaining, and the next contestant from Wang Depeng's side is the most skilled among our cohort, wielding the thunderclap blade technique, capable of shattering stone and severing metal. To witness Brother Li's illustrious blade techniques, I shall not have come in vain. Regardless of who Zhang Changguo sends forth, victory is assured. Initially disheartened, Xiao Xuan's spirit soared with newfound enthusiasm, brimming with confidence in Brother Li. Is it already the final round? Hanli responded casually, contemplating the identity of this Brother Li, wondering if he was acquainted with him. That moment, a cold-faced youth emerged from Wang Depeng's side. brandishing a long knife gleaming with a chilling light, advancing step by step to the center of the arena, then falling silent, closing his eyes. Brotherly, brotherly, brotherly. The crowd erupted in excitement upon the youth's appearance. Chanting his name in unison, the volume escalating with each iteration, reverberating throughout the venue, blurring the lines between rich and poor disciples, united in their cheers for the young man. Chapter 18. Brotherly, 2. Is this Brotherly particularly renowned? What is his background? Hanli inquired, somewhat astonished. You do not even know Brotherly? I've been in seclusion for several years, Xiao Swan replied, realizing his oversight. Oh, I can't believe I forgot. My memory is truly poor. I had thought there could be no disciple in the seven mysterious sect who did not know Brotherly's name. Forgetting about your reclusion. Please, enlighten me about Brotherly, of course. We young disciples are well acquainted with Brotherly's exploits. With the opposing team yet to announce a challenger for Brotherly, Xiao Swan eagerly recounted the tales of this celebrated figure. Brother Han, I assure you, it is not mere boasting. Not only do we younger disciples know of Brotherly's feats, but even many of the older brothers are well aware. He animatedly began recounting Brotherly's story, his enthusiasm palpable as if he were the protagonist of the tale. As Xiao Swan narrated Brotherly's achievements. They indeed bore a legendary quality. Brotherly had ascended the mountain 4 years prior, not as part of Hanli's cohort, but had initially struggled to pass the assessments, becoming a nominal disciple. However, in the subsequent 6 months, he excelled in all evaluations, ultimately becoming the only disciple to withstand 30 exchanges in a spar against senior brothers, shattering previous records and drawing the attention of high-ranking figures. Upon evaluation, it was astonishing to discover that Brotherly's innate potential was merely average, and his growth prospects were limited. This diagnosis was disappointing, preventing him from being taken on as a disciple by any prominent figures. After 2 years of foundational training, he was taken under the wing of an ordinary protector and learned only a few basic martial techniques, with the thunderclap blade technique being one of the more commonplace mid-tier martial arts of the seven mysterious sect. Had this been the extent of his journey, Brotherly would not have been deemed legendary, merely an underachiever. However, shortly thereafter, he showcased the understated thunderclap blade technique during the junior disciples competition, making a striking entrance into the top 16. The only newcomer to achieve such a rank. This feat once again thrust him into the limelight in subsequent competitions. Brotherly exhibited unparalleled valor, consistently attaining high rankings and bringing considerable pride to his fellow new disciples. Last year, he even secured 3rd place in the grand competition, where the top 2 contenders had been disciples for over a decade, some nearing their 30s, possessing significantly deeper internal energy. Many believe that had Brotherly's internal cultivation matched theirs, 1st place would have been a foregone conclusion. Thus, Brotherly garnered renewed attention from the upper echelons, being specifically chosen to participate in numerous significant external missions, while other new disciples toiled within the sect. He had already begun accruing substantial merit for the seven mysterious sect, earning the moniker the Fierce in the martial world, and it was rumored that he was on the verge of being granted special permission to enter the 7 Absolute Hall to cultivate more advanced martial arts. Hearing all this, Hanli could not help but feel moved. If all that had been recounted was true, this Brotherly was indeed remarkable. Achieving such success as a nominal disciple was commendable, and Hanli found himself filled with admiration. After much deliberation, a disciple from Zhang Changgui's side finally stepped forward, appearing no less capable than the rest. He drew a gleaming soft sword from his waist. Slender as a thumb, flexible yet formidable, clearly not a weapon for the ordinary practitioner. Sensing someone approaching, Brotherly gradually opened his eyes, their brilliance shining forth. With a sudden roar that echoed like thunder in a clear sky, he startled the audience, causing their ears to ring, and instilled a tremor of fear in his opponent. With the shout, the long knife was already in motion, a flurry of blade light cascading forth, transforming into numerous blade shadows that ensnared the opponent within a net of steel. The opponent, though flustered, displayed agility, wielding the soft sword with cunning precision, managing to defend against Brotherly's relentless assault. Who was this person? Hanli could not restrain his curiosity. Zhao Xiling, a disciple of Elder Wu, is known for his elusive willow sword technique, quite tricky to handle. How does he compare to Brotherly? Undoubtedly, he is no match, Xiao Swan puffed with pride. Then why does Zhang Changgui not send forth a stronger opponent? Haha, Zhao Xiling is the strongest among them. Besides, who among us new disciples could possibly contend with Brother Li? It would be futile to switch anyone in, he chuckled maliciously. Indeed, while Zhao Xiling's swordplay remained intact, his momentum had faded, thoroughly suppressed by Brother Li's long knife. Any discerning eye could see that his defeat was merely a matter of time. As Han Li observed the unfolding duel, a perplexing thought emerged in his mind. I find it curious that no older brothers are present. Even if they are not permitted to compete, one would expect some to come and watch the spectacle. Yet, within and around the arena, there is not a single elder in sight, only us young disciples and our teens observing the match. What could be the reason behind this? Han Li unreservedly expressed his doubts. Upon hearing his inquiry, Xiao Xuan's expression shifted, casting a peculiar glance in his direction, leaving Han Li somewhat perplexed. Had he inadvertently broached a taboo? Chapter 19. Jianghu conflicts. Brother Han, you truly are oblivious to the affairs beyond your window. Are you not aware of such a significant matter? Xiao Xuan's tone seemed to harbor a hint of suspicion. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li deftly retrieved a waist token from his person and extended it towards Xiao Xuan. What are you doing, Brother Han? Surely, I can trust you. The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt a sense of familiarity, as if we had met before. He swiftly glanced at the token, recognizing its authenticity, and quickly donned a smile. Now, can you enlighten me? Han Li remained concerned about the question he had just asked. Of course, Xiao Xuan replied, albeit internally fretting that he may have offended Han Li. Nevertheless, he began to relay the information earnestly. Over the past few years, the conflicts between the Seven Xians and the Wild Wolf Gang had intensified. Both sides had engaged in numerous skirmishes over several affluent towns of ambiguous ownership, resulting in significant casualties on both ends. The members of the Wild Wolf Gang, trained in the ways of banditry, fought with reckless abandon, becoming more frenzied upon encountering blood. In contrast, while the disciples of the Seven Xians possessed superior martial skills, they lacked that ferocity, often hesitating in the heat of battle. Consequently, it was frequently the latter who suffered heavier losses. After a series of confrontations, the higher-ups of the Seven Xians could no longer remain idle and dispatched most of their inner disciples to partake in the ensuing conflicts. This was twofold in purpose: to retain these territories and to expose the disciples to the harsh realities of the Jianghu, thereby honing their practical combat experience. As a result, the Seven Xians gained the upper hand in subsequent clashes. Yet the toll on their inner disciples was substantial, with many senior brothers never returning after their deployment. Xiao Xuan sighed deeply as he recounted this. Eventually, the sect leaders altered their strategy, directing the inner disciples to undertake less critical missions elsewhere to gain experience before re-engaging with the Wild Wolf Gang. This adjustment led to a marked decrease in casualties. Consequently, this strategy was formalized into the sect's regulations, mandating that all disciples must first ascend the mountain for training before being granted formal positions within the sect. Thus, most of the older brothers were dispatched from the mountain, currently either entangled with the Wild Wolf Gang or undertaking their training, leaving only the younger, uninitiated disciples and a few essential guards behind. Upon hearing this, Han Li finally comprehended the reasons for the changes atop the mountain. A loud clang resonated as a soft sword soared into the air. Zhao Xiling, clutching his injured hand, staggered back. Breathless, he had been unable to evade the fierce onslaught of Brother Li's rapid succession of strikes and was forced to parry with his soft sword, resulting in his weapon being knocked from his grasp by the sheer force of the attack. Brother Li, indeed impressive. I humbly concede defeat. Zhao Xiling managed a strained smile and bowed. The crowd erupted in cheers. Brother Li, what splendid skill. Brother Li, such formidable swordsmanship. Brother Li, please offer your guidance. The resounding chants of admiration echoed throughout the venue. Brother Li sheathed his long knife, a faint blush creeping onto his face as he prepared to respond. Suddenly, his expression shifted, brow furrowing as if recalling something. With a solemn fist salute, he stated, I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, he gracefully exited the arena, demonstrating his remarkable agility, vanishing into the pine forest by the cliff. Wow! Brother Li possesses not only superb swordsmanship but also remarkable agility. Indeed! Indeed! The praises continued to resonate. Han Li furrowed his brow. While Brother Li's skills were commendable, he seemed rather fond of showing off, perhaps a sign of youthful exuberance. Reflecting on this, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle at himself. He was not significantly older than these individuals, yet his thoughts often felt aged, as if he were already a little old man. It seemed his training had aged his mindset. Esteemed junior, I still do not know your name. Han Li suddenly inquired of Xiao Swan, who stood by his side. And I am Jin Dongbao, but you may call me Xiao Swan, Brother Han. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Xiao Swan's excitement was palpable, sensing he had aligned himself with a formidable ally. In the future, should you fall ill or suffer injury, seek me out, and I shall provide you with free treatment. Han Li patted his shoulder before glancing back at the bickering crowd, turning to enter the adjacent pine forest without a backward glance. Leaving Jin Dongbao standing in a perplexed daze, unsure of the implications of his words. Chapter 20. Essence extraction pill. Having traversed a considerable distance from the cliff, Han Li could still faintly hear their commotion. He had little interest in how they resolved the dispute between Wang Depeng and Zhang Changgue. The image of Jin Dongbao, standing in a daze, brought a smile to his face, lifting his spirits and banishing the earlier gloom he had felt in the valley. Emerging from the pine grove, he ventured further into the wilderness, and after a leisurely stroll, a slender stream appeared before him. Han Li glanced up at the blazing sun overhead, then down at the gently flowing waters, deeming it a splendid idea to wash his hands in the stream. He bent down to immerse his hands in the cool water. A series of pained groans echoed from upstream. Surprised, Han Li wondered who could be in such a desolate area. Following the sounds, he discovered a figure clad in inner disciple robes, face down at the stream's edge. Convulsing and trembling uncontrollably, Han Li quickly discerned that this disciple was suffering from an acute illness. If left unassisted, their life would be at stake. He rushed over, producing a sandalwood box from his robes, opening it to reveal a collection of gleaming silver needles. With practiced precision, he swiftly inserted the needles into the acupoints on the disciple's back. Having completed the back treatment, he turned the individual over, preparing to address the front acupoints. As he did so, the disciple's face became visible, and Han Li gasped in shock. This gravely ill person was none other than Brother Li, who had recently displayed such prowess at the cliff. Momentarily stunned, Han Li scrutinized the familiar visage. In stark contrast to the earlier bravado, Brother Li's once cold demeanor was now twisted in agony, his lips frothing white, clearly in a state of delirium from the pain. Regaining his composure, Han Li deliberated briefly before deftly applying the silver needles in a fluid motion, delivering dozens of punctures. As he completed the final insertion, he wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply. This method of silver needle emergency treatment was no small burden for him. Once adorned with a glimmering array of needles, Brother Li finally regained consciousness, his senses returning. "You art," he struggled to articulate, but lacked the strength to finish. "I am from Shanshou Valley. Do not speak. Focus on regaining your strength. I can only rouse you temporarily. Your ailment is peculiar, and only Dr. Mo can save you. Regrettably, he is not currently on the mountain." Han Li checked Brother Li's pulse, his brow furrowing in concern. "Medicine?" Brother Li's expression grew frantic, his lips quivering as he attempted to raise his arm to convey something but failed. "Do you possess medicine that can cure your ailment?" Han Li quickly grasped his meaning and inquired. "Yes." Brother Li relaxed slightly upon realizing Han Li understood, nodding laboriously. Without hesitation, Han Li searched through Brother Li's belongings and uncovered various items, among which a small jade bottle caught his attention. Its exquisite craftsmanship and impeccable sealing suggested it contained something valuable. He lifted the vial, glancing back at Brother Li, who now wore a beaming expression. Blinking eagerly as Han Li uncorked the bottle, he was taken aback when no medicinal aroma wafted forth. Instead, a pungent stench assaulted his senses. Upon inhaling the foul odor, Han Li's expression soured as he cautiously extracted a pink pill from within. The pill appeared remarkably appealing, yet emitted an overwhelmingly unpleasant scent, leaving him incredulous. "Is this the medicine?" Han Li's countenance returned to calmness. Brother Li, now agitated, could only blink in response. The essence extraction pill, crafted from 23 rare ingredients including Helan, scorpion tail flower, and centenary blue ant eggs. The resulting pill is pink and possesses a unique foul odor. Upon consumption, it can substantially deplete one's physical potential, utilizing future lifespan to enhance the current capabilities of the user. Am I correct in my understanding? Han Li's gaze bore into Brother Li, enunciating each word with an air of undeniable authority. Upon hearing the words spoken by Han Li, Li Shixiang's countenance immediately turned pale, devoid of any color, revealing a look of panic. Once this pill is ingested, it must be taken again at intervals, and one must endure the inhuman agony of cramping and marrow extraction, should one neglect to take it. The consequences could range from complete paralysis to the loss of life itself. Moreover, even with timely consumption, one is destined to perish within a decade due to the depletion of their vitality. Hanli did not pause, continuing, "Do not tell me that the pill I am holding is not a marrow-extracting pill." Hanli took a brief pause while Li Shixiang's face began to exhibit a despair akin to being unmasked. Yet his eyes betrayed a profound astonishment. "Are you surprised? This pill is exceedingly rare. How could I possibly recognize it?" Hanli discerned the question brewing in his mind and shifted the conversation to himself. "It is rather simple. I have also consumed such a pill." With this astonishing revelation, Li Shixiang was left utterly dumbfounded, though he soon displayed a look of disbelief. "My method of taking this medicine differs from yours. I consumed only one pill, dividing it into 10 portions to be taken over 10 occasions, each time using it as a catalyst for other medicines, thus sparing my body from any harmful side effects. The pill's appearance and the distinct aura it emanates left a profound impression on me. I had always believed that apart from the one I had taken, no one else in the world would dare to consume such a secret medicine. Yet here, within our sect, stands one." After articulating these thoughts, Hanli regarded Li Shixiang with a gaze that was both admiring and pitying. Li Shixiang, reluctant to meet Hanli's gaze, gently closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling erratically, indicating a tumultuous emotional state. "You have been taking this medicine for several years now. If you cease to do so, I can request Dr. Amo to concoct a different secret medicine for you. While it may not restore your full lifespan, it could extend your life by another 20 or 30 years. However, your martial prowess will be irretrievably lost, should you choose to continue with this pill. Judging by your condition today, you may have no more than 5 or 6 years left, albeit with a rapid improvement in your skills during that time, surpassing even your current rate of progress. Since you dare to consume such a secret medicine, you must be a resolute and decisive individual. The decision regarding your body rests solely with you. Will you ingest this pill or discard it?" Chapter 21. The painkiller. Li Shixiang's eyelids trembled slightly, revealing the intense internal struggle within his mind. After a brief moment, he opened his tightly shut eyes, fixating intently on the pill in Hanli's hand, his gaze brimming with fervor. Hanli said nothing further, placing the pill into his mouth, watching as he swallowed it with saliva, then gently removing the silver needles embedded within him one by one. As all the needles were extracted, the effects of the pill began to manifest. Li Shixiang's pallid complexion gradually took on an unnatural flush, his cheeks turning blood-red. At that moment, his body convulsed again, his limbs trembling, and he emitted a series of low, mournful groans. It was clear that he was attempting to suppress his cries to avoid embarrassment before Hanli, yet the inhuman agony compelled him to yell out. The intensity of Li Shixiang's cries escalated, his body shaking even more violently. After a considerable time, his cries began to subside, eventually vanishing altogether. His complexion started to return to a normal hue, and the convulsions ceased, indicating that he had endured the most excruciating phase. Li Shixiang slowly straightened his posture, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes once more, entering a meditative state to recuperate. Hanli found a clean rock and casually sat nearby, observing him as he gathered his energy. After a while, Li Shixiang suddenly opened his eyes, drew a long knife from beside him, and leaped up, swinging his arm forcefully, the gleaming blade now poised at Hanli's neck. "Give me a reason not to kill you." Li Shixiang's eyes glinted with cold fury, filled with murderous intent. "Is it not a reason that I just saved your life?" Hanli replied, his expression unchanging. Though his brow twitched slightly, a detail hardly noticeable, Li Shixiang's demeanor softened a fraction, yet he still glared at Hanli with fierce intensity. "Before I saved you, I was already aware that you might resort to eliminating me to keep your secret. I simply did not anticipate that you would act so swiftly." Hanli let out a bitter smile, his face tinged with self-mockery. "Even knowing that saving you could lead to my own troubles. I, as a practitioner of medicine, cannot stand idly by in the face of death." He sighed deeply. Li Shixiang's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, the blade moving slightly away from Hanli's neck, though it was not completely withdrawn. Hanli secretly exhaled in relief, his tone growing steadier. "You need not worry that I will divulge your secret. It is evident that I am not one to gossip. If you remain unconvinced, I can swear an oath. You should be able to discern that I possess no martial prowess. Should you find me violating my oath, you could easily slay me." Han Li calmly proposed this suggestion. "Swear your oath then," Li Shixiang replied decisively. With that, Han Li finally relaxed, for although he had assessed Li Shixiang's demeanor before attempting to save him, believing him to be neither ungrateful nor cruel, he could not be entirely certain. If he were indeed a treacherous person, he would have to rely on his sole means of self-defense. With that thought, Han Li discreetly shifted his fingers from a concealed iron tube nestled within his sleeve. After Han Li solemnly swore his oath, Li Shixiang finally sheathed the long knife. Han Li touched his neck, feeling a faint, sticky bloodstain where the sharp blade had grazed him, realizing he had broken out in a cold sweat. That was quite perilous. I clearly did not consider the situation thoroughly enough. I must learn from this lesson and refrain from engaging in such thankless endeavors in the future. The struggles of others are their own affairs, not mine, Han Li thought, feeling a pang of regret. Without sufficient benefit and certainty, he vowed never again to intervene in others' troubles. This initial experience of intervening to save someone, with its adverse consequences, directly led to Han Li's future habit of only acting when there was clear benefit to him. Although he did not become a villain, he strayed far from his previously simplistic nature, losing the essence of loyalty and kindness. "You saved my life and promised to keep my secret. I, Li Feiyu, owe you a great favor as long as I live. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. If it is within my power, I will certainly help you." Li Shixiang, now fully restored to his former vigor, gathered the scattered belongings that Han Li had retrieved and stood before him, sincerely introducing himself and making his promise. "I doubt I will trouble you. Rather, you seem to be the one with considerable troubles." "No?" Han Li replied with a slight smile, countering his statement. "How do you know?" Li Feiyu was taken aback, surprised. "It is apparent. You are but an ordinary disciple, yet you stand above a multitude of hall masters, elders, and even the sect master's favored apprentices. How could you possibly have an easy life?" Han Li pointed out incisively. Li Feiyu's expression darkened, and he remained silent for a long while. "I do not wish to meddle in your affairs. Nor can I. However, I can assist in alleviating the suffering caused by your consumption of the marrow-extracting pill." "Really?" A spark ignited in Li Feiyu's eyes, his previous gloom dissipating, replaced by an expression of joy, indicating that the torment inflicted by the marrow-extracting pill weighed heavily on him. "Why would I deceive you?" Han Li shot him a glance, knowing full well he possessed a formula capable of significantly diminishing one's perception of pain. A concoction he had developed in his spare time, specifically for Zhang Tai. "This is wonderful, truly wonderful," Li Feiyu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, eagerly gazing at Han Li. "Why do you look at me like that? I do not currently possess the medicine. I must return to Shenzhou Valley to concoct it before I can provide you with the finished product." Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had just threatened Han Li with a knife, only to now request his assistance in concocting medicine. "At noon tomorrow. Wait for me at the entrance of Shenzhou Valley. Once I have prepared the medicine, I will deliver it to you. Dr. Imo is not at home, and I cannot permit outsiders to enter the valley at will." Han Li said slowly. "Very well, I shall be there on time." "I truly thank you, brother," Li Feiyu hurriedly agreed, fearful that Han Li might change his mind. "My name is Han Li, and I am a direct disciple of Dr. Imo. Given your impressive martial skills, you may simply call me Brother Han." Seeing Li Feiyu use such a familiar term as brother, Han Li promptly shared his name to prevent any further overly sentimental titles from being uttered. Chapter 22. The inner demon. Han Li watched as Li Feiyu gradually disappeared from view, standing silently in place, lost in thought. After they had arranged for him to collect the medicine the following day at noon, Li Feiyu took the initiative to bid farewell, stating he needed to return to recuperate. Throughout this time, Han Li had refrained from inquiring about the reasons behind Li Feiyu's consumption of such a secret medicine, knowing that even if he asked, it would not alter the reality of what had transpired. Since he is willing to forsake everything for the sake of glory and honor, it is evident that Li Shixiang has compelling reasons for his actions. No one would willingly choose self-destruction, even if it takes the form of a slow, costly demise. If he were compelled to voice his grievances, it would only serve to reopen the nearly healed wounds of his past. Clearly, Han Li's decision is justified. Before parting ways, Li Feiyu expressed gratitude for Han Li's discretion regarding the specifics of his use of marrow-extracting pills. Though unspoken, Han Li sensed that this favor had created a debt of gratitude. Han Li resolved to honor their agreement, ensuring that not only would he keep Li Feiyu's secret, but he would also prepare a remedy upon his return to the valley to alleviate his suffering. The reasoning behind this is straightforward. Since Li Feiyu is not a malicious individual and has not truly sought to harm him, Han Li aims to create a greater debt of gratitude, making it difficult for Li Feiyu to refuse any future requests. As Li Feiyu's martial prowess continues to grow in the coming years, the likelihood of him being able to assist Han Li increases as well. Even if assistance is not required in the future, it would still be a gratifying experience to lend a hand to someone who is not entirely wicked. While Li Feiyu may not be unequivocally virtuous, the events of today assure Han Li that he poses no threat to him. After reflecting on his circumstances, Han Li felt assured that nothing was amiss and returned leisurely to Shinshou Valley. Shortly after his relaxed return, he began to prepare the necessary remedies for Li Feiyu. This medication, designed to alleviate pain, was not difficult to concoct, as all required herbs could be found in the valley's medicinal garden. Albeit the preparation process was somewhat tedious and required meticulous attention. After a busy afternoon, Han Li successfully prepared enough medicine for Li Feiyu to last a year. He could have made more, but he preferred that Li Feiyu return annually to collect the medicine, ensuring that he would not forget the favor owed to him. As evening approached, Han Li found himself unusually seated before the door of his dwelling. Gazing up at the inky sky, contemplating something, he was reminiscing about his family back home. Having been away from his parents for over 4 years, he had been consumed with relentless training and had scarcely thought of home. Never once descending the mountain, he had only sent the majority of his monthly earnings home and received an occasional letter from Uncle Zhang, assuring him of his family's well-being. The letters were sparse, merely confirming that all was well, with little else mentioned. He learned that life had improved significantly for his family. His elder brother had started a family, and his second brother was soon to wed, likely to celebrate a wedding next year. All these changes were a result of the money he had sent home, yet Han Li sensed an increasingly polite tone in their letters, almost as if they treated him like a stranger. This realization initially filled him with trepidation, leaving him uncertain about how to react. However, as time passed, this fear gradually dulled, and the images of his family became less distinct in his mind. It was only on nights like this, when memories were stirred by the surroundings, that he would long for the warmth of his family's embrace, a feeling now difficult to savor, yet cherished and precious. Han Li placed his hand over his heart, gently caressing the small pouch containing his talisman through his clothing. In the past, a few strokes would suffice to bring him a sense of calm, but tonight, for reasons unknown, his heart remained restless. Agitated and unable to settle, a profound sense of frustration enveloped him, his emotions spiraling out of control, while the energy cultivated within him began to churn violently. The alarming thought of losing control surged in his mind, prompting Han Li to rise and take a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. With Dr. Imo absent, he had no choice but to confront this crisis alone. Puzzled as to why he would experience such turmoil, Han Li understood that now was not the time for introspection. Instead, he needed to identify the root cause of this upheaval to resolve the issue effectively. Scanning his surroundings, he found nothing amiss. As he absent-mindedly stroked his chin, his elbow brushed against something soft. Instinctively, his gaze fell upon the small pouch containing the talisman. The name of the talisman flashed in his mind. Could it be the source of his troubles? Uncertain, he knew he could no longer hesitate. His condition was worsening, threatening to spiral out of control. Resolutely, Han Li yanked the pouch from around his neck and tossed it far away. Yet, to his dismay, the unease intensified, and the tumult within him surged more violently. Struggling to suppress the turmoil, he fixed his bloodshot eyes upon the pouch, hoping to uncover the cause of this escalating crisis. Chapter 23. The Test Rabbit. Perhaps it was the favor of fortune. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated Han Li's mind. He dashed toward the discarded pouch, swiftly retrieving it, and with a few deft movements, opened it, extracting the talisman his parents had given him. The moment his palm made contact with the talisman, a wave of tranquility washed over him, calming his agitated heart. The earlier turmoil vanished without a trace, and the disturbances within his body faded away. Restoring a sense of normalcy, no longer preoccupied with the changes he had experienced, Hanli gently cradled the talisman in one hand, bringing it close to his eyes, while with the other hand, he tenderly caressed it, fully absorbed in its presence. After a considerable time, he sighed and ceased his caress, shifting his gaze away from the talisman. Unbeknownst to him, the near-fatal predicament he had faced was not a result of losing control but rather an invasion of his inner demons. Had he not acted swiftly to expel these dark thoughts, he would soon have succumbed to their grasp, becoming ensnared in an illusory nightmare, his body moving uncontrollably to its demise. Of course, he would only come to understand this after embarking on his path of cultivation. Hanli focused on his body, confirming that all was well. To his surprise, he discovered that his cultivation had also improved significantly. Although he had yet to break through to the 4th level, he had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd, with the 4th level now within reach. A smile crept onto Han Li's face at this unexpected boon, yet he quickly stifled his excitement, fearing that emotional instability could lead to another perilous episode. He grasped the pouch that held the talisman, preparing to return the significant charm to its place and secure it properly. To his astonishment, he discovered a long-forgotten item within the pouch, a mysterious little vial he had collected years ago. Han Li had completely forgotten about this vial, and had it not been for this moment, he would have never recalled its existence. The Han Li of today was vastly different from 4 years prior. His knowledge and insight had expanded greatly through reading the diverse texts in Dr. Mo's library, and his mind had sharpened considerably through rigorous training. He could now easily discern that this vial was a rare and extraordinary object, possessing remarkable properties. His task now was to fully explore the vial's value and determine whether it could be of use to him. It could not remain hidden in the pouch, wasting its mysterious potential. Han Li carefully extracted the vial, refraining from immediately opening it. Instead, he examined it anew with the perspective gained from 4 years of experience, searching for any details he may have previously overlooked. Unfortunately, after thorough scrutiny, he found no new insights. Refusing to squander any more time, Han Li cautiously removed the cap. The droplet of emerald liquid remained undisturbed at the bottom of the vial, unchanged since 4 years ago. Han Li understood that the vial's secrets likely resided within this small droplet. It surely possessed some special effect yet undiscovered. To unveil the mysteries of this liquid, he realized he must procure some small creatures for testing. However, it was nighttime, and venturing outside to find living specimens was impractical, especially after the day's exertions. Moreover, even if he managed to locate some, the dim light would hinder his ability to observe the results clearly, rendering any efforts futile. After thorough contemplation, Han Li resolved to indulge in a restful slumber for the night. He reasoned that rejuvenating his spirit tonight would allow him to conduct his experiments tomorrow without delay. Perhaps a grand surprise awaited him after this night, a thought he cherished as he prepared for sleep. The following morning, after rising and completing his morning ablutions, Han Li ventured to the large kitchen outside the valley for a modest breakfast. In the past, when Dr. Mo resided on the mountain, he would personally instruct the kitchen staff to deliver meals to Shinsho Valley. Han Li had benefited from Dr. Mo's influence, thus avoiding the need to dine outside the valley, as the kitchen staff would bring his meals to him. However, with Dr. Mo no longer at Shishuan sect, the kitchen staff naturally ceased their deliveries, prompting Han Li to reflect on the pettiness of the kitchen overseer. Lamenting the advantageous nature of power, after finishing his breakfast, Han Li did not hasten to leave the kitchen. Instead, he sought out the kitchen overseer, exchanging a few pieces of silver for 2 lively gray-haired wild rabbits, which he brought back to Shinsho Valley. Upon returning, Han Li tethered the rabbits in a spacious area of the medicinal garden, allowing them to bask under the sun. Once the rabbits appeared languid and parched, he carefully procured a large white porcelain bowl, pouring the green liquid from a vial into it, then diluting it with some ordinary water. The pea-sized droplets of green liquid seamlessly blended with the water, transforming it into a vibrant emerald hue. The sight of this verdant liquid evoked an involuntary, profound coolness that surged from the depths of his heart. Han Li lifted the bowl of diluted liquid and approached the thirsty rabbits. Placing the bowl beside them, the rabbits, already desiccated from the sun, eagerly gathered around the porcelain bowl, drinking greedily from its contents. Han Li, not wishing for them to consume too much at once, removed the bowl after they had drained a small portion. He then stood aside, patiently awaiting their reaction, curious to observe any intriguing transformations. Before long, Within the span of a mere incense stick's burning, the rabbits began to exhibit signs of agitation, their movements growing increasingly frantic. Astonishingly, their bodies began to develop egg-sized lumps beneath their fur, which multiplied rapidly, eventually covering their entire forms. These lumps coalesced into a singular mass, rendering the rabbits' bodies grotesquely inflated in comparison to their diminutive heads, creating a comical appearance. The rabbits' corpulent bodies maintained their size for only a brief moment before gradually swelling further, the rate of expansion accelerating with time as though some gas were being incessantly injected within them, causing them to bloat alarmingly. Ultimately, their bodies resembled two enormous watermelons, grotesquely transformed into two round, balloon-like entities. Witnessing the bizarre transformation of the rabbits, Hanley was taken aback. The unfolding events surpassed his wildest expectations. While he had anticipated that the unknown liquid might either be a lethal poison or a potent elixir that enhanced one's power, he could never have imagined such a spine-chilling spectacle. Rabbits appearing as though they were being inflated by an unseen force, taking on a truly terrifying form. Chapter 24. A frightful awakening. As he observed the rabbits continuing to swell, Hanley sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he hastily discarded the porcelain bowl, which he had come to regard as sinister, into the medicinal field, before sprinting away until he was a considerable distance from the rabbits. Just as he contemplated looking back, two simultaneous explosive sounds erupted from behind him. Hanley shuddered, turning to witness the horrifying sight. Both rabbits had burst, their bodies exploding into several pieces, leaving a gruesome scatter of flesh and blood on the ground. The area where the rabbits had been tethered was now marked by two craters, surrounded by dismembered remnants, blood, and bits of flesh strewn about, a truly harrowing sight. Hanley exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have been caught in the explosive aftermath. While he might not have sustained severe injuries, being splattered with rabbit blood and remains would certainly not be a pleasant experience. Once his heart rate stabilized, Hanley rose and approached the site of devastation. He surveyed the grisly scene and glanced at the shattered porcelain bowl in the medicinal field, rendered speechless. He had hoped to discover some miraculous elixir from the green liquid, only to unearth this terrifying substance. If it were indeed poison, it was a poison that brought about a most tragic demise for the rabbits. He vowed never to touch that substance again. It was too frightening. Hanley had encountered deadly poisons before. Under Dr. Mo's tutelage over the years, he had witnessed numerous lethal substances, none of which caused death in such a horrifying manner. Fortunately, Hanley possessed a strong mental fortitude, allowing him to remain composed in such a harrowing environment for a while longer before deciding to leave. With midday approaching, he needed to deliver the prepared secret medicine to Senior Brotherly. He resolved to deal with the aftermath of this incident, once he had completed that task. Clinging to this thought, Hanley refrained from lingering at the explosion site, leaving all troubles for later. Upon returning to his dwelling and taking a brief rest, he set off with the medicine toward the valley entrance. Hanley was punctual. Upon arriving at the valley entrance, it was indeed noon. However, Li Feiyu appeared to have been waiting anxiously. He stood alone at the mouth of the valley, clad in a white brocade robe, yet still carrying that long knife that had left a lasting impression on Hanley. When he spotted Hanley's arrival, he suppressed his anxious expression, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Junior brother Han, you are truly punctual," you said noon, "and you arrived precisely at noon. I've been waiting for over half an hour," Li Feiyu remarked with a mix of jest and mild reproach. "Apologies, I spent too long preparing the medicine yesterday and did not retire until late. I awoke later than intended, and after attending to my matters, I arrived just in time for noon," Hanley replied. Half seriously, "Junior brother Han, the medicine, did I it ready?" Li Feiyu asked, his impatience causing him to stutter slightly. Hanley did not respond to Li Feiyu's inquiry immediately. Instead, he smiled calmly and slowly produced a palm-sized pouch of medicine from within his robes. Tossing it to Li Feiyu, "Before consuming the marrow-extracting pill, dissolve a spoonful of the powder in cool, boiled water to alleviate your suffering," he instructed. "Thank you, Junior brother Han. Thank you," Li Feiyu exclaimed, nearly beside himself with joy. The prospect of even a slight reduction in pain was a tremendous boon for him. The agony he endured when taking the marrow-extracting pill was enough to make him shudder, having previously tried many analgesics with little effect. He hoped that since junior brother Han was knowledgeable about the characteristics of the marrow-extracting pill and had even consumed it himself, this medicine might truly prove beneficial. Do not be too hasty in your gratitude. You can thank me once the medicine has proven effective. Additionally, this is merely a year's supply. I have exhausted my current stock of medicinal materials. Once I gather enough, I will prepare more for you. Han Li stated candidly, no problem. This is a year's worth, which should suffice for now. Regardless of whether the medicine works, I deeply appreciate your kindness, junior brother Han, Li Feiyu said, his demeanor returning to normal, and he straightforwardly acknowledged a debt to Han Li. Han Li smiled slightly, choosing not to say more as he took his leave. Li Feiyu, clutching the secret medicine, was eager to return and test its efficacy. So he did not attempt to detain Han Li, and they exchanged farewells. Upon returning to the valley, Han Li first attended to the medicinal garden. He gathered the remnants of the rabbits, the bloodied soil, and shattered porcelain, sweeping them all into the pits. He then filled in the two inexplicable holes with earth, leaving the area looking much like it had before his experiment. Content, he dusted off his hands and surveyed the surroundings to ensure nothing was amiss. When his gaze fell upon the spot where the porcelain bowl had shattered, he paused in contemplation. He distinctly remembered that when he discarded the bowl, the diluted water had spilled onto a patch of medicinal herbs, dampening several plants. This made him hesitant, pondering whether those herbs might become toxic after absorbing that water. Would consuming those potentially poisonous herbs lead to a fate similar to the rabbits? Should he eliminate these toxic plants now? A cascade of questions flooded Han Li's mind. After pondering for a considerable time, he ultimately decided to wait and observe them for a while longer, treating it as another small experiment. If the herbs did indeed become toxic in the coming days, he could remove them then. Having settled on this course of action, Han Li noted that there was little else to occupy his time, so he retreated to the stone chamber to practice his cultivation. He hoped to achieve a breakthrough in his abilities, building upon the progress he had already made. Han Li had long ceased to concern himself with the specific applications of this mantra. Practicing it had become an instinctive response. Without it, he found himself at a loss for what to do on the mountain. Pursuing a higher level of mastery over this mantra had become the singular focus of his life. After an afternoon of intense training, Han Li was disheartened to discover that he was truly not a genius. Although he sensed that he was merely a finger's breadth away from breaking through to the fourth layer, he still made no progress. Having toiled fruitlessly all afternoon, it seemed that without the aid of external medicinal forces, he would forever remain trapped on the third layer, unable to advance further. Han Li began to yearn for the return of Dr. Mo, hoping he would fortuitously acquire sufficient medicinal materials to help him overcome his current predicament. Chapter 25. The Willow Insertion. After yet another night passed, Han Li rose early in the morning and headed towards the medicinal garden to observe whether there had been any changes in the few herbs. Before he even stepped into the medicinal field, he suddenly caught a whiff of several rich herbal fragrances. Han Li paused, momentarily stunned, but then a thought struck him. Could it be? He quickened his pace and finally arrived before the herbs exuding a potent aroma. Were these the same herbs as yesterday? Han Li could hardly believe his eyes. He slapped his still sleepy face with his hand repeatedly until the pain compelled him to cease his self-inflicted torment. The leaves of the huanglong grass were tinged with purple, the bitter lotus had blossomed with 9 petals, and the skin of the forget-me-not fruit had turned black. Han Li could no longer contain himself. Even someone as composed as he usually was could not help but burst into laughter, gazing up at the sky. Fortune was on his side. Overnight, these herbs, which had possessed merely a year or two of medicinal properties, had transformed into ones that appeared to be over a decade old. The colors of the leaves, the shapes of the fruits, and the fragrances of the petals all indicated that these were indeed rare herbs that had matured over several years. Han Li meticulously examined the herbs again, confirming that they matched the descriptions in the medicinal texts perfectly. They were indeed precious materials that had aged significantly. If he could replicate this method of hastening the maturation of herbs, would he not acquire as many valuable materials as he desired? Moreover, any surplus herbs he could not use could be sold to others, thus replenishing his coffers. Unable to contain his excitement, Han Li's mind began to wander into fanciful thoughts. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Convinced that he had stumbled upon a treasure, in a fit of exuberance, he rolled several times on the ground, losing all semblance of his usual calm demeanor. Expressing his excitement like a typical youth of 14 or 15, After a considerable time, Hanli finally regained his composure, his mind sharpening as he began to contemplate the challenges that lay ahead in seizing this unexpected windfall. Firstly, the herbs appeared outwardly sound, yet their true medicinal properties remained to be tested. After all, they had absorbed those peculiar liquids to achieve such a transformation. Who could say whether they contained any mutated components? He had witnessed the tragic fate of those rabbits yesterday, and caution was still the wisest choice. Secondly, the green liquid in the mysterious vial had been used up, and he was uncertain if any anomalies would occur to produce more droplets. He hoped it was not a one-time phenomenon. He resolved to investigate further that night. If both of these aspects proved to be without issue, he would need to meticulously grasp the details and procedures for stimulating the growth of these herbs, thereby mastering this incredible technique. After deep contemplation, Hanli identified several unresolved questions that needed addressing. Without solving these issues, this bountiful opportunity would merely be an illusion. Having considered everything, Hanli sprang into action. He first went to the large kitchen outside the valley and, after conversing with the steward, purchased 2 gray rabbits. This action left the kitchen steward both pleased and puzzled. Why did this youth continually buy live rabbits? Was he planning to slaughter them himself to practice his culinary skills? Hanli paid no mind to the thoughts of others. This time, he did not tether the rabbits in the medicinal garden but instead secured them at his doorstep, allowing him to observe their changes at any moment. Next, he carefully harvested the newly matured herbs from the field, preparing several batches of excellent medicinal concoctions to strengthen bones and muscles. He mixed the prepared medicines with the rabbits' favorite foods, feeding them thrice daily to test whether the herbs were toxic. Having completed all these tasks, Hanli anxiously awaited the arrival of night. After what felt like an eternity, the night finally descended as he had anticipated. As soon as darkness fell, Hanli hurried outside and retrieved the small vial from his bag, placing it on the ground while focusing intently on any changes it might undergo. A quarter of an hour passed without any sign of movement from the vial. Another quarter of an hour elapsed and still, there was no indication of activity. As time dragged on, Hanli's heart sank further, and he nearly waited until dawn. Yet the vial remained utterly still. He was utterly disheartened. Could it truly be a one-time consumable? Or had he failed to do something correctly? Straining to maintain his spirits, he surveyed his surroundings, finding no suspicious elements, save for the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, he froze, raising his head to gaze skyward. The sky was a murky black, obscuring any visible stars or moon. The realization struck him. Could the lack of celestial bodies due to the overcast sky be the reason? He recalled that the vial's anomalous transformations had always occurred on clear nights when the stars and moon were visible. Today, however, the sky was shrouded in heavy clouds. Hanli's spirits lifted slightly as he noticed the sky was beginning to lighten. Recognizing that nothing would transpire that night, he decided to store the vial away, intending to retry once the weather cleared. However, contrary to Hanli's expectations, the following fortnight brought not clear skies but instead a continuous drizzle, the weather remaining persistently dreary. Gazing out at the soft, persistent rain, Hanli felt increasingly frustrated. The more he longed for clear skies, the more relentless the rain became, showing no signs of abating. He cast a glance back at the 2 rabbits sheltering indoors. Their lively demeanor only deepened his gloom. Since consuming the food mixed with the medicinal herbs, not only had they shown no signs of distress, but they appeared to be more spirited than before. Over the past several days, Hanli had diligently observed them, confirming that the rabbits exhibited no symptoms of poisoning. Rather, they had grown even stronger due to the nourishing properties of the herbs. This positive outcome, however, did little to alleviate Hanli's unease. He found himself increasingly restless, unable to calm his racing thoughts. For him, the key question now hinged on whether the vial would yield more green liquid. And the prolonged inclement weather obstructed the resolution of this mystery, leaving him in a state of profound discontent. Chapter 26. Stimulating the medicinal growth. Just as Hanli resigned himself to the belief that the dreary weather would persist indefinitely, the sun finally re-emerged in the sky, bringing with it a clear day. It had been nearly half a month since he discovered the secret of the green liquid, and his impatience had grown weary. That very night, he once again witnessed the wondrous phenomenon that had occurred 4 years prior. Countless luminous points densely circled the vial, forming a large orb of light. Upon witnessing this extraordinary sight, the heavy stone that had hung in Hanli's heart finally fell away. It became evident that this small vial was not a one-time consumable, but rather a remarkable object capable of repeated use. After 7 days of waiting, a drop of green liquid finally reappeared within the vial. Though Hanli had been nearly certain of this outcome, it still filled him with immense joy. This indicated that he would have a continuous supply of rare medicinal materials. Freeing him from future worries, it is well known that the value of medicinal materials is largely assessed by their age. The older an herb, the greater its potency. Likewise, older medicinal materials are increasingly difficult to find, often growing in remote mountains or steep cliffs. Without taking risks, one could hardly hope to acquire them. Although some apothecaries and doctors cultivate certain herbs, these are primarily common varieties with short growing periods. Few would be foolish enough to cultivate materials that take 10 or even dozens of years to mature. However, some wealthy families do cultivate a few exceedingly rare herbs as a precautionary measure for emergencies. Yet these herbs generally do not possess any medicinal effects unless they have aged for a considerable length of time. After all, for these affluent individuals, acquiring slightly more common herbs is a trivial matter, and there is little incentive to invest the time and effort into growing such long-term crops. Moreover, these wealthy families often possess generational wealth, rendering them indifferent to the time required for cultivating these herbs. No one knows when they might find such herbs useful. Consequently, these herbs are typically of the highest quality, requiring hundreds of years to cultivate, or they are exceedingly rare, one-of-a-kind specimens that ordinary individuals cannot afford to pursue. Occasionally, rare herbs may briefly appear on the market, but they are usually purchased by these affluent families, resulting in skyrocketing prices for rare medicinal herbs and often creating a market where prices are high. Yet availability is scarce. Hanli held little hope for Dr. Mo's prospects on this outing, suspecting he would not achieve significant results. Nevertheless, he no longer needed to worry about this matter. With the vial in hand, he could cultivate an abundance of excellent medicinal materials in a short span of time. With a sense of anticipation, Hanli conducted several more experiments in the days that followed, stimulating the growth of herbs. Once, he had sprinkled the diluted green liquid over numerous herbs, only to find the next day that he had merely acquired a plethora of ordinary medicinal materials with a mere 1 or 2 years of potency, which paled in comparison to the herbs obtained during his initial attempt. From this experiment, Hanli subtly grasped certain principles. In his subsequent trial, he boldly omitted the dilution step altogether, directly applying the green liquid onto a single ginseng plant. To his astonishment, upon awakening the following day, he found that he had produced a century-old ginseng, indistinguishable from a wild specimen of the same age. This experiment filled Hanli with elation, not solely due to the acquisition of a rare medicinal herb, but because he had begun to comprehend the proper application of the green liquid. Subsequently, Hanli conducted several preservation tests with the green liquid, placing it into various containers, ceramic vases, jade bottles, gourds, silver flasks, and so forth. He discovered that regardless of the vessel, the green liquid could not be preserved for more than a quarter of an hour. Once removed from its mysterious small bottle, it had to be utilized within that time frame, or it would gradually vanish without a trace. The diluted liquid exhibited similar characteristics, able to last a tad longer, yet after a certain period, only the infiltrated liquid remained in the container, with the green liquid's essence having dissipated. After several such trials, Hanli lost all confidence in the preservation of the green liquid within other vessels. It appeared that this enigmatic liquid could not be stored in abundance, compelling him to pursue another method of compounding medicinal effects. Hanli dripped a drop of the green liquid onto a green sanwu herb, transforming it into a yellow sanwu herb with a century's worth of medicinal properties. Days later, he added another drop, remarkably enhancing its age by over 100 years. Seeing the effectiveness of his approach, Hanli tirelessly repeated this process over the next 2 months. Whenever new green liquid was produced from the small bottle, he would apply it to this sanwu herb, which did not disappoint him. Its leaves gradually shifted from yellow to a yellow-black hue, and then to pure black. Finally, when its leaves had completely turned a lustrous black, it became a rare millennium sanwu herb. This experiment proved exceedingly successful, and it seemed that with patience, he could continue to elevate the herb's age. However, for Hanli, such endeavors were unnecessary. As long as he understood that this method was indeed viable, he didn't require herbs of excessive antiquity, for those with a few hundred years of potency sufficed for his own consumption. After completing this series of prolonged experiments, Hanli finally found time to rest and reflect. By now, A considerable amount of time had passed since Dr. Mo descended the mountain. Currently, Hanli lay on his wooden bed, holding the Millennium Sanwo herb, lost in thought, his gaze fixated on the dark medicinal plant, seemingly studying it. Yet, any observer within the room could discern from his unfocused expression that his thoughts were far removed from the Sanwo herb, wandering elsewhere in the realms of contemplation. He no longer felt the exhilaration he had upon acquiring the herb. Instead, he pondered the benefits and dangers that the small bottle had brought him, strategizing for his future. From the various tomes he had perused in Dr. Mo's abode, Hanli had encountered numerous cautionary tales of those who possessed treasures meeting untimely ends. The bottle in his possession could be deemed an invaluable treasure. If word got out about this precious item, he would undoubtedly not survive until the following dawn, meeting the same fate as many before him. Overwhelmed by greedy intruders, without delving into distant examples, even nearby, if the leaders of his sect were to discover the secret of this bottle, they would certainly not let him escape unscathed, seeking to eliminate him for the sake of acquiring his treasure. Leading him to a tragic demise, he realized he must never disclose the existence of the bottle to anyone, and even on the mountain, he needed to exercise caution in its use. The bottle's ability to absorb light was too conspicuous, and any misstep could reveal its secrets to outsiders. Hanli resolved to remain tight-lipped, refraining from uttering a single word about the matter. However, he found himself in urgent need of medicinal materials for cultivation. It would be a waste not to utilize this bottle. Therefore, he needed to devise a solution that would satisfy both needs. He recalled his stagnant progress in cultivation, feeling somewhat disheartened. Regardless, he could not afford to delay the advancement of his cultivation techniques. He was not practicing for Dr. Mo's oversight, but had subtly perceived the peculiar changes he had experienced in recent years, which were intertwined with the mysterious cultivation method. Chapter 27. Compounding Spirit Medicines Before Dr. Mo's Return to the Mountain. Hanli understood that using the bottle in the Divine Hand Valley was temporarily safe, as he was the sole occupant of the valley, and no outsiders would recklessly invade. This ensured that during this period, no unforeseen accidents would occur, allowing him to use the small bottle with confidence. Hanli estimated Dr. Mo's return time, believing that he would be unable to find any valuable medicinal materials in the vicinity, likely needing to venture far into the deep, untraveled mountains, where rare herbs might be found. However, such a journey would require nearly a year for a round trip, including the time spent searching for herbs. Now, nearly half a year had passed since Dr. Mo's descent, and he estimated that in another 6 or 7 months, he would return to the Seven Mysteries sect. During this time, Hanli could only strive to cultivate as many useful herbs as possible. Methodically following the few rare recipes he knew to obtain the necessary materials without recklessly wasting the green liquid. The concoctions he aimed to create were exquisite sacred medicines that Dr. Mo had once desired to formulate but could not gather the required materials. Each one, if placed on the market, would bankrupt an ordinary family, becoming coveted treasures fiercely contested by those in the martial world. Even Dr. Mo, with his exceptional medical skills, had never encountered any of these finished products, let alone crafted them himself. Although he possessed the knowledge to prepare these sacred medicines, without the requisite materials, he could only sigh at the heavens in frustration. During his studies under Dr. Mo, Hanli had developed a keen interest in these rare recipes. Although he never anticipated being able to concoct such precious medicines himself, he diligently memorized many of these formulas. Dr. Mo, indifferent to Hanli's enthusiasm for learning these recipes, would readily provide detailed explanations whenever Hanli inquired, showing no inclination to conceal anything. Perhaps Dr. Mo regarded these recipes as mere trifles, lacking in true value. Now, these recipes had become dear to Hanli's heart. He meticulously followed the required ages of the materials to cultivate herbs, unwilling to relax even slightly, knowing that time was of the essence. He had to complete these medicines before Dr. Mo's return and then set the bottle aside. Vowing never to use it lightly on the mountain again, Hanli harbored no confidence in using the small bottle in front of Dr. Mo without revealing his secret. He was acutely aware of how astute and cautious Dr. Mo was, and he had no intention of disclosing the bottle's secret to him. Hanli sensed a peculiar relationship between himself and Dr. Mo, one that transcended the ordinary master-disciple dynamic. Dr. Mo often regarded him with a strange glimmer in his eyes, leaving Hanli with the impression that there were secrets being concealed that could be detrimental to him, especially in the past year or two. This made it impossible for Han Li and Dr. Imo to share the same level of intimacy as ordinary masters and disciples. Although Dr. Imo treated him well in daily life, never resorting to physical punishment or harsh words, and tirelessly creating optimal conditions for his cultivation techniques, there remained an unspoken barrier between them. A palpable awkwardness. Dr. Imo was evidently aware of this rift, yet he showed no intention of mending their relationship, continuing as he always had, merely urging Han Li to progress in his cultivation. However, the peculiar glances that once filled with strange emotions seemed to have diminished over time, and he had not expressed such sentiments for a considerable while. Yet, Han Li's keen intuition warned him that Dr. Imo had not truly abandoned any ulterior motives, but had cleverly concealed his desires, deepening Han Li's wariness. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to reveal the bottle's secret? Han Li had learned a hard lesson from various historical texts. One should harbor no malicious intent, yet remain vigilant against others, regardless of whether Dr. Imo truly meant him harm or if it was merely a misinterpretation on Han Li's part. Strengthening his guard was not a bad thing. If Dr. Imo genuinely harbored ill intentions, his precautions could shield him from harm. If his intuition was mistaken, then heightened awareness was still prudent. He had no intention of engaging in treachery. Han Li remained a good disciple of Dr. Imo, committed to fulfilling his duties as a student. Reflecting on this, Han Li felt somewhat uncomfortable. Such a peculiar relationship between himself and Dr. Imo was likely unique within the Seven Mysteries sect. He sighed softly. The bottle could not be used again after Dr. Mo's return. That was a certainty point. One must recognize that there is no wall so impenetrable that whispers do not escape. Even if one were fortunate enough to remain undiscovered by Dr. Imo, it is entirely plausible that others from the Qishuan sect might unearth the secret. The safest course of action, therefore, would be to conceal the matter entirely, treating it as if it had never transpired. Han Li made all necessary preparations and resolved to keep the bottle secreted away, vowing not to employ it carelessly again. With this decision, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and, in a state of drowsiness, he drifted off to sleep. In the ensuing months, Han Li clandestinely utilized the verdant liquid within the bottle to cultivate a significant quantity of precious medicinal herbs. He employed these herbs to concoct a variety of rare potions according to the formulas, though he encountered numerous failures along the way. Each setback caused him considerable distress, for the materials used in crafting these remedies were exceedingly rare and valuable. A single failure represented a substantial financial loss. However, he could hardly blame himself, as this was the first time anyone had attempted these particular formulas. Even Dr. Imo would likely falter occasionally in the preparation of such elixirs. And thus Han Li found solace in this thought. The Huanglong Dan, Qingling San, Jinsui Wan, and Yangjing Dan, these extraordinary medicines, seldom seen in the outside world, were carefully arranged before him in a collection of small vials. Han Li gazed upon them with evident delight. Possessing these miraculous potions, he felt confident that he could not only reach the fourth layer of his technique, but could also effortlessly attain the fifth and sixth layers. Among these concoctions, the Huanglong Dan and Jinsui Wan provided the greatest enhancement to his cultivation, aiding in the amplification of his abilities and the transformation of his very essence. Conversely, the Qingling San was a rare antidote capable of neutralizing myriad poisons, while the Yangjing Dan was a miraculous remedy for both internal and external injuries, ensuring that even the gravest wounds could be significantly healed, if not entirely mended. Chapter 28. The return to Imo Valley. Initially, Han Li had not intended to concoct the latter two remedies, which were unrelated to his cultivation. However, after careful consideration, he recognized that he was, after all, a figure of the martial world, who could predict when calamity might strike or when he might become embroiled in the violent conflicts of the realm. It would be prudent to prepare some antidotes and healing potions in advance. After all, it would be a grave injustice to perish due to a lack of proper remedies in the event of poisoning or injury. Thus, he decided to prepare a small quantity of these two medicines to keep on hand for emergencies. Ultimately, every life is singular and irreplaceable, and Han Li had no desire to meet an untimely demise. Although this decision would affect the quantity of the other two elixirs, consequently slowing his progress in cultivation, he understood that perfection is an unattainable ideal in this world, and one must sometimes make sacrifices. On the very day he finished preparing the elixirs, he began to consume them according to the prescribed methods, taking one Huanglong Dan and one Jinsui Wan. Truly, these legendary medicines lived up to their reputation. Under the remarkable potency of the elixirs, he effortlessly broke through his previous limitations and achieved the fourth layer of his technique that very night. Upon reaching the fourth layer, Hanli immediately experienced sensations unlike any he had felt before. His five senses surged to an astonishing level. The world around him suddenly appeared vibrantly illuminated and strikingly clear. Previously imperceptible details seemed magnified, visible to his keen gaze. Even the delicate strands of cobwebs in the corners of the room were now distinctly discernible. His hearing sharpened to an extraordinary degree, allowing him to perceive sounds from great distances, such as the faint rustling of a worm burrowing into the earth or the buzzing of an unknown insect flitting past outside. These sounds resonated in his ears as if they were occurring right beside him, so vivid and clear. Furthermore, the sudden onslaught of unfamiliar scents indicated a remarkable enhancement of his olfactory senses. A mix of astonishment and joy filled Hanli. This was the first time he felt that his time spent in cultivation had not been in vain. Such a unique experience affirmed that his technique was not without merit. It possessed its own distinct advantages. Although prior layers of cultivation had granted him some improvement in his senses, none had transformed his perception so dramatically as the fourth layer. This was a qualitative leap, akin to becoming an entirely different person. Moreover, he sensed a newfound lightness in his body, and his mental acuity had significantly advanced. Now, it seemed he could easily go several days without sleep without issue. Hanli savored the profound changes within him. Remaining perfectly still, he could discern all that transpired within a radius of several dozen paces, a sensation of omnipotence that left him utterly captivated. He now understood that reaching the fourth layer represented a genuine accomplishment. He could not help but ponder the delightful sensations that awaited him at the fifth and sixth layers of his cultivation. Just as Hanli was beginning to grasp the intricacies of his newfound abilities, his nominal master, Dr. Imo, returned to the valley. Not only did he return himself, but he also brought with him a mysterious figure. Upon entering the Shinsho Valley, Hanli immediately recognized the familiar sound of Dr. Mo's cough. At the time, he was meditating within the stone chamber, striving to advance to a higher level of mastery. Upon hearing the familiar noise, he hastily gathered his energy, exited the chamber, and made his way toward the valley entrance to greet his master, whom he had not seen in nearly a year. As he approached, he was taken aback. The same Dr. Imo stood before him, yet his visage bore the pallor of a man in decline, devoid of vitality, while he had previously appeared somewhat frail. He now seemed to be on the brink of death. Hanli's astonishment. A towering figure cloaked in a black hood and draped in an oversized green robe followed closely behind Dr. Imo, concealing all but a hint of their features. This individual was remarkably tall and imposing, dwarfing Hanli by at least 2 heads, their physique reminiscent of a giant. Yet, due to the hood obscuring their face, Hanli could only surmise that this person bore a countenance both fearsome and grotesque. Suppressing his curiosity, Hanli approached and bowed respectfully to Dr. Imo, then stood attentively to the side. Awaiting his master's inquiries, he was acutely aware that, while Dr. Imo might not care for his display of deference, it remained imperative for him to observe the proper etiquette of a disciple, lest he convey an impression of insolence that could place him in a precarious position. Given Hanli's understanding of Dr. Mo's usual concern for his progress, he anticipated that their reunion would prompt inquiries regarding the status of his cultivation. Indeed, upon seeing Hanli emerge from the valley, Dr. Imo seemed momentarily taken aback, clearing his throat twice before weakly inquiring, "How has your cultivation progressed? Have you made any notable improvements?" His expression betrayed both anxiety and anticipation. Hanli had mentally prepared for this moment and delivered his rehearsed response, maintaining that there had been no significant changes. He had no intention of divulging the truth of his progress, as he could not explain the miraculous leap from the initial stage of the third layer to the fourth without external assistance. "Extend your hand," Dr. Imo commanded, his expression darkening and his tone turning brusque. Hanli noted the shift in his master's demeanor, feeling a twinge of unease. However, he was not afraid of Dr. Mo's examination. Having reached the fourth layer, he discovered that he could now manipulate the strength of the unique energy within him at will, enabling him to maintain the power levels typical of the third layer, thus concealing the truth from Dr. Mo's scrutiny. Chapter 29. The emergence of conflict. Dr. Mo's expression remained inscrutable, his eyes half open as one hand firmly grasped Hanli's wrist. He focused intently on the strength of Hanli's energy, remaining silent for a lengthy moment. After a while, he exhaled deeply, as if releasing all his pent-up frustrations, and suddenly opened his eyes wide. A spark of clarity illuminating his previously murky gaze, an intensity that deterred direct eye contact. His countenance was darkened, clearly displaying his dissatisfaction with Hanli, yet he refrained from uttering any reprimands. With a cold wave of his hand, he gestured for Hanli to follow. Hanli obediently trailed behind, intrigued by the mysterious figure but aware that this was not the time to indulge his curiosity. Once indoors, Dr. Imo wearily settled into a grand chair, leaning back against the support, adopting a posture that suggested fatigue. The gleam in his eyes had faded, reverting to the appearance of someone long plagued by illness. The enigmatic figure remained steadfastly at his back, unwavering in their vigil, standing still as a statue. Hanli was aware that Dr. Imo was feeling rather displeased, and he was reluctant to initiate a conversation that might aggravate the situation. Hence, he emulated the mysterious figure and positioned himself in the center of the room, bowing his head in deference while remaining still, waiting for Dr. Imo to speak. After a considerable amount of time passed without a word from anyone, Hanli began to feel puzzled and, unable to contain his curiosity, discreetly attempted to lift his head to steal a glance at Dr. Imo. However, just as he tilted his neck halfway, he heard Dr. Imo's cold and stern voice pierce the silence. Hanli froze momentarily, then obediently raised his head, his gaze flitting across Dr. Mo's face before quickly retreating. Although his expression remained unchanged, his heart was tumultuous, akin to a raging storm. Why did Dr. Mo's countenance suddenly appear so strange? A faint, shadowy aura enveloped the pallid features of Dr. Mo's face, as if that dark mist were alive, extending countless delicate tendrils that twisted and writhed upon his visage. What startled Hanli further was the transformation of Dr. Mo's usually stoic demeanor into one of fierce resolve. His gaze fixed upon Hanli with a sinister intent, a mocking smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Hanli sensed that something was amiss. An unsettling anxiety crept into his heart, and a palpable aura of danger began to permeate the room. Cautiously, he took a half-step back, his hand retreating to grasp an iron tube hidden within his sleeve, managing to ease the tension in his nerves slightly. At that moment, he suddenly heard Dr. Mo's low, derisive voice. "Do you dare to flaunt a little cleverness?" Dr. Mo shifted, eerily transitioning from a reclined position to standing upright, a shadowy smile gracing his lips as he glided towards Hanli like a specter. Gazing at him with a chilling grin, Hanli's complexion paled, realizing the gravity of the situation, and he hurriedly attempted to raise his arm, but his body felt paralyzed and unresponsive. It was then that he noticed Dr. Mo's fingers had withdrawn from the acupoint on his chest. The speed was astonishing. He had not sensed a hint of the other's movement. "Dr. Mo, what do you intend to do? If I have erred in any way, please feel free to express it." "There is no need to restrain my acupoint," Hanli managed to say, forcing a smile. Dr. Mo remained silent, instead choosing to thump his back a few times and cough lightly, presenting himself as an elderly man, frail and feeble. Yet, having witnessed his earlier swift and decisive actions, Hanli dared not regard him as an ordinary sickly elder. This pretense only heightened his wariness. "Dr. Mo, what is your true identity? Why must you lower yourself to the level of a mere disciple? If you release my acupoint, I shall accept any punishment without hesitation." Hanli continued to offer a series of flattering remarks. However, Dr. Mo paid him no heed, reaching into his sleeve to retrieve the iron tube, holding it with a scornful and dismissive gaze as he observed Hanli's reactions. Upon seeing this, Hanli's heart sank to the depths of despair. Any hope he had of swaying Dr. Mo with words was utterly extinguished. It appeared that the man would not grant him even the slightest opportunity. Gradually, Hanli fell silent, his expression calming as he returned Dr. Mo's gaze with an emotionless stare. In that instant, it felt as though everything in the room had come to a standstill, enveloped in an eerie silence reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. Good, Dr. Mo suddenly exclaimed, his voice breaking the silence. "You truly are someone I, Imo Jurin, have chosen wisely. Even now, you maintain your composure in the face of danger, justifying the considerable investment I placed in you." He began to praise Hanli. "What do you ultimately wish to do with me?" Hanli refrained from acknowledging Dr. Mo's flattery and instead posed his question. What to do with you?" Dr. Mo echoed, his tone noncommittal. How to handle you will depend on your performance. What do you mean? Han Li furrowed his brow, faintly guessing at Dr. Mo's intentions. If I do not say, then with your cleverness, you should be able to infer a portion, yes? Han Li conceded that he could only grasp a fragment of the situation. Yet the entirety of the matter remained shrouded in mystery. Very well, that is the correct approach. If you have any questions, ask me directly. Do not keep them bottled up, Dr. Amo said with a sinister smile. The dark aura around him thickening, rendering his visage even more menacing. I know you have been wary of me, not truly viewing me as a master. However, that is of no consequence, for I have not regarded you as a genuine disciple either. Dr. Amo scoffed lightly. Chapter 30. The downfall of a tyrant. How old do you think I am? He asked, the muscles in his face twitching as he posed an oddly unrelated question. Judging by your appearance, perhaps you are in your 60s. However, since you have asked, your age must surely differ from your looks, either significantly older or younger, Han Li replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. TSK. You truly are worthy of being a practitioner of the eternal spring technique. A mere country bumpkin has transformed into such a sharp-witted individual. Dr. Amo continued to marvel, his gaze now filled with eagerness. You guessed correctly. I am only 37 years old, a number that left Han Li incredulous tumbled from Dr. Mo's lips. Impossible! The ever-composed Han Li was taken aback for the first time. Indeed, it is improbable. Those who encounter me, even if they are told I am 60, would not doubt it. If I were to claim 70, no one would question it. Dr. Mo's voice suddenly became high-pitched and shrill, piercing Han Li's ears and causing discomfort, as though he had struck upon a sensitive nerve. I, Emo Jurin, once held a formidable reputation in the martial world of Lanzhou in the state of Yu, establishing a significant legacy. With bare hands, I carved out my own domain. In those days, who did not know the fearsome reputation of my ghostly hand? Those who followed me thrived, while those who opposed me perished. He recounted slowly, his tone deepening as he narrated his past, his eyes gleaming with the sharpness of blades, as though reliving a time of power and glory. Listening to Dr. Mo's story, Han Li was inwardly astonished, realizing that his nominal master had such a remarkable past. Yet, the good times did not last long. Just as I was entering middle age, eager to further showcase my abilities, I fell victim to the schemes of treacherous individuals, betrayed by those I trusted. Although my medical expertise allowed me to control my injuries, I could not fully recover, and my martial prowess diminished significantly, making it impossible for me to establish myself in the north. To avoid retaliation from my enemies, I had to abandon my previous foundations and family, fading into obscurity while I sought methods to restore my lost powers. He recounted his subsequent tribulations. He became fully immersed in the narrative, his hands clenching into tight fists, nails digging into his palms, drawing blood, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, his face contorting with a ferocious expression of rage. The venomous hatred he harbored for those who had wronged him was palpable, sending chills down Han Li's spine. Fortune smiled upon me when, in a mysterious place, I inadvertently came upon a strange tome. This book was perplexing and profound. I toiled immensely to grasp even a fraction of its meaning, yet I discovered a shortcut to restoring my powers within its pages, following the prescribed methods. The result? Dr. Amo paused, not immediately continuing, his expression betraying a mix of fury and regret. The result is that you have become this ghastly apparition, Han Li interjected coldly, completing the thought that Dr. Amo had left hanging. Indeed, I had not anticipated that by following the book's instructions, my powers would return, yet my body would age rapidly, transforming me into this prematurely aged, half-human, half-ghost figure, Dr. Amo admitted, nodding solemnly, unfazed by Han Li's derision. You should have discovered the root cause by now, he continued. My practices were flawed, leading to an invasion of malevolent energy. Each day I live equates to 10 days for an ordinary person in terms of energy expenditure. I am perpetually depleting my life force. Fortunately, my expertise in health preservation allowed me to concoct a secret medicine, enabling me to slow the aging process and endure until now. What relevance does your mastery of the technique have to my troubles? Han Li asked bluntly, cutting to the heart of the matter. Shortly after I became like this, I deciphered the means to reverse my condition from the book, which is your eternal spring technique. If I can find someone who has mastered the 4th level to assist me with their energy, stimulating the secret acupoints, I could escape my current plight and reclaim my lost vitality. Why must you seek me? Can't you find anyone else who has practiced this technique? Hanli pondered aloud, voicing a question that had lingered in his mind for some time. Do you think the eternal spring technique is something just anyone can learn? This technique requires youthful practitioners to start from the very beginning, and the practitioner must possess a spiritual root. While I am unaware of what a spiritual root entails, I have sought hundreds of youths before you, all of whom were unable to learn the eternal spring technique, Dr. Imo replied, his expression one of frustration. Is that truly the case? Hanli was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating the rigorous demands of this cultivation technique. In the remaining years of his life, he believed it was impossible to find anyone who could teach him the cultivation mantra, leading him to despair and take on the guise of a wandering rogue. Drifting aimlessly, to his surprise, he encountered the leader of the Qishuan sect, who had also fallen victim to treachery. In an act of shared sympathy, he saved the leader's life, and at the latter's invitation, he became a devotee of the sect, planning to adopt a low profile and spend his final days on the mountain. Remarkably, a miracle occurred. Initially, he feared that his medical skills and martial arts would be lost forever, which was why he invited you both into the valley, genuinely intending to take you as disciples. However, inexplicably, he had you attempt to practice the Changchun Gong, perhaps still harboring a glimmer of hope. In truth, even if you could not master this mantra, I would have accepted you and passed on a portion of my knowledge. Yet, I never anticipated that you would respond to this technique. Ha ha! Truly, there is no dead end for the desperate. Dr. Imo unveiled all these mysteries in one breath, his face flushed with a sickly hue, evidently pleased with his own fortune. Why, despite not having mastered the fourth layer of the Changchun Gong yet, do you choose to restrain me and reveal everything? Hanli finally asked, voicing the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. This is your own doing. I have invested so much effort and energy into you. Yet you have not met my expectations, constantly playing tricks on me. Now, it is just this final step, yet you stubbornly refuse to advance further. I could have waited for you another 2 years. But during this descent from the mountain, an enemy recognized me. After a fierce battle, although I vanquished them, I exhausted my already limited energy, significantly shortening my lifespan. Even if I were to exert all my strength, I could only extend my life by another year. How can I wait any longer? Dr. Mo's triumphant expression vanished without a trace, replaced by a fierce glare as he roared at Hanli. Upon hearing this, Hanli maintained his composure, showing no signs of being perturbed. Yet within, he was tumultuous, far from the calm demeanor he outwardly projected. Although he had long anticipated Dr. Mo's deep-seated intentions towards him, he never imagined the extent of the underlying truths regarding the man's background, experiences, and the cultivation mantra, all of which exceeded his wildest conjectures. Chapter 31. The corpse insect pill. Hanli's mind was a tangled mess of fear, regret, and confusion. Even after the prolonged delay, he could not conceive an escape plan, which left him in a state of panic. After all, he was still quite young and could not hope to rival the seasoned Dr. Imo. His forced calmness revealed cracks, as the beads of sweat forming on his forehead betrayed his faade. Dr. Imo did not miss a single change in Hanli's expression, satisfied with the immense pressure he had imposed. He had always believed that only when one's mental state falters can the truth be coaxed from them. Do you think I am deliberately slacking off, dragging my progress? Hanli was stunned by this unexpected blow. Of course, if you cannot master the fourth layer in 2 years, do you truly believe I would be oblivious to your little tricks? The first 3 layers were completed in merely 3 years. Even if the fourth layer is exceedingly difficult, without the aid of drugs, it shouldn't take 2 years without any progress. Dr. Imo declared sternly, his brows raised in anger, clearly having harbored grievances against Hanli for quite some time. It seemed that no matter how he explained himself, old Imo would never believe him. Hanli bitterly smiled to himself, realizing that the very progress he had just concealed was the root of his current predicament. He had indeed shot himself in the foot, uncertain whether revealing Dr. Mo's explosive nature and unraveling all these mysteries was right or wrong. No need to say anything further. I am not interested in the veracity of your past deeds. Listen well, I will only ask you one question. If given another year, can you master the fourth layer of the Changchun Gong? Dr. Imo sneered, delivering the most crucial inquiry of the day. Fixing his gaze intently upon Hanli, waiting for his response, Han Li was acutely aware that the answer to this question not only pertained to Dr. Mo's life a year hence, but was also the key to his own survival at this moment. You should know full well that I cannot give you any other answer. Now, please release my acupoints. Han Li's entire being relaxed, his tone becoming lighter. Upon hearing his words, Dr. Mo's expression softened, revealing a hint of appreciation. Yet he did not approach to release Han Li's acupoints. Instead, he cautiously retrieved a square, intricately carved sandalwood box from his robe. I cannot rely solely on your words. What if you intend to pull a fast one on me and refuse to earnestly cultivate? That would be no different from before. For the sake of our lives, it is prudent to add an extra layer of insurance, he ominously stated. Carefully, he opened the box, revealing a white pill resting quietly in the center. Dr. Mo prodded Han Li with his finger, unblocking his acupoints, and before Han Li could move, he presented the box to him. You are a clever one. There is no need for me to elaborate further. You know what you must do, Dr. Mo said, narrowing his eyes with a hint of malice. Han Li slightly moved his somewhat numb limbs, and without hesitation, he took the sandalwood box, using 2 fingers to delicately extract the pill within. In front of Dr. Mo, without even glancing at it, he swallowed it whole. Very well. The wise recognize the times. As long as you help me return to normal, you shall be generously rewarded. I will not deceive you. Given the rift between us, it is impossible for me to truly accept you as a disciple, but I can certainly guarantee you a life of wealth and honor, Dr. Mo declared, clapping his hands in earnest, promising Han Li a significant reward. Now, you must tell me the effects of the pill, lest I unwittingly provoke a taboo and lose my life, Han Li replied, his expression devoid of emotion, showing no signs of being swayed. Ah, this pill is known as the corpse insect pill. It is not a true medicine but rather an egg of a certain insect concocted through secret methods. Once ingested, it will lie dormant within your body for a year. Rest assured, during this year, you will be entirely safe, and it will not interfere with your other endeavors. After a year, if you take the specially formulated antidote, it will dissolve without leaving any hidden dangers. However, if after a year you fail to take the antidote, the insect egg will absorb enough nutrients, hatch, and feast upon your internal organs, leaving you to suffer in agony for 3 days and nights before slowly perishing. Dr. Mo casually outlined the terrifying nature of the pill, covertly warning Han Li. Upon hearing the pill's vicious properties, Han Li trembled slightly, his complexion turning ghastly pale, barely managing to contain his rising fury. Yet, Dr. Mo's trump card was yet to be played. By the way, I hear you have quite a few family members at home. I wonder if the monthly remittance is still sufficient. If not, feel free to ask me. I am quite concerned for your loved ones, Dr. Mo remarked, his tone heavy with sincerity. In that moment, he revealed his fangs, biting down hard on Han Li's most vulnerable point. Han Li's face had turned a deep shade of ashen, unable to maintain the composure described in the texts. With the last of his strength, he bit down on his lip, fearing that expletives or desperate pleas might escape his lips. He understood all too well that no matter how he begged or threatened, the other party would never relinquish this significant leverage. Rest assured, within a year, I will certainly master the 4th layer. Han Li gritted his teeth, each word deliberate, no longer concealing his hatred for Dr. Mo under the stark threat. He could only yield for the time being. He was not yet prepared to sever all ties with his family, disregarding the fate of his parents. Now, having been caught in a deadly trap, Han Li even had to abandon the thought of fighting back against Dr. Mo. This initial confrontation with Dr. Mo marked a complete defeat for him. Upon hearing Han Li's words of submission, Dr. Mo exhaled a sigh of relief, the tension he felt matching Han Li's, though he cleverly concealed it behind a mask of ever-changing expressions. This Changchun Gong is indeed peculiar. This brat is surprisingly difficult to deal with at such a young age. Dr. Mo cursed inwardly. Whether from envy or admiration, he could not discern in truth, while the Changchun Gong possesses certain merits for those who cultivate it. Its efficacy is contingent upon the individual. Han Li, born with an innate maturity and intelligence far surpassing that of his peers, excelled even further in cunning and strategy after practicing the Changchun Gong. Chapter 32. The spirit of gallantry. Han Li turned to leave, and as he reached the entrance, he suddenly paused and asked, Old Mo, the brother standing behind you has yet to utter a word. I wonder what his background is. Upon hearing Han Li's unexpected inquiry, Dr. Mo smiled slightly, cunningly evading the answer. You are so astute. Why not take a guess? Surely, you can figure it out. Hanli shook his head, decisively exiting Dr. Mo's abode, uncertain whether he was unable to guess or simply unwilling to speculate. Once outside, Han Li's expression darkened. In this clash with Dr. Mo, he had been utterly powerless to retaliate, which revealed his naivety in believing he could outmaneuver the seasoned practitioner with mere cleverness. Ultimately, the elaborate concoction of 5 poisons water he had painstakingly created had not fulfilled its purpose and had instead been seized. One must take the time to ponder how to strengthen one's own capabilities. With this thought in mind, he strode purposefully toward his residence. It was evident that he was unwilling to be under the control of Dr. Mo so easily. Inside the room, Dr. Mo stood in stunned silence, gazing at the wooden floor where a large, bowl-sized hole had mysteriously appeared. Just moments ago, he had carelessly discharged a substance from the iron tube, and the toxic liquid that erupted had effortlessly corroded the ground beneath it. Witnessing the bizarre potency of this venom, Dr. Mo could no longer suppress his fear. He leaped into a tirade, exclaiming, "You wretched scoundrel! When did you learn to concoct such a poison? I never instructed him in this regard. I thought it was merely an ordinary sedative. This wretched child is indeed heartless and ungrateful." Unaware of the fright he had instilled in Dr. Mo, Hanli returned to his quarters and collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Having experienced such monumental upheaval that day, both his body and mind were utterly exhausted, necessitating rest to recuperate his strength. After a refreshing sleep, Hanli gradually awakened, rising to observe the lightening sky. It appeared dawn had arrived, and his rest had indeed been lengthy. Sitting upright, he refrained from leaving the bed, instead propping his chin on his hands, arms resting on his thighs, contemplating methods to escape Dr. Mo's grasp. It was clear that during the upcoming year, he would be safe. The other party, concerned for his own life, would not dare to harm him. In fact, they would strive to protect him. However, what would happen after that year remained uncertain. Hanli need not worry about the Longchun Gong, as he had recently attained the 4th level. By the end of the year, reaching the 5th level would certainly be within his grasp, requiring no further concern. The issue of the corpse bug pill was also easily resolvable. When the time came, he could simply display his progress to the other party and leverage the demand for an antidote before they sought treatment, confident they would not dare to offend him over such a matter. Suddenly, a realization struck Hanli. He retrieved a vial from his person, pouring out a jade-green pill, which he then swallowed whole. After a moment, as the effects began to take hold, he commenced a quiet introspection. This old devil Mo has not deceived me regarding the corpse bug pill. The Qingling powder, which can neutralize 100 poisons, has no effect on this pill whatsoever. It seems I must indeed wait until a year has passed to obtain the antidote. Hanli muttered in frustration. After placing the vial back into his pocket, he rose from the bed and began to pace around the sole table in the room. As he walked with his hands clasped behind his back, he continued to deliberate over the myriad of issues swirling in his mind. To be honest, Hanli did not entirely trust Dr. Mo's words, aware that there were likely many inaccuracies in what was said. Unfortunately, knowing this, he could not resist due to the threat against his loved ones. Hanli harbored doubts about whether Dr. Mo would truly uphold his promises after a year. If it were as simple as the other party claimed, it would indeed be manageable, and he would have no need for resistance. Yet, he feared that the other party might conceal detrimental aspects, and should they turn hostile, he would be caught unprepared, leaving him with no room to fight back. After contemplating this back and forth several times, he found no satisfactory solution. Currently, he and Dr. Mo were both in a state of mutual fear. The other party feared he might neglect his training and jeopardize their own life, while he was concerned that once the other party's anxieties were alleviated, they would strike without mercy. He could have used this situation to threaten the other party, creating a sense of caution on their part. However, now that his loved ones were held as leverage, he felt compelled to retreat and reluctantly acquiesce. Was he truly to entrust his life to the whims of another, hoping they would show mercy when the time came? Hanli felt disheartened. No, he resolutely decided he could not allow this to happen. His fate must not lie in the hands of another. To relinquish control of his life to someone else was the most foolish notion. Dismissing this foolish thought, he racked his brain and finally conceived a rather ineffective plan. He intended to bolster his own strength from multiple angles, seeking ways to increase his bargaining chips to intimidate the other party. so that even if they did decide to strike, he would have some means of self-preservation. While this was indeed a rather clumsy strategy, merely adopting a defensive posture and allowing the other party to take the initiative, it was currently the only viable option that seemed comprehensive and prudent. Having firmly decided on his course of action, Hanli resolved to take a stroll outside. He opened the door and stepped into the open space. Lazily stretching and yawning, facing the brisk morning breeze, he gazed at the sun, which had risen halfway, and declared with fervor, "My destiny lies solely in my own hands. I shall never allow others to manipulate it." Chapter 33. Private Dealings. Hanli grasped the rope of a wooden bucket and tossed it into the pond, then pulled it back up with a mighty heave. He effortlessly raised the bucket above his head, and with a flick of his wrist, doused himself with the refreshing spring water. How invigorating! How delightful! Hanli and another youth exclaimed in unison. It was no wonder, as they were amidst the sweltering summer heat, and having their bare torsos doused with the icy mountain spring was an unparalleled relief. "Heh, Brother Han, you certainly know how to find the perfect spot. Such a concealed little pond, and you managed to discover it," remarked the seemingly aloof youth. "That's nothing. I found even more elusive places than this. Unfortunately, none possess water as refreshing as this," the other youth replied without hesitation. This youth was none other than Hanli, while the other was Li Feiyu, who had come to procure medicine. Ever since Li Feiyu first received pain relief pills from Hanli, he had found them remarkably effective, significantly alleviating the agony of the marrow extraction process. From that point onward, Li Feiyu became utterly dependent on Hanli's medicine. Unable to endure the pain of the extraction without it, he found himself depleting what should have lasted a year within mere months. Driven to the brink by excruciating torment, Li Feiyu had no choice but to steel himself and approach Hanli for more medicine. At that moment, Hanli was intent on enhancing his own abilities. Upon learning that Li Feiyu had entered the 7 Absolute Hall for further training, he directly proposed an exchange, the impartation of the Hall's secret techniques in return for his medicinal remedies. With little hesitation, Li Feiyu, whose lifespan was already limited, readily acquiesced to the proposal. To prevent others from discovering their clandestine dealings, Hanli sought out several discreet locations within the sprawling Kailang mountain range to facilitate their transactions. Every so often, they would covertly meet. Hanli would provide the medicine, while Li Feiyu would teach him techniques learned from the 7 Absolute Hall. Thus, the two were quite satisfied with this arrangement, which persisted for over half a year. During this time, both Li Feiyu and Hanli grew to appreciate one another, unwittingly becoming close friends. Li Feiyu was particularly impressed with Hanli's choice of locations, especially the secluded pond surrounded by towering cliffs, forming a small basin. The only access to this haven was through a hidden cave, so narrow that one had to crawl to pass through. The cave's exit was astonishingly located within the hollow of an ancient locust tree pressed against the cliff face. Most importantly, on these sweltering days, it offered a delightful respite with its refreshing pond. After stretching their limbs, dousing themselves with a few buckets of cool water was an unparalleled joy. Once they had finished their refreshing wash, Hanli glanced at the sun and remarked, "The Python Fury technique you taught me last time is too aggressive. I don't find it quite suitable. Do you have any techniques that are more refined and gentle?" "Brother Han, do you truly believe the 7 Absolute Hall is my sole domain? I can only select a small portion to learn. My techniques lean toward the masculine, so of course, I must learn the more forceful techniques," Li Feiyu replied with a hint of exasperation. Who is Li Feiyu? The leader among all disciples. How can he be compared to an ordinary disciple of the 7 Absolute Hall? Hanli said with a sheepish grin, attempting to smooth over the situation with some flattery. "How rare it is for our genius, Han, to shower me with compliments," Li Feiyu teased with a smirk. "What genius? Haven't you easily bested me every time with just a few moves?" Hanli retorted. "Humph, that was me using true energy to overcome your clumsiness. It doesn't count as any real skill. Without true energy, I could easily defeat you within 100 moves. Who fights without using true energy? You are far too humble, brotherly, humble." "I am not humble in the slightest. You have never practiced martial arts before nor engaged in combat with others. The only thing you learned was that utterly useless heart technique. To have grasped the technique so thoroughly in such a short time. If you are not a genius, then who is, by the way? That incantation is utterly ineffective. I wonder why you still study it daily." Hanli thought to himself with a bitter smile, "If only I had the choice. but now I am caught in a bind. I cannot afford to ignore it, Brother Han. It's not that I'm nagging you, but with your aptitude for martial arts over the past 6 months, you should cast aside that worthless incantation and learn some genuine techniques from me. I assure you, within 2 years, you will stand out, and then we shall dominate the 7 mystic sect together. Wouldn't that be splendid? Li Feiyu earnestly urged him once again. Han Li felt a surge of emotion. Although he had heard the other party express these words countless times, which had begun to irk him, he could still perceive the sincerity behind them. Gently shaking his head in refusal, Han Li deftly diverted the conversation. Was there truly no martial art within the 7 Absolute Hall that could conquer enemies without the use of true energy? Upon noticing Han Li's evasion of the topic, Li Feiyu chose not to press further. Understanding that both of them likely harbored untold secrets that were difficult to articulate. After pondering for a moment, he lifted his head and spoke. There indeed exists a peculiar sword technique that requires no true energy to wield. But what? Han Li inquired, excitement bubbling within him at the prospect of finding a martial art suited to him. However, this sword technique has remained unpracticed within the 7 Absolute Hall for over 100 years. It is said that even the elder who created this technique never succeeded in mastering it before passing away. The name of this sword technique is quite strange. It is called the blinking sword technique. Would you not agree that the name is odd? As Li Feiyu spoke of this technique, he could not help but express his astonishment. Chapter 34. The blinking sword technique, the blinking sword technique? Han Li murmured, repeating the name of the technique to himself. Indeed, what connection could there be between a sword technique and blinking? Is the name not amusing? Have you ever practiced this sword technique? Han Li asked with concern. Of course not. Who would practice a martial art that requires no true energy? Would that not be a mere facade? Not to mention, since its inception, no one has ever attempted to cultivate it. I have heard that had it not been for the elder who founded it, who saved the 7 mysterious sect from several crises and left a testament before his passing, insisting that this sword technique be included in the 7 Absolute Hall, the blinking sword technique would never have been recognized as part of the hall's treasured teachings. Li Feiyu, with a surprisingly loquacious nature that contrasted sharply with his cool exterior, divulged the entire background of the sword technique before Han Li could even pose a question. Naturally, his candidness only manifested in Han Li's presence. Outside, among other disciples, he transformed back into the aloof idol, Brother Li. After hearing Li Feiyu's account, an instinctual feeling whispered to Han Li that this was precisely what he had been searching for. Brother Li, would you be able to transcribe a copy of this sword technique for me to take out of the 7 Absolute Hall? No problem at all. As for other martial arts, I would hesitate to transcribe them due to daily inspections by designated personnel, but this blinking sword technique is so neglected that it resides in a corner, unnoticed by anyone. However, transcribing it could be cumbersome. It would be simpler for me to quietly bring the original scroll to you. Once you have memorized or copied it, I can secretly return it, and no one will be the wiser. Li Feiyu suggested boldly. Seeing his confidence, Han Li agreed to his plan. Initially, he had harbored concerns about Li Feiyu's tendency to be forgetful. What if he inadvertently omitted a few details while transcribing the sword technique? That would be quite unjust. Having access to the original scroll, however, was undoubtedly preferable. Very well. Time is of the essence. I must return to my training, or I risk discovery by the hall's overseer for sneaking out. Li Feiyu declared, drying himself off and donning his garments in preparation to leave. Han Li refrained from further comments, merely cautioning him to be careful when pilfering the scroll and to avoid being caught. Li Feiyu nonchalantly waved his hand in dismissal and slowly made his way out of the nearby cave. As Han Li watched his figure gradually fade from view, a smile slipped from his face, replaced by a hint of cloudiness. Not long after Li Feiyu departed, Han Li returned to the Valley of Divine Hands. Upon his return, he spotted a tall, enigmatic figure standing motionless outside Dr. Mo's abode. Leaning against the door, cloaked and seemingly indifferent to the scorching summer sun, Han Li approached the door of his own quarters and paused, gazing at this silent man. Ever since Dr. Mo had coerced him, Han Li had developed a keen interest in this enigmatic figure, who appeared to be a natural mute and had never uttered a word since arriving in the valley. Even more astonishing was this individual's remarkable stamina. Standing still for an entire day seemed effortless for him, and he had never shown signs of fatigue in his mind. Han Li had long since dubbed him a monster. He had attempted to engage in conversation with this person, But the man remained as unresponsive as a block of wood, regardless of how eloquently Han Li spoke. Han Li had come to fully respect Dr. Mo's ability to train a living being into a puppet-like figure. Devoid of weaknesses, utterly obedient, possessing extraordinary endurance, and devoid of any verbal communication or emotional expression. While he remained uncertain of the man's martial prowess, he was certain it could not be weak, which was his final judgment of the individual. Han Li understood that this person could potentially become another formidable asset for Dr. Mo, yet he felt powerless, unable to discern any flaws in him. The only lingering mystery was the familiar sensation he experienced whenever he glimpsed the man's back. As though he had seen a similar figure before, however, whenever he tried to recall who it resembled, he could never quite place it. After observing for a while, Han Li sighed and closed the door to his room. Retreating inside, he knew that without Dr. Mo's command, this man would not take a moment's rest. Feeling somewhat agitated, he leapt onto his bed, lying down and placing his hands behind his head, closing his eyes. He mentally replayed the few techniques he had learned from Li Feiyu that day, simulating them in his mind, dissecting each move into segments, and meticulously analyzing them. This was a new ability Han Li had gained after cultivating the Changchun technique to its 5th layer, an extraordinary memory. With this advantage, he could mentally retain any martial art in its entirety and replay it countless times in his mind for refinement and enhancement, which was why Li Feiyu believed him to be a genius. 2 months prior, relying on the effects of 2 sacred medicines, he had forcibly broken through the 4th layer of the Changchun technique, achieving the 5th layer. The potency of the Huanglong pill and Jinsui pill had far exceeded Han Li's expectations. He had underestimated the immense power of those recipes, realizing that these concocted pills were indeed priceless treasures. However, he had consumed a significant portion of both cleansing pills, and the remaining amount should barely suffice for him to reach the 6th layer of the Changchun technique. He was quite eager to discover what surprises the 6th layer might bring him. With only half a year remaining until Dr. Mo's final ultimatum, Han Li recognized that, despite having learned some moves from Li Feiyu, without the accompanying inner true energy, they amounted to nothing more than superficial skills. While they might suffice against moderately skilled practitioners, they would be utterly ineffective against Dr. Mo, like a meat bun thrown to a dog. It would be a futile endeavor. Reflecting on this, Han Li felt a mix of worry and frustration. While the Changchun technique was commendable, it was simply not applicable in real combat. He could only pin his hopes on the blinking sword technique, yearning for it to deliver a pleasant surprise. Chapter 35. Stealing the manual. On a certain afternoon several days later, Han Li stealthily slipped out of the Valley of Divine Hands to rendezvous with Li Feiyu. In truth, it was not so much a covert exit. Dr. Mo was already well aware of Han Li's frequent outings and made no effort to interfere, allowing him the freedom to come and go as he pleased. Initially, this nonchalance had made Han Li uneasy, unsure of Dr. Mo's intentions. However, after several uneventful excursions, he realized that no one was following him, allowing him to relax and pursue his endeavors with boldness. After much contemplation, Han Li gradually began to understand the reason behind Dr. Mo's leniency. Despite binding Han Li with the deadly corpse insect pill and his family's life, Dr. Mo recognized that such a crude method of control would likely breed resentment, diminishing Han Li's willingness to train. If he imposed further restrictions on Han Li's movements, it would only exacerbate the situation. After all, Dr. Mo's intention was to encourage Han Li to actively and willingly cultivate the Changchun technique, rather than coercing him into it. With this understanding in mind, Han Li became bolder. Previously, he had taken care to avoid Dr. Mo's gaze, but now he strode confidently past him without a word. Though he outwardly appeared carefree and unconcerned, internally he maintained a cautious demeanor. Upon exiting the valley, he employed the Changchun technique, enhancing his senses to an extraordinary level, bringing all moving objects within several dozen meters under his awareness. Han Li was confident that even if Dr. Mo himself were to surveil him, he would not escape Han Li's keen perception. While he might falter in direct confrontation, he was utterly assured of his mastery over his 5 senses. As he traversed the terrain, Han Li meticulously avoided patrolling disciples, using a secret passage through the old locust tree to arrive near the small pond where he and Li Feiyu had last met. Upon entering, he spotted Li Feiyu, barefoot, seated by the water's edge. He had his head bowed, his bare feet submerged in the frigid water, rhythmically splashing the surface, sending forth a cascade of colorful droplets, thoroughly engrossed in his playful antics. Upon hearing the sound of Han Li's entrance, he did not lift his head but immediately complained, Han Shitty, you are arriving increasingly late. I have to wait for you for half a day each time. Can't you come a bit earlier just once? I'm sorry. Han Li brushed the dirt off his clothes, about to explain himself. However, Li Feiyu, not waiting for Han Li to finish his words, threw a large package he had hidden behind him directly at Han Li. What is this? Is it something delicious? Han Li asked, somewhat perplexed, but soon realized the package was hard and heavy, not resembling anything edible. All you think about is food. Didn't you ask me to bring the sword manual for the blinking sword technique? Li Feiyu shot him a glare, then stated with utmost seriousness, is this a sword manual? You can't be serious. You didn't mistakenly include your whetstone from your courtyard, did you? Han Li looked at the enormous object resting on his forearm. Disbelief etched across his face. How heavy! He strained to lift it, nearly losing his balance in the process. Ha ha! Li Feiyu could no longer contain his laughter, bursting into a wide grin, eventually rolling on the ground. Covered in grass and dirt, Han Li, suspiciously observing his friend's odd antics, cast another glance at the remarkably large package. He lightly kicked it with his foot, finding it indeed felt like a book. Ignoring his friend who was still in fits of laughter, Han Li stroked his chin, squatted beside the package, and thought to himself that speculating about something whose outcome could be discovered immediately was a futile exercise. With his pristine white hands resting on the tightly bound knot of the package, his fingers began to bounce lightly, creating a blurred shadow that danced across the surface, and miraculously, the tightly bound knot loosened. A sound of crisp applause erupted. Han Li did not immediately open the package but turned to glance at his laughing friend. Unbeknownst to him, Li Feiyu had long ceased his laughter and was now fully dressed. Clapping his hands energetically, seemingly indifferent to the redness in his palms. Okay. Every time I see you employ the silk binding technique with such finesse, I am left in awe. This martial art seems to have been tailor-made for you. It has only been 2 months since I taught you. Li Feiyu continued to clap, showering him with praise. You didn't go through all this trouble just to make me perform, did you? Turning a book into such a large package? Han Li retorted, slightly irked, of course not. You will understand everything once you open the package, Li Feiyu said, his playful demeanor vanishing as his expression grew serious. Seeing his friend adopt such a demeanor, Han Li's curiosity piqued. He turned back, his gaze returning to the package before him. After a moment of contemplation, he extended his index and middle fingers, gently grasping a corner of the package and pulling it outward. Revealing the contents within, Han Li's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes nearly bulging out in disbelief. Well, quite a surprise, isn't it? Li Feiyu sauntered over, patting him on the shoulder. Han Li, still in shock, turned to face him, momentarily speechless. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not offering myself to you, Li Feiyu teased, a playful smile on his face. After hearing his jest, Han Li seemed to regain his senses. I want to distance myself from you. From now on, consider me a stranger to you, he exclaimed in anger. I can't tell if I'm hallucinating or if you've lost your mind. UVE brought over nearly half of the 7 Absolute Halls collection. If the patrol guards discover this, it will be impossible for either of us to escape punishment, Han Li shouted at Li Feiyu. Pointing at the heap of manuals before them, each with the eye-catching golden characters inscribed in the upper left corner. 7 Absolute Hall Collection. Chapter 36. Astonishment seeing Han Li lose his temper. Li Feiyu remained unfazed, wearing a nonchalant expression. He tilted his head, inserting his pinky into his ear, focused on cleaning it out, as if adopting a let them come, let the water rise attitude. After Han Li's outburst, noticing Li Feiyu's thick skin as if he had heard nothing, he gradually calmed down, sensing something was amiss. You're not a fool, nor are you arrogant. There must be a reason behind such reckless behavior. Han Li queried, now clear-headed Li Feiyu. Seeing Han Li's anger dissipate so swiftly, felt a tinge of regret but feigned a pitiful expression, exclaiming, oh dear, I am truly wronged. I was about to explain myself, but you didn't give me a chance to speak. Now you come to complain, and I feel caught in the middle. His exaggerated tone of grievance was transparently insincere, evoking a strong urge in Han Li to deliver a swift kick to him. Enough of your nonsense, explain yourself, Han Li demanded, Aren't you afraid of being seen by those admirers of yours? If they catch you in such a lazy state, the cool and ruthless image you've cultivated will be utterly shattered. Han Li's expression was far from pleasant as he lightly mocked Li Feiyu. He was not in the mood for banter. If this situation was mishandled, both of them would be in deep trouble. It seemed Li Feiyu understood Han Li's thoughts and refrained from countering his sarcasm. Instead, he casually approached the package, bent down, and picked up a manual, standing up again. Once upright, a mysterious glint appeared on his face as he handed the book to Han Li with a teasing smile, signaling him to take a look inside. Han Li took the thin manual with curiosity, glancing at Li Feiyu, unsure of what trick he was playing this time. "Open it, and you will understand everything," Li Feiyu coaxed, his tone hinting at a desire to see some drama unfold. "Why not just say it plainly? Why all this mystery?" Han Li grumbled, though he reluctantly began to flip through the pages. Upon opening the cover, the first page revealed the clear black characters spelling out Blinking Sword Manual. Han Li was slightly taken aback. The first book Li Feiyu handed him was precisely what he sought, which surprised him. "Don't be too shocked. Take a look at these other books," Li Feiyu continued, tossing several more manuals Han Li's way. Han Li caught them one by one and quickly browsed through them, becoming increasingly astonished. Each book clearly bore the title Blinking Sword Manual on the front page. After a long moment, Han Li finally pulled his gaze from the stack of books in his hands. He raised his head, pointing at the large pile of manuals on the ground, and stammered. You can't possibly be telling me that all of these are Blinking Sword Manuals?" "Regrettably, Han Shidi, you have guessed correctly." Li Feiyu shrugged, spreading his arms in a mock display of helplessness, though the slight smirk at the corner of his mouth and the tone of glee in his voice contradicted his words. "This is impossible. There must be nearly 100 books here. How can they all be Blinking Sword Manuals?" Han Li questioned incredulously, disregarding Li Feiyu's antics. "If you ask me, who should I ask?" I was equally astonished to find so many identical manuals in the corner of the library. Li Feiyu rolled his eyes, muttering in disbelief. Then, noticing Han Li's stunned expression, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. For Li Feiyu, witnessing Han Li's shocked demeanor was a rare spectacle. Typically, Han Li appeared calm and collected before him, as if astonishment were a foreign concept to him. Yet, seeing Han Li's dazed expression now made Li Feiyu feel that his efforts over the past days had not been in vain and were entirely worth it. After a moment, Han Li finally regained his composure. Clutching the manuals tightly, he pondered for a moment before raising his head, his expression thoughtful, and asked slowly, "Have you counted these books? How many are there in total?" "Of course, I've counted, and not just once. There are precisely 74 manuals with the same title," Li Feiyu promptly replied, providing the accurate figure without hesitation. If the exact number of these books was not clarified, it would be a significant issue if one or two were overlooked upon their return. He then added a brief justification. Gently pinching the slightly yellowed pages, Han Li began to flip through one of the manuals. Scrutinizing its contents, Chapter 37. The three no trains. The sound of the pages flipping was crisp and pleasant. However, Li Feiyu found the sound quite bothersome. He no longer paid attention to Han Li, who was engrossed in reading, and instead returned to the edge of the water pool, drew out the long knife stuck in the soil, and began to practice by himself. Han Li cast a sidelong glance at him, noting his exuberant energy, and chose to disregard his actions, redirecting his focus to the object in his hands once more. The phrase "reading 10 lines at a glance" likely referred to Han Li's astonishing speed at which he consumed literature. A thick tome was swiftly perused by him, his head lowered, barely sparing a glance as he casually seized another book and continued his relentless flipping of pages. His eyes narrowed, and throughout the reading process, he occasionally exhibited a contemplative expression, his gaze firmly fixed on the pages, reluctant to divert even for a moment. His head bobbed in rhythm with his shifting sight, embodying the scholarly demeanor of a devoted reader. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, Han Li had rapidly scanned through several sword manuals. Upon completing the 11th tome, he abruptly halted his remarkable reading spree, tossing the recently finished manual back into his satchel. He closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Once his mind felt somewhat rejuvenated, he settled into a cross-legged position, invoking the Changchun technique to replay the content of the 10 or so books he had just read in his mind. Before long, a myriad of expressions danced across Han Li's face. He was at times exuberant, at times furrowing his brow in deep contemplation, and occasionally donning a face of dejection. After an indeterminate period, Han finally opened his eyes, only to be startled by the sight before him. Li Feiyu's head had somehow crept into his line of vision, their noses nearly touching. "What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be practicing your sword techniques? Han Shidi, what time do you think it is to be asking such foolish questions?" Li Feiyu retorted. Retracting his body and pouting slightly to it was at this moment that Han Li realized the surrounding light had dimmed considerably. He lifted his gaze to the sky, noticing the twilight had cast a gray hue over the landscape. "Time truly flies. I hadn't realized how long it had been," Han Li remarked as he stood up, stretching his limbs. "Did you find anything intriguing in the books?" Li Feiyu asked, his eager eyes fixed on him, hoping for a definitive conclusion. "Yes, quite satisfactory, indeed," Han Li replied. "What do you mean by quite satisfactory? Be more specific." Li Feiyu expressed his dissatisfaction. "To elaborate, these manuals are a hodgepodge, lacking any coherent system. They are merely a collection of disparate fragments," Han Li explained slowly. "What does the term blinking sword technique mean? Does such a technique truly exist? Why such an odd name?" Li Feiyu pressed on, still unsatisfied. "Indeed, the blinking sword technique does exist. However, it constitutes only a minor part of this eclectic collection," Han Li patiently clarified. "As for the name, there is a rationale behind it." "What rationale? Can't you just tell me all at once? Stop dribbling it out piece by piece, like you're conversing with the old scholar in our town." Li Feiyu glared at Han Li, unable to tolerate his slow manner. Han Li, realizing he had no choice, quickened his narrative. According to the texts, this sword technique exploits various light angles and visual misperceptions to vanquish opponents, often resulting in death in the blink of an eye, hence the name blinking sword technique. Such an unusual sword technique exists? There truly are many extraordinary individuals in this world, Li Feiyu exclaimed with newfound interest, only to be swiftly deflated by Han Li's next statement. "However, there are 3 conditions under which one cannot practice this technique. Those with only a modest mastery of their inner energy cannot practice. Those lacking great willpower cannot practice, and those devoid of talent cannot practice." Upon hearing the first condition, Li Feiyu immediately abandoned his curiosity. His inner energy had already reached a considerable level. He certainly would not forsake his hard-earned abilities for an uncertain technique. With his interest in the manuals entirely extinguished, he decided he no longer wished to linger there. He stood up, preparing to take his leave, and before departing, he instructed Han Li, "Be sure to transcribe these manuals promptly. I'll bring the originals back on our next meeting." Though these manuals may not attract much attention from others, if they were to vanish for too long, it would certainly raise suspicions. Not long after Li Feiyu departed, Han Li also bid farewell to the area. The entire mountain range was shrouded in a thin layer of mist, casting a somewhat somber atmosphere. Along the narrow mountain path, clusters of coniferous trees grew, and as a gust of mountain wind swept through the forest, it produced a rustling sound, with branches on either side swaying eerily as Han Li traversed this somewhat uncanny path. He hurried toward the direction of Shunsho Valley. Due to his late departure, darkness had completely engulfed the surroundings by the time he reached the midway point. Were it not for his possession of the Changchun technique, which heightened his night vision, Han Li would never have dared to navigate such a dimly lit path, knowing that the trail was fraught with perilous twists and turns where a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 38. Encounter with traders. As Han Li walked through the dark, dense forest, he cautiously extended his senses. What appeared to be an indistinct path to an ordinary person was as clear as day to him. His vigilance was not merely a precaution against wild beasts lurking in the woods, but rather a deeply ingrained instinct. Since the Seven Mysteries sect relocated to the Kaixia mountain range, the few animals that once inhabited the area had been gradually eradicated. Not to mention fierce beasts, even various poisonous snakes had mostly become meals for the many disciples. This meticulousness, this habit of staying alert in unfamiliar environments, was not innate but rather a deliberate cultivation he undertook after narrowly escaping from Dr. Imo. This beneficial habit would serve to prevent numerous unforeseen accidents in his future endeavors, thereby minimizing risks to the lowest possible threshold. The mountain wind seemed to grow increasingly fierce, howling in waves that sent shivers down one's spine. Han Li sensed he was nearing the edge of the forest. He let out a gentle sigh. Walking alone in the pitch-black thicket had weighed heavily on his heart. Han Li quickened his pace, taking larger strides than before, seemingly eager to exit the woods. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind blew directly towards him. After the wind subsided, Hanli abruptly halted, sensing something amiss. Frowning, he tilted his neck and strained to listen. Moments later, a grave expression settled on Hanli's face as he discerned faint footsteps approaching. Though the footsteps were light and distant, it was unmistakably two individuals advancing toward him, growing ever closer. With a swift movement, Hanli, like a nimble cat, slipped into the dense foliage beside the path. Agile and silent, behind a large tree, a distance of several zhang from the path, he crouched low, completely concealed from view. From the front of the tree, not a trace of Hanli could be seen. Having found a suitable hiding place, Hanli felt a slight sense of relief. He was not overly sensitive. It was simply illogical for two individuals to be present in such a secluded area at this moonless, windy hour. There was a high probability they were involved in something clandestine. He did not wish to trigger any murderous intent by inadvertently stumbling upon their secrets and subsequently becoming a target. However, if he could eavesdrop on their clandestine discussion without jeopardizing his safety, Hanli would be more than willing to do so. He was not a rigid hypocrite. Opportunities such as this, presented to him on a silver platter, were not to be dismissed lightly. Descending the mountain arrangements made timing individuals gang leader. A series of hushed whispers drifted from the distance, fragmented and intermittent. The fierce mountain winds scattered most of the conversation, leaving only snippets audible to Hanli. He was astonished. He had inadvertently eavesdropped on a significant secret, in this vast expanse of land. The only figure referred to as a gang leader was none other than the notorious Gene Wolf. Jia Tianlong, the arch-nemesis of his sect. Over here, such a person here was indeed quite intriguing. In the hearts of the Seven Mysteries sect disciples, Jia Tianlong was regarded as an unmitigated bloodthirsty fiend. Rumor had it that he was a hulking figure with a fearsome visage, known for his savage temperament, with a voracious appetite for human flesh and a thirst for blood, making him a terrifying specter for many young disciples within the sect. However, according to Li Feiyu, the reality was quite different. Jia Tianlong was not only far from being a terrifying giant, he was rather slender and handsome, and still in his 30s, in stark contrast to the rumors. Yet, his ruthless nature and propensity for violence were as fearsome as the tales suggested. Otherwise, how could he maintain control over the bandits in his gang? Hanli ruminated on his memories of Jia Tianlong, a chill running down his spine, causing him to huddle even more tightly, his breathing becoming shallow. This time, eavesdropping list must take action. Another series of low murmurs reached his ears, clearer than before, indicating that the two individuals were drawing nearer. Hanli dared not make a sound, fully aware that if he were discovered, it would mean certain death. These two were undoubtedly spies from the Wild Wolf gang, and they would not allow a third party to live and learn their secrets. The plan was not urgent. Gradually, the voices of the two individuals engaged in conversation grew softer, indicating they had touched upon the crux of the matter. After a brief interval, their voices rose slightly, yet soon became inaudible, leaving only the whispering wind brushing past his ears. They had traversed the stretch of mountain road in front of Hanli, their figures gradually receding into the distance. For a moment, Hanli remained crouched behind the tree, too apprehensive to move, until he confirmed through his long spring technique that no one else was within several dozen zhang. Only then did he slowly rise. This time, he had narrowly escaped with his life, fortunate enough to have detected the movements of the two spies in advance. Otherwise, he would have encountered them head-on. Given their identities, he would undoubtedly have met a grim fate. What was even more lamentable was that, considering his own abilities, he would have had no hope of escaping, even for a fleeting moment. Hanli remained motionless, gently stroking his chin with his fingers, gazing contemplatively in the direction the two had vanished. Judging from the fragments of their conversation, it seemed that they were planning some action detrimental to the Seven Mysterious sect in the near future. An action closely related to a certain list. What surprised Hanli further was that, despite not having seen the two specific forms or appearances, he recognized one of their voices, although they had only interacted once or twice. His extraordinary memory allowed him to associate one of the speakers with the inconspicuous steward from the large kitchen on the mountain. This individual, who had sold him rabbits and had left an impression of being petty and possessing a distinctive mustache, would be a spy from the Wild Wolf gang. This revelation truly tested Hanli's nerves. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. Only with such an identity could one frequently traverse the mountain without drawing attention while relaying messages. Chapter 39. Perverse conditions. The voice of the other spy felt unfamiliar to Hanli. He had likely never seen this person before. However, judging from the tone, he appeared to be quite young. Perhaps in his 20s. Regrettably, Hanli, for the sake of caution, dared not steal a glance, fearing that the two might possess refined skills capable of sensing his gaze, thereby discovering his presence nearby, a risk he could not afford. After this incident, the journey ahead remained remarkably tranquil. After a considerable time past dinner, Hanli finally returned to his dwelling. As usual, Dr. Mo exhibited no interest in Hanli's mysterious return, not even glancing his way. Typically, aside from delivering some prepared medicines, he completely allowed Hanli's actions and demeanor to unfold without interference. Had Hanli not seen the medications sent by Dr. Mo, which were concocted from the rare herbs he had collected during his last descent, he might have thought the doctor had abandoned any expectations of him, perhaps preparing some nefarious scheme instead. At present, Hanli regarded the so-called precious medicine sent by Dr. Mo with disdain. Yet to avoid arousing suspicion, he still pinched his nose and consumed it. He was not afraid of the possibility of poison within the concoction. Harming him would simultaneously harm the sender. Regarding the wild wolf gang spies encountered along the way, Hanli had already devised a clever strategy to deal with them on his return journey. Although he did not possess deep feelings for the seven mysterious sect, he was still a half-hearted inner disciple and felt it improper to remain indifferent to threats occurring right under his nose. Moreover, he had already identified the ideal candidate to handle this matter on his behalf, Li Feiyu, his senior brother. From Hanli's observations, perhaps due to consuming the marrow-extracting pill, Li Feiyu's ambition for fame and fortune had intensified. Accompanied by considerable aspirations, he had long dreamed of ascending to the upper echelons of the seven mysterious sect, becoming the focal point of attention. Hanli speculated that the latter likely wished for him to become even more reckless and flamboyant in the limited time remaining. Now, by presenting him with such a significant achievement on a silver platter, he could only imagine the joy it would bring to Li Feiyu, thus repaying him for the favor of acquiring the sword manual. The mere thought of the blank sword manual sent waves of excitement coursing through Hanli. He had not lied to his friend regarding the manual. It was indeed unsuitable for Li Feiyu's practice. However, he had withheld numerous details. For him, retaining a few small secrets in front of anyone was an unyielding rule for survival. Even if the other appeared to be on intimate terms with him, this principle remained unchanged. Nonetheless, the contents recorded in those manuals were indeed vastly different from ordinary martial arts. In Hanli's view, rather than being labeled as sword techniques, it would be more fitting to classify them as sword skills, as they represented a synthesis of various factors such as timing, terrain, and human elements, a rare assassination art that was purely lethal. Within these texts, various techniques were described for delivering a lethal strike against an enemy using the practitioner's meticulously honed skills. Applicable in diverse environments and moments, it taught practitioners to exploit the terrain, utilizing every blade of grass and tree, and the varying angles of light, to create visual misperceptions for their opponents, seizing upon their weaknesses in an instant to exploit any openings and deliver a fatal blow. This was a highly technical secret skill. Without a modicum of innate talent, mastering this sword technique was utterly impossible. Thus, those who practiced this secret skill were required to possess extraordinary sensory capabilities, with vision and hearing far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, in order to have any hope of success. If merely fulfilling the aforementioned conditions were not enough, some disciples would still be tempted to pursue it for its power. Yet, the requirements became even more stringent, necessitating that practitioners of this secret technique possess no pure internal energy. Otherwise, the conflict with the techniques of exerting and channeling energy would render their practice exceedingly arduous. Even if one were to miraculously pass this threshold, in actual combat, excessive internal energy would inadvertently distort their swordplay, leading to significant openings and potentially disastrous consequences. Such a condition effectively curtailed the aspirations of the majority, as it was well known in the martial world that neglecting internal cultivation for the sake of external techniques often resulted in futility. For them, eschewing internal cultivation was a grave taboo. Abandoning their true energy for an obscure sword technique would undoubtedly render them the subject of ridicule in the martial community. Consequently, only a scant few remained determined to continue their training. However, even for those with exceptional talent and no issues with internal energy, a final hurdle loomed, extinguishing their ambitions to persist. This hurdle was the overwhelming complexity of the sword techniques, coupled with the intricate and demanding conditions for their application. A glance at the bulky package containing a plethora of thick manuals would instill trepidation in any ordinary individual. Essentially, each sword manual represented a single sword move, and each move would be dissected into hundreds of sub-techniques, each necessitating the consideration of diverse environmental factors and various techniques for execution under differing circumstances. The sheer volume of sword techniques, let alone the arduous process of practicing and memorizing them, would prove daunting, let alone the necessity of comprehending and applying them independently. These perverse training conditions had undoubtedly hindered countless aspiring disciples, leading them to harbor resentment towards the elder who had conceived this exceptional technique. As time passed, both the upper and lower echelons of the Seven Mysterious sect gradually lost interest in this sword technique, concluding that it was improbable for anyone to master such a skill, suspecting that it was merely a fabrication conjured by the elder in his final days, concocted on a whim, for how else could one explain such outrageous training conditions? It was evidently a means of vexing the unsuspecting disciples, and thus, these manuals were relegated to obscurity, abandoned, and forsaken. Chapter 40. The source of the secret technique. Those who complained were unaware that the elder responsible for the creation of this sword technique had, in his youth, possessed profound martial prowess. However, during one fateful skirmish in the martial world, he was inadvertently crippled by an opponent, rendering him incapable of practicing internal energy. Fearing a significant decline in his standing within the sect, he refrained from disclosing this matter to others and instead adopted an ostentatious demeanor of newfound martial prowess, successfully deceiving the various members of the sect. Yet, the unalterable truth remained. He no longer possessed the means to defend himself. From that moment forth, he resorted to subterfuge, relying on his extraordinary wit to avoid detection by others. This period coincided with the zenith of the Seven Mysterious sect's dominance in Jingzhou. Upon realizing that he could not restore his martial abilities, the elder, in a fit of despair, covertly utilized his authority to dispatch subordinates to ambush several obscure minor sects unbeknownst to others. From these sects, he forcibly seized numerous clandestine martial manuals, hoping to uncover a supreme martial art that did not rely on internal energy. After years of plundering, he indeed discovered many astonishing secret techniques, yet none suited his needs, leaving him profoundly disheartened. This elder was a person of exceptional intellect and talent. In his despondency, he conceived the idea of utilizing the various secret techniques at his disposal to create a unique martial art tailored to himself. The mere thought ignited a fervor within him. To establish a distinctive martial art was the lifelong aspiration of every martial artist. From that point on, he became utterly consumed by this endeavor, dedicating himself to the research and practical application of his myriad ideas. Eventually, to avoid mundane distractions, he even entered a state of seclusion, turning a blind eye to the sect's external conflicts. Creating a martial art is an exceedingly challenging endeavor, particularly when the constraints are so stringent, necessitating a technique that could be employed without internal energy while simultaneously encompassing a multitude of secret techniques, thereby evolving into a profound and unparalleled martial art. The establishment of this unprecedented martial arts technique was fraught with challenges that far exceeded his imagination. Nevertheless, he was a person of remarkable perseverance, having devoted nearly half his life to painstaking efforts. After enduring a protracted journey spanning several decades, the Bling-Kinul-Misit sword manual finally came into existence. The elder was overwhelmed with excitement. However, as he eagerly rushed to share the good news with others within the sect, he was met with the shocking realization that the Seven Mysteries sect had completely fallen into decline. The entire faction was under siege from numerous rival gangs, with the imminent threat of total annihilation looming overhead. This elder, now in his 60s, felt a mix of shock and anger. In this dire moment, he unleashed his newly mastered, enigmatic sword techniques, demonstrating his formidable prowess by swiftly dispatching many powerful foes, thereby instilling fear in the remaining masters. He carved out a bloody path from the encirclement, securing a future for the Seven Mysteries sect. Regrettably, just as he managed to escape, his time was up. He left behind the sword manual, a testament to his life's work, with instructions to place it in the Hall of Seven Absolutes before departing from this world. What is even more lamentable is that in the years that followed, none of the disciples, up until Hanli attempted to cultivate this technique, allowing this gem to remain shrouded in dust, hidden from the light of day. Hanli was entirely oblivious to these past events. Even if he were aware, it would not have stirred his interest. For him, what mattered was that this sword technique suited his cultivation and could potentially save his life in the hands of Dr. Mo, as for its origins or the identity of its creator. He held no curiosity. He was a pragmatic individual, disinterested in matters devoid of immediate benefit. Within his room, Hanli lit an oil lamp and leaned over the wooden table, poring over a series of manuals under the dim light. He did not intend to painstakingly transcribe the manuals, but rather relied on his extraordinary memory to commit them all to memory. This approach not only ensured their safety from loss, but also mitigated the risk of any leaks. He was acutely aware of the need to remain vigilant around Dr. Mo, fully cognizant that he would be foolish to assume he was not being monitored. If an abundance of copied manuals were to surface in his room, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions and alert Dr. Mo to be cautious of him. The flickering orange flame of the lamp suddenly emitted a small spark, reminding Hanli that time had slipped away, and he should retire for the night. However, Hanli paid no heed to this reminder, completely absorbed in the world of the manuals, captivated by the array of bizarre techniques they contained. As the sparks continued to burst forth, the shadows cast upon the wall flickered and danced, shifting in size and shape. Hanli remained seated, motionless, creating a striking contrast between stillness and movement that evoked an uncanny harmony. Time passed, and in the span of a quarter of an hour, the clarity of the shadow behind Hanli gradually faded into obscurity and then into nothingness as the morning light began to break outside. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent the entire night engrossed in his studies. With a final crack, the last spark erupted, extinguishing the oil lamp and awakening Hanli from his reverie. He lifted his gaze to the lamp and then glanced outside at the brightening day. A bitter smile crossing his face, he had never anticipated becoming so enthralled by the study of lethal techniques. He was indeed a changed man compared to his former self. After a moment of contemplation, he rose, stretched his neck, and moved his limbs, causing his joints to crack in relief. Then, he turned and stepped outside, fetching a basin of cool water from a nearby deep well to wash his face. Invigorating himself, he then practiced the long spring technique, allowing its energies to circulate throughout his body, dispelling the fatigue of the night. Through his extensive reading and research, Hanli realized that fully mastering this martial art would require no less than 10 to 8 years of rigorous training. Even with his exceptional talent in this regard, he would still need 2 to 3 years to achieve even a modest level of proficiency. Yet, time was not on his side. He had no luxury of such lengthy practice. In at most 4 to 5 months, Dr. Mo would confront him, and he needed to possess a degree of self-defense capability by then. Thus, he ultimately resolved to focus solely on a few simple and immediately applicable techniques, setting aside the rest for later, once he had successfully escaped the jaws of danger. This decision significantly shortened his training time frame, allowing him to learn several quick and easy techniques sooner. In truth, Hanli was well aware that even if he mastered these techniques, they might not guarantee victory against Dr. Mo. If Dr. Mo had not lied during their last encounter, it was likely that, given his past as a formidable overlord, he possessed an array of ruthless methods that had not been revealed during their previous conflict. The skills he had displayed were likely only a fraction of his true capabilities. Even so, just thinking of that ghostly agility sent chills down Hanli's spine, filling him with trepidation towards Dr. Mo. He understood that, within the limited time he had, the knowledge he could acquire would be minimal and pose little threat to Dr. Mo. Almost negligible, however, he would never allow himself to become a pawn, at the mercy of another. Hanli recognized that should a confrontation arise with Dr. Mo, his only chance of victory lay in the element of surprise stemming from the latter's underestimation of him. Only if Dr. Mo let his guard down, neglecting Hanli, could he seize an opportunity for a glimmer of hope. In the days that followed, Hanli committed the entirety of the Blinkinulmisit sword manual to memory and selected several techniques that would be useful to him at present, beginning to explore them in search of an effective training method. After several days of intense contemplation, he successfully organized a complete set of training methods derived from the texts. Accomplishing such a complex task in such a short duration filled him with pride in his efficiency. In the subsequent half-month, Hanli meticulously handled various trivial matters, ensuring he was thoroughly prepared without leaving any loose ends. Firstly, He returned the original manuscripts intact to Li Feiyu on a certain day and recounted his encounter with the infiltrator from the Wolf Gang, including the revelation of the kitchen manager's true identity. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu was understandably astonished and elated, embracing Han Li and repeatedly praising him as a good brother, deeply moved by Han Li's generous act of handing him such a significant achievement. Unbeknownst to him, Han Li was primarily focused on preserving his own life and had little interest in pursuing infiltrators. Why not do a favor without exerting himself? Having completed matters concerning Li Feiyu, Han Li personally visited several skilled blacksmiths within the sect. He commissioned them to craft several uniquely designed short swords with sheaths, requesting discrete modifications to be made. Additionally, he ordered some unnamed components and a couple of small, exquisite iron bells to be produced as swiftly as possible, which cost him a considerable amount of silver, leaving him with a slight pang of regret. Days later, Han Li received the items he had ordered from the blacksmiths and was quite satisfied with the gleaming short swords and delicate iron bells. Praising the craftsmanship and feeling that his expenditure had been worthwhile, that night, Han Li vanished without a trace from his dwelling, leaving behind a note on his bedside that read, "Dr. Mo, there is no need for you to be anxious or agitated. I am not fleeing or hiding. I simply feel that remaining in the same valley with you is too stifling, hindering my cultivation of the long spring technique. Therefore, I have decided to find a secluded location on the mountain for meditation and training. Rest assured, I will return on the same day in 4 months to meet with you." Leaning against an armchair, Dr. Mo held the note in his left hand, scrutinizing it closely, a storm cloud of discontent gathering on his face. On the table beside him lay another note, detailing the recent orders Han Li had placed with the blacksmith. The only sounds in the room were the rhythmic tapping of Dr. Mo's fingers against the table, punctuating the heavy silence. Suddenly, he let out a cold snort, crumpling the paper into shreds that scattered across the floor. Irritated, he stood up and paced around the room, furrowing his brow in thought. After several laps, he halted and muttered to himself, "You little rascal, although I do not know what scheme you are concocting, rest assured that regardless of what tricks you attempt, you cannot escape my grasp. I have set my sights on you." With that, Dr. Emo abruptly turned and approached the window, whistling a low, drawn-out note. In response, a small, nameless bird with yellow feathers flew in through the window, circling the room a few times before landing on his shoulder. As the little bird settled, it affectionately rubbed its beak against his face, emitting a series of cheerful chirps. "All right, I know you are hungry. Here, this is your favorite, yellow chestnut ball." Upon seeing the bird, Dr. Mo's dark expression softened, revealing a hint of warmth as he gazed at it with fondness. He retrieved a piece of yellow bird feed from his pocket and placed it in the bird's beak. "Go now. Follow that person as you always have. The moment he leaves this mountain, return and inform me immediately," Dr. Emo instructed, as if speaking to a person. As soon as the little bird tasted food, it soared excitedly around the room, chirping with glee. After listening to his words, it circled once and then, in an instant, flew out of the window, disappearing into the vast expanse of the sky. Humph! With the watchful eye of the cloud-winged bird, known to be swifter than an arrow shot from a strong bow. "Let us see what tricks you can conjure," he muttered ominously to himself. 4 months, is it? I have awaited this day, and it seems my plans are nearing fruition. Whoever dares to obstruct my path and hinder the execution of my scheme shall meet a swift demise, divine or mortal. None shall escape. Ha ha, ha ha. Dr. Emo suddenly erupted into a frenzied laugh, his eyes gleaming with madness. Chapter 42. The cloud-winged bird. "You are far too overconfident. This lad is quite astute and not an easy opponent. Do not be so blinded by your impending triumph that you risk falling at the hands of this clever youth." Suddenly, the voice of another young man echoed in Dr. Mo's mind. Dr. Mo's expression shifted, his face resembling frost as he coldly reprimanded, "You Zedong, refrain from meddling in my affairs. I need no lessons from you. If I succeed, you shall naturally benefit, though it seems there are discrepancies in the techniques you provided. Are you secretly hoping for my failure?" The suspicion in Dr. Mo's words was unmistakable. The voice, seemingly intimidated by Dr. Emo, hastily responded, "How could there be a mistake? You have tested it on animals, have you not? As for the one that perished, that was merely due to your inexperience with the technique. The death of that one should not hinder your plans." "Humph. It is best that way, but alas, I cannot practice further. Otherwise, I would have greater assurance. After considering the voice's words and reflecting on the previous experiment, the last shred of doubt in Dr. Mo's heart dissipated. Once he finished speaking, the voice seemed to have learned its lesson. Falling silent, leaving Dr. to engage in a neurotic soliloquy, casting an eerie atmosphere over the room. Meanwhile, Hanli found himself in an inconspicuous ravine, even more secluded and hidden than the place where he had met Li Feiyu. The terrain here was elongated, flanked by two steep peaks, forming a narrow passage. The ends of the ravine were tightly blocked by dense thickets, rendering passage impossible, apart from a secret rope descending from the summit of the shorter peak. There were no other exits. Additionally, the area was overrun with dense thorns, occupying vast stretches of land, leaving only a small clearing for Hanli to maneuver. At the top of the ravine, countless unknown vines wove together, forming a natural green canopy, ensuring Hanli need not worry about anyone inadvertently passing by and spotting him below. He placed his belongings beneath a large boulder, returned to the center of the clearing, closed his eyes in contemplation, and upon reopening them, revealed a resolute expression, softly stating, "Let us commence with the most challenging practice, the soft bone technique." Thus, Hanli embarked on his solitary cultivation journey, unbeknownst to him. Not far away, a small yellow bird perched on a branch, vigilantly observing him day and night. Noticing his lack of intent to escape, it refrained from returning to report to its master. Time swiftly passed, and half of the 4-month period had elapsed. Now, within the ravine, it appeared deserted, with no trace of Hanli, who had vanished, leaving only the small yellow bird, unfazed, lingering in place, methodically preening its feathers, seemingly indifferent to the absence of its surveillance target, as if it had cast aside its mission. Suddenly, another gray bird fluttered through the overhead greenery, entering the ravine. After circling a few times, it landed on a yellow wooden post at the edge of the clearing, seemingly intending to rest briefly before taking flight again. The small yellow bird tilted its head, casting a haughty glance at its newly arrived counterpart, displaying an expression akin to derision, appearing utterly dismissive of the gray bird. The newcomer, standing on one leg and surveying its surroundings, finally noticed its fellow bird. It spread its wings, seemingly intending to fly over. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A withered yellow hand descended from above, grasping the bewildered gray bird. Overwhelmed with terror, the gray bird struggled desperately, yet was unable to escape the grip of its captor. It was at this moment that the bird realized the wooden post beneath its feet had transformed into a young boy clad in a yellow shirt. This boy had dark skin, an unremarkable appearance, and thick eyebrows above large eyes. Apart from the clarity in his gaze, there was nothing particularly striking about him. The boy smiled as he watched the small bird thrash about in his grasp. Once it seemed nearly exhausted, he released his hold, gently saying, "Off you go, and next time, do not be so foolish. Ensure you know where to land." The bird, suddenly liberated, disregarded its fellow creature, flapping its wings in a panic as it fled the ravine without a backward glance. After watching the bird escape, the boy remained still for a while, before slowly murmuring to himself, "It seems my breath-holding technique and concealment art have reached a certain level of proficiency. It is time to practice my stealth assassination skills." With that, Hanli shifted his form, heading towards the newly constructed wooden cabin nearby. As he passed the yellow bird's tree, he couldn't help but glance upward. This peculiar little bird had caught his attention over half a month ago. Remaining perched nearby, constantly observing him, seemingly imbued with a remarkable intelligence. Upon first laying eyes on it, Hanli was captivated by its spirited nature and developed a fondness for the small yellow creature. He attempted to capture it, but regardless of his methods, enticing it, setting traps, none proved effective. The little bird exhibited no intention of being deceived, often regarding him with a look of contempt, leaving Hanli both amused and exasperated. In a fit of frustration, he considered using force, but before he could approach, the bird would immediately take flight, only to return the moment he left, leaving Hanli to watch helplessly. Reflecting on this, Hanli turned away, no longer paying it heed, yet deep down, he began to suspect that the bird's origins were likely tied to Dr. Mo, perhaps dispatched to surveil him. However, Hanli remained unconcerned. As long as Dr. Mo did not personally monitor him, what could a mere bird divulge? Besides, he genuinely cherished the spirited little creature and was reluctant to resort to cruel measures against it. Meanwhile, Dr. Imo was busy in a stone chamber, inscribing a peculiar formation with powdered beast bones, discussing matters with another entity in his mind, completely unaware that Hanli had unraveled his surveillance tactics. Chapter 43. All things in readiness during this period. A significant event unfolded within the Seven Mysteries sect. The idol of the new generation of disciples, Brotherly, demonstrated exceptional vigilance by unmasking two undercover agents from the Wolfgang, who sought to steal the list of disciples for their descent from the mountain. Alongside several fellow disciples, he captured them, earning considerable merit. Days later, the sect leader, before numerous disciples, bestowed upon Li Feiyu the title of Protector, officially elevating him to the ranks of the sect's middle management, causing quite a stir and enhancing his reputation. Hanli, however, remained oblivious to this, engrossed in his rigorous training within the secluded wooden cabin. Aside from occasionally venturing to the kitchen for provisions, he had not interacted with anyone for several days, thus remaining unaware of his friend's newfound acclaim. As summer transitioned to autumn, time flew by, and the day of their agreed rendezvous arrived. Within the thorny thicket at the bottom of the ravine, an extraordinarily enigmatic figure flickered in and out of view among the sharp, spiky branches. The perilous thorns posed no hindrance to him, as he glided through the web of thorns like smoke, appearing one moment nearby and then re-emerging from a distance, all in utter silence, as though he were not flesh and blood, but an incorporeal entity. Finally, the figure halted on a tree trunk, standing upright as he gazed into the distance. It was Hanli, who had made notable progress in his cultivation. At this moment, his attire was tattered and worn, exposing patches of skin beneath, his hair wild and unkempt, and his face marred with dirt, rendering his original features unrecognizable. Most astonishingly, small iron bells dangled from his neck, waist, arms, thighs, and ankles. Observing these bells, one could easily deduce the extraordinary nature of Hanli's movements through the forest. He stood motionless, gazing toward the direction of Shou Valley, murmuring to himself, "The timing is perfect. I have finally mastered the misty smoke steps on the last day. With it, I have gained a measure of self-preservation." Though his facial expression remained obscured, the joy in his eyes shone through without reservation. After months of diligent study and practice, Hanli had acquired several formidable secret techniques. He felt a renewed confidence in these skills, believing that even if he could not match Dr. Mo's unfathomable prowess, he could at least defend himself with assurance. A gentle breeze wafted by, sending a chill through Hanli, prompting him to glance down at his tattered garments, reflecting on his current appearance, which brought a wry smile to his face. Reflecting on the experience of practicing the Luo Yin step, he still felt a lingering sense of trepidation. Indeed, honing one's agility amidst the thorns was a perilous endeavor. At the outset, his movements were clumsy, and he inevitably sustained numerous wounds from the sharp thorns, his body a canvas of bruises and blood. Fortunately, he had the vitality pill on hand, which not only healed internal injuries but also proved remarkably effective for external wounds. After consuming one, not only did it staunch the bleeding and promote healing almost instantaneously, but by the following day, even the scars were eradicated without a trace. Hanli was astounded by this miraculous remedy for quite some time. It far surpassed ordinary healing salves. Yet, he found himself pondering why it bore the name Vitality Pill. To him, a title emphasizing its scar-removing and blood-stopping properties seemed far more fitting. Should the esteemed creator of the Vitality Pill learn of Hanli's musings, he would likely be enraged to the point of spitting blood, as his meticulously crafted healing elixir was being compared to mere common ointments from the streets. How could this not infuriate such a distinguished figure? Nevertheless, it was precisely because of the treacherous environment in which he practiced that Hanli was able to tap into his full potential, achieving significant progress in the Luo Yin step in a remarkably short time, rendering it immediately applicable. Furthermore, just a few days prior, Hanli had successfully advanced to the 6th level of the Eternal Spring technique, the highest tier imparted by Dr. Imo without the aid of the several vials of spiritual medicine. He doubted he would ever have reached such heights in his lifetime, no matter how hard he strained. After years of cultivation, Hanli had gleaned considerable insights into the Eternal Spring technique, finding it to be extraordinarily unique. Both its cultivation method and its effects stood in stark contrast to conventional martial arts. Firstly, Hanli surmised that the success of this technique and the speed of its cultivation were fundamentally contingent upon the individual. dependent on the practitioner's innate qualities and their compatibility with the technique. Those endowed with exceptional aptitude could navigate their path with ease and grace. He speculated that even without external assistance, they could achieve lofty heights through sheer diligence. Conversely, those with lesser talents would find themselves stalled at certain levels without the aid of spiritual medicines, likely reaching a dead end in their progress. Like himself, he had experienced smooth sailing through the first 3 levels, only to encounter insurmountable difficulties upon reaching the 4th, making no progress whatsoever. Yet, with the presence of elixirs, the impossible became conceivable, allowing one to transcend innate limitations and ascend to greater heights. This underscored the technique's profound reliance on medicinal potency. However, few would indulge in spiritual medicines as liberally as he did, consuming 1 or 2 daily as if they were mere snacks. Thus, it was only logical that he effortlessly mastered the more challenging 5th and 6th levels. Devoid of the struggles he faced at the 4th. As for his mastery of the 6th level of the Eternal Spring technique, besides enhancing his vitality and mental acuity, he had yet to uncover any other remarkable benefits. Curiously, since he began cultivating this technique, each level had bolstered his spirit, intellect, and sensory perception, while its physical effects appeared negligible, simply rendering him robust and agile. The energy flow it generated, what Hanli referred to as pseudo-true qi, could traverse his meridians like ordinary true qi. Yet apart from heightening his tactile sensitivity, it offered no practical advantage, lacking the formidable power of true qi. Moreover, he sensed that the 6th level was merely a prelude to unfinished teachings. Perhaps its true marvels lay within the final tiers. Contemplating this, he shook his head in resignation and sighed. Given his current rapport with Dr. Mo, the advanced techniques were beyond his reach. Shaking off his musings, Hanli leaped gracefully to the ground, making not a sound, and then strode purposefully toward the small wooden cabin. Tomorrow, he was to meet Dr. Mo, and before that, he intended to fully leverage his innate capabilities, mentally mapping out the steps for their encounter and meticulously considering every possible nuance that might arise, devising optimal responses to the myriad dangers yet to unfold. Chapter 44. The antidote. The sun hung high in the sky, and though it was early autumn, a hint of warmth lingered in the air. Within his chamber, Dr. Mo was restless. While he possessed confidence in his method of coercing Hanli, he felt a nagging uncertainty as the moment approached. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from afar, gradually drawing closer to his abode. Upon recognizing the familiar cadence, Dr. Mo's heart leapt with joy, and he hurriedly dashed to the door, flinging it open. Approaching him was the figure he had long awaited, Hanli. As Hanli drew near, Dr. Mo stifled his excitement, forcing a semblance of a smile onto his face. Indeed, you are quite punctual. I am pleased to see you have no intentions of fleeing. It speaks to your wisdom. Please, come inside. We have much to discuss. That moment, Dr. Mo's expression was as benevolent as that of a kindly elder from a neighboring household, his face radiant like a blooming flower. Rest assured, there are no tricks within. This is neither a dragon's den nor a tiger's lair. Noticing Hanli's wary gaze upon the interior, Dr. Mo quickly offered an explanation, employing a subtle provocation. Humph, now that I am here, would I still fear entering your abode? Hanli scoffed lightly, seemingly roused by the challenge, and took the lead in stepping forward. Dr. Mo, with a beaming smile, stepped aside to grant him passage. Just as Hanli crossed the threshold, Dr. Mo attempted to close the door, only to hear Hanli's voice, unwavering and resolute. Should you dare to shut the door, I shall perceive it as an attempt to ensnare me, and our dialogue will cease forthwith. Taken aback, Dr. Mo hesitated for a moment before stepping away from the door, nonchalantly declaring, I genuinely wish to discuss matters with you. I harbor no ill intentions. If you prefer the door remains open, so be it. He then reclined back into his armchair. Hanli, unceremoniously, seized a nearby stool and boldly sat across from him. They had not seen each other for nearly half a year, and they took a moment to appraise one another. Hanli observed that Dr. Mo appeared significantly aged, resembling a man well into his 70s, and he couldn't help but wonder, was what the doctor had previously said true? Did he genuinely only wish for Hanli to restore his vitality without ulterior motives? Had he perhaps overthought the situation? As Hanli surveyed the surroundings, his gaze suddenly narrowed. The tall, enigmatic figure stood silently in the corner. Eerily still, like a lifeless statue, If one did not actively seek him out, his presence would remain undetected. That moment, Dr. Imo also scrutinized Hanli, seemingly satisfied with his condition, and spoke in a gentle tone. Seeing you now reminds me of your arrival, when you were merely a child of scant years, so small in stature. Yet now, look at how you have grown. Time is indeed relentless. The casual banter caught Hanli off guard, leaving him uncertain of the doctor's intentions. However, he immediately raised his guard, reminding himself that this man was a cunning fox, one who had experienced more than he could fathom. He must tread carefully to avoid falling into a trap. Dr. Imo, I remain ever grateful for your care. I shall not forget it. If you have any commands, please do not hesitate to express them. Hanli's demeanor softened as he reverted to a respectful tone, seemingly transforming back into the obedient disciple of your, splendid. Your words reassure me that my efforts invested in you were not in vain. Now, let me assess your progress with the eternal spring technique. Dr. Imo appeared genuinely to embrace the role of a benevolent teacher, rising to approach Hanli with the intent to take his pulse. Old fox, truly leveraging your age and experience, Hanli silently cursed, hastily sidestepping to evade the doctor's grasp. Please, Dr. Imo, allow me to clarify that I have indeed advanced to the 4th level of the eternal spring technique. However, might I first request the antidote for the corpse insect pill? Once my concerns are alleviated, I will gladly permit you to examine my cultivation. Hanli smiled, adopting a sincere tone as he addressed the doctor. Oh dear. How forgetful of me. My mind seems to be failing with age. Dr. Imo exclaimed, as if just now recalling his initial intention. He rummaged through his sleeve, producing a silver vial from which he poured a dark pill into his palm, tossing it toward Hanli. Feigning a clumsy demeanor, Hanli barely managed to catch the pill, bringing it to his nose to inhale its pungent aroma. He glanced up at Dr. Imo, who was watching him with a bemused expression. Hesitation flickered in his mind as he questioned the authenticity of the remedy. Yet, abstaining from consumption was not an option. The time for the pill's effects was imminent, and failure to take it could lead to dire consequences. Convinced that the doctor still needed him, he reasoned that it was unlikely to be a counterfeit, and with a solemn expression, he swallowed the pill, awaiting its effects. This time, Dr. Imo seemed to lose his urgency. Reclining leisurely back into his seat, engaging in casual conversation with Hanli, seemingly forgetting his original purpose for summoning him. Before long, Hanli felt a fleeting pain in his abdomen, which quickly dissipated. He promptly checked his body, discovering that the corpse insect pill had dissolved completely, and a surge of joy welled up within him, a hint of a smile gracing his face. These transformations, naturally, did not escape the keen observation of Dr. Imo, who had been perpetually attentive to Hanli. Once Hanli concluded his examination of the medicinal properties, Dr. Imo beamed at him and remarked, Hanli, I must say, my administration of the corpse insect pill was a decision made out of necessity. Without its persistent urging from behind, I fear you would not have so easily achieved the 4th layer of your cultivation. Thank you for your kind intentions, old Imo, but I would prefer that such fortuitous matters not be applied to me in the future. Having alleviated a pressing concern, Hanli's spirits lifted considerably, and he began to trust in the sincerity of the doctor, choosing not to confront his pretenses directly. Now, may I allow you to take my pulse? Dr. Imo expressed this earnest request, which placed Hanli in a predicament, as he pondered whether the other party might seize this opportunity to subdue him. Chapter 45. Intrigue and Fang's bowing his head in contemplation. Hanli realized that it was indeed impossible to refuse the examination of his abilities any longer. The doctor had unhesitatingly provided him with the antidote to the corpse insect pill, thereby demonstrating a measure of goodwill. Should Hanli continue to resist, it might incite unwarranted suspicion, leading the doctor to believe that he had not truly attained the 4th layer of his Changchun Gong, but rather that he was deceiving him with falsehoods. Such developments could spiral into unforeseen complications. Furthermore, Hanli had anticipated this juncture and made some preparations in advance, even if he were to turn hostile after the pulse taking. He possessed certain strategies for evasion. With this thought, he lifted his gaze to meet Dr. Mo's eyes and slowly spoke. Old Imo, considering your readiness to provide the antidote, this shall be my final act of trust in you. I hope you will not disappoint me with that. He extended his right wrist, cautiously observing the doctor's reaction, ready to retract at the slightest hint of danger. Regrettably, Dr. Imo maintained his faade of a smiling demeanor. revealing no discernible changes. Upon hearing Han Li's acquiescence, his eyebrows twitched slightly before returning to their original position, indicating that he had been prepared for Han Li's response all along. Without uttering another word, he extended his gnarled left hand and gently placed it upon Han Li's wrist, his smile gradually fading into a solemn expression, as though he were engaged in an extraordinarily sacred act. Han Li secretly sustained his fourth-layer cultivation. Upon witnessing Dr. Mo's demeanor, he felt a wave of unease wash over him, and his vigilance heightened to its peak. His left hand discreetly pressed against his waist, where a custom-made sheathed short sword awaited him. Slowly, a look of astonishment spread across Dr. Mo's face as he sensed the continuous flow of extraordinary energy coursing through Han Li's meridians, an intensity far surpassing his minimum expectations. Even the most cunning and scheming individual could not suppress the bloom of joy on his countenance upon realizing that his long-anticipated scheme was finally within reach. Remarkable. Truly, it is the fourth layer of Changchun Gong. Ha! Ha! This is truly splendid. Ha ha ha! Dr. Mo unabashedly erupted into laughter, the sound reverberating throughout the room. Yet, his grip on Han Li's wrist remained unyielding. Old Mo, what are you doing? Shouldn't you let go now? Han Li's expression darkened. He understood that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He attempted to forcibly retract his right hand, but the doctor's grip was immovable. Let go? Very well, I shall let go. Dr. Mo's laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by a sinister countenance. With a thunderous shout, he bellowed, "Halt!" Han Li felt a sudden ringing in his ears, darkness clouding his vision as his body lost its balance, collapsing to the ground. His left hand, which had rested on the hilt of his sword, fell limply away. Oh no! Despite his body's betrayal, Han Li's mind remained clear. He recognized his oversight. He had been caught off guard by the doctor's sudden aggression, leaving him momentarily powerless. You are still too young, Dr. Mo chuckled with a hint of triumph. Now you have no tricks left to play, do you? Come here. Dr. Mo forcefully yanked Han Li from the ground, dragging him to his feet before bending down to press his right index finger directly against Han Li's chest acupoint. With a loud thud, Dr. Mo's finger struck what felt like an iron plate, producing a dull, thumping sound. The tip of his finger reverberated painfully, and his attempt to seal Han Li's acupoint failed. What is this? Dr. Mo was momentarily stunned, a sense of surprise overtaking him. Could it be that he wears armor beneath his clothing? His gaze involuntarily swept over Han Li's attire, which appeared too thin to conceal any hidden defenses, leaving him perplexed in that fleeting moment of distraction. Han Li regained control over his body. His recovery abilities exceeded Dr. Mo's expectations. The cultivation of his sixth layer of Changchun Gong had not been in vain. His resilience against anomalies surpassed what one might typically anticipate, a fact that even Han Li had not foreseen at this juncture. Dr. Mo, discarding his doubts, resolved to adopt a different approach to subdue Han Li. Yet, he suddenly felt the wrist he had firmly grasped become slippery and pliable. Eluding his hold entirely, astounded, he exerted a bit more strength, only to find that Han Li's wrist slipped like an eel from between his fingers, leaving him genuinely bewildered. Regardless of Dr. Mo's astonishment, Han Li executed a sudden roll, swiftly maneuvering to a corner of the room. Once he had distanced himself from the doctor, he cautiously rose to his feet. His expression remained impassive, his eyes coldly fixed on Dr. Mo. He refrained from further dialogue. Although he was uncertain of the doctor's intentions, it was evident that they were not benevolent. The claims about utilizing his Changchun Gong to stimulate vital points had proven to be nothing more than a grand deception. For the sake of his own safety and that of his family, Han Li slowly drew the short sword from his waist with his left hand. The weapon, measuring approximately 1 foot in length, glimmered with a sharp azure light, exuding an aura of lethal precision. It was an exquisite blade. Today, it is either you or I who shall perish. Only one of us will leave this room alive. Han Li's words were icily resolute, revealing his fangs for the first time before Dr. Mo. Chapter 46. A sword through the chest. Dr. Mo, slightly taken aback, glanced at his left hand before shifting his gaze back to Han Li. With a sneer, he remarked, "How interesting it seems you have indeed been busy over the past year, developing such peculiar skills. But do you truly believe that with these meager tricks, you stand a chance against me? It appears I have not engaged in combat for quite some time." A personal demonstration would be refreshing. I shall allow you to strike first. Han Li disregarded the doctor's derisive remarks, having resolved to take the initiative and strike first to gain an advantage. He positioned his short sword horizontally before him, capturing the doctor's attention. Meanwhile, from the right sleeve, a small paper packet discreetly slid down into his palm. He then raised his hand, flinging a cloud of white powder into the air. In an instant, it transformed into a thick, billowing white mist, enveloping Han Li entirely, rendering his form indistinct and elusive. The fog quickly spread throughout the room, obscuring everything in a dense, white shroud, making it impossible to see even one's own hand before one's face. Han Li, too, mysteriously vanished within the haze. Dr. Imo furrowed his brow, taken aback by Han Li's unexpected maneuver. However, his seasoned experience led him to remain unperturbed. He possessed ample means to counter such lowly tactics. Still, to avoid any potential trickery within the mist, he held his breath, confident that his profound cultivation would allow him to endure without inhaling for several moments. Humph, such trivial skills dare to flaunt before me. Dr. Imo scoffed, executing a swift palm strike into the mist. The white vapor swirled violently, revealing a gaping hole where the mist had been disturbed. Not detecting Han Li's presence, Dr. Imo continued his assault, unleashing a flurry of air-splitting palm strikes, dispersing the fog entirely from the doorway, restoring the room to its former state, save for the absence of Han Li. Strange. This fellow truly possesses a modicum of talent. He managed to vanish from my sight. Dr. Imo mused, though his composure remained steady. He had been stationed near the entrance, and even the slightest disturbance would not escape his notice. He meticulously surveyed the room, taking in the numerous bookshelves, a desk, and a grand chair. Everything appeared normal, yet he could not fathom how such an active presence as Han Li had seemingly vanished within such confined quarters. Though Dr. Mo's expression remained unchanged, his mind began to churn with confusion. Undeterred by his doubts, he cleared his throat and ambled toward the corner where Han Li had disappeared, intent on uncovering the truth. As he approached within 10 paces of the corner, he halted, squinting his eyes, sensing a faint yet tangible aura of malice lingering nearby, directed squarely at him and poised to strike. Dr. Mo's eyes gleamed with intensity as he scanned the surroundings meticulously. Yet he could discern no anomalies. Frustration mounted within him. There was no one else present. Had the heavens conspired against him? As the heavens and the earth converged, a flicker of realization ignited within him, as if he had grasped a crucial insight. Just as he intended to delve deeper into contemplation, a sudden clang echoed from above. In that moment, Dr. Imo experienced a profound epiphany, understanding that his adversary was concealed atop the eaves. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and executed a swift, forceful downward strike, aiming to incapacitate the hidden foe poised to launch an attack against him. A thunderous sound accompanied the force of his palm. Interspersed with the sharp chimes of metal, puzzled, Dr. Imo glanced upward, only to find the space above him utterly vacant, devoid of any spectral presence. Instead, a solitary black iron bell hung from the beam, swaying vigorously in response to his palm's wind, producing the chime that had misled him. Where, he wondered, was Han Li's silhouette? At that very moment, a glimmering flash of cold light erupted from beneath him, surging forth with lightning speed towards his abdomen. The swiftness of the attack was such that it could only be likened to a bolt of lightning, and it wasn't until the light was nearly upon his clothing that Dr. Imo became aware of its presence. Alarmed and taken aback, he instinctively executed a bridge pose, folding his body in half as if devoid of a spine, narrowly evading the blade that grazed his stomach, slicing open his garments and nearly delivering a fatal blow. Even after dodging the blade, Dr. Imo remained on high alert, as if springs had been installed beneath his feet. Without moving his body, he slid back several paces, finally daring to raise his gaze to the source of the sword's flash. There, in the vicinity where he had just stood, the ground began to bulge upward, gradually forming a yellow figure. None other than Han Li, who had skillfully combined soft-bone techniques, breath-concealing arts, and stealth into a singular maneuver. At that moment, Han Li donned a garment of the same earthy hue as the floor, clutching the very short sword that had nearly achieved its purpose. His eyes reflected a sense of regret, suggesting he felt a profound disappointment over the previous attack. Meanwhile, the once sallow complexion of Dr. Imo now bore a tinge of pallor, still shaken by the peril he had just faced, his heart racing with residual fear. Although he was no stranger to danger as a seasoned practitioner, he had rarely encountered such a close brush with death in his life, particularly at the hands of someone he had habitually underestimated. Like Hanli, taking a deep breath, Dr. Mo's expression gradually returned to calm, though his voice carried a dry rasp as he spoke. It appears I have indeed underestimated you, my dear disciple. Your display is quite commendable, worthy of my earnest attention. After delivering this challenge, Dr. Mo slowly raised his hands, positioning them before him, gazing tenderly at his own palms as though they were a beloved partner. Seemingly forgetting Hanli entirely. Raising an eyebrow, Hanli let out a cold chuckle, gripping his short sword tightly as he took measured steps towards Dr. Ng's. The words magic silver hand escaped Dr. Mo's lips. They resonated with a deep, almost otherworldly timbre, imbued with an unbelievable allure that momentarily stunned Hanli, halting his advance. No sooner had the words left Dr. Mo's mouth than a tremendous surge of malevolent energy erupted from him. Akin to a tempest, growing in ferocity and radiating outward, saturating the entire room. Hanli, who had been approaching, found himself struck by this sudden, violent force, forcing him to stumble back several steps in a desperate attempt to regain his footing. His expression shifted dramatically, heart pounding with trepidation, as he realized that his opponent was likely deploying his true, formidable techniques, spurred by the previous encounter. Boy, to witness my renowned technique, the magic silver hand, is indeed a stroke of fortune for you. Dr. Mo's boisterous, arrogant voice buzzed in Hanli's ears. Fortunately, it lacked the inner strength to be truly overwhelming, allowing Hanli some measure of relief, for it seemed that Dr. Mo had dismissed the notion of reusing a failed tactic. However, hearing Dr. Mo's repeated references to the magic silver hand piqued Hanli's curiosity, prompting him to scrutinize the elder's hands. What he saw left him astonished. The once emaciated arms of Dr. Mo had suddenly swelled as if filled with air, significantly thicker than before. More astonishing still, the formerly sallow skin had transformed into a gleaming silver hue, reflecting a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight, appearing impervious, as if forged from true silver. Was this truly the extent of Dr. Mo's power? Hanli's heart sank at the realization, his grip on the sword hilt slick with cold sweat, betraying his inexperience in combat. The sheer change in energy and the abnormality of Dr. Mo's hands made it feel as though even breathing had become a laborious task. Yet, outwardly, Hanli maintained an air of composure, his expression revealing nothing of his inner turmoil, as though he remained oblivious to Dr. Mo's haughty demeanor. Dr. Mo, sensing a flicker of irritation, acknowledged that while he now regarded Hanli with newfound respect, he still felt a twinge of disdain at having to unleash his ultimate technique against a mere teenager. He yearned to witness Hanli's fear, to see him paralyzed with dread. For only then would his display of power feel justified. Do you realize how much I detest that expression on your face? A callow youth, yet you parade around as if you possess complete mastery over all matters. Dr. Mo stated, his voice laden with contempt. Oh, indeed. If my demeanor provokes such disdain from you, it is my honor. I shall endeavor to cultivate this trait further, Hanli retorted, no longer silent, employing sarcasm in hopes of eliciting a chink in Dr. Mo's armor. Yet, it was evident that his efforts bore no fruit, as Dr. Mo refrained from further verbal sparring, instead clapping his hands together with a resounding metallic clash that unsettled the very soul. In the next instant, he leapt into the air, his silver hand poised to strike, transforming into a whirlwind that bore down upon Hanli with the weight of a mountain. Clearly, he intended to forego any further delay and rely on his formidable technique to subdue Hanli in one fell swoop. Hanli's expression grew serious, his full attention fixated on the impending onslaught. As Dr. Mo descended upon him, Hanli raised his short sword, aiming for the vulnerable point of his adversary's throat. Seeing Hanli's audacity in refusing to evade his powerful assault, Dr. Mo felt a surge of delight, grinning maliciously as he declared, "Prepare to die." One of his silver hands boldly reached to seize Hanli's sword, while the other aimed a vicious chop at his shoulder. However, the blow aimed at Hanli's shoulder, though fierce in appearance, was executed with only half the power, contrasting starkly with the venomous words that accompanied it. Almost as if he feared inflicting serious harm on Hanli. Unaware of this subtlety, Han Li nonetheless refused to test the strength of his opponent's palm with his own flesh. With a deft flick of his wrist, he maneuvered his sword into a defensive position, transforming it into a silver shield that safeguarded his upper body. Dr. Mo's lips curled into a mocking smile, yet his hands remained unwavering, plunging into the brilliance of Han Li's sword without any intention to withdraw. With a sharp clang, Han Li's sword met the silver hand, sending sparks flying, yet failing to breach the skin, instead ricocheting harmlessly away. Seizing the moment, Dr. Mo flipped his palm, extending a finger to deftly flick the blade that had momentarily connected with his hand. Han Li felt a jolt of heat in his grip as his sword was sent spiraling away, landing deeply embedded in the wall, devoid of any lingering attachment. Immediately following, the other silver hand morphed from a palm into a claw, reaching for Han Li's ribcage in an attempt to immobilize him and capture him. As the situation rapidly deteriorated, Han Li remained composed, subtly shifting his shoulder, causing his form to blur and transform into a wisp of smoke. Darting forward with astonishing speed, Dr. Mo, taken aback by this uncanny maneuver, attempted to envelop the smoke with his hands, creating a thick silver barrier, showing no intention of allowing Han Li to escape. Yet, the smoke proved to be insidiously elusive, swirling and dispersing in an unimaginable manner, slipping through the silver barrier and darting towards the corner of the room, where it gradually took shape, revealing Han Li's true form. Dr. Mo lightly descended upon the spot where Han Li had previously stood, his movements fluid and ghost-like as he turned to face Han Li once more. The arrogance that had once adorned his features had vanished, replaced by an expression of bewilderment, with a flicker of something unusual glimmering in his eyes. At this moment, Han Li's situation was far from favorable. He was panting heavily, his complexion pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and an unusual flush had appeared on his cheeks. All these signs indicated that the life-saving technique he had employed moments ago had drained most of his stamina, and it was highly likely that he would be unable to execute the same maneuver again. Taking a deep breath, Han Li attempted to relax his body to alleviate the significant strain that the recent use of the Luo Yin step had placed on his muscles. Now, he could only seize every opportunity to recover some strength, hoping to enhance his chances of victory in the next round of combat. He glanced down at his trembling left hand, which had gone completely numb and lacked any sensation, rendering it impossible for him to wield his sword. It seemed that the left-handed swordsmanship he had painstakingly trained in was temporarily rendered useless, leaving him to rely solely on his right hand for battle. With a wry smile, he reflected on his current predicament. Having lost a considerable amount of stamina, unable to utilize the intricate Luo Yin step, and now forced to fight with one hand, his situation could not be worse. It appeared that he had no choice but to resort to his final secret technique. Han Li gazed at the sun outside, estimating that the time was indeed ripe for employing this technique. He cast a glance at the short sword embedded in the wall, realizing that he would have no opportunity to retrieve it. His opponent would not allow him the luxury of casually reclaiming his weapon. After a moment of contemplation, he withdrew another weapon from his robe, a short sword, roughly half a foot in length. Given its diminutive size, it was more fittingly described as a dagger. Drawing it from its sheath revealed a blade that appeared much broader than a typical dagger, shining brilliantly and exuding a sharp edge. Discarding the sword sheath aside, he switched the weapon to his right hand, extending his arm and positioning the sword's tip at an angle toward his adversary, adopting an offensive stance. Dr. Mo observed all of this keenly but refrained from rushing in for an attack. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back, his expression suddenly softening as he spoke in a gentle tone. Han Li, your repeated evasions have indeed taken me by surprise. However, do you truly believe you can once again escape my grasp as you did before? The footwork you employed was remarkable, yet it appears to come with significant limitations. Judging solely by your stamina, it is clear you cannot sustain such movements any longer. Surrender gracefully. You should recognize that I harbor no intention of inflicting serious harm upon you. Complying with my words may not be as dreadful as you imagine. Dr. Mo's chameleon-like demeanor sent shivers down Han Li's spine. One moment he played the benevolent teacher, the next he was cold and ruthless. And now he was speaking to Han Li with earnest persuasion to submit. This left Han Li at a loss for words. Did he truly appear so dazed as to fall for such a melodramatic ruse? However, the doctor's words did bolster Han Li's confidence. If he were not wary of him, why resort to such childish tactics to deceive him? In an instant, Han Li saw through the ploy. He sighed softly, shook his head gently, and without uttering a word, brandished the short sword in his hand, indicating his resolve. Seeing that Han Li disregarded his counsel and instead provoked him with his weapon, the veins on Dr. Mo's forehead began to throb with rage. "You ungrateful fool!" He lunged forward with a powerful stride, venomously declaring, "A mere step apart." In an instant, he seemed to float effortlessly closer to Han Li, as if employing some magical technique to traverse the distance. Leaving onlookers astonished, Han Li, taken aback by the sudden movement, wore an expression of alarm as he hastily retreated 2 steps, creating distance between them before positioning his short sword defensively, its blade shimmering coldly to obstruct Dr. Mo's advance. Seemingly forgetting the hardships he had endured in their previous encounter, Dr. Mo suppressed a mocking smile. He had no intention of kindly alerting his opponent. With a swift movement, he separated his palms, launching dual assaults toward Han Li, completely disregarding the glinting blade before him. Just as 2 silver hands were about to penetrate the sword's radiance, a light laugh echoed from across the way. Exuding the confidence of a hunter who had cornered his prey, a chill ran down Dr. Mo's spine, prompting him to slow his advance and momentarily freeze in place. Then, he heard a chilling voice. "Right now, you have truly walked into a trap. Observe the short sword in my hand." Upon hearing this, Dr. Mo involuntarily glanced at the short sword, only to see Han Li had inexplicably ceased his movements. Adopting a peculiar stance, his upper body slightly reclined, the single-handed sword held horizontally at his waist, while his lower body was poised in a taut bow stance, resembling an archer ready to release an arrow. As for the short sword mentioned, aside from a faint green glow, there was nothing amiss, leaving Dr. Mo perplexed. Could it be that Han Li was attempting to distract him with such an odd posture and deceptive words to throw him off balance? Amused by this thought, Dr. Mo nearly scoffed aloud, but just then, Han Li surged forward like an arrow released from a drawn bow, propelled by an unseen force, charging directly at him with astonishing speed that caused Dr. Mo's expression to shift. In a hurry, Dr. Mo brought his separated hands together, intending to trap Han Li's blade between his palms. However, he witnessed the short sword flicker and multiply into a dozen indistinguishable blades, all striking from various angles, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the true threat among them. With a snort, Dr. Mo's opinion of Han Li diminished further. Employing such flashy, impractical techniques against a master like him was tantamount to courting death. He quickly identified the real blade's trajectory. As the two were on the verge of collision, Han Li subtly adjusted the angle of his sword, tilting it just slightly, merely a fraction, but to Dr. Mo's eyes, it resulted in a cataclysmic transformation. Suddenly, he was blinded by dazzling white light, rising in blinding brilliance, unimpeded in its assault on his eyes. Realizing the peril, he hastily retreated and shut his eyes, but it was too late. The white light surged into his vision, leaving no room for reaction. Instantly, he felt a searing heat in his eyes, followed by a sharp pain, and tears streamed uncontrollably. Ignoring the discomfort, he struggled to open his eyes to see. But all he beheld was a blinding whiteness. He could not even discern the outlines of objects around him. At that moment, a mix of shock and anger coursed through him, regretting that he had once again fallen victim to Han Li's trickery. However, being a seasoned veteran of the Jianghu, he quickly regained his composure, instinctively retreating to create distance while simultaneously waving his arms in front of him to shield his vital areas with his indestructible magical silver hands. He resolved not to initiate any attacks until his vision returned to normal, determined to wait for clarity before striking, lest he fall into yet another of this cunning trickster's traps. Now, he had cast aside any lingering underestimation of Han Li. This confrontation bore a danger level that rivaled his past life-and-death struggles with formidable foes. Though unable to see his opponent's movements, Dr. Mo heightened his senses, straining to listen intently, hoping to discern Han Li's next move through sound. He vaguely perceived a figure darting before him, followed by a sharp sound coupled with a gust of cold air approaching him directly. Rather than feeling alarmed, Dr. Mo felt a surge of elation. Han Li's methods were evidently still somewhat juvenile. If he had stealthily launched a surprise attack, Dr. Mo might have found himself in a predicament, but such a brazen frontal assault was hardly daunting. After all, his skills in discerning sound were honed to perfection. Even the direct stab of a short sword or the approach of a slender needle would be unmistakable to him. As he listened intently, Dr. Mo deliberately slowed his movements, allowing a slight opening in his defense. True to his expectations, the sudden attack veered towards the gap, aiming straight for his throat. A sinister grin crept across Dr. Mo's face as he prepared for this moment, his right hand shooting forth like lightning to seize the sword's blade, gripping it tightly and showing no fear of its sharp edge. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hanli desperately tugged at the sword, attempting to retract it, but under the control of the magical silver hand, it was utterly futile. His efforts were in vain. A sense of pride welled up within Dr. Mo, yet he dared not let his guard down, fearing Hanli might regain his wits and make a swift escape. Ignoring the fact that his vision was still impaired, he exerted all his strength to pull Hanli toward him. Intending to capture him personally, however, he was taken aback to find the sword suddenly felt weightless, as if it had vanished from his grasp. Mo had yet to grasp the situation when he suddenly heard a sharp, piercing sound that seemed to tear through the air, as if a slender object was hurtling towards him at an extraordinary speed. Before the object arrived, the rush of air had already caused a slight sting at his throat. He had no time to ponder. His body instinctively reacted, his head jerking to one side as he desperately tilted away, twisting his neck at an improbable angle in an attempt to evade this lethal strike. The profound skills he had honed over the years finally came into play. Mo felt a chill at his neck as the sharp object grazed him, merely causing a slight abrasion without inflicting any grievous harm. Having narrowly escaped this attack, he feared there might be more to come, and without a second thought, he mimicked Han Li's initial escape tactics, throwing himself to the ground in a clumsy roll, distancing himself from Han Li before daring to rise again. Once upright, Dr. Mo felt a searing pain at his neck and instinctively touched the wound, discovering his fingers damp with blood. Quite a considerable amount had flowed. He quickly pressed 2 fingers against the nearby blood vessels to staunch the bleeding. It was then that a wave of dread washed over him. He realized that the previous strike should have been unavoidable. Yet his body's instinctive response had miraculously allowed him to evade disaster. Contemplating this, he glanced up at Hanli, only to find that his vision had inexplicably returned to clarity. Hanli was glaring at him, unmistakably displeased at having allowed Mo to escape, and scathed once more at in his hand. He clutched a short, pointed weapon, resembling an exceedingly short cone, with the hilt still resembling that of a sword. It appeared rather peculiar. Stained with blood, the very weapon that had harmed Dr. Mo. Dr. Mo's expression turned icy, his eyes ablaze with fury. The repeated brushes with death had become intolerable, and he was on the verge of exploding with rage when he noticed something in his right hand. Lowering his gaze, he saw a handleless blade, light as a feather. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was hollow, and concealed within was the very cone that had attacked him. The blade was merely a deceptive cover for the actual weapon. Instantly, his rage was doused by this unexpected revelation. Chapter 50. The fragrant silk. At that moment, Dr. Mo recalled how, upon entering the room, Hanli had insisted on keeping the door open. It seemed that the trap had already been laid. Utilizing the reflection of sunlight, despite his youth, Han Li's meticulous planning had ensnared the seasoned Dr. Mo, leaving him nearly helpless. The depth of this young man's cunning was astonishing, seemingly at odds with his age and experience. Was he truly a prodigy, a reincarnation of a genius? The more Mo pondered, the more he felt a chill of dread, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Following this setback, Dr. Mo's wariness towards Han Li intensified. He faced Han Li with utmost caution, hesitating to act recklessly. Strangely, Han Li seemed indifferent, merely fixing his gaze on Mo with no intention of attacking. The two found themselves in an unexpected stalemate, glaring at one another. After a moment of awkward silence, Han Li suddenly broke the tension with a statement that left Mo utterly astonished. "Old Mo, let us make peace. How about I surrender?" Upon uttering these words, Han Li casually tossed his weapon aside, revealing a broad grin that showcased his white teeth, embodying the innocence of a rural youth. Surrender? Dr. Mo initially suspected his ears had deceived him, but soon realized the absurdity of the suggestion. He glanced at the iron cone discarded by Han Li, skepticism etched across his face. "What trickery is this? Don't think for a moment that I would fall for such nonsense. If you wished to surrender, you could have done so from the outset, rather than waiting until it came to life and death. Hanley merely smiled at D's accusations, seemingly accepting them, and the two fell back into their standoff. Moments later, Dr. Mo, recalling something hilariously absurd, suddenly bent over, clutching his abdomen, and burst into hearty laughter. His mirth was so profound that tears streamed from his eyes. Ha! Ha! How amusing! I nearly forgot such an important detail. I've been engaging you in a direct confrontation. As Dr. chuckled intermittently, Hanley furrowed his brow but soon relaxed, gazing out the window with a smile that deepened as he spoke casually. Old Mo, don't you think we've lingered long enough? It's time to bring this to a close. Dr. paused, momentarily taken aback, then gradually composed himself. He straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor, and replied coldly, I too believe it is time to end this. In that instant, both men appeared resolute, confidence surging as they felt they had found a means to subdue one another. After a brief silence, it was Hanley who broke the stillness, his voice brimming with certainty. Old Mo, do you realize that your life rests firmly in my hands? Dr. Mo was taken aback. My life in your hands, he scoffed, disbelief etched on his face. You don't think there is something unusual about your wound? Nonsense. I've inspected it closely. Your short sword is devoid of. Dr. began to retort, but his expression suddenly shifted as he recalled that the injury had not been caused by the short sword, but rather the hidden cone. Clearly, you need not be told. Old Mo, you understand my meaning now, Hanley said with a grin. What of it? Don't forget, I taught you the art of pharmacology. What poison can I not counter? Dr. retorted, regaining his composure. But I neglected to mention that my weapon was coated with fragrant silk. Fragrant silk? Dr. Mo gasped, astonished. Surely, this is beyond my expectations. Indeed, I trust you are aware of the potency of this substance? Hanley teased leisurely, nonsense. How could you have concocted such a poison? I've never disclosed even a fragment of the formula, Dr. Mo insisted, maintaining a facade of disbelief. Yet, the peculiar sensations emanating from his wound had already led him to suspect the truth. Seeing that Dr. remained obstinate, Hanley sighed and elucidated, You mustn't forget, your medical texts were entirely accessible to me. The formula was tucked away in an obscure pharmacological manuscript. Had I not scrutinized it closely, I might have missed it entirely. Dr. recalled that when he had first come into possession of the formula, the myriad of ingredients and intricate steps had compelled him to meticulously note down the preparation methods and required materials, which he had then tucked into a book. With the ensuing chaos, he had completely forgotten about it, inadvertently bestowing Hanley with significant leverage. Let us sit down and discuss a truce, Hanley proposed confidently. Dr. huffed, ignoring Hanley, as he desperately tried to recall the preparation and effects of fragrant silk. The name itself seemed innocuous, even conjuring images of sensual delights. Yet, its potency was akin to the heartache of a lovesick maiden, unbearable and deeply penetrating. Chapter 51. The might of the giant. Once afflicted by the fragrant silk's poison, its venom would gradually permeate through the bloodstream, reaching every corner of the body in a short span. Those of ordinary disposition might withstand it, but for martial practitioners, the threat was fatal. Should the poisoned individual attempt to channel their inner energy during this time, the toxin would escalate rapidly, causing their blood to reverse course and inducing excruciating agony. As time passed, if the toxin embedded itself deeply within, matters would only worsen. Even if one regained control over their inner energy, they would require daily doses of an antidote to suppress the poison, lest their bones begin to distort, leading them to wither away like a lump of clay, unable to move. Most fearsome of all was the fact that once the toxin infiltrated the marrow, it could not be entirely eradicated. The afflicted would have to rely on long-term consumption of targeted antidotes to keep the symptoms at bay, allowing the poison to linger like an unyielding obsession throughout their lives. The ingredients for concocting this poison varied widely, many of which were interchangeable. Although the consequences remained the same, the specific toxicity differed depending on the preparer's skill, rendering it unpredictable. Consequently, the antidote also varied, with only the originator of the toxin capable of crafting the appropriate remedy. Others, even if they understood the preparation methods for fragrant silk, would find themselves at a loss when attempting to concoct the antidote. Thus, The lives of the poisoned were entirely at the mercy of the poisoner, leaving them with no choice but to comply, fearing rebellion. Dr. Mo filtered through the memories associated with the entwined fragrant silk in his mind, and he had come to comprehend the reason behind Han Li's unwavering demeanor. A cold smile flickered within him, yet his expression remained unchanged as he casually remarked, "Is this truly your final gambit? Young man, if you possess no further tricks up your sleeve, then you might as well surrender without resistance." Han Li's heart sank abruptly. Observing Dr. Mo's unperturbed expression, it became evident that his threats were regarded with utter indifference. He realized that he must have overlooked some crucial detail. It was clear to him that Dr. Mo genuinely dismissed the lethal nature of the poison coursing through him, showing no sign of being perturbed in the slightest. Because of this, Han Li understood that he was at an absolute disadvantage. His opponent seemed to possess immense confidence in subduing him. As Han Li fell silent, Dr. Mo let out a sinister chuckle, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, before he bellowed, "Iron slave, seize him." Instantly, Han Li recalled that upon entering the room, he had seemingly forgotten about a certain important figure. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his foot to retrieve the weapon at his side, causing the iron spike to leap into his grasp. In that fleeting moment, a massive shadow surged forth from a corner of the room, propelled by a fierce wind, reaching him in an instant with a speed so astonishing that Han Li found himself unable to evade. With no other option, he thrust the iron spike toward the creature's abdomen, hoping to create a momentary barrier to afford him a chance to escape. However, targeting the abdomen with such a short weapon was hardly advisable. Yet, Han Li had no alternatives. His adversary was simply too towering, and his weapon was only a mere span in length, leaving him with no other choice. Suddenly, Han Li felt as though he had collided with an otherworldly beast. His outstretched wrist seemed to have been struck by a massive tree, dislocating it instantly, and he was sent staggering backwards several steps. The iron spike he wielded felt as though it had struck stone, flying from his hand and disappearing from view. Infuriated and alarmed, Han Li barely managed to regain his balance after the impact when he sensed a shadow loom before him. Almost immediately, he was seized by immense pain as two colossal hands gripped his shoulder blades tightly, leaving him with the sensation of being crushed. Desperately struggling, he found himself as immovable as if a mountain were pressing down upon him. In a moment of panic, he disregarded his reservations and lifted his knee, forcefully driving it into the vulnerable area between the giant's legs. A sharp cry escaped him as he felt a jolt of pain, realizing that even that critical area was impenetrably hard, as if his knee had collided with solid stone, causing him to feel as if his kneecap had shattered into pieces. However, this act seemed to provoke the giant further. The grip on his shoulders tightened with a savage force, nearly rendering Han Li unconscious, causing him to collapse to the ground. "Be gentle, iron slave. This one still holds great potential," came Dr. Mo's reprimanding voice at that critical moment. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt the pressure on his shoulders lessen, and the pain receded significantly. He could not help but release a sigh of relief, feeling for the first time that Dr. Mo's voice was rather pleasant to hear. Yet, amidst his relief, the doubts that had long plagued his mind intensified. From the very beginning, Han Li had sensed that for reasons unknown, Dr. Mo consistently showed restraint at critical junctures, as if fearful of causing him harm. He certainly did not believe that this was out of genuine kindness, but rather that there was something hidden that made Dr. Mo cautious, preventing him from unleashing his full force. Thus, Han Li resolved to fully exploit this weakness and engage in a negotiation to extricate himself from the clutches of his captor. Dr. Mo approached him and seemed to perceive his thoughts, a mocking expression flitting across his face. He first examined Han Li's chest, retrieving a heart-protecting mirror from there, his expression one of surprise. This item had obstructed his acupoint. He shook his head lightly without uttering a word, then produced a finely crafted yellow wooden box from within his robes. The box was exquisite, adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings, clearly a valuable item seldom seen among ordinary households. Before Han Li, Dr. Mo solemnly opened the lid, revealing several identical silver blades inside. These blades possessed an unusual shape, appearing neither quite like a knife nor a sword, their edges curving to form a crescent shape, resembling daggers in size, and were truly peculiar. When Dr. Mo withdrew one of the silver blades, Han Li noticed that it was astonishingly thin, akin to a sheet of paper, with a glimmering cold light dancing upon its surface, evoking an immediate sense of its sharpness, likely capable of severing flesh as easily as cutting cloth. Even more bizarrely, the end of the blade's handle was inlaid with the visage of a closed-eyed ghostly head. Sporting a green complexion, sharp fangs, and elongated horns, appearing exceedingly fearsome, as Dr. Emo held this strange blade, he cast a sidelong glance at Hanli, laden with ominous implications. This gesture sent shivers down Han Li's spine. Could it be that his ominous premonition was correct, and Dr. Emo intended to use this blade to carve into him? Chapter 52. 7 ghosts devouring souls. Han Li's complexion began to pale. His eyes fixated on Dr. Emo, who raised the strange blade high. Under the sun's rays, the edge shimmered brilliantly, emphasizing its lethal potential. A wave of panic surged within him, yet reason dictated that such effort had been expended to capture him. Dr. Emo would not simply take his life without further ado. This was merely intimidation, he reasoned. Thus, as the blade descended slowly towards him, he maintained a stoic silence, striving to appear composed. It was not until the blade's edge hovered a mere half-inch above his head, the tips of his hair sensing a chilling breeze, that he finally closed his eyes, a flicker of regret passing through his mind. Did his captor truly intend to strike? Had he known it would come to this? Perhaps he should have pleaded for mercy, as there might have been a slim chance for survival. He was still young and did not wish to perish in such a manner. Would his parents grieve upon hearing of his demise? Would they regret sending him to the 7 Mysteries sect? Faced with this life-and-death moment, a tumult of thoughts surged within Han Li's mind, each emotion vying for prominence, as if in that instant he experienced the entirety of life's joys and sorrows, gaining profound insights into the nature of existence. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed ominously. Han Li's body trembled slightly, yet he soon found himself bewildered. He felt no pain whatsoever. What was happening? He opened his eyes in astonishment. To his utter disbelief, he saw that the strange blade had embedded itself in Dr. Mo's own shoulder, penetrating deep into his flesh, leaving only the handle exposed. Quivering slightly, perhaps due to its extraordinary sharpness, not a single drop of blood was spilled, rendering the scene exceedingly eerie. As Han Li stared in shock, Dr. Emo, maintaining his usual demeanor, began to praise him. "Tiske, young man, you truly possess a commendable audacity. To have the blade poised at your throat yet remain silent in the face of peril, impressive indeed. In my days traversing the martial world, I encountered countless heroes who claimed to fear nothing, yet upon facing me, they would quickly transform into pitiful wretches, begging for mercy, their cowardice laid bare." Han Li found himself momentarily speechless, at a loss for how to respond. He had nearly embarrassed himself moments before, yet had managed to maintain a facade of fortitude throughout, clinging to the hope that his captor would not truly resort to violence. Furthermore, his pride prevented him from groveling for mercy. And now, confronted with Dr. Mo's accolades, he felt a complex mix of emotions, uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. While Han Li wrestled with his myriad thoughts, Dr. Emo swiftly drove the remaining silver blades into his own body, each leaving only the ghostly-headed handles protruding from various locations. By the time Han Li regained his senses, he was horrified to discover that 7 blades had been embedded within Dr. Mo's shoulders, legs, abdomen, and chest, creating a grotesque appearance reminiscent of a victim of dismemberment. Amused yet astonished, Han Li realized that Dr. Mo's self-inflicted wounds were likely part of a formidable technique, though he could not ascertain whether this was intended to be used against him. After finishing with the peculiar blades, Dr. Emo fell silent, lowering himself to sit cross-legged before Han Li, closing his eyes as he entered a state of meditation, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Han Li felt a surge of determination. This was a rare opportunity for escape. He attempted to move his limbs, but the moment he shifted, he felt a heavy weight on his shoulders, rendering him immobile once more. With a wry smile, Han Li lamented his oversight. With the giant beside him, there was no chance for him to maneuver. It appeared that Dr. Emo had thoroughly considered this scenario beforehand, showing no concern for any tricks Han Li might attempt. The giant, known as Iron Slave, was a creature shrouded in mystery, impervious to blades and bullets, unyielding even to the most vulnerable of areas. Han Li realized he had fallen entirely into the hands of this formidable being. As he cursed his misfortune in silence, He noted that the other figure before him had begun to exhibit an otherworldly transformation. Dr. Mo's face began to twitch uncontrollably, his entire body trembling incessantly. The contortion of his facial muscles twisted his features into a grotesque mask, as if he were enduring unimaginable agony. Coupled with the several sharp blades protruding from his body, it evoked a chilling sense of dread, as if a sinister aura were slowly rising within the room. Suddenly, Dr. Mo ceased his convulsions and tremors, but from the depths of his throat emerged a low, guttural roar, filled with primal ferocity. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to transcend his elderly form, transforming into a ferocious beast that had just leaped from the wilderness. Then, something even more terrifying occurred. The ghostly mist that had once manifested on Dr. Mo's face a year prior reappeared. This spectral fog, however, was markedly different from before. It was denser and darker, enveloping his face like a sinister mask, obscuring his true visage. The tentacles that occasionally emerged from the mist underwent dramatic transformation, their smooth, glossy blackness hinting at a tangible presence, writhing and dancing erratically across Dr. Mo's countenance. With fingers poised like a lotus blossom, Dr. Mo formed a peculiar gesture, his lips moving as if reciting incantations. Though his voice was too soft for Hanli to discern clearly, Mo engaged in this enigmatic ritual. The mist upon his face seemed to react with fury, boiling over like hot oil meeting cold water, sending forth more of its slender appendages in a threatening display, as if attempting to thwart Dr. Mo's further actions. Just as the black fog thickened to its most oppressive state, Dr. Mo opened his eyes wide. And even through the dense shroud, Hanli could perceive a profound brilliance within them. 7 ghosts devouring souls, Dr. Mo bellowed, invoking the name of his secret technique. Hanli felt a shiver run through him. But what unfolded next struck him with overwhelming force, revealing the vast unknowns that still lay before him in this world. As Dr. Mo's voice resonated, the 7 monstrous blades embedded in his body began to quiver, emitting a resonant hum that grew louder and sharper, as if they were striving to break free from his flesh. Observing the blade's apparent defiance, Dr. Mo muttered in frustration, though his words were too faint for Hanli to catch. Likely unflattering in nature. Rising to his feet, Dr. Mo circled the room, ultimately stamping his foot in exasperation before extending a finger, inserting it into the gaping maw of one of the ghostly heads. In an astonishing turn of events, the lifeless entity abruptly closed its jaws, viciously biting down on the offering. Savoring the taste as it gently sucked, Dr. Mo's body quivered slightly, as if he were enduring immense pain. The obscuring black mist concealed his expression, but Hanli surmised it must have been quite ghastly. After what felt like an eternity, the ghostly head finally relented, satisfied, releasing its grip, and the resonant hum faded away. Dr. Mo replicated this feeding ritual for each ghostly head, reluctantly withdrawing his finger once he had done so. Following this, he resumed the intricate hand gestures and murmured incantations. This time, the 7 blades lay still, their eyes snapping open to reveal blood-red irises, their mouths widening grotesquely as they began to inhale deeply, as if drawing in something from the air. The mist upon Dr. Mo's face seemed to sense impending doom, surging violently as its tentacles flailed with increasing ferocity. Yet to no avail. 7 slender black tendrils were still drawn from the mist, tracing elegant arcs in the air before precisely descending into the waiting mouths of the ghostly heads, which devoured them piece by piece. Hanli stood in a daze, for he witnessed the surreal spectacle unfold directly before him, every detail of the ghostly mouths and their jagged teeth etched vividly in his mind. Having touched the fringes of another realm, Hanli was utterly astounded by this extraordinary power. The bizarre silver blades, the eerie ghostly heads, and the sinister black mist enveloping Dr. Mo's face, all phenomena that defied explanation and shattered his previous understanding. Previously, he had held a mere half-hearted belief in the supernatural, convinced that unless he witnessed it firsthand, it could not be true. Yet now, the ghostly scenes that belonged only in legends were vividly unfolding before his eyes. Leaving him utterly astonished, in a moment of tumult, Hanli's thoughts spiraled chaotically. Faced with such inhuman power, as a captive, he felt utterly helpless. Gradually, the mist upon Dr. Mo's face thinned and faded, consumed by the ghostly heads until only a faint, wispy layer remained, barely cloaking his visage. At that moment, Dr. Mo's features became discernible, and upon seeing his true form, Hanli gasped, his mouth agape in astonishment, unable to close it for a long while. The revelation was staggering. The face emerging from the black mist was that of a robust man in his 30s. Strikingly youthful compared to the elderly visage he had known. The familiar brows and eyes confirmed it was indeed Dr. Mo, albeit rejuvenated by several decades. His strong, defined features, the authoritative gaze, and the subtly smirking lips painted the portrait of a captivatingly handsome man. Such a mature countenance held a lethal allure for women, be they youthful maidens or disenchanted wives, often rendering them unable to resist his charm. Witnessing this visage ignited an impulse within Hanli to shatter it with his fist. Recognizing the envy it would undoubtedly incite among other MENs, the last remnants of the black mist were drawn into the ghostly mouths. Hanli recalled Dr. Mo had once mentioned he was only in his 30s. Having aged prematurely due to the prolonged extraction of his essence by malevolent forces during his healing. In light of this, it seemed Dr. Mo had not deceived him regarding his age. The current appearance was likely Dr. Mo's true form, yet the means by which he achieved this restoration were astonishing. Hanli then realized that Dr. Mo's rejuvenation extended beyond mere appearance. His body and hair had similarly transformed, his lustrous black hair and erect physique indicating he was in the prime of his life, brimming with vitality and energy. However, if Dr. Mo possessed the means to restore his original form, why then had he gone to such lengths with Hanli? Hanli pondered, roused from his stupor, aware that he remained in peril. He began to analyze the situation rapidly, searching for a possible escape route. Observing the rejuvenated Dr. Mo, Hanli noted a certain dazed expression upon his face. He stood motionless, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he raised a hand, gazing at the smooth skin of his palm as if it were a long-lost treasure, then closed his eyes, pressing his hand against his cheek, gently rubbing it as if relishing the vitality of youth once more. Dr. Mo's self-absorbed demeanor left Hanli feeling somewhat unsettled. He could not fathom the whirlwind of emotions Dr. Mo must be experiencing at this moment of rediscovery. Dr. Mo, you seem to have returned to your former self. Does that mean you no longer require my assistance? Might you consider sparing me, allowing me to serve you in the future? Hanli could no longer contain his anxiety, still uncertain of how Dr. Mo intended to address him. Aware that the likelihood of being spared was slim, he nonetheless feigned ignorance, hoping to glean insight into his fate and make necessary preparations. You truly possess the ability to endure and adapt. Hanli, but do you genuinely believe I would let you go? Dr. Mo's youthful visage broke into a subtle smile, radiating a warmth that could easily drive women to madness. However, his voice, imbued with an inexplicable magnetism, startled Hanli anew. It was a melodious tone that brought comfort, starkly contrasting the previously harsh and bitter timbre, suggesting that his voice now matched his striking appearance. For the first time, Dr. Mo addressed Hanli by name. Though the news was not favorable, it nonetheless imparted a sense of recognition, more preferable to the previous condescension of Brat. Thus, Hanli felt a slight alleviation of his earlier frustration. From an outward perspective, the current Dr. Mo appeared impeccable, every movement exuding grace, a quintessential handsome man devoid of the traits that once marked him as an old curmudgeon. Undoubtedly, this visage had captivated countless heroines in the past. What exactly do you intend to do with me? Please, be clear, Hanli retorted, unyielding in the face of Dr. Mo's stunning beauty, offering no courtesy, especially since the implications of mercy were absent in Dr. Mo's words. Dr. Mo flexed his limbs, invigorated anew, and stretched his long, languid body, smiling silently, offering no response to Hanli's inquiries. Instead, he produced an item from within his robes. This time, it was a small package folded from silk, its satin hue radiating like flames, bright and striking, with each stitch appearing exquisitely crafted, suggesting it was no ordinary object. What could be contained within this silk? Could it be another peculiar artifact akin to the silver blade? Hanli, momentarily forgetting his questions, was overtaken by curiosity. Dr. Mo did not keep Hanli guessing for long. He deftly unwrapped the silk, carefully extracting a crumpled piece of yellowed paper. Hanli felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet a shiver coursed through him, sharpening his senses, for he understood that the most unassuming objects often harbored unimaginable potential. The paper that Dr. Mo now presented was unlikely to serve mundane purposes, particularly in light of the bizarre occurrences that had transpired earlier, hinting at some profound significance. With 2 fingers, Dr. Mo gingerly lifted the yellowed paper, cautiously smoothing it out. Hanli observed intently. The paper was modest in size, akin to a palm, cut into a long strip, its color aged and worn, suggesting it had been around for quite some time. Most striking were the shimmering silver symbols painted upon it, their forms peculiar and unlike anything Hanli had encountered before. Yet, upon first glance, he felt a mysterious force stirring within him, awakening his internal energy, as though these symbols had roused something deep inside, leaving him utterly astonished. Realizing something was amiss, Hanli focused intently on the symbols. Seeking to uncover their hidden meanings, they twisted and turned in intricate patterns, yet seemed to contain an underlying order, concealing profound knowledge within their arrangement and shape. Alas, time was too fleeting, and he found himself unable to decipher them. In that instant, Dr. Mo approached Hanli, noticing his captivated gaze upon the yellow paper, a look of pity fleeting across his features, though it vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Leaning closer, his lips brushing Hanli's ear, he whispered in a hushed tone, "Hanli, do not blame me. I am left with no choice. It is time for you to be reborn. I shall take possession of this body." "What do you mean? What are you saying?" Hanli was jolted from his reverie by Dr. Mo's words, his heart racing as a dreadful premonition loomed over him. He sensed that a grim fate was about to befall him. Ignoring the threat posed by the towering figure behind him, he began to thrash and struggle, hoping to retrieve a few small items from his person that might create chaos and provide an opportunity for escape. "Iron slave, hold him down, do not let him move." Unfortunately, with Dr. Mo's icy command, Hanli's final resistance was swiftly quelled. 2 massive hands, akin to small mountains, bore down upon his shoulders, rendering him immobile. Sweat the size of soybeans trickled down his temples, and he bit his lip, helplessly watching as Dr. Mo chanted incantations before him. The yellow paper between Dr. Mo's fingers began to flutter as if caught by an unseen breeze, and the silver symbols illuminated one by one, emanating a mysterious light. Though Hanli could not move, his mind remained clear. It was evident that once all the symbols glowed, it would signal the moment of his impending doom. Dr. Mo's expression turned grave as he fixated on the yellow paper. When the final symbol shone forth, his demeanor shifted to one of delight, and he executed a series of intricate gestures with the paper, followed by a decisive incantation that resonated like thunder. Simultaneously, the yellow strip was firmly pressed against Hanli's forehead, adhering to him with unyielding force. The moment the paper touched his brow, Hanli felt his control over his body slip away, even his eyelids refusing to blink, leaving him entirely numb to his physical form, yet his sight and hearing remained intact. His consciousness felt like that of a stranger, unable to govern his body, akin to a soulless automaton. This sensation was distinctly different from being immobilized by pressure points. Though he could not move, he could still perceive his surroundings. Panic surged within Hanli as he pondered Dr. Mo's intentions in subduing him and seizing control of his body. Was this truly the end? "Do not be anxious. Your body can still be retained for a brief moment longer," Dr. Mo seemed to deliberately convey, as if speaking to himself. "Your thoughts are far too lively. If you could move freely, I would have a headache," Dr. Mo remarked calmly. He then effortlessly lifted Hanli, striding out of the room. Outside, the sun blazed with intensity. Hanli felt as though he had been in the room for an eternity, though in reality, only a short time had passed. Dr. Mo carried him with the nonchalance of handling an object, meandering through the medicinal garden adjacent to the building, arriving at a remote stone wall. The giant man trailing silently behind him like a shadow, never straying far. Through his eyes, Hanli discerned that an unfamiliar stone house had been constructed before him, reminiscent of the meditation chamber he had previously used. Built entirely from stone, the only distinction lay in the exterior walls, which had been hastily coated with a layer of lime wash. Judging by the materials used, it was evident that the structure had been completed recently. Had he retained his sense of smell, he might have detected the pungent odor of fresh lime. "Iron slave, remain outside. If anyone approaches this house, kill them without hesitation," Dr. Mo issued a blood-curdling command, clearly apprehensive about unforeseen interruptions jeopardizing his plans. The stone door swung open effortlessly as he entered, closing it behind him with an air of familiarity, suggesting this place was well known to him. Likely constructed by his own hands, the stone house was sealed, devoid of windows. Hanley expected it to be shrouded in darkness after the door closed, yet to his surprise, he found the interior illuminated by an array of oil lamps and candles of varying sizes, casting a bright glow akin to daylight upon the modest space. The spectacle left Hanley speechless. Of course, even if he wished to voice his thoughts, he was incapable of doing so. What unsettled him most was a peculiar pattern, spanning several yards, intricately painted in the center of the stone house. This design appeared to be crafted from some sort of powder, the precise nature of which Hanley could not discern from his position. Surrounding the pattern were several fist-sized pieces of jade, their lustrous clarity evident in the candlelight, unmistakably rare treasures. Had a connoisseur of such gems laid eyes upon them, they would mourn the misuse of such exquisite jade embedded in the stone floor. As Hanley lay entrapped within his own body, transfixed by the scene, he suddenly found himself unceremoniously tossed into the center of the pattern, lying flat on the ground, gazing up at the ceiling. Anxiety gnawed at him. In this critical moment, he could not see Dr. Mo's actions, making it impossible to find peace of mind. However, he was powerless to change his fate, offering himself a small consolation that at least he was not face down. Otherwise, he would have nothing to gaze upon. A series of peculiar sounds echoed around him, piquing Hanley's curiosity, but he soon realized the light had dimmed considerably, understanding that Dr. Mo had extinguished many of the lights. The purpose of this act remained unclear to him. Moments later, Dr. Mo suddenly spoke. "You truly believe your method will work? Understand that I have wagered everything on it." His voice was chillingly cold. Hanley found himself bewildered, uncertain whether this was directed at him. The tone did not seem to suggest it. Yet, within the stone house, only the two of them were present. Had Dr. Mo already forgotten that he was bound by the accursed yellow paper and unable to respond? There is no doubt. The 7 ghosts devouring souls and spirit-settling talisman I shared with you have never been false. A young man's voice, unfamiliar yet youthful, suddenly emerged in the room, suggesting he was only in his 20s. Hanley felt numb. The bizarre occurrences he had endured today far surpassed anything he had encountered in the past few years. Thus, the sudden emergence of a voice seemed hardly remarkable. Humph! What worked before is of no use now. Dr. Mo spat, surprising Han-Li. In the past, such language would have been insignificant. Yet considering Dr. Mo's current handsome visage, his coarse speech elicited a dark amusement within Hanley if, at the crucial moment, "You intentionally left me a way out, leading me into a trap. Who would I turn to for help?" Before the young man could respond, Dr. Mo continued, "Do not say it is you who provides assurance. You should know that you were meant to be dead, and the one who killed you is me. How can you harbor no resentment? How can you not secretly deceive me?" Dr. Mo's relentless inquiries left no room for retorts from the other party, seemingly intent on venting all the unease that resided within him. Following this, a prolonged silence ensued, punctuated only by Dr. Mo's heavy breaths. After a considerable pause, the young man offered no response. Upon hearing these words, Hanley felt a chill coursing through his heart. This suddenly appeared young man was, in fact, someone who had once perished. Could it be that he was a ghost? Moreover, from their conversation, it became apparent that the peculiar technique employed by Dr. Mo had been derived from this individual. "What more do you wish from me? I have already sworn a poison oath in the names of my ancestors, my parents, my entire family, and even my entire clan. Is that not satisfactory?" Finally, the young man spoke, his voice tinged with indignation. Hanley's heart sank. This youth was so deranged as to wager the names of so many close kin merely to gain Dr. Mo's trust, indicating that he was indeed a person of inherently cold disposition. The flicker of sympathy that had momentarily arisen due to their shared plight was instantly extinguished. "Indeed, I cannot do anything to you. Your physical form is destroyed, and only your primordial spirit remains. You are condemned to dwell in darkness, a fate scarcely better than complete obliteration." Dr. Mo's tone softened, seemingly reluctant to escalate the conflict. "Yu Zitong. I wish to remind you one last time. Should any misfortune befall me, you will not fare much better. Be ye aware that your current primordial spirit form cannot endure for long. Without my assistance in finding a suitable vessel, you may truly dissipate into nothingness. Therefore, If there is any aspect of the technique that remains untruthful or misleading, now is the time to confess. It is not too late, I assure you. I will harbor no resentment towards you. I can swear a poison oath before your very eyes, Dr. Imo persisted, still striving to guide the youth. Hanli finally grasped the essence of the matter. Dr.'s anxious discourse stemmed from his fear that this Yu Zedong might have tampered with the transmission of the technique, thereby causing the spell to backfire upon himself. Hence, he sought to verify the details from the other party before proceeding. The method of seizing a body that I imparted to you is devoid of any alterations. If I have deceived you, may all my kin suffer divine retribution, meeting untimely ends, leading to the total annihilation of my lineage. Yu Zedong, without a moment's hesitation, resolutely issued another poison oath, clearly cognizant of Dr. Mo's apprehensions. Furthermore, while employing the seven ghosts devouring soul technique may grant you temporary magical powers to execute simple spells, it is ultimately a sacrifice of your essence to feed the spirits. Will the residual essence within you still suffice for future use of this technique? After delivering his oath, Yu Zedong spoke again, effectively blocking Dr. Mo's retreat. Following his words, silence once more enveloped the stone chamber. Save for the sound of Dr. Mo's restless pacing, Hanli silently prayed, for the first time in his life, to a passing deity, hoping that the entity would be frightened enough to abandon its nefarious intentions towards him. Though he understood the absurdity of his wish, it was the sole recourse available to him in that moment. Indeed, trust is essential in dealings. If one seeks to gain substantial advantages, a modicum of risk is to be expected. Dr. Mo ultimately resolved himself. Upon uttering this sentiment, despair gripped Hanli. If his face were capable of feeling, it would surely have turned pale, reflecting his despondency. In contrast, Yu Zedong appeared elated, his words brimming with excitement. It is as it should be, consider this. You were once an unremarkable individual devoid of spiritual roots, entirely unqualified to tread the path of cultivation. However, after successfully employing the method, you will possess a vessel endowed with spiritual roots. You may then seek refuge within a clan or sect of cultivators, thus potentially liberating yourself from the cycles of birth, aging, illness, and death, living far longer than any mundane person. I shall gladly accept your auspicious words. Rest assured, I, Imojurin, am a man of my word. Once we succeed, I shall promptly assist you in finding a suitable vessel with spiritual roots, ensuring that you are not wronged. My dear you. Dr. Imo, enchanted by Yu Zedong's words, began to envision the prosperous future that lay ahead after the spell was cast, his heart igniting with fervor and his demeanor growing increasingly cordial towards Yu Zedong. Thank you, Brother Imo. Once we achieve success, I shall divulge all my cultivation techniques without reservation. Yu Zedong cunningly maneuvered to close the distance between them, establishing a rapport. Hanli, listening intently from the sidelines, felt a surge of fury. These two were truly colluding, shamelessly treating his body as a mere object, entirely disregarding his autonomy. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless to intervene. Having cast aside his initial doubts, Dr. Imo, now resolute, intended to proceed without further delay. He retrieved several slender golden needles from an unknown source and deftly inserted them into the secret points at the back of his head. Invigorating himself with renewed energy, ensuring he would not err in casting the spell, he then approached Hanli, assisting him into an upright position and arranging him in a seated posture on the ground. Dr. Mo himself settled opposite, crossing his arms tightly over his shoulders. With a hand gesture, he unleashed a red beam of light that struck the symbol beneath Hanli, illuminating several surrounding jade stones. Then, a low, resonant incantation flowed from Dr. Mo's lips, akin to a sinister enchantment, inducing a drowsiness in all who heard it. As Hanli's consciousness began to wane, dulled by the incantation, he fought desperately against the encroaching slumber. However, his efforts were in vain. Had he still possessed control over his body, he might have resorted to biting his tongue or twisting his flesh to stave off sleep, but now he could only passively endure. Under the overwhelming hypnosis of the spell, Hanli soon succumbed to unconsciousness, and just before he faded away, he caught a glimpse of Dr. Mo's once handsome visage twisted into a grotesque mask of malice. Losing all semblance of beauty, "You have become quite hideous," was the last thought that crossed Hanli's mind before he slipped into oblivion. A helpless curse devoid of profanity, in the depths of unending darkness. Hanli experienced a rather peculiar dream. In this dream, he transformed into a green sphere of light, possessing a small realm of his own, where he soared freely, overwhelmed with joy. However, this bliss was soon interrupted by the sudden intrusion of a yellow sphere of light, no larger than a thumb, which, despite its diminutive size, radiated an aggressive intent. Upon spotting Hanli, it lunged at him with a fierce snarl, opening its gaping maw to bite. Hanli, undeterred, retaliated in kind, manifesting his own mouth to fiercely counterattack. Within moments, the yellow sphere was easily consumed by Hanli's larger form, bringing the skirmish to a swift conclusion. Exultant in his victory, Hanli savored the delightful spoils of his conquest. Just then, another intruder entered the fray, this time, a green sphere akin to his own, albeit significantly larger, though its glow was faint and weak, lacking the brilliance of Hanli's. At the sight of Hanli's green sphere, the newcomer hesitated, momentarily taken aback. However, emboldened by the recent taste of victory, Hanli charged forward without considering their disparity in strength. The other sphere, left with no choice, engaged in a fierce struggle. Although it was slightly larger, it proved feeble and insubstantial, collapsing under the pressure and attempting to flee. Hanli, unwilling to relent, pursued it vigorously, but the cunning foe managed to escape by shedding its bitten portion, allowing it to escape, albeit diminished in size by a third. After 2 encounters, Hanli continued to dominate this realm, eagerly anticipating the arrival of further invaders. Yet, alas, none appeared. As time passed, he grew indifferent, continuing to drift joyfully in solitude. And an eternity seemed to stretch ahead. A sudden chill surged from the depths of his being, gradually enveloping Hanli, pulling him from his slumber. Upon awakening, he found his head heavy and throbbing, every part of his body languid and weak, reminiscent of someone just recovering from a grave illness. Struggling to open his eyes, he found his eyelids unbearably heavy, rendering him motionless in his dazed state. Hanli recalled the events leading up to his unconsciousness. A shiver coursed through him, sharpening his senses, and he quickly assessed his condition. It seems my body has not been seized, though I cannot open my eyes. The discomfort pervading my body confirms that I have indeed regained control. Could it be that Dr. Mo's spell had failed? Overwhelmed with unexpected joy, Hanli contemplated this plausible explanation. Suppressing his excitement, he patiently gathered his strength, managing to pry his eyes open just a slit to discern his surroundings. Upon awakening, I beheld a visage adorned with a crown of white hair, frail and emaciated, bearing the extreme signs of age. Indeed, it was the elderly countenance of Dr. Mo, yet, upon closer inspection, he appeared to have aged a decade more than I had previously remembered, transformed into a decrepit old man beyond the limits of age. At that moment, his eyes were wide open, staring at Hanli with palpable terror. Hanli was taken aback, his muscles tensing instinctively, the sensation of weakness vanishing into thin air. His first thought was to preemptively strike, to seize the initiative. After the lessons learned from previous encounters, Hanli was resolute in not allowing himself to be easily dominated again. However, he soon noticed something amiss. The other party's expression was frozen, motionless, devoid of any signs of breath, as if he had long since departed from this world. Hanli furrowed his brow, yet dared not let down his guard, remaining acutely focused on the man's face, searching for any signs of weakness. After a careful observation lasting a full quarter of an hour, Hanli had to concede that the figure before him bore no semblance of a living being. Hesitating briefly, he cautiously approached, reaching out to grasp the man's wrist while placing a hand beneath his nostrils to check for breath. After a moment of stillness, he found no response. It was then that Hanli felt a profound sense of relief wash over him, as if a colossal weight that had burdened his heart had been lifted. Even now, he could scarcely believe that his formidable adversary, the cunning and ruthless Dr. Mo, had perished so quietly, so inexplicably. And with such ease, he touched his forehead, realizing that the so-called talisman intended to stabilize his mind had vanished without a trace, leaving him perplexed as to its whereabouts. In hindsight, having learned the ways of talismans, he understood that the yellow talisman must have been depleted of its magical essence, reduced to ashes, thus explaining its absence. With the tension finally eased, Hanli began to scan beyond Dr. Mo's lifeless body, seeking any clues that might illuminate the circumstances of the man's demise. The oil lamps and candles surrounding him still flickered, indicating that he had not lost consciousness for an extended period. While a few jade pieces nearby had dulled, seemingly diminished in quality. Shifting his gaze, he caught sight of something lurking in the corner of the stone chamber, desperately attempting to evade his line of sight. This object was familiar to him. It was the adversary he had last battled in his dreams, the one who had slipped through his fingers, a green orb that had been devoured by a third of its essence. Now, it was frantically attempting to burrow into the wall corner, manifesting clear signs of fear towards Hanli. Initially taken aback, Hanli soon contemplated thoughtfully, resting his chin on one hand and lowering his gaze in contemplation. Moments later, he rose to his feet and approached the glowing orb. Stopping just half a yard away, he spoke slowly. "I believe we should introduce ourselves. You must be Yu Zitong." The green orb quivered slightly, its luminescence flickering uncertainly. Upon hearing Hanli utter its name, it dimmed for a moment before regaining its glow. "You have deduced my identity. It seems you are indeed a disciple of Imojuren." Equally formidable and challenging to contend with, the orb, seemingly resigned, began to speak in human language, its tone distinctly that of a youth. It did not attempt to dispute Hanli's assertion, but readily acknowledged it. "Might I inquire what you wish to know? You should provide me with some explanations regarding the events that transpired." Despite recognizing the orb as one of the conspirators who sought to harm him, Hanli displayed no trace of anger, maintaining a leisurely demeanor. However, Yu Zitong, upon observing Hanli's calm exterior, felt an inexplicable chill encroach upon his heart, sensing impending doom. Having recently experienced the formidable prowess of this nemesis during their mental clash, he had been left with a portion of his soul devoured, suffering substantial losses in his magical energy. At present, with only a remnant of his power, he could only conjure minor illusions devoid of lethal force. Now, faced with the reality of Hanli, he found himself utterly defenseless, overwhelmed by an unshakable dread. "What exactly do you wish to know?" He understood that Hanli had narrowly escaped a life-threatening ordeal and was likely in a precarious emotional state, rendering him exceedingly dangerous. Though Hanli appeared outwardly composed, beneath the surface, he could very well be simmering with suppressed rage, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Given that he had already been discovered, the wisest course of action was to cooperate, avoiding any verbal provocations that might test Hanli's patience, as he had no desire to be unwittingly ensnared by the other's impulsiveness. "First, tell me who you truly are. Then recount your acquaintance with Dr. Imo, along with the details of your original plan, in thorough detail. I have ample time, and am prepared to listen." Hanli spoke with a mask-like expression, devoid of any discernible emotional fluctuation. Speaking of which, I too am a victim." Yu Zitong began, seeking to elicit Hanli's sympathy while distancing himself from Dr. Imo. Yet, seeing Hanli's indifference, he had no choice but to continue. "I was once a solitary cultivator." Yu Zitong recounted his background and the events leading up to the present moment in meticulous detail, portraying himself as a pitiful figure coerced into complicity by Dr. Imo. He shifted the blame entirely onto the deceased doctor. Hanli, naturally, did not fully trust his account, but he was able to piece together a semblance of the truth using the fragments of information previously divulged by Dr. Imo. By discerning the possible exaggerations within Yu Zitong's words, Hanli gleaned a general understanding of the unfolding events. The story recounted by Dr. Imo prior to his ambush and quest for recovery appeared genuine, devoid of any ulterior motives to deceive him. However, the narrative regarding the mysterious tome he supposedly discovered, which provided insights into restoring his powers, was evidently fabricated. It was Yu Zitong who had facilitated Dr. Mo's recovery. Yet it was also Yu Zitong who had ensnared him in a web of curses. It turned out that Yu Zitong hailed from a so-called family of cultivators, having mastered the 7th tier of the Changchun technique to a degree, but was subsequently hindered by his innate limitations and could not progress further towards establishing a foundation. Without a foundation, a cultivator could not be considered a true member of the sect and was barred from entering the world of cultivation. Thus, in a state of desperation, Yu Zitong ventured into the secular world, hoping to experience life among mortals and perhaps, through such exposure, break through his current mental impasse. Naturally, if he could stumble upon rare herbs to concoct elixirs, that would be an even greater fortune. However, he was acutely aware of the slim chances of such a prospect, but he clung to the belief that fortune might smile upon him, allowing him to seize an unexpected opportunity. With this alluring ambition, the mere youth of 20-something entered the secular realm as perceived by cultivators. The dazzling exterior of the world soon overwhelmed Yuzitong, whose already fragile resolve crumbled within a few years, ultimately devolving into a sycophant residing comfortably among the elite, indulging in worldly luxuries while his aspirations for cultivation gradually waned. Those in his family would inevitably strike his name from the family records after a century, casting him into the realm of mortals, severing all ties unless a descendant with exceptional talent emerged to reclaim their lineage. As matters stood, while Yu Zedong faced a bleak future in cultivation, he could still aspire to a long life of wealth and comfort, a scenario not entirely unheard of among those who had yet to establish their foundations. Yet, unbeknownst to him, fate had other designs. One fateful day, while wandering the streets, he happened upon a rare blood spirit herb, mistakenly placed among common red flower herbs by an ignorant shopkeeper. Overjoyed at the discovery, he felt a renewed hope for breaking through his limitations and immediately sought to purchase the herb. However, another cultivator entered the shop, also recognizing the herb's value, and a dispute ensued. The shopkeeper, seeing the potential for profit, declared that whoever offered the most silver would claim the herb. In the end, Yu Zedong, with slightly more funds, acquired the precious herb. Yet, he was not naive. He knew his adversary would not relent easily, so he fled that very night toward his family's stronghold. However, he had only traversed half the distance when he was pursued by the other cultivator, leading to a fierce confrontation. The opponent's magical prowess far surpassed his own, and Yu Zedong was soon left bloodied and defeated, unwilling to part with the precious herb. Desperate, he activated a life-saving talisman he had brought from his family, employing a self-destructive technique to repel his assailant, which allowed him to escape. However, he was grievously injured, and in this precarious state, he crossed paths with Dr. Imo, who was also in search of a remedy. It was indeed a twist of fate, for despite having wandered through the secular world for years, Yu Zedong possessed no experience in dealing with the cunning of worldly individuals. Upon noticing Dr. Mo's condition, he unwittingly let slip his own possession of the coveted herb. In this predicament, he has brought upon himself a calamity of mortal proportions. One must understand that at this moment, Dr. Imo is in a state of frantic desperation, tirelessly searching for a remedy without success. Upon hearing that the other party possesses a medicine that could alleviate his plight, how could he refrain from employing every possible means and pleading earnestly? However, the so-called miraculous medicine mentioned by Yu Zedong, while not as rare as blood spirit grass, consists of over a dozen precious herbal ingredients, painstakingly refined through the extensive expenditure of vital energy, of which he has little remaining. Given his grievous injuries, he cherishes it all the more, unwilling to part with it for a mere mortal whom he regards as insignificant. Seeing his subservient demeanor fail to procure the medicine, Dr. Imo, enraged and humiliated, harbored murderous intent. He stealthily followed Yu Zedong to a secluded location, where he administered a secret concoction of poison from behind. Ordinarily, such poisons would not affect Yu Zedong, yet the peculiar properties of this secret formula, of which even Dr. Imo was not entirely cognizant, surprisingly allowed him to gain the upper hand. Already gravely wounded, Yu Zedong found himself on the brink of death as the poison took effect. It was only then that Dr. Imo revealed himself, brazenly rummaging through Yu Zedong's belongings. Upon witnessing this, Yu Zedong quickly grasped the situation. Consumed by a tempest of fury, he instinctively unleashed the blood aerosol curse, transforming his life essence into a blood incantation that he expelled upon Dr. Mo's head. Subsequently, his primordial spirit forsook his corporeal form and quietly drifted out. Once outside his body, Yu Zedong realized he had acted imprudently, failing to prepare a vessel for his spirit. Left with no other choice, he entered Dr. Mo's body, temporarily evading the peril of his spirit's annihilation. Dr. Imo, taken aback by the sudden shower of blood, initially recoiled in shock but soon dismissed it as inconsequential. Relying on his knowledge of elixirs, he identified several pills on Yu Zedong's corpse and, without hesitation, consumed them. To his delight, the medicine worked wonders. Restoring his strength in a state of euphoria, Dr. Imo set out with the spoils he had gathered, along with an incomprehensible manual on the Changchun technique, intent on returning to Lanzhou to exact revenge and regain his former glory. However, not long after, the the power of the soul curse manifested itself, causing him to age at a terrifying rate, nearly a year for each passing day. Stricken with fear, he endeavored to control the bizarre transformations occurring within him. But to little avail. If this continued, he would soon meet his demise, succumbing to the frailty of old age. Meanwhile, Yu Zedong's primordial spirit was faring no better. After entering Dr. Mo's body, he began to experience a phenomenon of assimilation with the latter's spirit. Assimilation is a passive form of possession, where a foreign spirit, lingering too long within a host, is unconsciously influenced by the host's spirit, ultimately leading to the survival of only one consciousness. Faced with this predicament, Yu Zedong reluctantly contemplated an active takeover. His reluctance was not born from benevolence, but rather from fear of the three ironclad rules of possession known in the world of immortality. First, an immortal must not possess a mortal, lest the body succumb to the strain of the act. Second, only a powerful practitioner may successfully possess a weaker individual without facing backlash, with greater disparities in power ensuring greater safety. Third, an immortal may only attempt possession once in their lifetime. Any subsequent attempts would lead to the inexplicable demise of their spirit. These three unyielding laws, tested through countless trials, have thwarted many nefarious individuals seeking to exploit possession for their own gain. Heaven has warned against such transgressive actions, ensuring that immortals do not plunge the world into chaos by wielding this power. Thus, had Dr. Mo been an immortal, Yu Zedong would have had no fear. He could have engaged in a desperate struggle for the body. However, as a mere mortal devoid of any magical prowess, Dr. Mo could not withstand the act of possession. It was likely that even half-hearted attempts would lead to the complete collapse of his form. Moreover, seeking refuge in another body would not spare him from the fate of assimilation, plunging him back into a precarious situation, and the consequences would be even graver. Each time his spirit exited and re-entered, he would lose a portion of his power, ultimately becoming trapped within another's body, destined to be assimilated. Yu Zedong, now without a physical form to cultivate his power, could only watch as his limited magical energy dwindled with each passing moment. Unless he could find a weak practitioner capable of enduring possession, he would never risk separating his spirit again. Faced with the imminent collapse of Dr. Mo's body due to the blood curse and the threat of assimilation, Yu Zedong, driven by the instinct for self-preservation, reluctantly set aside their animosity and communicated with Dr. Mo, detailing the situation and its implications. Initially, Dr. Mo responded with anger, but soon recognized the tremendous opportunity before him. Without hesitation, he and Yu Zedong established a pact, revealing his true nature as a cunning opportunist. First, Dr. Mo would adhere to Yu Zedong's guidance to control his consciousness, striving to avoid the assimilation of Yu Zedong's spirit. In turn, Yu Zedong would impart secret techniques to Dr. Mo, enabling him to slow his aging process and temporarily acquire magical power. Secondly, Dr. Mo would seek out a youth with a spiritual root capable of cultivating the Changchun technique, teaching him the method, and when the time was ripe, using the temporarily acquired power to possess him and regain his life. Dr. Mo had previously harbored doubts about this plan, attempting to cultivate the technique himself but achieving nothing. Leading to ridicule from Yu Zedong, it became clear that without a spiritual root, one could not cultivate magical power, and he was nothing more than a mundane individual in the eyes of practitioners. Lastly, after successfully possessing another body, Dr. Mo would assist Yu Zedong in finding a suitable vessel and aid him in the act of possession. On the surface, these terms appeared to favor Dr. Mo. Yet given the imminent threat of assimilation facing Yu Zedong, he found himself in a position of disadvantage, thus compelled to concede. However, the true extent of this concession was known only to him. During these negotiations, Yu Zedong had suggested that Dr. Mo seek help from his family's hidden sanctuary, but the seasoned Dr. Mo refused outright, unwilling to relinquish any advantage, which left Yu Zedong seething with resentment in the days to come. The events that followed require little elaboration. Dr. Mo, disheartened after years of fruitless searching, eventually entered Qishuan's sect, where he fortuitously took Hanli under his wing, teaching him the Changchun technique, which bears little distinction from what Dr. Mo had previously described. Hanli, having heard this narrative, took a deep breath, feeling most of his lingering doubts dissipate. However, upon noticing Yu Zedong's abrupt silence, his expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, "It seems you have yet to disclose the cause of Dr. Mo's demise. There is little to explain. Dr. Mo misjudged your progress in the Changchun technique. His magical power was far inferior to yours, leading to his failure in possession and his subsequent consumption. Yu Zedong hesitated briefly before revealing the truth. So, the yellow orb that first entered my body was Dr. Mo's spirit, while the second green one belongs to you, Han Li stated casually. It's that time. I believed you and Dr. Mo perished together. Yu Zedong replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Humph. It is likely you did not merely believe, but rather, you orchestrated this from the outset. Yu Zedong. When you imparted the possession technique to Dr. Mo, you surely had no good intentions, omitting any mention of the correlation between success and the depth of magical power. According to your original design, Dr. Mo would have employed the self-destructive soul-devouring technique against my fourth layer of Changchun technique. With their powers being comparable, should possession occur, both would have mutually annihilated one another, leaving you, the opportunistic third party, to seize my body and succeed in the possession. Am I correct in my deductions? Esteemed Yu Zedong? Han Li stated coolly, articulating his conclusions. Upon hearing this, Yu Zedong fell silent for a moment, and after a long pause, he sighed, displaying a hint of despondency without refuting Han Li's assertions. Originally, I praised you merely in passing, yet now I genuinely commend your intelligence. You have surpassed your predecessors, outsmarting even that fox, Immortality. You are indeed correct. All of this was part of my design. However, I did not anticipate your remarkable aptitude for cultivation, achieving the 6th layer of the Changchun technique in such a short time, merely one layer below mine. Not only did you effortlessly consume Dr. Mo's spirit, but you also proved to be more than a match for my weakened spirit, resulting in a significant loss of my own vital energy. Yet, he suddenly shifted his tone to one of arrogance. Immortality is merely a commoner who dares to vie for equality with us immortals, seeking to call himself my brother. How dare he? Even more intolerable is that he resorted to despicable means to destroy my physical form, all while aspiring to ascend the path of immortality. Such dreams are nothing but folly. Yu Zedong gritted his teeth and spoke with a palpable resentment, indicating that his hatred for Dr. Mo had long been simmering beneath the surface, now finally unleashed without hesitation. However, you are different. Your Excellency possesses innate spiritual roots and extraordinary talent, which is truly a pity to waste in the mundane world. If you would consent to assist me in finding a suitable vessel and aid in the process of seizing it, I would be willing to act as your guide, introduce you to the elders of my family, and take you as my disciple. What do you think? Chapter 60. Testing the poison. Yu Zedong was quite confident in his words. He believed no one could resist the temptation of achieving immortality and transcending to a higher existence. In the past, Dr. Mo had harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him, yet under similar circumstances, he had ultimately cooperated without reservation. He was certain that with just a little incentive, this person would undoubtedly comply. However, Yu Zedong was met with disappointment, for after hearing his enticing proposition, Han Li displayed no signs of excitement, maintaining a serene expression as if his words had stirred not a single ripple in the other's heart. I shall consider the matter of cooperation in due time, but for now, I have a question that I hope you can clarify. Han Li said, gazing intently at the luminous sphere. If I were to consume part of Dr. Mo's and your spiritual essence, what adverse consequences might arise? Why do I feel a throbbing in my head? As if I have gained something that I cannot examine. There must be nothing amiss, correct? Upon hearing this, Yu Zedong realized that the other party was merely concerned about this minor issue, and he immediately felt a sense of relief, his tone becoming noticeably lighter. So it is this matter, my dear brother. You need not worry at all. Understand that the things inserted into your mind will gradually dissipate within a year or two, requiring no concern from you. So, what you're saying is that my consumption of these things is entirely futile. They won't remain at all? Han Li replied, casting a skeptical glance at Yu Zedong, revealing a hint of distrust. It's not entirely true that nothing remains. However, what can be retained is, indeed, minimal. Yu Zedong hastily clarified, fearing that the other might misunderstand. The memories, experiences, and emotions contained within are off-limits. Absorbing them could result in idiocy, personality fragmentation, or even a catastrophic mental rupture leading to death. You see, the spiritual essence is the most delicate of substances. It cannot simply be merged with anything else. While it is permissible to temporarily store someone else's spiritual essence in your mind, to transform it into your own is mere folly. Otherwise, if one could simply seize another's essence and gain their experiences, memories, and techniques, chaos would ensue, and no one would diligently pursue cultivation or comprehend any realms or mental disciplines, as everything would be acquired effortlessly through possession. The only aspect of the consumed essence that could be utilized is a minuscule portion of the inherent power it contains, which could slightly bolster one's own spiritual essence. However, it is a meager amount, as this energy dissipates the quickest, vanishing within a few days and becoming utterly unusable. As Hanli listened to Yu Zitong's explanation, he laid to rest the last remnants of his concern. He could discern that the other was not lying. At this moment, Yu Zitong was likely contemplating a collaboration similar to that with Dr. Mo, and thus would not deceive him over a matter that would soon be revealed through time. After Yu Zitong concluded his final statement, he noticed Hanli nodding in apparent agreement, which filled him with joy. The sphere of spiritual essence seemed to glow a little brighter, and he eagerly inquired, "Brother Han, it appears you are quite satisfied with my explanation. Shall we proceed to discuss the terms of our collaboration?" Of course, to collaborate with an immortal cultivator is an opportunity one could not possibly refuse. Hanli suddenly broke into a radiant smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth that sparkled with sincerity. "Really?" Yu Zitong exclaimed in excitement, taken aback by the swift agreement before he had even finished persuading him. And he quickly sought confirmation. "Absolutely," Hanli responded promptly and decisively. Then, smiling, he retrieved an object from within his robes and, with a cordial tone, addressed Yu Zitong. "Since we are now partners, I trust you won't refuse to assist me in conducting a small experiment before we delve into specifics." An experiment? Yu Zitong was taken aback, recognizing the familiar cylindrical object in Han Li's hand, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Indeed, a poison testing experiment. Before Yu Zitong could react, Han Li's thumb moved, and a viscous black liquid erupted from the cylinder, emitting a foul stench as it surged towards its target. Yu Zitong's terrified scream echoed from the luminous sphere as the black liquid splashed onto his spiritual essence, causing the green light to dim significantly, indicating that he had suffered a grave injury. You dare to poison me and launch a surprise attack?" Yu Zitong screeched in disbelief, clearly struggling to accept the unfolding reality. Han Li paid no heed to the other's fury. Instead, he grasped the belt buckle above his abdomen and, with a swift motion, drew forth a gleaming short sword. This blade, about the width of a finger and roughly 1.5 feet in length, was exceptionally flexible. A rare jade belt short sword, was the last short sword Han Li had commissioned at great expense from a blacksmith, and the most costly one at that. However, as he was not adept with such weapons, he had kept it hidden until now, unexpectedly finding it useful. With the weapon that had remained concealed on his person, Han Li's expression darkened considerably, the previous smile vanishing entirely. He cast a look of contempt at the trembling spiritual essence before him and, without uttering another word, stepped forward to strike, wielding the soft sword as if it were an axe meant for chopping firewood. Chapter 61. The annihilation of the divine Yu Zitong's spiritual essence. Trapped in a narrow corner, flailed about like a fly with broken wings, desperately attempting to escape. Each time it sought to break free, a wave of black liquid forced it back, followed closely by a deadly gleam that periodically struck the sphere, continually sapping the brilliance of the green light. Despair settled in his heart. Although the relentless attacks of the adversary's sword had weakened his essence, it was the unyielding erosion of the black liquid that rendered him utterly helpless. Since being splashed by the liquid, he had felt a tingling sensation throughout his essence, rendering it feeble while eroding the scant remaining magical power. Most critically, it obstructed Yu Zitong's ability to cast spells, leading to repeated failures in his attempts to wield magic, as if he were confined. "Why are you trying to kill me?" Wide in the face of Han Li's merciless onslaught, Yu Zitong's hoarse cries echoed from the sphere, laden with bitterness. Yet, Han Li remained silent, responding only with the swift and relentless motions of his blade. Soon, Yu Zitong's voice grew fainter, dwindling to a whisper until only a faint groan remained, followed by an eerie silence. Han Li did not cease his assault immediately. Instead, he struck the feeble essence on the ground with 10 more blows, and upon realizing he could not extinguish the last flicker of green light, he finally sheathed the soft sword back at his waist. At this moment, Han Li coldly remarked, I shall never collaborate with someone who swears oaths upon their own parents, let alone follow in the footsteps of Dr. Mo. Placing my trust in the assurances of a scoundrel like you. Casting a final, icy glance at the last vestiges of Yu Zitong's spiritual fire, Han Li turned without hesitation and approached the stone door. Forcefully pushing it open, as the heavy door swung wide, beams of dazzling sunlight streamed in from outside, illuminating the remnants of the spiritual essence, which promptly flickered and extinguished, dissipating into ethereal wisps of green smoke that vanished into the air. Thus, the only trace Yu Zitong had left in this world was entirely obliterated by Han Li, rendering any future inquiries into his existence impossible. It must be noted that Han Li's awareness of the vulnerability of spiritual essence to light was a lesson learned from Dr. Mo's earlier actions of extinguishing numerous lamps upon entering the room. Otherwise, he would have been left helpless against such an indestructible lingering threat. Perpetually on edge, however, Han Li's effortless annihilation of the adversary's essence was largely attributable to the vial of 7 poison water he had prepared in advance. This liquid, an improved version of the 5 poison water previously seized by Dr. Mo, contained an added ingredient, earth mushroom flowers. This toxic herb not only posed a significant threat to ordinary individuals, but also greatly impeded the spiritual essence of immortal cultivators. Consequently, this was why Yu Zitong had been unable to successfully cast spells, ultimately leading to the easy destruction of his spiritual essence. The reason Han Li initially drenched the opponent's primordial spirit with the 7 poison water was merely influenced by various legendary tales. In those stories, nearly all demons and monsters harbor a profound fear of substances such as chicken blood and black dog blood. With a sudden flash of inspiration, Han Li treated Yu Zitong's primordial spirit as if it were a malevolent entity. This serendipitous stroke of luck raises the question of whether Yu Zitong, in the afterlife, would be infuriated enough to spit out blood once more. Naturally, Han Li remained oblivious to all these coincidences. He only understood that even if the poison failed to achieve its intended effect, once he opened the door, the annihilation of the opponent's primordial spirit was inevitable. With such comprehensive considerations in mind, he struck decisively and mercilessly against Yu Zitong. Now liberated, he no longer had to endure the days of living with a metaphorical sword held to his throat, perpetually prepared for desperate measures. Slowly returning to the center of the stone chamber, Han Li paused in contemplation for a moment. Suddenly, he sprang up, leaping 3 feet off the ground, and let out a series of exuberant shouts. Fervently expressing the joy that surged within him at that moment, he truly returned to his essence. A mere 16-year-old boy, I am finally free. I am finally free. However, with a sharp crack, Han Li's jubilant voice was abruptly severed. Akin to being cut by a blade, a colossal figure, drifting not far from the stone door, caught his eye. It was the giant known as Iron Slave. Han Li's expression swiftly darkened. Upon sighting this individual, he felt a nagging pain in his shoulder. He had erred gravely, once again neglecting the presence of this person, forgetting to extract information regarding the giant's origins and weaknesses from Yu Zitong's primordial spirit. However, Han Li found some solace in the fact that the giant seemed entirely uninterested in the happenings within the stone chamber, merely wandering outside, strictly adhering to the warnings issued by Dr. Mo in his lifetime. Not casting a single glance towards the ajar stone door, Han Li furrowed his brows, sensing the predicament at hand. This giant clearly exhibited a certain dullness, blindly obedient to commands, yet such individuals posed the greatest challenge for him, as he could not persuade them through words to cease hostilities and negotiate peace. Should conflict arise, Han Li was certainly no match for the giant. The only item that could potentially threaten him was the now empty container of poison. Han Li paced back and forth within the chamber multiple times, racking his brain in search of a method to subdue the giant, but for the moment, his thoughts were as tangled as a ball of yarn. By chance, his gaze fell upon Dr. Mo's lifeless body. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Perhaps he could discover something on the corpse that would help him restrain the giant. Han Li thought to himself. He glanced outside. The giant continued to loiter tirelessly, showing no signs of approaching. Seeing this, Han Li felt a sense of relief and took several steps towards Dr. Mo's corpse, unhesitatingly extending his hands to meticulously search inch by inch. Chapter 62. The transaction. A myriad of bizarre and familiar or unfamiliar items were unearthed by Han Li, sorted into 2 piles based on their suspiciousness and placed aside. Gradually, he was astonished at the sheer number of eclectic items on Dr. Mo's person. many of which appeared to be lethal in nature. A dart designed to seal the throat upon contact, a pouch of sand soaked in snake venom, and a dozen exceptionally sharp boomerangs. As the quantity of items increased, Han Li's breathing quickened. The more thoroughly he searched, the more apprehensive he became. It dawned on him just how fortunate he had been during his confrontation with Dr. Mo. Had the latter aimed to capture him alive from the outset, he might have met his demise long ago. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Han Li scoffed at himself. A living person, so easily frightened by the possessions of the deceased, he last. Having completed his search, Han Li began to examine each item he deemed suspicious in detail. This small vial emitted a foul odor. It seemed to contain some form of antidote, likely harmless. This peculiar weapon resembled a small wheel. Though he was unaware of its purpose, it likely bore no connection to the giant, so he set it aside for now. As for this sachet. While handling the items, Han Li murmured to himself. Appearing quite engrossed, that moment, he held in his hands a simple sachet embroidered with delicate white silk flowers. Logically, such an ordinary sachet should not arouse suspicion. However, Han Li felt that while such commonplace items were expected on an ordinary person, their presence on a figure like Dr. Mo was rather peculiar. He first cradled it in one hand, weighing it lightly, concluding it bore no heavy contents. Upon squeezing it, he noted a paper-like texture, suggesting it concealed pages within. Han Li's spirits lifted. He carefully opened the sachet and, as anticipated, discovered several sheets of paper inside. A quick glance revealed it to be in Dr. Mo's own handwriting, providing him with a measure of reassurance. Upon closer inspection, Han Li was taken aback to find it was a farewell letter addressed to him. A sense of curiosity swelled within him as he perused the pages. After finishing, Han Li exhaled deeply, his brow furrowing with a weighty concern. He clasped his hands behind his back, pacing like an old man, lost in thought. After taking a few steps, he would pause to contemplate, only to be indecisive and continue walking, repeating this cycle. Unbeknownst to him, Han Li was circling Dr. Mo's corpse like a donkey tethered to a millstone, his expression shifting between red and pale, betraying the tumult of emotions within him. If Li Feiyu were to witness Han Li's current state, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. The cause of Han Li's turmoil stemmed from the letter, which bore grim news and a difficult choice. The antidote for the corpse bug pill was, in fact, toxic, a rare and insidious poison. As stated in the letter, it could only be countered by the heirloom warm sun jade, a remedy passed down in his family, leaving no other options. Even the legendary antidotes would prove ineffective against this poison. Thus, in the pages, Dr. Mo candidly informed Han Li that this farewell letter and the preceding poison were precautionary measures he had taken. Should he fail in his attempt to seize control of Han Li's body, the most likely survivor would be Han Li himself. To address his own concerns for the future, he proposed a simple transaction with Han Li, one that would benefit both parties. It would not only alleviate his own worries, but also grant Han Li a considerable fortune and countless advantages. As for whether Yu Zedong would be the one to survive, Dr. Mo paid it no mind, dismissively characterizing him as cold-hearted and cowardly, possessing only a modicum of cleverness. Even as a cultivator, he was unlikely to achieve any significant success. The one who would ultimately prevail could never be him. Upon reading this, Han Li couldn't help but bitterly smile. It seemed Dr. Mo, with all his scheming, had not anticipated that he would ultimately fall into the trap of one he so casually dismissed. Had he not concealed the true progress of his Changchun technique, he would have almost certainly perished alongside Dr. Mo, leaving Yu Zedong to reap the benefits. Of course, this also related to Dr. Mo's mind being clouded by his delusions of attaining immortality. It was evident that no matter the caliber of cultivator, one should never underestimate others. In the letter, Dr. Mo proposed a straightforward transaction. He requested that Han Li, within a year at the least and 2 years at the most, visit his home. This was twofold. Firstly, the insidious poison he had contracted would manifest after 2 years, and secondly, he had a wife, concubines, and a significant estate to protect. Although Dr. Mo made many arrangements and obscured the truth before his departure, if he failed to return for an extended period, his unruly subordinates and enemies would inevitably grow suspicious, endangering his family. Therefore, Han Li must act before matters deteriorated, ensuring the safety of his family and providing them with a life free from the bloodshed of the martial world. As compensation for his previous schemes against Han Li, and to encourage him to lend assistance, Dr. Mo offered his daughter in marriage, with a dowry comprising half of his entire fortune and the warm sun jade. Prior to his departure, Dr. Mo entrusted the jade to his primary wife, designating it expressly for his daughter's marriage. Thus, for the sake of his own life, Han Li had no choice but to comply. Dr. Mo also made it clear that his enemies were formidable and his subordinates difficult to control. Given Han Li's current abilities, he likely could not confront them directly. To that end, he had arranged 2 false identities for Han Li within a hidden compartment of his residence, leaving behind tokens and letters of authenticity for Han Li to select a suitable identity. Additionally, he provided a list of trusted associates, suspicious individuals, and enemies, as well as details regarding precautions to take. Finally, to validate the sincerity of his farewell letter, he included methods for controlling and summoning the giant Iron Slave and the Cloud-Winged Bird. What puzzled Han Li was the vague suggestion that Iron Slave was a soulless corpse, merely a shell, with its original soul having long since reincarnated, thus advising Han Li not to feel sorrow. This left Han Li somewhat bewildered. Did he appear to be an emotionally rich individual? However, even disregarding the matter of the poison, in the face of such immense wealth, it would be disingenuous to claim that Han Li was unmoved. He, who had always been acutely sensitive to matters of wealth, found himself profoundly intrigued by the transaction proposed by Dr. Mo during his lifetime. The notion of marrying his daughter stirred unusual feelings within Han Li, a young man on the cusp of romantic awakening. After all, one glance at Dr. Mo's true countenance was sufficient to ascertain that his daughter could not possibly be unattractive. Yet, the risks inherent in this arrangement were no trifling matter. A careless misstep could very well cost him his life. An adversary deemed worthy of Dr. Mo's attention was not easily dealt with. With meticulous attention to detail, Dr. Mo had arranged his affairs to ensure that no loose ends remained. He had woven a treacherous web connecting life, beauty, and immense wealth, binding Han Li and the safety of his wife and daughter together inextricably. It appeared that Han Li would have no choice but to reluctantly swallow this poison chalice. Sweetened with honey. Chapter 63. The true face. After traversing many circles, Han Li finally halted his steps. Whether to engage in this transaction was a decision best left for another day when he could no longer find an antidote. This was the only conclusion he could draw, filled with a sense of helplessness. He then glanced at the giant outside and recalled the cryptic words inscribed in the letter he had received, which sparked a flicker of curiosity within him. He resolved to experiment with a method to control the giant. Lowering himself, Han Li rummaged through the pile of items until he unearthed a small bell crafted from brass. Its size was modest, easily cradled in one hand, yet it was exquisitely made, with proportions harmoniously balanced, indicative of a master craftsman. The only distinguishing feature from an ordinary bell was the faint traces of blood etched into its surface, making it particularly conspicuous. Han Li examined the artifact, known as the soul-calling bell, and could discern no remarkable qualities within it. According to the letter, this object could subdue such a fearsome creature as the giant, truly astonishing. Supporting the bell in his left hand and casually grasping a dagger in his right, he cautiously made his way out through the stone door, inching closer to the giant with utmost care. Halting at a distance of over 2 zhong, he hesitated to approach any further, wary of unforeseen dangers. At that moment, the giant stood with his back turned towards him. Ding! A clear, resonant chime rang from the small bell as Han Li gently struck it with the dagger. Furrowing his brow, he noted that the sound bore no significant difference from an ordinary bell. Could this truly subdue the giant? Doubt began to creep in, prompting him to lower his stance slightly, ready to retreat back into the stone chamber at the first sign of trouble. Upon hearing the bell's tone, the giant's shoulders twitched, indicating a response. A surge of excitement coursed through Han Li, leading him to strike the bell repeatedly. Ding, ding! The chimes echoed in succession, and the giant began to tremble, ultimately losing his balance and collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious. The giant's massive frame collided with the arid earth, sending a cloud of dust into the air, which caught Han Li off guard, causing him to sneeze repeatedly, rendering him quite disheveled. However, he paid little mind to these trivialities, swiftly leaping onto the giant's form and yanking the cloak from his head, revealing a grotesquely swollen visage that sent a chill down Han Li's spine. Suppressing his discomfort, he dared not linger on the sight for too long. Instead, he hastily used the dagger to make a shallow cut on his wrist. allowing the blood to flow freely before splattering it onto the giant's face until it was thoroughly coated. Once satisfied, he pressed down on the wound and swiftly retrieved a clean cloth from his person to bind the injury and stem the flow of blood. Calmly, he observed the giant's reaction. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded before him. The blood was slowly absorbed into the giant's skin, leaving no trace behind. Hanli stood dumbfounded, even as he inadvertently applied too much pressure on the wound, causing more blood to seep through the cloth. After the blood had been entirely absorbed, the giant opened his eyes and rose to his feet, his expression blank and devoid of emotion. Yet, when the giant turned his head and their gazes met, Hanli felt a sudden, disorienting sensation. A strange blend of familiarity and strangeness welled up within him, as though something foreign yet deeply ingrained had awakened inside him, akin to a beloved pet calling out for attention. Taken aback, Hanli quickly regained his composure, for he observed the giant's previously expressionless face transform into one of compliance, instilling within him an extraordinary sense of control over the giant's very existence. He suppressed his inner delight and issued a command to test his newfound authority. "Demolish that stone door for me." Without uttering a word, the giant strode forward, taking several large strides to the stone door. Raising his fists as if wielding a colossal hammer, and within mere moments, shattered it into fragments. Then, like a whirlwind, he returned to Hanli's side, awaiting further instructions. Normally averse to extreme emotions, Hanli found it impossible to suppress his elation. Having such a powerful ally at his beck and call made the prospect of future perils seem inconsequential. As he reveled in thoughts of a splendid life ahead, his eager gaze roamed over the giant's imposing figure. With each passing moment, he found himself increasingly satisfied. The once unappealing visage now appeared surprisingly agreeable, and an inexplicable sense of recognition began to swell within him. Recognition? Hanli was taken aback by this sentiment. Perplexed. How could he feel familiarity toward a face he had never encountered before? Driven by this curiosity, he scrutinized the giant's features, seeking an explanation. Gradually, he realized that if he were to restore the giant's somewhat swollen features to their original state, reducing them in size, the face would not be unattractive at all. In fact, it bore a wholesome quality, reminiscent of someone he knew well. His complexion paled slightly as he fell into a contemplative silence for an extended period before extending both hands to gently caress the giant's face. "Zhang Gu, is it truly you?" he whispered, his voice barely above a murmur, yet imbued with an eerie calmness. The reconstructed visage bore a striking resemblance to his long-lost friend, Zhang Tai, and when combined with the cryptic words left by Dr. Imo, Hanli felt a profound certainty that the giant was intimately connected to Zhang Tai. Could it be that, as the letter suggested, the giant before him was merely the vessel of Zhang Tai, with his soul long departed? But what could have transformed his body into such a towering, fearsome form? Chapter 64. The wayward soul. As Hanli traced his fingers over the giant's frigid skin, gazing into the lifeless eyes, his thoughts spiraled around the ordeal Zhang Tai must have endured. It was highly likely that Dr. Imo, in collusion with Yu Zitong, had abducted Zhang Tai, who had made significant strides in the elephant armor technique, fabricating a false narrative of his departure to deceive the prying eyes of the Seven Xian sect. In secret, they had employed some arcane method to obliterate Zhang Tai's soul, subsequently transforming his body into this grotesque form. Reminiscent of the pinnacle of the elephant armor technique, Hanli's deductions were astute, and the reality was not far removed from his speculations. Years earlier, Dr. Imo had indulged a fanciful idea to amalgamate the elephant armor technique with the corpse refining arts provided by Yu Zitong, thereby creating a legion of obedient, formidable undead warriors to dominate the martial world. However, in the span of a mere few days, only this one giant had been completed, which Dr. Imo cherished dearly, concealing him in a hidden location at the foot of the mountain, only bringing him back during his last visit. Yet Yu Zitong held no interest in such an inferior creation, dismissing it outright. While his true form remained intact, he possessed myriad methods to subjugate these incomplete undead, and compared to the advanced iron-armored corpses wielded by genuine cultivators, their power was vastly inferior, rendering them mere curiosities in the mortal realm. Their only redeeming quality was their simplicity of materials and ease of creation, which could be accomplished by any practitioner with a modicum of magical prowess. After a prolonged silence, Hanli suddenly withdrew his hands from the giant's face and shifted his gaze. Now restless, towards the shattered stone door, lost in thought. In that fleeting moment, he felt a chill run through his heart, not for Zhang Tai's tragic fate, but due to the unsettling realization of his own emotional detachment. He had anticipated that learning of his friend's grim fate would ignite an inferno of rage within him, compelling him to cry out against Dr. Imo and Yu Zidong, his voice brimming with hatred. Yet, aside from a tinge of sorrow, he felt no significant outrage, as if the plight befalling his former friend was that of a total stranger. Was it because he recognized that the Zhang Tai before him was merely a husk, devoid of its true essence, or had his own heart grown cold and unyielding? This selfish indifference filled Hanli with a sense of dread. It was at this moment he realized how profoundly unfamiliar he had become to himself. Finally emerging from his stupor, Hanli regarded the giant with a complex expression, uncertain of how to address him. Recalling Dr. Mo's assertion that his soul had departed, leaving behind a mere shell, Hanli gazed skyward and softly spoke, "Zhang, I trust you have since been reincarnated. The body you left behind is of no further use. Allow me to make use of it for a time. I promise to wield it with care, and I hope you will not hold it against me." Upon uttering these prayer-like words, Hanli felt a slight sense of tranquility through self-hypnosis before addressing the giant figure. "Since you are merely the vessel left behind by Brother Zhang, devoid of an autonomous soul, I shall henceforth call you Chu Hun. I hope you will lend me your strength in the days to come." In response to Han Li's declaration, the giant stood motionless, exhibiting only the usual submissiveness, devoid of any discernible reaction. It appeared he truly lacked independent consciousness and could only passively obey commands. "How foolish of me to converse with a soulless body." Hanli shook his head in self-mockery, then strolled leisurely towards the stone chamber. "Chu Hun, follow me." Hanli had fully recovered from his earlier despondency, his expression returning to normal as if nothing had transpired. It seemed he had indeed become the iron-willed and rational individual he believed himself to be, no longer easily ensnared by emotions. This remarkable transformation, was it a blessing or a curse for Hanli, who was about to embark on the path of an immortal cultivator? In the subsequent period, Hanli busied himself diligently to ensure the aftermath was handled meticulously. Not only did he need to bury Dr. Mo's remains beneath a large tree, but he also had to destroy and dispose of all remnants within the stone chamber. He even commanded Chu Hun to demolish the entire stone structure, reducing it to a heap of rubble, rendering its original form unrecognizable before he finally ceased his labors. After this tumultuous endeavor, evening had descended, and the sun began its descent. Hanli stood before what had once been the stone chamber, now a mere pile of stones, surveying the area for any overlooked details. Satisfied with his inspection, he nodded. "Chu Hun, let us depart. Tomorrow brings a host of matters to address. Regrettably, you lack consciousness and cannot speak. Otherwise, having someone to confer with would surely bring me more assurance." Bathed in the fiery glow of the setting sun, Hanli dragged his elongated shadow, muttering incessantly to the giant he had named Chu Hun. As if he had finally found an attentive listener with whom he could share his thoughts, one who would not complain or judge him. In that moment, any trace of coldness or ruthlessness dissipated. Leaving behind the image of a friendly neighborhood boy, after settling Chu Hun, Hanli returned to his dwelling. Inside, he felt as if he had been away for an eternity, touching the furniture here and there, murmuring to himself, "This day feels interminable. It seems longer than the sum of the past 10 years combined." Then, with a sudden collapse, he fell onto the bed, burying his head in the covers and succumbing to a deep slumber. He was utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically drained. Yet, how wonderful it was to return alive. A smile graced his lips as he drifted into dreams, contemplating this thought. Chapter 65. Han the Divine Physician. Hanli reclined in the grand chair once favored by Dr. Imo, engrossed in a volume adorned with the title The Classic of Longevity, yet containing the true essence of the Changchun Gong Manual. He read with rapt attention, deeply immersed in its content. This tome had often been in Dr. Mo's hands, a source of endless fascination for him, a peculiarity that had previously puzzled Hanli. Now that he had uncovered its secret, he realized that Dr. Mo had not merely been studying the ways of health, but was instead contemplating the intricacies of the Changchun Gong. It appeared that Dr. had not completely relinquished hope regarding his inability to cultivate spiritual power, remaining quietly engaged in his own exploration. This manuscript had been discovered tucked away with other items, containing not only the first 6 layers of the technique he had previously practiced, but also 2 additional layers of methods Hanli had never encountered. This unexpected revelation filled him with excitement for quite some time. Upon realizing that he had been practicing what was, in lore, the ability to summon wind and rain, actual magical power, his desire to learn the subsequent methods of the Changchun Gong intensified. After all, who would not wish to become an immortal being? At that moment, the sun shone brightly, warm rays streaming in through the open skylight, bathing Hanli in golden light, causing him to squint slightly as he read. Finding the sunlight too harsh, he instinctively used the book to shield his face from the glaring brightness. Once the light was blocked, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him, invigorating his spirit as he silently memorized the 7th layer of the technique. He had begun to notice that, due to the continuous consumption of spiritual medicines, his Changchun Gong had shown signs of breakthrough once more, and he would soon reach the 7th layer. Familiarity with the lower-level techniques would undoubtedly benefit his endeavor to overcome his bottleneck. It had been over half a year since Dr. had perished in the immediate aftermath of that fateful day. Hanli had crafted a false letter under Dr. Mo's name, claiming he would return to his hometown for familial visits, thereby obscuring any signs of Dr. Mo's demise. In the letter, he unabashedly asserted that he had inherited all of Dr. Mo's medical skills and was now qualified to treat others, while Dr. Mo himself was on a long journey back home, with no knowledge of when he would return. Thus, he requested that the elders allow him to temporarily fulfill the role of physician until Dr. Mo's return. Upon receiving the letter, the overseeing elders displayed no suspicion, as Dr. Mo had often been absent for extended periods due to his herb-gathering pursuits. Although he held an honorary title at the Seven Xian sect, he had essentially operated as a guest physician, enjoying considerable freedom. However, the elders remained somewhat skeptical regarding Han Li's claim of having mastered all of Dr. Mo's medical skills. While Dr. Mo occasionally treated lower-ranking disciples for minor ailments, he primarily attended to mid- and high-ranking individuals, leaving the lower-ranking disciples to seek care from other physicians on the mountain. Consequently, the elders did not immediately allow Han Li to assume Dr. Mo's duties. Instead, they assigned him to treat lower-ranking disciples first. Intending to assess his true abilities, undeterred by the doubts of the higher-ups, Han Li approached his work with a nonchalant attitude, viewing all patients equally. His desire to take over Dr. Mo's responsibilities stemmed from his admiration for the secluded and tranquil environment of Shensho Valley and its expansive medicinal herb garden. Should he gain sole control of the valley, he could openly utilize his mysterious vials to cultivate rare herbs without fear of discovery. Although he currently enjoyed exclusive use of the valley, he worried that if Dr. Mo remained absent for too long, the higher-ups might reclaim it. Thus, to demonstrate his medical prowess, Han Li exerted extra effort while treating the disciples, even discreetly employing the vast array of precious herbs he had cultivated. As a result, leveraging his already commendable medical skills and the abundance of rare medicines, he achieved miraculous recoveries for nearly all his patients. True to his expectations, his reputation as a miraculous healer reverberated through the Seven Xian sect like a thunderclap, and the entire mountain soon became aware of the emergence of this young divine physician renowned for his exceptional skills. His medical expertise was deemed extraordinary. Under his care, patients with both external and internal injuries, as well as complex ailments, found themselves fully healed within 3 days, surpassing even Dr. Mo's renowned abilities. In reality, Han Li's medical skills were still inferior to Dr. Mo's. However, Dr. Mo lacked access to such a wealth of rare herbs, and thus, from a recovery standpoint, Han Li's effectiveness far exceeded his predecessor's. Consequently, after witnessing yet another disciple recover from grievous injuries in a matter of days, the higher-ups could no longer remain passive. Merely a day later, they summoned him for a meeting. To his surprise, the individual awaiting him was none other than the Vice Master Ma, whom he had encountered previously at the bone refining cliff. This Vice Master Ma, evidently, had completely forgotten about Han Li, the once inconspicuous disciple. Upon seeing him, he promptly expressed his willingness to have Han Li take over Dr. Mo's responsibilities, along with all the associated privileges. Of course, the honorary title of a physician could not be conferred just yet, as Han Li was still too young, merely 16 or 17 years old. making it difficult for the other physicians to accept him. Nevertheless, his monthly stipend would be granted at the level of an honorary physician. Ultimately, Vice Master Ma added that if there were any aspects Hanli found unsatisfactory, he should voice them, and they would certainly consider his requests. Chapter 66. Strange regulations. The generosity displayed by the higher-ups made Hanli aware that as long as his conditions were not excessively unreasonable, there was a high probability they would acquiesce. Thus, it seemed his initial goals could be easily achieved. However, such favorable treatment was indeed rare within the Seven Xian sect, highlighting the high-ranking officials' understanding of the significance of a skilled physician in the martial world. Hanli did not hesitate to seize the opportunity, requesting that Xinshu Valley be entrusted to him alone and that no outsiders disturb his research on medicine within the valley. This seemingly modest request was readily agreed upon by Vice Master Ma. The other party perhaps sought to win over Hanli, boldly proposing to send a beautiful young maid to attend to his daily needs. For a moment, Hanli was stirred by this unexpected offer, almost yielding to it, but upon regaining his composure and reflecting on the multitude of secrets he bore, he ultimately declined with a twinge of regret. This gesture garnered the admiration of the sect leader, who began to regard him with newfound respect, frequently extolling his youth and accomplishments, asserting that he was not captivated by feminine allure, and declaring that if he had a daughter, she should certainly marry him. Such words left Hanli both amused and exasperated, for it was not that he lacked an appreciation for beauty. Rather, it was a matter of timing. Thus, the entire Xinshu Valley became Hanli's private domain, where outsiders were generally forbidden to intrude. To facilitate this, he had a grand bell placed at the valley's entrance. Anyone wishing to see him needed only to ring it, and Hanli would promptly emerge to meet them. This peculiar regulation, which Hanli boldly established next to the bell, even applied to some mid-level personnel who were unable to evade it. The rationale behind this absurd rule was solely to safeguard the last vestiges of the secret surrounding the vial. As long as no one intruded upon the valley, Hanli could ensure that the astonishing capabilities of the vial would remain known to no one but himself. Initially, this rule was of little consequence to the lower disciples. However, it incited considerable discontent among the higher-ups, who believed Hanli was overly presumptuous, unaware of the limits of his standing. Even Dr. Mo had not displayed such airs, so how could a mere apprentice dare to act so brazenly? Nevertheless, when Hanli miraculously saved a severely injured guardian from the brink of death and fully healed him, all dissenting voices vanished without a trace, and no one dared to bring it up again. No one would risk offending a divine physician capable of saving their lives multiple times over for a trivial matter. This bell-ringing protocol was thus accepted as a quirk befitting a healer of his caliber. As days turned into weeks, even several sect leaders gradually acquiesced to this regulation. When they sought medical assistance, they would send someone to politely ring the bell, respectfully inviting Hanli to attend to them. In this manner, Hanli slowly became an enigma within the Qishuan sect. He was considered high-ranking, yet held no official position or power. He was deemed a lowly disciple, yet who had ever seen a disciple of such stature? Even the sect leaders would respectfully address him as Dr. Han. His name had become one that few dared to utter directly. Of course, this did not include Li Feiyu. The senior brother, Li Feiyu, maintained his aloof demeanor in front of others. But upon encountering Hanli, he would immediately adopt a casual attitude, unabashedly calling him by name, remaining unaffected by Hanli's change in status, unlike others such as Wang Dapeng, who had grown distant and respectful. This, however, brought Hanli some comfort, as the feeling of isolation was far from pleasant. Whenever he recalled Li Feiyu's playful expressions, he could not help but think of another familiar face, one that wore a grimace akin to a pumpkin. Not long ago, he unexpectedly encountered another acquaintance from the journey into the mountains years prior, the current core disciple of the Seven Absolute Hall, Wu Yin. He was afflicted by a peculiar ailment that was neither too severe nor too mild, one that had proven difficult to cure under the care of several mediocre physicians, causing him considerable distress. He had no choice but to leverage the influence of sect leader Ma to seek out Hanli for treatment. It must be said that Wu Yin had a remarkable memory. Upon seeing the renowned Dr. Han, he instantly recognized his former traveling companion, Hanli. The surprise and oddity reflected on his face remained etched in Hanli's memory. For Wu Yan's previous attitude towards him had been far from favorable, and at times even quite hostile. Observing Wu Yan's awkward demeanor, Hanli could not help but find it amusing, yet he would not deny him treatment. However, to protect his own reputation, Han Li intentionally increased the dosage of the medicine prescribed, allowing Wu Yin to recover within just 2 days. Alas, this meant that Wu Yin had to endure a bit more pain due to the potency of the medicine during his recovery. Serving as a small retribution for Wu Yan's past unkindness, it appeared that Han Li was not as magnanimous as he believed. In truth, he harbored grudges. Thus, Han Li gradually supplanted Dr. Mo's position in the mountain, even rising to a higher level. Every day, he would extract the small vial, placing it in an open area of the valley, allowing it to brew a miraculous green liquid every 7 or 8 days, which would nurture rare herbs of great age, subsequently crafting various medicinal concoctions. A small portion was utilized for those who sought his medical expertise. The majority, however, was consumed by Han Li himself, employed to cultivate his essence and refine his qi. Furthering his mastery of the Changchun technique, Han Li gently shifted in the grand armchair, seeking greater comfort. Although he sat in Dr. Mo's chair, this was not Dr. Mo's abode. It was, in fact, Han Li's own residence. He had taken the liberty of relocating all the items he deemed useful from Dr. Mo's quarters into his own. Given his current standing, even if someone were to witness this apparent disrespect, they would not dare confront him, for in the eyes of others, Han Li's significance had now eclipsed that of Dr. Mo. People are, after all, quite pragmatic. In truth, Dr. Mo's dwelling was far more spacious than Han Li's, and it would have been more fitting for him to reside there. Unfortunately, Han Li felt a certain discomfort in doing so. After all, Dr. Mo's death was intricately linked to him, and living openly in the home of one who had perished by his hand felt unsettling. He found solace in his own humble abode, where he felt a sense of ease and comfort. Yet, the thought of Dr. Mo inevitably reminded Han Li of the lingering frustration of being constrained by the dead. During this time, he meticulously examined his body inside and out several times, and indeed, there seemed to be a faint, chilling presence lurking within his dantian that he could not fully comprehend. Han Li attempted to employ various detoxifying methods, including the Qingling powder, but none proved effective. It seemed that a journey a year hence was unavoidable. Chapter 67. Fireball Technique. After a prolonged period of inaction, Han Li suddenly raised his right hand, erecting a single finger in a manner that left onlookers perplexed. Before long, at the tip of his raised finger, a brief spatial fluctuation occurred, giving rise to several sparks. As soon as the sparks manifested, they crackled and transformed into a red fireball the size of a walnut amidst the distortion of space. Though diminutive, this fireball radiated an intense heat that quickly permeated the entire room. Han Li lay still, his face obscured by a book, appearing as though he were asleep, while the small fireball at his fingertip continued to emit a sizzling sound, contrasting starkly with his otherwise motionless form. Time passed gradually. The fireball maintained its extraordinary vitality, showing no signs of extinguishing. However, Han Li began to exhibit a different reaction. His finger trembled slightly, and soon his wrist, arm, and eventually his entire body began to shake. Suddenly, Han Li sat upright in the armchair, oblivious to the book that slipped from his face and fell to the ground. He fixed his gaze intently on the fireball at his fingertip. His face flushed with effort. Sweat beads formed on the exposed skin from his forehead to his neck, as if he had just completed an arduous physical exertion, his body emanating waves of heat. Moments later, the fireball began to sway violently amidst Han Li's intense trembling, its flames fluctuating in size, unable to maintain stability. Eventually, it shrank down, transforming back into sparks before vanishing into thin air. Once the fireball disappeared, Han Li felt as though his very backbone had been extracted, collapsing back into the chair, utterly exhausted, as if he had just undertaken an exhausting endeavor. This fireball technique was indeed challenging to master. After nearly half a year of diligent study, he had yet to fully grasp its essence, merely extending the duration of its manifestation by a fraction. Gazing at the ceiling, Han Li muttered to himself. It turned out that the final pages of the Changchun technique manual contained several rudimentary spells, clearly intended for novice cultivators. Han Li felt as if he had discovered a treasure, finding himself unable to sleep for several consecutive nights due to excitement. It was no wonder he was so exhilarated. Ever since witnessing Dr. Mo perform various spells, Han Li had developed a keen interest in these incredible and enigmatic abilities. Yet, regrettably, despite possessing the pinnacle of 6th-layer Changchun cultivation, he was akin to a beggar holding a golden bowl, utterly ignorant of any spellcasting techniques. lacking even the most rudimentary understanding of magical principles. However, he had now stumbled upon several incantations suitable for beginners like himself, which was a source of immense joy. The spells recorded on the final pages included the Fireball Technique, Spirit-Fixing Talisman, Wind Manipulation Technique, Object Control Technique, and Eye of Heaven Technique, each incantation containing phrases that were deeply obscure and challenging for Hanli to comprehend. It was hardly surprising. The terminology used in these incantations was composed of rather ancient grammatical constructs. Although he had read numerous texts, his knowledge in this area was rather superficial, rendering the meanings elusive and difficult to grasp at once. In a moment of desperation, Hanli finally summoned the relentless determination he had once exhibited while learning the spring skill, plunging headfirst into a myriad of texts concerning ancient literature. He toiled day and night, diligently researching the profound truths encapsulated within the incantations. Each phrase and word was meticulously scrutinized and contemplated dozens of times before he would relent, striving to achieve an unequivocal understanding devoid of any ambiguity. Although he had never practiced any form of magic before, he was acutely aware that such boundless power, if mismanaged, could prove far more perilous than any misstep in the flow of true energy, potentially costing him his very life. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, Hanli approached the task with utmost caution, wary of any semblance of carelessness. After 3 months of in-depth study, Hanli finally integrated all the incantations theoretically, and thus commenced the genuine practice of magic. This hands-on learning experience delivered a considerable blow to his confidence. He had initially believed that, given his cleverness in mastering the blinking sword technique, learning magic would not pose too great a challenge. However, he found himself woefully inept. Despite understanding the principles, he struggled to execute them correctly. Whether it was incorrect hand movements, mispronounced incantations, or insufficient magical energy, he appeared utterly clumsy. Hanli felt utterly powerless in this regard. Should it have been an issue of inadequate magical energy, he could have remedied it with a couple of spiritual herbs. Yet this was a fundamental problem he could not grasp. It seemed his innate talent for magic was not as remarkable as he had hoped, a conclusion he reached after considerable effort. After a prolonged period of arduous practice, he finally achieved minor success with the Fireball Technique and the Heavenly Eye Technique. But he had yet to even approach the threshold of the other 3 spells. Yielding no discernible results in his frustration, he focused his energies on the Fireball Technique and the Heavenly Eye Technique, nurturing a glimmer of hope for these spells he could now master. The Fireball Technique, in particular, did not disappoint him, exceeding his expectations significantly. Despite its modest size, the terrifying heat contained within the fireball rendered it virtually indomitable, capable of igniting all manner of materials. Even weapons forged from fine steel would melt into liquid iron upon contact with the fireball. Witnessing such extraordinary destructive power, Hanli even tossed a fireball onto the surface of the water, and the area ignited as if doused in oil, revealing no hint of being quelled by the water. Upon comprehending the might of the Fireball Technique, Hanli finally understood why Yu Zedong held such disdain for mortals. Consider a cultivator with even a modicum of magical ability. With a simple spell like the Fireball Technique, they could effortlessly eliminate so-called masters in the martial world. If a more adept cultivator were to intervene, they could sweep through the entire realm like an unstoppable force. The disparity in power was so vast that it was no wonder that cultivators like Yu Zedong viewed ordinary people with contempt. As for the Heavenly Eye Technique, after witnessing the extraordinary nature of the Fireball Technique, Hanli held high expectations for it. However, once he attempted to employ the technique, he realized it merely involved a simple application of magical energy to the eyes, devoid of any complexity. Its utility corresponded with its simplicity, serving solely as a means to observe whether one possessed magical energy and to gauge its depth. Initially enthusiastic, Hanli repeatedly used the Heavenly Eye Technique on himself. Observing his bodily condition through the enchanted vision, he noted a faint white light enveloping him, particularly dense near his dantian, which he deduced was the so-called magical energy. Upon reaching out to touch the white light, he found it intangible, akin to true energy, perceptible only under the Heavenly Eye Technique. However, after several uses, his interest waned in the entire Qishuan sect. He was the only one who could be considered a half-cultivator. Whom else could he observe with the Heavenly Eye Technique? Surely, he could not spend every day admiring himself. Thus, apart from intensifying his practice of the fireball technique in hopes of mastering it for practical use, he redirected his focus towards the other spells he had yet to learn, beginning the tedious process of repetition and practice, yearning for further breakthroughs. Reflecting on the arduous nature of mastering the other spells, Hanli could not help but sigh, realizing that since embarking on his magical studies, he had sighed far more frequently than before. Dong, dong. A deep bell tolled from outside the valley. Hanli furrowed his brow. Recently, it seemed as though the number of individuals seeking medical assistance had suddenly surged, most of whom bore grievous injuries such as severed limbs or deep cuts. He could not afford to be negligent. For saving a life was akin to extinguishing a fire. Grabbing his prepared medical kit, he exited his dwelling and made haste towards the valley's entrance. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, Hanli encountered a senior disciple clad in luxurious robes, anxiously pacing beneath the great bell, resembling an ant on a hot stove. Upon spotting Hanli, he rushed over with palpable relief. "Dr. Han, you've arrived. My master has been poisoned and is on the brink of death. Please, hurry and see if you can alleviate the poison." As the disciple approached, Hanli recognized him as Marong, the favored disciple of Elder Li, the fifth-ranking member of the sect, with whom he had crossed paths several times during Elder Li's visits to the Divine Hand Valley. Poisoned? Hanli, following Marong in haste, felt a pang of trepidation, recalling that he himself had yet to resolve his own poison issue. "Yes. My master was engaged in a confrontation with a rogue from the Wolf Gang while descending the mountain and was inadvertently struck by a dark green dart. Initially, he paid it no mind, even managing to kill the assailant. However, upon returning to the mountain, the poison manifested, rendering him unconscious. Have you sought other physicians? Of course. If it were an ordinary poisoning, I wouldn't trouble Dr. Han. Those quacks only discerned that my master had fallen victim to a rare poison and were utterly clueless beyond that, even refraining from prescribing a remedy." Marong's expression conveyed his disdain for the other doctors. Revealing his dissatisfaction, Hanli maintained his composure, merely responding with an as he continued to follow Marong, though his mind was rife with concerns. Truth be told, he was not particularly skilled in detoxification. While he had some confidence in treating internal and external injuries, he felt ill-equipped to tackle a rare and potent poison. Although he possessed the sacred medicine, Qinglei San, which could supposedly neutralize 100 poisons, the world harbored countless toxic substances. Who could say whether Qinglei San would be effective? Moreover, the other physicians on the mountain were not inept. They had their own unique methods for treating common ailments and poisons. Or they would have long been dismissed by the sect's higher-ups, who valued their lives and would not retain ineffectual practitioners. The fact that they dared not even prescribe a remedy indicated that this poison was indeed formidable and not to be trifled with. He could only adapt as circumstances unfolded. Even if he failed to save the patient, it would not tarnish his reputation. After all, no physician could claim to cure every ailment, and his standing within the sect would not suffer significantly. As Hanli pondered his strategy, Marong nearly dragged him along, urgently pulling at his sleeve as they sprinted towards Elder Li's residence. Observing Marong's fervor, Hanli recognized the profound bond between the master and disciple. A twinge of melancholy washed over him as he reflected on his own contentious relationship with Dr. Mo, who, despite their titular master-student connection, had become more of a rival. If only their relationship could have mirrored the harmony exhibited by Marong and his master. Deep down, Hanli held a modicum of respect for Dr. Mo, for his formidable medical skills and the spring skill had been imparted to him by that very individual. Alas, fate had conspired against them, leading to their inevitable conflict, culminating in Dr. Mo's untimely demise at Hanli's hands. As Hanli lamented this poignant reflection, Marong ushered him to Elder Li's abode. Elder Li's residence was modest, neither extravagant nor expansive, resembling an ordinary home. Surrounding a few adjacent rooms was a 2-meter-high, half-meter-thick earthen wall, enclosing a simple courtyard. A semicircular arched door faced the path, and through the slightly ajar wooden gate, Hanli could see a throng of visitors peering in. Upon entering the courtyard, Hanli realized the actual number of people present far exceeded what he had observed from outside. They were clustered together in small groups, quietly discussing Elder Li's condition. Hanli had long heard that Elder Li was one of the few amiable figures in the upper echelons of the Qishuan sect, rarely losing his temper with junior disciples or colleagues, and never engaging in power struggles. Such a kind-hearted elder naturally garnered widespread admiration within the sect, earning him an exceptional reputation. Now that Elderly has encountered an issue, those of some standing, whether out of genuine concern or mere pretense, naturally feel compelled to pay a visit, either personally or through intermediaries. This has resulted in the current gathering of individuals. As Hanley entered, he was immediately recognized by the crowd in the courtyard. And those of lower status, such as the guardians, quickly surrounded him, each eager to extend their greetings. Greetings, divine Dr. Han. Ah, Dr. Han has arrived. A chorus of flattery inundated his ears, making it impossible for him to ignore. Observing these effusively warm faces, Hanley mirrored their sunny disposition, smiling and returning each greeting with impeccable courtesy, though inwardly he was thoroughly repulsed by the insincerity of their flattery. Fortunately, those of higher status, such as several vice leaders and attendants, maintained a semblance of dignity, merely nodding subtly in his direction without approaching him. Their behavior engendered a modicum of goodwill in Hanley, as he was spared the need to further engage with several of the more pompous figures. Ma Rong, however, found himself too low in rank to interject, merely watching anxiously from the sidelines as Hanley engaged in this sticky web of social niceties, his hands fidgeting incessantly till last. When Hanley had concluded his exchanges with the last individual, Ma Rong could no longer contain himself and rushed over, seizing Hanley by the arm and pulling him towards the room. This brash action provoked some dissatisfaction among those who hoped to cultivate a rapport with the esteemed divine Dr. Han. Although Hanley appeared to wear a bittersweet smile, he was genuinely pleased to avoid offending anyone and to extricate himself from the clutches of the incessantly chattering crowd. Thus, Hanley was directly ushered into the sitting room by Ma Rong. Inside, the gathering was modest. Aside from a few family members, there were also 2 elders and the vice leader Ma present. However, to Hanley's astonishment, Li Feiyu was also in the room. This revelation surprised Hanley, for he believed there to be no connection between Li Feiyu and Elderly. What could possibly bring him here? As he pondered this, Hanley observed Li Feiyu standing beside a petite young girl with tear-streaked cheeks, offering her comfort. The tender demeanor he exhibited was a stark contrast to his usual interactions with his fellow disciples and with Hanley himself, revealing an unmistakable vulnerability to the entanglements of affection. Witnessing Li Feiyu so deeply ensnared by love, Hanley was struck with both surprise and amusement. He quickly scrutinized the young woman's features, curious to discern what enchanting beauty could captivate such a reckless and daring individual as Li Feiyu. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, adorned with a jade hairpin and clad in a light green dress that complemented her delicate frame. Her long, dark hair was styled into 2 braids cascading down her back, lending her already sweet visage a hint of mischief. Yet, her reddened eyes and overall pitiable appearance evoked an instinctual urge to cradle her tenderly. Indeed, she was a genuine beauty. Hanley marveled inwardly, finding it entirely understandable that Li Feiyu had succumbed to her charms, though a twinge of envy and longing flickered within him, wondering when he might encounter a kindred spirit of his own. Perhaps noticing Hanley's gaze upon the girl, Ma Rong hurriedly stepped forward to introduce the individuals present in the room. Hanley had already met Vice Leader Ma and Elder Qian. Thus formalities were unnecessary, and he promptly approached to pay his respects. Vice Leader Ma, Elder Qian, I hope you are well, ha. Young Dr. Han has arrived. Vice Leader Ma appeared affable, not imposing any airs of authority before Hanley. Internally, however, Hanley silently scoffed at the insistence on being addressed as young doctor. Elder Qian, on the other hand, merely nodded coldly, his demeanor contrasting sharply with Vice Leader Ma's warmth. Yet, Hanley took no offense. Aware that Elder Qian's unique martial cultivation necessitated emotional detachment, rendering him uniformly aloof. The 3rd elder, a robust man with a ruddy complexion, was unfamiliar to Hanley. It was evident they had not met before. However, the rough texture of his hands and the stoutness of his fingers indicated years of rigorous training in some specialized discipline. This is Elder Zhao, a close acquaintance of my master. He has been overseeing the operations of the Gathering Treasure Hall outside the mountain and only returned a couple of days ago. Ma Rong introduced. Elder Zhao grunted noncommittally, his skepticism evident in his scrutinizing gaze, clearly doubting the abilities of such a young physician. Recognizing that Elder Zhao held little regard for him, Hanley refrained from attempting to ingratiate himself, offering only a polite greeting before seeking to sidestep the elder. Chapter 70. Provocation Vice Leader Ma seemed to sense the tension between the two and, rather than concern, a glimmer of satisfaction crept onto his face. Though young, Dr. Han's medical skills are truly extraordinary. I am confident Elderly will be revived. He suddenly praised Han Li's abilities. Is that so? At such a young age, can his skills truly rival those of Dr. Imo? The elder, with a fiery temper, fell directly into the trap laid by Vice Leader Ma, expressing his disbelief without hesitation in front of Han Li. The moment those words left his mouth, the surrounding family members were left in a quandary. They could not openly agree, as they depended on this young divine physician for salvation, yet refuting Elder Zhao seemed inappropriate, given his status as a close friend of Elder Li and a respected elder. Ha! Elder Zhao, you are mistaken. Young Dr. Han is indeed the prized disciple of Dr. Imo, whose skills far surpass his master S. Vice Leader Ma smirked, fanning the flames further. What can a mere child learn? Unless I see it with my own eyes, I remain unconvinced. Elder Zhao shook his head vehemently, completely oblivious to having been ensnared in another's scheme, unwittingly offending someone he should not have. Han Li rolled his eyes at the absurdity of the situation. Did his skill need validation from such a man? Though aware that Vice Leader Ma had deliberately incited this exchange, he still felt a tinge of annoyance. It was evident that Elder Zhao and Vice Leader Ma belonged to opposing factions, with a hint of animosity evident in their banter. Elder Zhao's formidable martial prowess was not to be underestimated. Observing Han Li's growing displeasure, Vice Leader Ma's delight intensified, and he shifted his tone, making a cryptic remark. Humph. There is no comparison to Vice Leader Ma's exquisite technique. Elder Zhao, unfazed by Ma's status, retorted bluntly, Ha! Elder Zhao, your praise is unwarranted. Vice Leader Ma appeared to be the type who concealed daggers behind a congenial facade, unfazed by the veiled insult contained within Elder Zhao's words, graciously accepting the compliment. This was not Elder Zhao's first encounter with such circumstances. He chose not to engage further with such a brazen adversary, falling silent, albeit still perplexed by the sudden jabit was unusual for Vice Leader Ma. Despite not being from his faction, to expose upper-level conflicts in front of so many juniors. Han Li feigned ignorance, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor, yet he was fully aware of Vice Leader Ma's intent to sow discord between him and the other higher-ups. Ever since their initial meeting, Vice Leader Ma had repeatedly hinted at bringing Han Li into his faction, seeking to expand his influence. However, Han Li had no intention of entangling himself in the power struggles of the Seven Xian sect. It was not a matter of pride. Rather, his encounters with esteemed figures like Dr. Imo and Yu Zedong had broadened his horizons significantly. Having learned two types of magical arts, he had long since lost interest in the petty power struggles of such a minor sect. Even if he aspired to be a man of authority, he would not willingly submit to someone like Vice Leader Ma. Although Han Li's abilities were formidable, he did not wish to offend Vice Leader Ma. Thus, he engaged in a strategy of delay, neither fully accepting nor outright rejecting Vice Leader Ma's overtures, simply offering vague responses. In this way, Vice Leader Ma found himself in a quandary. Due to Han Li's indecisiveness and the indispensable nature of his medical skills, he could not force the issue, leaving the prospect of Han Li joining his faction in a state of uncertainty. Yet, to prevent Han Li from aligning with other factions, Vice Leader Ma seized every opportunity to undermine Han Li's connections with other high-ranking members and to incite discord. Whether these seemingly juvenile tactics would prove effective, Han Li could not say, but he had yet to be approached by members of other factions, a fact that delighted him. Now, Vice Leader Ma was employing the same strategy again, likely ensuring that Han Li would not leave a favorable impression on Elder Zhao. Emerong, witnessing this verbal skirmish akin to a cockfight, felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly continued with the introductions. This is my master's wife, Madame Li, he said, first pointing to a middle-aged woman who bore a resemblance to the young girl. This is. The young maiden, being the youngest among them, was relegated to the last position. Her name, Zhang Xiu'er, turned out to be the niece of Elder Li, much to Han Li's surprise. When Li Feiyu was introduced, she deliberately feigned ignorance of Han Li, adopting a distant demeanor that made Marong, who was prepared to introduce them, feel somewhat awkward. He quickly whispered to Han Li, Li Hufa is usually like this. She has always had this temperament, and it is not directed specifically at you. Dr. Han. Please do not take it to heart. Han Li smiled faintly, understanding that Li Feiyu wished to conceal their relationship in front of so many people. It's nothing. I won't stoop to the level of certain individuals. Let's first assess Elder Li's condition. Saving a life is of paramount importance. Han Li subtly criticized Li Feiyu in his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Ma Rong felt relieved and promptly led everyone into the patient's room. After hearing this, the corner of Li Feiyu's mouth twitched slightly, as if unconcerned, but as everyone turned their backs, she suddenly made a face at Han Li before immediately resuming her previous demeanor. As though nothing had happened, Han Li suppressed a laugh and chose to ignore her, following the footsteps of the Li family to Elder Li's bedside. Upon seeing the face of the individual on the bed, the usually courageous Han Li could not help but gasp. It was then that he comprehended why the other doctors had refrained from prescribing any medication. The once kind and benign Elder Li lay there. Unconscious, however, from his face to his neck, and from his hands to his feet, there were poison spots the size of copper coins, each vividly colored in a shocking manner. The most troubling aspect for Han Li was the deepening cyan of Elder Li's lips and the layer of black mist shrouding his features, clearly indicating advanced poisoning. Rescuing his life would undoubtedly prove to be an arduous task. Chapter 71. Qingling San. Han Li furrowed his brows, remaining silent. He had just taken the pulse, examined the tongue and pupils, and had preliminarily determined that the poison was a mixed toxin, akin to the incense he had previously used. To effectively remove the various toxic elements, Han Li lacked the requisite skill. He could only attempt to use Qingling San along with a few other unconventional methods. With this thought, Han Li inwardly cursed those doctors who, out of fear, had left him with this dilemma while outwardly pretending to be deep in contemplation. After a while, Elder Zhao could no longer contain himself and asked, "Young man, can you indeed save Elder Li? Speak up, Elder Zhao, you are being too impatient. Can't you see that Dr. Han is contemplating a solution? Have some patience." Before Han Li could respond, Ma Min Master interjected. Attempting to defend him, Elder Zhao glared, ready to retort, but Han Li cleared his throat softly, interrupting him. This cough drew the surprised gazes of those in the room, and Han Li suddenly realized that, at his tender age, imitating an elderly man's cough seemed rather amusing. However, it mattered little. His objective had been achieved, and he wished to avoid further arguments between the two. This poison is indeed a mixed toxin, and the antidote process is quite complicated. I cannot guarantee complete success, but I am willing to try. However, the process may pose some risks and could endanger Elder Li's life. I wonder if you all are still willing to proceed? Han Li feigned a troubled expression as he spoke. His words left the family members exchanging glances, none daring to agree to immediate action, but it seemed that the other doctors were even less capable than Han Li. After a pause, Li Shi, Elder Li's wife, suddenly inquired, "May I ask, Dr. Han, how confident are you in saving my husband?" 50%. Han Li replied without hesitation. "Very well, then Dr. Han, please proceed with your treatment. If my husband were to meet with any misfortune, I would not hold you responsible. It would simply be fate." Li Shi displayed a resolute expression, unexpectedly making a swift decision. "Sister-in-law, have you considered this carefully? This young doctor is quite inexperienced. I find it rather dubious." Elder Zhao, feeling anxious, hurriedly sought to dissuade Li Shi from her impulsive decision. "I have reflected thoroughly. If we do not allow Dr. Han to administer the antidote, my husband will likely not survive the night. It is better to take a risk with a 50% chance of saving him." Li Shi spoke softly, her head bowed in sadness. Elder Zhao was left speechless. Han Li surveyed the other attendees, noticing that none opposed Li Shi's decision. He then retrieved a green porcelain bottle from his medical kit and poured out a red pill. "Who can fetch a bowl of warm water to dissolve this medicine for Elder Li?" "I will," came a crisp voice in response. Zhang Xiu'er, who had been standing nearby with red-rimmed eyes, took her leave towards the door. Li Feiyu hesitated momentarily before following her, which prompted Han Li to inwardly deride her. Before long, Zhang Xiu'er returned, looking rather helpless, her hands empty. Li Feiyu, however, carefully carried a white porcelain bowl, following closely behind her. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers could not suppress their amusement, their expressions revealing a sense of mirth. This caused a faint blush to rise on Zhang Xiu'er's cheeks, rendering her somewhat flustered, undeniably displaying the demeanor of a young girl. Nevertheless, this lightened the previously tense atmosphere, allowing the mood of some to relax considerably. Li Feiyu dutifully handed the bowl to Li Shi. "Dr. Han, is this bowl of water suitable?" she inquired, glancing back at Han Li. "Yes," Han Li replied, surveying the white bowl and nodding. He then took the bowl in one hand. Dropping the red pill into the water, which instantly transformed the entire bowl into a crimson hue. Administer this to elderly. You women tend to be more meticulous, so it is better that you handle it. Hanli extended his hand, returning the bowl to her. Elisha readily accepted, not declining to owe her. Every word from Hanli was a matter of her husband's life, and she would certainly heed his advice. What exactly is this medicine? Elder Zhao, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired as he watched Li Shi gradually pour the large bowl of red liquid into Elder Li's mouth. It is an antidote I concocted. I hope it proves effective, Hanli replied nonchalantly. He preferred not to disclose the name of Qingling San, concerned that this renowned antidote might bring him trouble. Discretion seemed prudent. After administering the medicine, approximately a meal's time passed before the black mist on Elder Li's face began to fade, and the toxic spots on his body gradually lightened and shrank. This evident change was apparent even to the untrained eye, indicating a gradual alleviation of the poison, a positive development. Witnessing this, the onlookers broke into smiles, their gazes towards Hanli now markedly different from before, save for Elder Zhao, who could not quite let go of his pride. Letting out a snort, although his expression had softened considerably. Seeing that the poison was already beginning to dissipate without further intervention, Hanli felt a mix of surprise and discontent. The efficacy of Qingling San was unexpectedly high, which caught him off guard. Perhaps this poison was not as formidable as he had imagined. Yet, as things appeared to be improving, Hanli found himself somewhat disheartened for two reasons. First, he had previously mentioned that the antidote process carried certain risks. But if the toxicity was so easily resolved, it would seem as though he had been deceiving others. Second, if Qingling San worked so effectively on others' poisons, why was he still troubled by the lingering effects of his own affliction? Chapter 72. Extracting the poison. Hanli internally lamented, but to maintain his image as a divine physician, he had to project an air of confidence, smiling silently. His calm demeanor reassured those present, leading them to believe that the effectiveness of the pill was anticipated, further enhancing their admiration for him. The Minmaster was also beaming with joy, his smile tinged with a hint of pride, as if he considered Hanli already aligned with him. Perhaps he believed that, for now, he was the most likely to gain Hanli's allegiance, which explained his exuberance. However, before long, the situation took a turn. Not good, Zhang Xiu'er exclaimed. The black mist on my uncle's face seems to have returned. Her words startled everyone, prompting several impatient individuals to rush forward for a closer look, including Elder Zhao. Hanli, upon hearing this, felt a slight surprise but refrained from joining the crowd at the bedside. However, Li Shi, being perceptive and thoughtful, quickly instructed the younger ones to step back, allowing Hanli, the divine physician, to approach for a diagnosis. Once a space opened up in front of the bed, Hanli calmly stepped forward to investigate closely. After a while, he concluded that it was not the black mist returning but merely residual traces of the toxin that could not be completely eradicated, lingering as a faint shadow on his face. After reaching this conclusion, Hanli cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xiu'er, thinking her reaction was somewhat exaggerated. Although others did not notice his reproachful gaze, Li Feiyu, who had been focused on Zhang Xiu'er, caught it and shot Hanli a glare, clearly displeased by what he perceived as an affront to his beloved. Hanli was left speechless. It seemed that Li Feiyu, infatuated as he was, had prioritized his feelings over friendship. He no longer entangled himself with the simple-minded fellow who had become so due to the allure of women, but instead returned his focus to observing Elder Li's condition. Aside from the lingering dark energy on his face, the poison spots on Elder Li's body had reached the size of yellow soybeans and had begun to stabilize without further fading. The residual toxins had left him in a deep, unresponsive slumber. At this point, Hanli realized that the follow-up measures he had prepared would likely come into play, and he no longer needed to fabricate excuses for his earlier words. Perfectly showcasing his foresight, "Go fetch a basin filled with clear water," Hanli commanded in an authoritative tone. This time, it was not Zhang Xiu'er who took on the task. Ma Rong hurriedly responded and dashed out. Hanli then turned back to Elder Qian and Master Ma with a serious demeanor, stating, "I require your assistance. Please use your internal energy to force the residual poison within Elder Li to a few specific acupoints, after which I will employ the golden needle method to draw out the toxic blood. Are you both capable of this?" Master Ma's gaze flickered uncertainly, yet he ultimately consented, while Elder Qian nodded coldly, agreeing without hesitation. "Why must it be the two of you? Am I not capable? Elder Zhao voiced his displeasure, feeling somewhat belittled by Han Li. With a resigned sigh, Han Li knew he needed to clarify matters to this obstinate individual. Elder Zhao, your practice of the Hunyuan palm primarily relies on external techniques, does it not? In terms of the purity of internal energy, I still believe that Master Ma and Elder Qian are more suitable. Han Li spoke in a calm and gentle manner. This left Elder Zhao momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Han Li's subtle rebuke. Ignoring the disgruntled elder, Han Li addressed the others in the room with an authoritative tone. Everyone else? Aside from Master Ma and Elder Qian, please leave. The method to detoxify Elder Li should not be witnessed by all, and the healing process requires absolute tranquility, free from disturbances. Upon hearing this, the others in the room were momentarily taken aback. But it was Li Shi who quickly understood the situation. She respectfully bowed deeply and said, I entrust my husband to your care. With that, she took the lead and exited the room. Following Li Shi's lead, the others, whether willing or not, followed suit back to the living room. Once Marong returned with a basin of clear water, Han Li promptly sent him away and securely shut the door. Leaving the onlookers outside exchanging glances, time passed slowly, a quarter of an hour ticking by, yet the bedroom door remained closed, with not a sound emerging from within. This unusual silence began to stir restlessness among those waiting for news. A shadow creeping into their hearts, even Li Shi, who had initially appeared calm, began to show signs of agitation, while the fiery Elder Zhao had already paced the living room countless times. Just as the gathering grew impatient, the bedroom door creaked open. Instinctively, everyone's eyes shot toward the opening, and the atmosphere turned tense. Han Li emerged, looking weary, and upon seeing the solemn expressions on their faces, he offered a faint smile. All is well. The residual poison has been completely eliminated. Elder Li may rest for one more night, and he will awaken by morning. His words carried a confidence that even he had not anticipated. The process of detoxification had gone remarkably smoothly. Without a hitch, upon hearing this, Li Shi and the others broke into joyous smiles. Their previous gloom instantly lifted. A few of the more impatient individuals rushed to enter, but Han Li raised a hand to halt them. Elder Li is currently in a weakened state. It is best to minimize the number of visitors, preferably just you, madam. Han Li said earnestly to Li Shi. Upon receiving this good news, Li Shi had no objections. She quickly nodded in agreement, hardly thanking Han Li, and hurriedly entered the bedroom. Chapter 73. The thoughts of Li Feiyu upon entering the room, Li Shi was met with a foul stench, and she saw Master Ma and Elder Qian seated cross-legged on either side of the bed. Eyes closed as they recuperated. Between them lay a basin filled with a viscous, inky black liquid, the source of the foul odor. Their faces were somewhat pale, clearly having expended considerable energy as Han Li had indicated. A wave of gratitude washed over Li Shi for the two of them. Though unskilled in martial arts, she understood the importance of not disturbing them at this moment. She slowed her steps and gracefully approached the bed, gazing at Elder Li, who was sweetly asleep. The pain that had once marred his brow had completely vanished. Although his complexion still bore a hint of pallor, the dark energy had dissipated entirely, and the poison spots had faded to faint traces, nearly imperceptible. It seemed the toxins had indeed been fully eradicated, causing Li Shi to weep with joy. After a while, she wiped away her tears and remembered that she should express her immense gratitude to Han Li. She gently retraced her steps to the living room, only to find herself immediately surrounded by a throng of people, all clamoring with questions, yet Han Li was nowhere to be seen among them. Surprised, she inquired of Marong and the others. Upon hearing their responses, Li Shi learned that after Han Li had prescribed a restorative herbal formula, he had taken his leave, departing without another moment's delay. Stunned into silence, Li Shi resolved that once Elder Li recovered, she and her husband would certainly pay a visit to express their profound gratitude for his life-saving assistance. Unbeknownst to her, aside from the elusive Han Li, there was another absence, Li Feiyu, who had never strayed far from Zhang Xiu'er. Nearby, beneath the boughs of a dense tree along a secluded path, Han Li lay on the grass with his hands behind his head, idly examining the green leaves of a particular branch. Just as he counted nearly 1,000, a shadow suddenly swooped down from above, pouncing upon him with the ferocity of an eagle seizing its prey. As if harboring a deep-seated grudge. Hey, cut it out. Why do you always want to resort to violence every time we meet? I'm not Zhang Xiu'er, Han Li exclaimed, At his words, the shadow deftly twisted in midair, landing gracefully beside him. It was none other than the ever-persistent Li Feiyu. With your dark and unremarkable appearance, how could you possibly compare to Miss Zhang Xiu'er? You're merely embarrassing yourself, Li Feiyu retorted, lightly tapping the tip of his right foot against Han Li's backside as a form of chastisement. Han Li rolled his eyes in response, then sprang up like a carped it. Seems our esteemed senior brother Li is indeed one who favors beauty over friendship. I truly lament my poor choice of associates. Enough with the nonsense. What did you summon me here for? You do realize how hard it was for me to get close to Miss Zhang. And now you want to waste that chance. If you don't provide a satisfactory reason, you won't escape this time. Li Feiyu expressed his indignation, clearly displeased at being called out by Han Li. Did I summon you at all? How could I possibly know? Did I say anything with my own mouth? Han Li feigned surprise, exaggerating his reaction. Your expression when you left was so obvious that even a blind person could see it. Stop beating around the bush. If there is nothing important, I really must return, Li Feiyu said, turning to leave, his demeanor giving Han Li pause for thought. Han Li decided not to continue teasing him and suddenly adopted a serious expression. Addressing Li Feiyu earnestly, don't take this the wrong way, but as a friend, I feel compelled to ask, does Zhang Xiu'er know that by consuming the marrow extraction pill, you have only a few years left to live? Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's face drained of color, his pallor strikingly evident, and he remained silent for a long moment. Han Li sighed inwardly, realizing that no further questions were necessary. The expression on Li Feiyu's face spoke volumes. Why did you have to awaken me to this cruel reality? Li Feiyu's expression turned sorrowful, and after a while, he spoke with great pain. Han Li offered no response to Li Feiyu's query, instead gently patting his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. You must have heard that in matters of the heart, the more you invest, the greater your suffering will be, Han Li stated, finally finding the right words to convey a profound truth. Leaving Li Feiyu momentarily taken aback, I pulled you out before you became too deeply entangled to spare you further anguish. Han Li added thoughtfully. Li Feiyu stared blankly at Han Li, a strange expression flickering in his eyes. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Han Li felt uneasy under Li Feiyu's gaze and quickly assessed himself. How old are you? Why do you speak as if you've mastered the complexities of love? Have you already experienced the throes of passion? Li Feiyu suddenly inquired. Of course not. All of this wisdom comes from books I've read. I merely found it quite enlightening and decided to share it with you. Han Li replied, Oh, so that's how it is. I thought, with my charming demeanor, there was no way I could lag behind you in this area. To have you deliver such insights is merely empty rhetoric. Li Feiyu sighed deeply, patting his chest as if he had just escaped a scare. Han Li fell silent, bemused at how quickly Li Feiyu had bounced back. Just moments ago, he had been despondent. And now he was grinning like a fool, truly an emotional fellow. However, Han Li still wore a determined expression, relentlessly pursuing the matter to its conclusion. He inquired once more, Have you truly decided to give up on Miss Zhang Xiu'er? Are you truly indifferent to seeing her in someone else's embrace? Li Feiyu's previously jovial demeanor instantly transformed into one of chilling coldness, his voice laced with a murderous intent as he coldly declared, Whoever dares to lay a finger on Miss Zhang, I shall sever their hand. Once I am gone, I shall no longer concern myself with what follows, but while I still draw breath, Miss Zhang Xiu'er belongs solely to me. His words seemed capable of freezing the air around them. Chapter 74. Mind Control Technique. Han Li gazed at Li Feiyu's suddenly domineering countenance, rendered speechless. He was at a loss for words. Suddenly, the aura emanating from Li Feiyu retracted sharply, reverting to his previous playful self. He winked at Han Li and exclaimed, So, what do you think? Was my earlier display impressive enough? Did it not exude an air of overwhelming might? The essence of a true hero, compelling you to admire me with utmost reverence and pledge your loyalty? Han Li felt a mix of amusement and exasperation at his words. Just moments ago, he had been moved by Li Feiyu's earlier declaration, yet the subsequent remarks swiftly returned him to reality. Han Li glared at him for a moment, gritting his teeth as he retorted, A hero? I see more of a clumsy bear. Li Feiyu, unfazed, erupted into hearty laughter, reveling in his ability to momentarily subdue Han Li. However, Han Li gradually regained his composure. Amidst Li Feiyu's laughter, he spoke softly, I have already cautioned you before. and you are well aware of your circumstances. Thus, I shall ask you once more with utmost seriousness. If you were to disperse your powers, I could grant you many more years of life, allowing you to spend ample time with Miss Zhang. Would you not reconsider?" Li Feiyu's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression darkening as a glint of intensity shot from his eyes, fixating on Hanli without uttering a word. Yet, Hanli remained unperturbed, his expression devoid of any unusual emotion, merely meeting Li Feiyu's gaze with clarity. After what felt like an eternity, Li Feiyu finally withdrew the intensity from his gaze, his expression softening slightly. "Hanli, you know full well that I will never consider dispersing my powers. I understand your intentions, but please do not mention it again, all right?" he said with a forced smile, a hint of pleading in his tone. "Moreover, do you truly believe that after becoming a powerless fool, Miss Zhang would still hold any affection for me?" His words bore a tinge of self-deprecation. Hanli fell silent, turning his head to gaze down the path from which Li Feiyu had approached. Observing in quiet contemplation before speaking gravely, "Since you have made your decision, I shall no longer persuade you. Return now, and I sincerely hope you and Miss Zhang Xiu'er can indeed achieve happiness together." Upon hearing Han Li's words, Li Feiyu's face lit up with joy. He patted Han Li's shoulder vigorously several times. "Good brother, those words are music to my ears. They are the happiest I have heard today. Now, I shall take my leave." With that, he leaped into the air, disappearing in a few graceful bounds down the path. Ouch! Han Li suddenly clutched his shoulder tightly. Li Feiyu's earlier pats had secretly employed internal energy, causing his shoulder to swell painfully, resembling a small red bun that he could not touch. The discomfort was indeed considerable. That scoundrel, to retaliate for my probing, he resorted to such underhanded methods, Han Li thought, gritting his teeth as he hurriedly retrieved healing ointment from his robes, unfastening his clothing to apply it to his shoulder. Cough. Just when I finally showed some compassion, it ends in such a manner. Perhaps I am truly not cut out for doing good deeds. I should return to my studies in spells. This time, he could only seek retribution the next time they met. Han Li pondered with a hint of reluctance. Time passed, and Han Li had now turned 18. During this period, the Seven Xian sect, pressed by the relentless encroachments of the Wolf Gang, officially declared war. Consequently, numerous skirmishes erupted along the border of the two factions, claiming the lives of many companions who had entered the mountains alongside Han Li, leaving him deeply reflective. The great bell outside the valley tolled more frequently due to the rising number of casualties, which inadvertently honed Han Li's medical skills, leading to significant improvements in his healing techniques. Despite Han Li's adept hands, many mid- and high-ranking individuals still fell, either dying in battle or succumbing to their injuries before reaching him, leaving no opportunity for him to provide aid. Nonetheless, this turmoil allowed several young experts to rise to prominence, taking the places of the fallen. Notably, figures such as the 5 fiends, 3 eagles, and 2 leopards from the Wolf Gang, as well as the 7 heroes from the Seven Xian sect, emerged as the most renowned, with Li Feiyu being one of the dual heroes. He had ascended to the esteemed position of vice leader of the Outer Blade Hall after personally slaying an enemy commander, and his relationship with Zhang Xiu'er was rapidly advancing toward matrimony. Upon learning of this, Han Li could only sigh softly. He was uncertain whether Li Feiyu's actions were right or wrong. After all, he was not Li Feiyu and could not fathom the intricacies of the situation. However, if he were in Li Feiyu's position, witnessing the one he cherished entwined with another, Han Li questioned whether he could bear it. Yet, knowing he was destined to die, would he have the courage to marry her? He found himself lacking such resolve. Thus, Han Li chose to feign ignorance, recognizing that bonds between individuals vary in closeness. As Li Feiyu was his friend, he felt justified in leaning slightly in his favor. Moreover, another significant matter had recently arisen, consuming much of his thoughts and further diverting his attention from this issue. After countless setbacks, Han Li finally mastered the wind control technique. Similar to the Heavenly Eye technique, it was also an auxiliary spell, usable only on oneself and not applicable to others. However, its practical applications far surpassed those of the Heavenly Eye technique. Once he invoked the wind control technique, Han Li felt as light as a swallow. With a delicate push off the ground, he could effortlessly leap several zhang away without exertion. The exhilarating sensation of sprinting at high speed on land, leaving everything behind, became an addiction for Han Li, compelling him to race through the valley multiple times each day. Of course, The acceleration effects differed greatly from the smoke step technique, which emphasized exploiting narrow gaps and transforming impossibilities into possibilities, achieving speed over short distances at the cost of significant stamina. That technique excelled in confined spaces. In contrast, the wind control technique, once activated, required only a negligible amount of magical energy, placing no physical burden on the user, allowing for unrestricted sprinting without the risk of exhaustion. Furthermore, the acceleration effect persisted until the magical energy was depleted or the wind control technique was terminated, making it an essential spell for lower-tier cultivators embarking on long journeys. Chapter 75. The Union of Martial and Magical Arts. Since mastering the wind control technique, Han Li's interest in the other two spells, the Spirit Binding Charm and Object Manipulation Technique, intensified. He dedicated substantial time and effort to them, hoping to one day grasp them as effortlessly as he had the wind control technique. However, through repeated explorations, Han Li unexpectedly discovered that his inability to cast these spells might not stem from his own limitations, but rather from the external conditions required for their execution. According to the texts, the Spirit Binding Charm was a type of talisman that necessitated a pre-prepared magical talisman for activation. Consequently, Han Li had previously utilized yellow paper purchased from a nearby town, painstakingly drawing the supposed talisman symbols with a brush. Although the text did not specify the materials required for crafting talismans, he recalled the silver symbol talisman used by Dr. Mo and naturally employed silver powder, a precious luxury in his creations. Whether this pigment was effective remained uncertain, but at least they appeared identical to the examples in the texts. Regrettably, mere resemblance was insufficient. When Han Li recited the incantation to activate these talismans, the symbols failed to emit the dazzling silver light that accompanied Dr. Mo's use, nor did any other extraordinary phenomena occur. His attempts were a complete failure, leaving him in a predicament of uncertainty. He could not discern whether the failure stemmed from errors in incantation or hand gestures, or if the talismans themselves were inadequately crafted. However, after this investigation, things changed. Through thorough research into various relevant materials and tales of spells, Han Li ultimately realized that the talismans used by cultivators were certainly not composed of ordinary paper and pigments as mortals might assume. Instead, they were likely crafted from unique materials specific to cultivators, potentially requiring a specific method of creation. Thus, even if he executed the incantation and gestures flawlessly, success in casting remained unattainable. The same reasoning applied to the object manipulation technique. Previously, Han Li believed that any random object could serve as a target for the spell, so he had attempted to manipulate common items like furniture or swords without any effect. However, now, spurred by his insights regarding talisman paper, he understood that the objects manipulated by this technique were certainly not ordinary items, but rather specific tools utilized by cultivators. Thus, Han Li took the peculiar items he had acquired from Dr. Mo, including the soul-calling bell and the 7 silver blades used in the 7 ghosts devouring souls technique, and treated them as objects to be manipulated by the artifact manipulation technique. However, after experimenting with them, he regrettably found that none could be successfully employed. This left Han Li greatly disheartened. It seemed that the technique could not command these magical implements, but rather something entirely different. Realizing the fundamental issue at hand and understanding that without the appropriate items, it was impossible to execute the spirit-fixing talisman and artifact manipulation technique, Han Li shifted his focus away from this matter. Instead, he began to contemplate a novel approach that combined martial arts secrets with several spells, aiming to rapidly enhance his own strength and elevate himself to new heights in a short period. With this whimsical notion in mind, Han Li embarked on a grueling journey of self-improvement, quickly achieving modest success. After some experimentation, he finally merged the Luo Yin step with the wind control technique. Rather than a true fusion, he merely cast the wind control technique first, and then followed it with the Luo Yin step, requiring precise coordination and pairing between the two. Otherwise, errors were likely to occur, demanding considerable effort and attention from Han Li. Nevertheless, this combination gradually rectified the wind control technique's original shortcomings in maneuverability and the Luo Yin step's excessive physical exertion during movement, allowing him to become as elusive as lightning and thunder, making his movements almost undetectable. Shortly thereafter, Han Li also made his own innovative developments in the fireball technique. Traditionally, upon the fireball's emergence, the practitioner would propel it toward a target using their own mana to vanquish foes. This was the technique's original application. However, Han Li held a different view. He believed that the speed of the mana-propelled fireball was too slow, easily dodged by any adept in lightness skill, which limited its effectiveness in the fierce battles of the martial world, rendering it somewhat impractical. Consequently, he decided to utilize the fireball technique in a novel manner, casting only half of the spell. Once the fireball appeared, he refrained from launching it. Instead, he wielded it as a small, indestructible weapon, exerting control over it. With his enhanced extreme movements combined with the high-temperature fireball in hand, Hanli now felt confident that he could easily slay any formidable opponent. With these newfound abilities, Hanli finally felt a sense of relief. No longer troubled by his insufficient strength, he was now prepared to venture to Lianzhou for the antidote. Meanwhile, his Changchun Gong quietly advanced to the 8th level as he consumed spirit herbs like snacks daily, significantly augmenting his mana. In terms of mana depth, Hanli had surpassed the remnants of Yu Zitong, who still possessed his physical form. However, regarding the mastery of spells and practical combat skills, he still lagged far behind Yu Zitong. After all, during Yu Zitong's family training, he had the guidance of elders above and peers to spar with below, far surpassing Hanli's solitary learning. Hanli was unaware of this comparison, and even if he did, he would not have cared. He was not arrogant enough to believe that a few rudimentary spells could pit him against genuine cultivators. His current adversaries were primarily the martial world's commoners. Thus, Hanli remained in good spirits, and just as he was brimming with ambition, preparing to find an excuse to leave Qishuan sect, the Wolfpack gang suddenly proposed negotiations with the Qishuan sect. This news caused an uproar within the Qishuan sect, for it was well known that the Wolfpack gang had recently held the upper hand, continuously suppressing the Qishuan sect in conflict. Under such advantageous circumstances, why would they suddenly seek negotiations? Could there be some ulterior motive? This raised many suspicions. In an instant, voices both for and against the negotiations erupted within the Qishuan sect, with various high-ranking members holding differing opinions, and Li Feiyu was among the most fervent opponents. The support for both sides seemed nearly equal. A clear debate could not be reached. Ultimately, it was left to the sect leader Wang to make the final decision. They would first engage in talks, and if the terms were not excessively harsh, they would shake hands and reconcile. If they were too stringent, hostilities would continue. Although this compromise did not satisfy either party, it was the only feasible solution. Chapter 76, Negotiations and the Outbreak of Fire. After several rounds of discussions between the Qishuan sect and the Wolfpack gang, a location known as Luosha Slope was mutually accepted as the site for negotiations. As for the participants in the talks, the Wolfpack gang firmly insisted that a leader from both sides must be present to demonstrate their sincerity. Otherwise, there would be no need for this meeting. This condition did not incite unrest among the Qishuan sect, as it was a standard negotiation requirement. Naturally, the true leader would never put themselves in danger. The Qishuan sect would likely send a deputy leader, while the Wolfpack gang would also dispatch an equivalent deputy to maintain appearances, so this condition posed no issue. Consequently, both parties agreed on a specific date for the negotiations, with each side dispatching a contingent of over 100 individuals to attend the meeting. To prevent any ambush during the negotiations, the Qishuan sect meticulously arranged their participants and contingents. Not only was the negotiation team led by Wu, the sect's second strongest member, but nearly 100 of its members were among the sect's elite, primarily consisting of protectors, offerings, and other core personnel, accompanied by several elders and hall masters to bolster their ranks, creating a truly formidable assembly. Even if the Wolfpack gang deployed all their elite members, it was unlikely they could impede the progress of the Qishuan sect. The members of the Qishuan sect were filled with confidence. Thus, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the negotiators could rely on their formidable martial prowess to swiftly break free from encirclement and return to their territory, where several elite disciples of the Bloodblade Hall would be ready to assist, ensuring a safe retreat. Li Feiyu also volunteered to join the team. For him, the more dangerous the place, the more he craved to go. Thus, this team, nearly comprising half of the Qishuan sect's elite, set out from the mountains as the negotiation day approached. Their journey would take at least half a month for a round trip. A truly lengthy endeavor. Hanli, however, was not particularly concerned. For him, whether the negotiations succeeded or failed was inconsequential. He was about to leave this place to venture into the outside world, and the rise or fall of the Qishuan sect held little significance for him. As long as it did not involve him personally, he was disinclined to meddle in such affairs. Therefore, during the days following the departure of the negotiation team, He remained unhurriedly cultivating the herbs he required and began to gather seeds of rare medicinal plants for future use. Hanli had already resolved that as soon as the negotiation team returned to the mountain, he would formally bid farewell to the sect leaders. If the higher-ups were unwise enough to refuse his departure, he would not hesitate to reveal his true strength before them, ensuring they would abandon any hopes of retaining him. In truth, leaving discreetly would be the simplest course. However, Hanli was concerned that if the higher-ups could not locate him, they might cause trouble for his family. Thus, openly bidding farewell and demonstrating his strength to intimidate them seemed necessary. As for the excuse for his departure, Hanli had long since devised it, claiming he wished to seek out Dr. Imo due to feelings of nostalgia. Whether they believed him or not mattered little to Hanli. With his absolute strength as a backing, he had no reason to fear their ulterior motives. Whenever Hanli contemplated this, a cold smile would involuntarily creep upon his lips. At this moment, it would be a simple matter for him to take the lives of the sect leaders. Of course, he only entertained such thoughts and had no true intention of acting on them. However, Hanli could never have anticipated that on the fourth night after the negotiation team's departure, a ragged, dust-covered figure with disheveled hair suddenly burst into his room. With bloodshot eyes, the person rasped through cracked, white-lipped lips, uttering a chilling message. The negotiation team is finished. Wu's sect leader is dead, as are the protectors and offerings. Several elders have also perished. Nearly all are dead. Upon hearing this, Hanli was momentarily stunned. Before he could inquire further, a sharp alarm rang out from somewhere on the mountain. The sound of drums soon followed. A cacophony of warning signals erupted, and countless cries of battle reverberated through the mountain. Among the din, the clash of weapons could be faintly heard, as if at that moment, the entire Tsaixia mountain had transformed into a vast battlefield of slaughter. Hanli's expression shifted. He could not afford to listen to the figure continue speaking. With a swift motion, he exited the room. Scanning his surroundings, spotting the highest building, he leapt onto the roof and gazed out toward the valley. His expression darkened, revealing a hint of foreboding. For, in the not-so-distant view, flames soared into the sky, shadows flitted about, and flashes of blades and swords flickered incessantly, accompanied by a chaotic symphony of battle cries, alarm bells, and angry shouts. Hearing the wind behind him, he did not turn but asked, "Li Feiyu, is it the Wolf Pack gang?" Indeed, I never anticipated that their planning would be so meticulous, leading to the near annihilation of our negotiation team. They immediately pursued us survivors, attacking us as we retreated to the mountains. The bearer of this news is none other than Li Feiyu, who departed 4 days ago. At this moment, his voice is filled with rage and resentment. Chapter 77. Countermeasures. Yet, how did they manage to breach the outer sentries on the mountain? When we fled back, we had clearly instructed the guards along the way to heighten their vigilance. Li Feiyu mused aloud in confusion. There is nothing strange about it. The Wolf Gang must have been plotting this large-scale offensive for quite some time. Infiltrating a few outer spies would be a trivial matter. With the guidance of these traitors, it is quite ordinary for the sentries to be taken down silently, Hanli remarked in a calm tone. However, it is impossible for the Wolf Gang to easily capture all the branch halls. I suspect their strategy involves surrounding each mountain peak where the halls are located without launching an assault, while concentrating their other elites to focus on attacking the main hall situated on Sunset Peak. If they can capture or eliminate our leaders, the remaining halls would crumble without further action. So what should we do now? Are we to head to Sunset Peak? Li Feiyu pressed on, his urgency palpable. Hanli fell silent for a moment, and after a while, he suddenly turned to Li Feiyu and said in a low voice, "You have yet to inform me how such a formidable negotiation team could be entirely wiped out. Logically speaking, the Wolf Gang should not possess such overwhelming strength." Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's facial muscles twitched slightly. He involuntarily licked his cracked lips, revealing a bitter smile as he spoke. They deployed a large number of repeating crossbows, all of which were enhanced military grade. Military grade repeating crossbows? Indeed. Just 2 days after we left the mountain, while traversing a grassy area, we were lax since we were still within our territory. Suddenly, countless members of the Wolf Gang emerged from the ground, each armed with a sturdy crossbow, and a torrential rain of bolts rained down upon us. The density of the crossbow bolts was such that almost all disciples with lesser martial skills perished on the spot. Only a few individuals with exceptional skills or luck managed to evade the attack. Though even they suffered significant injuries and their martial prowess was greatly diminished, I was one of the fortunate ones. Otherwise, I would not have returned. As Li Feiyu recounted this, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes, revealing the profound impact that the terrifying spectacle of the crossbow volley had on him. After the bolts were expended, the enemy's experts surged forward, plunging us into a fierce battle. To increase our chances of survival, we decided to disperse and act independently to break through. It was merely my good fortune that I was not considered a primary target, resulting in fewer pursuers, and those who did pursue were not particularly strong. Allowing me to escape, however, upon my return, I discovered that the various strongholds where we should have stationed ourselves along the way had been seized by the enemy, who lay in wait for us, the unfortunate survivors, to walk into their trap. After falling into this ambush once or twice, I no longer dared to seek assistance. In my quest to learn about the others, I resolutely ambushed a blue-clad enforcer of the Wolf Gang, from whom I learned that Master Wu and several elders had perished in the ambush, with only a few like me, neither particularly esteemed nor weak, managing to escape. Upon receiving this news, I could not afford to delay any longer and hastened back to the mountains. Along the way, I fortuitously encountered 2 other surviving disciples, and together we fled for a day and a night, finally returning to the mountains. Upon my arrival, those 2 disciples went to Sunset Peak to inform Master Wang of the complete annihilation of the negotiation team. I concocted an excuse about tending to injuries and secretly came to you to discuss countermeasures. Given that Master Wu and so many others fell in the ambush, while only we few, whose status is neither high nor low, managed to return, I fear that the higher-ups might vent their anger on us, using us as scapegoats. Now, how fortuitous it is that before I could explain this matter to you, the Wolf Gang has already launched their assault. What do you propose we do now? Li Feiyu exhaled this lengthy account, his expression shifting to one of resignation. After listening, Han Li furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. The sounds of battle above grew increasingly intense, accompanied by the occasional chilling cries of the mortally wounded. Do you still have subordinates on the mountain? Han Li's voice turned grave. Yes, I still have over 20 subordinates stationed in a few rooms near Elder Li's residence. I had originally planned to wait for the negotiation team to return before leading them out to handle matters. Then let us first go to Elder Li's residence, gather these individuals, and also see Miss Zhang Xiu'er and Elder Li. As for our next steps, we shall decide once we ascertain the specific circumstances, Han Li stated calmly, exhibiting a remarkable level of composure. All right, I shall follow your lead. Given the chaos outside, I am genuinely concerned for Xiu'er's safety, Li Feiyu admitted, his anxiety palpable. Han Li cast a sidelong glance at Li Feiyu, bemused by his thoughts. On one hand, he was exceedingly worried about Zhang Xiu'er. On the other, he was acutely aware of his own impending demise yet still insisted on marrying her, seemingly determined to leave her widowed. What a contradictory fellow! Han Li silently critiqued his friend. Han Li leapt down from the rooftop with a light spring, followed closely by Li Feiyu. I will gather my things, and we shall depart immediately. Very well, please be swift. I am truly concerned for Xiu'er's safety, Li Feiyu urged, his impatience evident. Upon hearing this, Han Li could only remain speechless. The way Li Feiyu kept mentioning Xiu'er was rather sentimental, eliciting both disdain and a twinge of jealousy from Han Li. Choosing to ignore his suddenly lovesick friend, Han Li returned indoors to quickly gather a few essential items. Chapter 78. Slaughter in the Woods. Are you ready? As soon as Han Li emerged from the house, Li Feiyu impatiently pressed him. Han Li shot Li Feiyu a glare, his expression unyielding, before he walked over to a smaller room and coldly called out, Chu Hun, come out. We have need of you tonight. Before Han Li's words had even fully left his lips, with a resounding crash, the wooden door was shattered as if made of paper, and amidst the swirling shards of wood, a colossal figure emerged from within. Li Feiyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the imposing figure, cloaked and faceless, who bore an aura as fearsome as a demon. The giant silently approached Han Li's back. Let us proceed. Han Li smiled, this time urging the dazed Li Feiyu. Oh, finally, Li Feiyu snapped back to reality. He regarded Han Li and the giant with an odd expression, before sealing his lips and silently leading the way out of the valley. Han Li observed the retreating silhouette of Li Feiyu, a slight smile gracing his lips, and quickened his pace to catch up. The giant, Chu Hun, followed closely behind, never leaving his side. Han Li felt immense satisfaction at Li Feiyu's perceptiveness. It was their mutual respect for each other's privacy that had forged their close friendship. The trio moved swiftly, soon reaching the vicinity of the valley's entrance. As Li Feiyu prepared to step into the woods, Han Li suddenly extended his right hand, gripping his shoulder and halting his advance. "What is it?" Li Feiyu asked, puzzled and somewhat displeased, for he was in a state of urgent anxiety. "There are approaching individuals." "And not just one," Han Li replied. His tone indifferent. Li Feiyu's surprise was palpable as he strained to listen, but after a considerable time, he heard nothing. Casting a bewildered glance at Han Li, he found him as composed as ever. Offering no explanations, Li Feiyu began, but Han Li swiftly placed a finger to his lips, signaling him to remain silent. Li Feiyu frowned, somewhat reluctant, yet habitually chose to heed Han Li's suggestion and refrained from speaking further. Shortly after, Li Feiyu's expression turned grave. He turned to Han Li in astonishment, for he finally heard the unmistakable sound of numerous footsteps echoing from outside the valley, confirming that there were indeed many individuals approaching. Sun Gfa. There is a large bell at the edge of this forest, along with a narrow path. It seems this is indeed the Valley of the Divine Hand, as the deputy leader mentioned. A robust voice called from the opposite side of the woods. Yes, according to the map and this bell, it is undoubtedly the correct location. You all must remember, the leader has issued a strict order. Only the divine physician within the valley is to be captured alive. No one is permitted to harm him, or else face the consequences as per the gang's regulations. Understood? Another voice, sharp and commanding, echoed like a rooster crowing. Yes, yes, a chorus of affirmative responses rang out in succession. Judging by the voices, there were at least a dozen individuals, each with robust vitality, suggesting they possessed considerable martial skills. Aside from a blue-clad enforcer, the rest were elite members of the Wolf Gang. The blue-clad enforcer was akin to our protective law enforcers, while the elite members were comparable to our inner disciples. Li Feiyu lowered his voice and leaned closer to Han Li, gently explaining the situation. Aware that his friend had always been indifferent to the affairs of their adversaries, Li Feiyu refrained from questioning how he had heard the footsteps so early. Instead, he directly elucidated the identity of their enemies, hoping to instill a sense of caution in Han Li. Upon hearing this, Han Li immediately grasped Li Feiyu's intent. He chuckled softly, saying nothing, but his expression suggested a lack of concern. However, Li Feiyu grew somewhat anxious. "With my current stamina, I could manage the blue-clad enforcer alone, but if other foes join in, I would surely be outmatched. I know you are clever. Share your ideas quickly, otherwise, it may be too late." Li Feiyu's words came out in a hurried whisper, for they could already hear the approaching individuals entering the grove, drawing closer to their position. "Shall we first take cover and evade the enemy's onslaught?" Li Feiyu proposed, a suggestion that sounded reasonable, yet Han Li had no intention of following it. Chu Hun, besides capturing that blue-clad person alive, eliminate all the others in the forest. Han Li suddenly commanded the giant beside him with an icy tone. "What?" Li Feiyu exclaimed in shock. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, the giant behind Han Li transformed into a whirlwind, dashing into the woods. Soon, the darkened forest was filled with the cries and wails of the members of the Wolf Gang. "Ah, who's there? Oh no, an ambush. What kind of monster is this? Ah, run." The cacophony of screams and cries erupted within the woods, only to gradually dwindle until complete silence enveloped the area. Li Feiyu stared blankly at the forest. Disbelief etched across his features. Chapter 79. Interrogation. The giant emerged from the woods, holding a dazed blue-clad man as if he were a mere chick. Bloodstains splattered across his form, creating a striking contrast against the green robe he wore. Li Feiyu gasped in astonishment. The giant strode over to them, casually tossing the blue-clad man to the ground. Immediately, a sharp, metallic scent of blood assaulted Li Feiyu's senses, causing his face to pale and instinctively take a step back. Adopting a defensive posture, the giant paid no heed to Li Feiyu's small movements, stepping back to stand silently behind Han Li, as if he had never left that spot. Only then did Li Feiyu exhale deeply. Relaxing his posture, he glanced at the unconscious blue-clad man and then at the composed Han Li, suddenly breaking into laughter. "How is it that you remain so calm? It turns out you've been hiding such a formidable ally by your side. Why didn't you inform me sooner? I was on edge for no reason." Though Li Feiyu spoke lightly, he began to ponder the relationship between Han Li and the giant. Hanli, perceiving Li Feiyu's thoughts, chose not to clarify, maintaining a half-smile as he leisurely remarked, "This blue-clad enforcer likely possesses valuable information. Who should we interrogate him? I believe you, Li Dideo, are much more adept at this than I am. Let us assign this task to you, Li Feiyu." Feeling somewhat begrudged by Han Li's evasion of introducing the giant, nonetheless found himself intrigued by the prospect of interrogating the enforcer. Thus, he readily agreed. With a flick of his wrist, he deftly entered the woods, beginning his interrogation endeavor, while Han Li nonchalantly settled onto the grass, enjoying the moment. After a short while, Li Feiyu emerged from the forest with a sullen expression. "Why so quickly? Did you uncover any useful information?" Han Li inquired without rising, merely raising an eyebrow. "Humph. He's a coward, terrified for his life. I barely lifted a finger before he confessed everything as for the information. There are 2 pieces, one good and one bad. Which would you like to hear first?" Li Feiyu replied, visibly frustrated. "Let us hear the good news first. I could use something to cheer me up." Han Li responded indifferently. "The good news is, you accurately guessed the Wolfgang's plan. They indeed have confined the other peaks, not launching any assaults, while redirecting their main forces to the foot of the setting sun peak. Relentlessly attacking, I've heard they've already breached several checkpoints." Li Feiyu conveyed this information flatly, seemingly unconcerned about the safety of the higher-ups. "Given that the good news is like this, it's safe to assume the bad news is dire." Han Li mused, rubbing his nose. "Your ominous predictions are spot on. The bad news is that the attackers this time, in addition to the Wolfgang, include the Iron Spear Society, the Water Cutoff sect, and several other small to medium-sized factions. Our sect is truly facing a grave crisis." Han Li paused, momentarily taken aback by this unexpected revelation. "Regardless of the numbers attacking, our immediate concern should be reuniting with your little companion and our subordinates. Given the current chaos outside, we must leave promptly." Han Li quickly assessed the situation. Li Feiyu nodded in agreement, finding this suggestion perfectly aligned with his own thoughts. "What did you do with that guy?" Han Li suddenly asked, silenced him. "What else would I do?" Li Feiyu replied nonchalantly. Han Li smiled slightly, pushing himself off the ground gracefully. "Let us move. We must avoid the enemies as much as possible. If we cannot evade them, we must eliminate anyone who discovers us without mercy. Otherwise, their numbers will only increase." Han Li's words, though spoken lightly, carried an ominous undertone, filled with a sense of impending violence. A few miles away from the Divine Hand Valley, in Elder Li's courtyard, a throng of people filled the space. Among them were men and women, young and old, all appearing devoid of any martial prowess, yet whispering anxiously among themselves, each wearing a worried expression. Nearby, over 20 youths clad in black, armed with blades and swords, stood vigilantly, contrasting sharply with the unarmed crowd in the courtyard. Inside the main hall of the residence, 2 individuals were embroiled in a heated debate. "I disagree with sending people outside. Our defenses here are already weak, and sending others out will only leave us more vulnerable." "No, absolutely not," protested a portly middle-aged man, shaking his head vigorously as he spat his words in vehement opposition. "But we have no idea what is happening outside. If we don't send someone to investigate, we'll be completely in the dark." "Which is far too passive," countered Marong, Elder Li's favored disciple. "Being passive is still better. What happens outside has nothing to do with me. For me, the safety of this place is paramount. Are you daring to defy orders?" The portly man blinked several times, suddenly producing a golden token from his robes, flaunting it before Marong with a smug expression. Marong glanced at the rotund man, then at the token, sighed, and clasped his hands in a gesture of submission. "I wouldn't dare. I will strictly adhere to the orders." Chapter 80. Encountering enemies. This token was a personal insignia of the sect leader, granting its holder the authority to temporarily command disciples below the rank of elder. This portly man was a close confidant of the sect leader, rumored to be a relatively close relative. Hence, any messages or commands from the sect leader were conveyed through him. Not long ago, he was hastily entrusted with this token by the sect leader to summon Elder Li for a meeting on the mountain. However, after delivering the command, the man felt it would be too arduous to immediately return to the setting sun peak, so he leveraged his favor to insist on resting at Li's residence before heading back. Reluctantly, Elder Li acquiesced, and with no time to waste, he hurriedly took Zhang Xiu'er and several other disciples to the setting sun peak. Shortly after, chaos erupted on the mountain, and the cowardly man was naturally reluctant to return alone. The people in the courtyard were primarily the families of the members of the Qi Xin sect residing nearby. Most lacked any martial skills, and upon hearing the alarm and cries of battle, they panicked, unsure of what to do. Fortunately, Ma Rong, possessing a decisive character, quickly requested the assistance of the 20 or so subordinates left behind by Li Feiyu to gather everyone in one place, preventing them from scattering in the darkness and encountering unforeseen dangers. Given the secluded location of the residence, built in a valley, the residents could hear the sounds of alarm and battle but remained entirely ignorant of the specific events occurring outside. Thus, after completing these arrangements, Ma Rong resolved to send some individuals outside to gather information. However, the cowardly, unskilled man intervened once more, not only preventing any reconnaissance efforts but also seizing command over Ma Rong's authority regarding the outer disciples by virtue of the token. He intended to remain holed up here, deaf to the world outside, doing nothing at all. Ma Rong understood the critical importance of gathering intelligence on the enemy. He repeatedly clashed with the portly man. But each time, the man, terrified for his life, used the sect leader's token to suppress Ma Rong, even forbidding him from investigating personally, treating him as merely a tool for self-preservation. Thus, Ma Rong fidgeted in the living room like an ant on a hot pan, utterly at a loss with this clueless fat man. He was acutely aware that in the Seven Xian sect, disobeying orders and acting independently carried severe consequences, ranging from the forfeiture of martial arts and expulsion from the sect to the potential loss of life. Facing a brutal execution. Consequently, although he knew that monumental events were unfolding outside, possibly placing their sect at a critical juncture, he found himself immobile. Just as Ma Rong longed to strike down this so-called superior before him. Han Li and Li Feiyu remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil transpiring here, hastily making their way toward this very spot. Along their journey, they encountered traces of enemies, evading when possible, dodging when necessary. Striving to conceal their presence, it was only when they were but a mile away from Elder Li's residence that they were confronted head-on by a group of men clad in green, leaving them no choice but to reveal themselves and finally engage the enemy for the first time. Now, these over a dozen green-clad men wielding steel knives surrounded them from all directions, trapping them in the center. Observing their movements, it was evident that most of those with a single white line embroidered on their sleeves possessed the weakest martial skills. 2 individuals adorned with 2 white lines exhibited significantly greater prowess. Yet the most formidable among them was the one with 3 white lines and a scarred face, clearly the leader of this group. The scarred leader scrutinized the few individuals his men had ensnared. Feeling a twinge of bewilderment, it was no wonder, for among these individuals, Li Feiyu appeared disheveled, dirty, and torn, resembling a mere cook from the mountains, while Han Li's vacant gaze and dark complexion made him seem like a peasant devoid of martial talent. The only figure exuding any pressure was the tall, straw-hatted Chu Hun, splattered with blood. The incongruous trio standing together left even the self-proclaimed veteran leader somewhat perplexed. He exchanged wary glances with his subordinates, then called out loudly, "Regardless of who you are, the Seven Xian sect is finished. Surrender now, and you may be spared." Han Li chuckled softly, turning to Li Feiyu, "Who will take action? Is it you, Chu Hun?" Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's eyes gleamed with fierce determination as he declared, "These individuals, based on their attire, appear to be low-ranking disciples of the water-severing sect. After being pursued by the Wild Wolf gang for so long, let me vent my frustrations on them first. Besides, their weapons are just to my liking." With that, he shot forth like a bolt of lightning, instantly reaching the nearest green-clad man. The man, taken aback, attempted to wield his steel knife, only to feel his weapon slip from his grasp, now in the hands of the enemy. As he hastily retreated in panic, it was too late. A flash of white light surged before his eyes, and he found himself severed in two. Li Feiyu's series of actions were swift and efficient, akin to a lightning strike, leaving the remaining disciples of the water-severing sect unable to react before he had claimed a life. The remaining men's expressions shifted dramatically, particularly the scarred leader, whose superior martial skills weighed heavily on his heart. He understood all too well that they were up against an extraordinary foe, one they could not contend with, and thus he decisively commanded, "Retreat. Save whoever can. Quickly send a signal for reinforcements." His words jolted the other green-clad men into action, and they scattered in all directions, some reaching for their bosoms, presumably to retrieve the so-called signal point. One of the green-clad individuals, adorned with 2 white lines, fled the fastest, covering several paces in mere moments. Feeling a surge of hope for survival, he suddenly sensed a chill at his nape. A half-inch sword tip pierced through his throat and vanished without a trace. He was struck with terror, attempting to scream, yet found himself utterly drained. His body rendered powerless as he watched helplessly, his form gradually crumpled to the ground, lifeless and immobile. In that moment of realization, he understood he had been silently dispatched by an unseen assailant. This green-clad man felt a deep sense of injustice. Having escaped so far, how could he die so swiftly? With great effort, he turned his head to the side, finally glimpsing the last scene of his life. A shadow flickering behind the farthest fleeing green-clad man. A light sword stroke followed, and the shadow vanished, only to reappear behind another of his comrades, executing the same swift action. It was not until the man who had just suffered a fatal blow lay on the grass, blood gushing from his throat, that the green-clad man could embrace his fate with a resigned smile, knowing he would not die alone. Soon, many would join him, for that ghostly shadow would not spare any of them. Chapter 81. Jia Tianlong, the Golden Wolf. Jia Tianlong now brimmed with ambition, his previously pallid face flushed with excitement. It was no wonder he bore such a countenance. The lifelong adversary of the Wild Wolf gang, the Seven Xian sect, was poised to collapse under his meticulous scheming, a sight that filled him, the leader of the Wild Wolf gang, with undeniable pride. He stood on the mountainside of Sunset Peak, near a certain outpost of the Seven Xian sect, surrounded by a throng of red-clad iron guards. These 50 or 60 iron guards were his meticulously trained soldiers, each a master of martial arts and utterly loyal. Harboring no ulterior motives, he had always cherished these individuals, reluctant to employ them in trivial skirmishes, but now he brought them all to his side, intending to instill fear in the hearts of the smaller factions. For otherwise, the leaders of the Iron Spear Society, Water-Severing Sect, and others would never submit so readily. These factions were determined to prevent the Wild Wolf gang from monopolizing power, desiring instead a perpetual state of conflict or balance between the two major forces, allowing them to survive in the interstices. Had Jia Tianlong not swiftly captured the family members of these leaders, coupled with generous promises, these smaller factions would have revolted long ago. Reflecting on this, he glanced back at the small group of leaders from various factions standing a short distance behind him. Each of them appeared despondent. Upon noticing Jia Tianlong's gaze, they either glared back in anger or averted their eyes. Unwilling to meet his, observing their demeanor, Jia Tianlong smirked coldly, turning away as he began to contemplate the feasibility of assimilating these smaller factions after conquering the Seven Xian sect. Before Jia Tianlong, nearly 1,000 individuals clad in various colors and wielding an assortment of weapons relentlessly assaulted a bastion of the Seven Xian sect. Their formation was chaotic, lacking any semblance of coordination, resulting in significant casualties. Yet Jia Tianlong remained unfazed, for the attackers were not his Wild Wolf gang members, but rather those from the Iron Spear Society, Water-Severing Sect, and other factions. He had never expected these individuals to breach Sunset Peak's final and most treacherous stronghold. His intention was merely to exhaust the defenders' energy, allowing his elite troops to strike with their crossbows. Contemplating those military-grade repeating crossbows, a flicker of joy crossed Jia Tianlong's refined features. The Wild Wolf gang's recent advantages stemmed from these formidable weapons. Otherwise, they could never have annihilated the enemy's negotiating team nor secured the numerous outposts already captured at Sunset Peak without incurring substantial losses. The military crossbows had cost Jia Tianlong not a single effort. They had simply fallen into his lap. 3 months prior, while he was strategizing this operation at headquarters, a military officer claiming to be his relative sought an audience with him. Surprised, he met the individual, who turned out to be a cousin. Years ago, when the Wild Wolf gang was still a band of marauders, a group had accepted the government's amnesty, and this cousin was among them. Over the years, he had risen to the rank of deputy commander in the military. Coincidentally, this deputy commander was escorting supplies to a border garrison in Jingzhou, passing nearby, and upon hearing about his cousin, the esteemed leader of the Wild Wolf gang, naturally sought to pay a visit. Their reunion was filled with heartfelt exchanges, and when Jia Tianlong recounted the recent conflicts with the Seven Xian sect, His cousin arrogantly replied that with just 100 repeating crossbows, he could decimate the entire Seven Xian sect. Though spoken lightly, the words ignited a spark of interest in Jia Tianlong, who cautiously inquired if his cousin could procure some crossbows for him. The cousin smiled slightly and candidly informed Jia Tianlong that among the supplies he was transporting were many repeating crossbows, which he could provide, but only for a sum of silver to ensure the officials remained silent. And the quantity could not be excessive. Overjoyed, Jia Tianlong immediately spent over 20,000 taels of silver to acquire more than 300 crossbows from his cousin, entrusting them to his most trusted subordinates for careful use. This led to a series of victories in recent days. Breakthrough. We've breached the defenses. A cacophony of uproarious cheers jolted the leader of the Wild Wolf gang from his reverie. He was somewhat taken aback and hurriedly lifted his gaze towards the peak, only to discover that the outpost, once adorned with the flags of the Seven Mysterious Sect, was now teeming with members of various minor factions, clearly breached. Jia Tianlong furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Given the formidable defenses of the preceding checkpoints, it was only logical that this final barrier would be even more challenging to conquer. How could it have fallen so swiftly to these ragtag forces? Was there some hidden conspiracy at play? His expression darkened. Anyone familiar with the leader of the Jia gang would recognize this as a sign of his displeasure. Should anyone provoke him at this moment, that individual might find it difficult to escape with their life. Hey, since it's been breached, why not retreat? A voice, grating like a broken gong, rang out, devoid of any respect for the esteemed leader. Ordinarily, Jia Tianlong would have been furious. Yet this time he merely turned to the speaker, responding with unexpected courtesy, Master Zhang, I find this breach rather peculiar. There may be a trap laid within. It is prudent to proceed with caution. What are you afraid of? With me by your side, do you think these mortals could harm you? Hurry, let's be done with these seven mysterious sect miscreants so I can finally rest. I've been awake nearly all night. The voice, though not aged, carried an air of feigned senility that was quite irksome. Chapter 82. Master of Golden Light. The speaker stood beside Jia Tianlong, a dwarf of about 3 feet tall. This dwarf appeared to be in his 40s, thin and wiry, clad in a red robe embroidered with golden threads. His fingers and neck were adorned with gold rings and thick chains, while several golden bells jingled at his waist. As he spoke, his mouth sparkled with gold, revealing dental implants. He exuded the unmistakable air of a nouveau riche. At that moment, his face was marked by impatience, clearly displeased with Jia Tianlong's hesitance. This dwarf, with his rather unsightly appearance, akin to a provincial landlord, showed blatant disrespect towards Jia Tianlong, causing the loyal iron guards nearby to glare at him in righteous anger. The dwarf, however, noticed their discontent and merely chuckled disdainfully. Addressing Jia Tianlong with arrogance, Leader Jia, you spent 3,000 taels of gold to summon me all the way from the Temple of Golden Light. Surely, you don't intend to waste an entire night merely watching. If there are any foes you wish me to deal with, now is the time to speak. You wouldn't have me deal with the sect leader of the Seven Mysterious Sect, would you? Such a feeble opponent is something you can handle yourself, unworthy of the gold spent to summon me. The leader of the Seven Mysterious Sect is not my concern. It is his 3 uncles I wish for you to confront. Though they have long been proclaimed deceased, they have in fact been hiding in the secret chambers of Sunset Peak, undergoing life and death trials. Their powers have likely reached extraordinary levels, far beyond the grasp of ordinary masters. And they are the greatest support of the Seven Mysterious Sect. Only your intervention can suffice. Jia Tianlong spoke humbly, showing no hint of disdain. It is worth noting that this red-robed dwarf was someone Jia Tianlong had encountered by chance at a Taoist temple near the barbarian territories. Claiming to be the master of Golden Light, he boasted boundless magical prowess and demonstrated the art of flying swords and indestructible techniques. Having witnessed the might of these abilities, Jia Tianlong was deeply impressed and desired to cultivate a friendship. Recognizing the dwarf's obsession with gold, Jia Tianlong lavished him with riches, ultimately securing a promise of assistance. Thus, Jia Tianlong treated the dwarf with utmost deference, concealing any disdain for his arrogance. He understood well that the master of Golden Light was not someone his modest wolf gang could contend with. Upon hearing this, the master of Golden Light burst into a fit of laughter, and once it subsided, he arrogantly declared, "Just a few mortals, leave them to me. No matter their prowess or skill, they are no match for my sword techniques." You need not worry. Then I shall rely on your expertise, I assure you. The promised reward shall not be diminished, and upon completion, I would be willing to offer an additional 2,000 taels as a token of gratitude. Jia Tianlong exclaimed joyfully, increasing the stakes with considerable gold, fully aware that the dwarf was no benevolent figure, and that it was wise to speak in currency. Upon hearing this, a sliver of satisfaction crept onto the master of Golden Light's parched, orange peel-like face as he nodded appreciatively, clearly pleased with Jia Tianlong's discernment. With the assurance of such a powerful ally, Jia Tianlong resolved to act without hesitation, commanding his men from the Wolf Gang to ascend Sunset Peak. Preparing to assault the main hall of the Seven Mysterious Sect, the Seven Mysteries Hall, as throngs of warriors surged up the mountain, Jia Tianlong and his iron guards exerted considerable effort to reach the stone hall. It was Jia Tianlong's first glimpse of his rival's main temple, and he was awestruck by the grandeur of the Seven Mysteries Hall. In comparison, his own Wolf Gang's headquarters felt akin to a mere doghouse. Utterly dismal, on the summit of Sunset Peak, several stone halls, built from immense green stones, rose majestically from the earth, a grand structure with one large hall and 6 smaller ones. Though obscured by the dim light of torches at night, their imposing presence was still palpable, striking awe into the hearts of the Wolf Gang and other minor factions, who hesitated to launch an immediate attack, instead surrounding the stone halls, effectively sealing them off. After all, this sect had a legacy spanning over 2 centuries, their resources far exceeding those of Jia Tianlong's fledgling gang, which had only emerged a mere decade ago. Truly, it was a display of opulence. Jia Tianlong mused silently. He had resolved that once he obliterated the Seven Mysterious Sect, he would relocate his headquarters to this site. Such magnificent architecture was befitting of a sovereign's stature. Jia Tianlong glanced at the dark entrance of the main hall across from him, then surveyed his subordinates. Finally, he slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, the entire Sunset Peak fell silent, every gaze fixated on his outstretched palm, all acutely aware that once it descended, the harrowing battle to annihilate the Seven Mysterious Sect's headquarters would commence. Not so fast. At that moment, a cold voice emanated from the shadowy entrance of the main hall. Following this, rhythmic footsteps echoed from within, growing increasingly clear. Eventually, a middle-aged man dressed in white appeared at the threshold, a wooden hairpin adorning his head and only a white scabbard hanging by his side. His complexion was pallid, yet his eyes shone intensely, piercing through those before him like a blade, sending shivers down spines. He halted a few paces from the entrance, surveying the gathered crowd with an expression devoid of fear. At last, his gaze landed on Jia Tianlong's raised hand, then shifted to his face. Jia Tianlong. The middle-aged man called out, recognizing the leader of the Wolf Gang. Wang Juechu, Jia Tianlong replied, equally unyielding, addressing his opponent by name. Indeed, as leaders of our respective factions, it seems this is our first face-to-face encounter. Is it not, my esteemed sect leader Wang? Jia Tianlong remarked with a tone of feigned casualness, a hint of mockery gracing his lips as he gradually lowered his hand. Wang Juechu met Jia Tianlong's gaze without flinching, remaining silent, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Has sect leader Wang come here alone with the intention of surrendering? Jia Tianlong quipped, a smile playing on his lips. Indeed, I intend to discuss the matter of surrender with you. Came the icy reply from Wang Juechu, leader of the Seven Mysterious Sect. Chapter 83. The Great Trap. You genuinely intend to surrender? Jia Tianlong inquired, somewhat taken aback. Surrender is one matter, but which of us surrenders to whom remains to be seen? Wang Juechu replied, his eyes narrowing slightly as his hand casually rested on the sword's hilt. What do you mean by that? Jia Tianlong's expression darkened as he gestured for a pincer movement. Instantly, his iron guards surged forward, encircling Wang Juechu in a semicircle, drawing out their crossbows. The glint of their bolts aimed squarely at him. It was evident that at a mere command from Jia Tianlong, they would unleash a volley, ending Wang Juechu's life on the spot. You think that after relocating our main hall to Sunset Peak, we have never considered the possibility of an external invasion? Wang Juechu remarked, seemingly unfazed by the crossbows, his tone laced with a menacing undertone. These words, a chill ran through Jia Tianlong, an ominous premonition stirring within him. He refrained from interrupting, maintaining a grim demeanor as he awaited Wang Juechu's next words. The decision to move our sect to this location was made by the 7th-generation leader, Master Li, He was not only a man of great vision, but also a master of architectural mechanisms. Truly a remarkable talent. Wang Juechu paused momentarily, a hint of admiration crossing his face. He continued, Master Li chose Sunset Peak for two reasons. First, the treacherous terrain makes it easy to defend and difficult to attack. An ideal stronghold. Second, within the mountain lies a vast, naturally formed stone cavern. This cavern is extraordinarily vast, nearly occupying 2/3 of the entire interior of Sunset Peak. Upon witnessing this remarkable sight, Master Li conceived a cunning plan. He skillfully employed his knowledge of civil engineering, merging it with the topography of the limestone cave, transforming the entire mountain peak into a natural trap. Now, should anyone activate the prearranged mechanism, the entire mountain would collapse instantaneously. Entombing all those upon it, after uttering these words, Master Wang fell silent, his gaze cold and piercing as he surveyed the densely packed crowd before him, akin to a look reserved for the dead. Jia Tianlong, taken aback by this revelation, found himself at a loss. Naturally, he did not believe the adversary's claims, yet in that moment, he could not fathom how to counter their threatening words. Meanwhile, the other individuals atop the peak who had overheard the conversation began to stir restlessly. Murmuring amongst themselves, some of the more astute individuals even began to gravitate toward the sole path down the mountain, poised to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Silence. Those who stir or create a ruckus shall face execution without mercy. Jia Tianlong swiftly regained his composure, feeling a surge of anger at witnessing his own followers descending into chaos based solely on the words of his opponent. He understood that if he did not act promptly to quell the unrest, the situation would spiral out of control. Without a moment's hesitation, he issued a command for ruthless suppression. His loyal subordinates executed his orders effectively, swiftly eliminating several frightened individuals who attempted to escape, which served to intimidate the rest, restoring a semblance of order. Yet, Jia Tianlong was acutely aware that this calm was merely superficial and temporary. If he could not quickly disprove his adversary's claims, neither his own faction nor the members of other sects would feel secure remaining in this place. They would surely flee at the slightest disturbance. You cannot expect us to believe your words based solely on your rhetoric. Suppressing his inner fury, Jia Tianlong prepared to personally expose the deceit in his opponent's claims. Of course not. I possess ample evidence for you to witness firsthand. However, heed my warning. Should anyone attempt to flee or launch an attack after seeing my proof, I will activate all mechanisms, ensuring our mutual destruction. Wang Juechu's words were laden with lethal intent, his threat unmistakable. Jia Tianlong scrutinized his opponent's expression, seeking any sign of weakness. Unfortunately, the man before him maintained an icy demeanor, revealing no indication of guilt or trepidation. This left Jia Tianlong pondering whether his adversary's words were indeed a deception, or if there truly existed such a lethal trap. Activate Mechanism 2. Wang Juechu suddenly turned, commanding loudly toward the main hall. He then averted his gaze, fixating on a smaller stone edifice, disregarding Jia Tianlong entirely. Seeing this blatant disregard, Jia Tianlong's anger flared. He stifled his rage, resolving that if his opponent's evidence did not satisfy him, he would order Wang Juechu to be turned into a human pincushion on the spot. However, Wang Juechu's intense focus on the stone hall captured the attention of the members of the wolf pack. Drawing their gazes toward the peculiar scene, eager to witness what might transpire, as the members of the wolf pack grew increasingly anxious, no one noticed two figures clad in the garb of the Broken Water sect, whispering quietly at the periphery of the densely packed crowd. Hanli, do you think what our master said is true or false? Could it be that such a massive Sunset Peak is hollow? I've visited several times before, yet never sensed anything amiss. Could it be that Master Wang is deceiving them, attempting to buy time? One young man incessantly questioned his silent companion, seemingly desperate for an explanation to quell his doubts. These two were none other than Han Li and Li Feiyu, who had originally set out for Elder Li's residence. Chapter 84. The earth shakes and the mountains tremble initially, to prevent the disciples of the Broken Water sect from fleeing and alerting other enemies. Han Li had to personally intervene, employing both the Misty Smoke Step and the Wind Control technique. In a mere instant, he dispatched all foes, leaving Li Feiyu, who had intended to continue fighting, utterly astonished and aware of Han Li's true prowess. Upon regaining his composure, Li Feiyu attributed Han Li's astounding abilities solely to his mastery of the Blink Sword technique. This realization drove him nearly to madness, prompting an impulsive desire to abandon his own cultivation in favor of mastering the technique. Fortunately, a sliver of rationality reminded him that, in terms of both time and aptitude, such an endeavor was impossible. Thus, as they traveled onward, Li Feiyu vented his frustrations to Hanli, lamenting that his friend had stumbled upon such an extraordinary skill. Hanli, disinterested in his increasingly envious companion, instead unleashed his full strength upon the enemies they encountered along the way, no longer concealing his capabilities. Before Han Li's uncanny agility, all foes fell like leaves in a storm. Unable to withstand even a single strike, including several formidable individuals of considerable rank. Consequently, under Han Li's overwhelming display of power, the two effortlessly reached Elder Li's residence, where they encountered Ma Rong. There, they learned that Elder Li and Zhang Xiu'er had already ascended Sunset Peak. Upon hearing this grim news, Li Feiyu's countenance turned ashen. He understood that Sunset Peak was no less than a den of dragons and tigers, and Zhang Xiu'er's arrival there was akin to stepping into the gates of death. With no other choice, the two conferred and departed from Elder Li's residence, heading towards Sunset Peak, only to face a minor commotion before leaving. The loathsome, portly confidant of Master Wang had brandished a command token, threatening them with the sect's rules should they attempt to leave. Li Feiyu, consumed by anxiety for Zhang Xiu'er's safety, disregarded any notions of rules and struck the chattering fat man unconscious, commanding his subordinates to protect the others as he and Hanli made their escape. Upon nearing Sunset Peak, they were taken aback by the sheer number of enemies. Realizing that a direct assault was futile, they devised a clever plan. They subdued 2 disciples of the Broken Water sect, donned their attire, and, amidst the chaos of nightfall, stealthily blended into the throng of attackers, easily making their way to the peak, where they overheard Master Wang's current declarations. As for Chu Hun, his conspicuous appearance warranted him being concealed in a hidden location. Left at the mountain's base, hearing of the potential existence of such a mutual destruction mechanism, Li Feiyu could no longer contain his curiosity and began incessantly questioning Hanli, hoping for reassurance from his friend. Regardless of whether the words are true or false, our foremost priority is to enter the main hall swiftly, reunite with your beloved, and then discreetly descend the mountain. We must acknowledge that staying here, regardless of the truth, is perilously unwise. Finally, Hanli whispered in response. While this was indeed sound advice, amidst such a multitude, how could they possibly slip inside unnoticed? Li Feiyu, with a furrowed brow, lamented. Alas, we must bide our time and observe for any opportunities that may arise. Hanli, equally at a loss, concurred, as the two remained hidden within the crowd, their anxiety mounting. The ground beneath them suddenly began to tremble. Initially a mere quiver, it soon escalated into violent upheaval, causing many to lose their footing and tumble to the ground. While stones cascaded down the mountainside in the wake of the tremors, disaster, the mountain is collapsing. That Wang character intends for us to perish with him, unbeknownst to whom, a cry erupted from the panicked crowd. Upon hearing these words, the majority succumbed to greater fear, with some disregarding Wang Juechu's prior warnings, scrambling frantically toward the exit in an attempt to escape what they believed to be the imminent collapse of the peak. With a resounding crash, the sound of a tremendous collapse echoed, and the ground shook violently once more, as the deafening noise reverberated. All present believed it marked the beginning of the mountain's disintegration, prompting a collective despair, for even if they wished to flee, time had likely run out. At that moment, Jia Tianlong was both alarmed and furious. Although still encircled by his loyal iron guards, his mind was engulfed in confusion. Unsure of how to proceed, he instinctively turned his gaze toward the golden figure he relied upon, only to see the panic etched on their face, eliciting a bitter smile. It became evident that even this esteemed individual was struggling to maintain their own safety. Ha! I had thought the members of the wolf pack to be fearless warriors. It appears they are merely a rabble. At that moment, Wang Juechu's mocking voice rang out, piercing through the chaos of the peak with clarity, indicative of his formidable prowess. As his words echoed, the tremors beneath them miraculously ceased, as if the mountain had quelled its rage, returning to a state of tranquility. In that instant, the onlookers realized that the stone edifice they had been fixated upon had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a gaping chasm of several acres in size. Some daring individuals took a few steps forward, standing at the edge to peer into the abyss, involuntarily gasping at the sight. the vast hole appeared ominously dark, obscuring the depths below, leaving only an impression of unfathomable depth. Jia Bangzhu, I wonder if this evidence will validate my words? Wang Juechu inquired coldly. Jia Tianlong's complexion turned somewhat ashen. He did not respond immediately but scanned his surroundings. He observed that everyone on his side wore expressions of palpable fear, and it was not just the ordinary members of the gang or those from other factions. Even his iron guards displayed an unusually grim demeanor. At this moment, Jia Tianlong realized that the ambition to annihilate the Qishuan sect in one fell swoop that night was unattainable. It seemed the only option was to retreat and reconsider their strategy. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. However, you should be aware that even so, we are merely at a stalemate here. Do not push your luck. He turned back, reluctantly uttering these words. Laced with a hint of bitterness. Chapter 85. The Blood Pact Duel. The conditions are few and quite simple, merely two. Wang Juechu stated expressionlessly. First, your people must vacate the territory of our sect. And this withdrawal must occur in batches, under the watchful eyes of our disciples. His tone was quite rigid. Agreed. No problem, Jia Tianlong replied without hesitation. Observing the other party's swift acquiescence, Wang Juechu smirked coldly before articulating the next condition that left Jia Tianlong astounded. Secondly, both of us must engage in a blood pact duel here before your departure. A blood pact duel. Is this for real? Has the other party lost their mind? Wang Juechu's proclamation immediately stirred a commotion among the crowd opposite, each listener's expression varying. Some looked as if they had encountered a venomous scorpion, pale with fear, while others appeared exhilarated, eager to take part. Jia Tianlong's countenance also shifted upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure. Did I hear correctly? A blood pact whereby only one party may leave the dueling arena? He chuckled, seemingly casually inquiring. You're not mistaken. This duel is to settle the blood debts owed to Master Wu and others. And both of us must partake, Wang Juechu declared, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed on Jia Tianlong with a chilling intensity. Jia Tianlong chuckled, non-committal, and did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered deeply, aware that he could not afford to underestimate the blood pact duel, needing to deliberate thoroughly before providing an answer. Observing the nearby crowd discussing the blood pact duel with fervor, Hanli, who was oblivious to its significance, could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Li Feiyu beside him, "What is a blood pact duel? It seems like a momentous affair." "What? You don't even know what a blood pact duel is? That's simply unbelievable," Li Feiyu exclaimed, his face reflecting utter astonishment. "Come on. You know I have little knowledge of these matters in the martial world. What is so extraordinary about it?" Hanli retorted, exasperation evident in his tone. "Ah, I nearly forgot that detail," Li Feiyu said, scratching his head sheepishly. The so-called blood pact duel refers to a deadly confrontation between two parties with deep-seated animosity, who must sign a death contract before the duel, declaring that only one may leave the arena alive. Should anyone leave the duel ground without permission, they would not only suffer disgrace but also face a manhunt throughout the martial world. This is because all martial practitioners regard the blood pact duel as a sacred confrontation, and those who defile it must be executed as a warning. Such duels are typically employed in situations involving multiple combatants, rendering them particularly bloody and brutal, and in recent years, it has become increasingly rare to hear of anyone resorting to this method of combat. Li Feiyu explained in detail. After listening, Hanli furrowed his brow. Having grasped the nature of the blood pact duel, he felt somewhat dismissive of Wang Juechu's sudden proposal for such a deadly contest. In his view, this duel was clearly a path to mutual destruction. Why engage in it at all? It would be far more prudent to allow their enemies to depart swiftly, thus avoiding prolonged complications. Fine. I agree to the blood pact duel. After thorough contemplation, Jia Tianlong's gaze shifted several times over to Jin Guangshangren before he finally made his decision. He understood that his opponent sought to exploit this opportunity to eliminate him, yet he too wished to seize this chance to eradicate the remaining elite of the Qishuan sect. Jia Tianlong was acutely aware of Wang Juechu's intentions. It was clear that he relied on the support of 3 undisclosed masters. Fortunately, through his clandestine informants, he had already learned of the details and was well prepared. Now, with a cultivator skilled in sword flight as his trump card, coupled with the element of surprise, Jia Tianlong was confident he had over a 90% chance of emerging victorious from the blood pact duel. As long as he could eliminate Wang Juechu along with the remaining experts of the Qishuan sect during the duel. Even if this scheme did not succeed, it would not matter. For should he return for another assault, his adversaries would undoubtedly lack the strength to resist. After all, nurturing experts is not a task that yields results in a mere year or two. Thus, always one to deliberate carefully, Jia Tianlong was willing to take this risk and resolutely agreed to sign the death contract. Master Wang, according to the rules of the Blood Pact duel, since you proposed the time and location for the duel, and I have not raised any objections, the number of duelists and the format should be determined by you, correct? Jia Tianlong said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Indeed. Wang Juechu grudgingly conceded. Very well. I request that the number of duelists be 100, with each side contributing 50, in a free-for-all format. Jia Tianlong stated his demands without hesitation. 50, a free-for-all. A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Juechu's icy visage. Typically, in a blood duel, both sides aim to avoid significant losses, with 20 or 30 participants being the norm. Free-for-all matches were exceedingly rare, as one-on-one duels were predominantly favored. However, since he had initiated the duel, he could not retract his challenge, and he felt utmost confidence in his three masters, believing that even in a free-for-all, victory would surely belong to his side. Furthermore, should he manage to eliminate Jia Tianlong, the costs would be worth it. Once this cunning leader of the Wolf Gang was dispatched, his unruly subordinates would likely turn against each other in a scramble for leadership, leaving the weakened Qishuan sect with little chance to recover. With this thought, Wang Juechu nodded in agreement to Jia Tianlong's proposal. Bring forth the dueling arena. Prepare the death contracts. Wang Juechu commanded sharply to those behind him. Chapter 86. An unexpected turn with this command. Over 30 disciples in embroidered attire rushed out from the main hall. These individuals remained silent, diligently setting up the dueling arena in the courtyard using wooden stakes and ropes. Their swift actions indicated that they were all well-trained. Not ordinary low-ranking disciples of the Qishuan sect. As the dueling ground took shape, Li Feiyu, feeling somewhat anxious, turned to Han Li and asked, "Are we really going to just hide here, doing nothing while they duel? This seems rather inappropriate." "What is inappropriate about it? Your little sweetheart is in no danger. She is quite safe. Once the duel concludes, we can take advantage of the ensuing chaos to sneak Zhang Wenai out. Then, you two can flee to a place where they cannot find you, sparing you from being made a scapegoat for a crime you cannot bear," Han Li replied nonchalantly, revealing a lack of attachment to the Qishuan sect. "Isn't that just running away? No way. Shoer would never agree." Li Feiyu vehemently shook his head. "Then just knock her out and take her away by force. You can make things right afterward," Han Li suggested casually. Li Feiyu was left speechless, staring in disbelief at Han Li's words. As the two continued their bickering, Wang Juechu solemnly received 2 blood-red documents from one of his disciples. These were the death contracts. He retained one for himself while instructing another to present the other to Jia Tianlong. Upon receiving the document, Jia Tianlong's expression turned serious. He carefully opened the document, scrutinizing its contents before nodding in confirmation and closing it again, beginning to select his combatants. After careful consideration, he chose 13 elite warriors from the Wolf Gang. To minimize losses, he also selected a dozen capable members from smaller factions. Regardless of their willingness, once they signed the death contract, they would fight fiercely to preserve their own lives. The remaining participants would consist of his adept Iron Guards, and naturally, Jian Guangshengren would also take part, as he was counting on this individual's sword-flying skills to shine brilliantly in the duel. While Jia Tianlong busied himself, Wang Juechu, who had mysteriously returned to the stone hall, had yet to emerge, presumably deep in thought over the selection of participants for the impending deadly contest. As the dueling arena neared completion, Wang Juechu finally emerged from the hall, accompanied by 300 to 400 followers. The assembly comprised individuals of varying ages and genders, each radiating an undeniable vigor in their eyes and exhibiting a steady gait. Unmistakably the elite of the Seven Mysteries sect. However, it was the trio trailing closely behind Wang Juechu that piqued Jia Tianlong's interest the most. Among them was a gentleman clad in scholarly robes, exuding an air of erudition. Another, robust and towering, with a chest bared and a beard as sharp as steel needles, emanated an aura of fierce might. The last bore a cold demeanor, dressed in gray and bearing a long sword on his back. At first glance, these individuals appeared to be in their 30s or 40s, yet a closer inspection revealed a weathered profundity in their features, reminiscent of octogenarians, suggesting they were far older than their youthful exteriors implied. Jia Tianlong surmised that these three must indeed be Wang Juechu's esteemed uncles, indicating that the opposing party was truly committed to retaining him here. With this thought, he turned slightly, gesturing toward the trio, and addressed the diminutive Jing Guang. "Master, what are your thoughts on those three? Are they manageable?" "Just a few ordinary mortals," Jing Guang retorted, his eyes narrowing in displeasure. "Once my flying sword is unleashed, their lives will be forfeit. What is there to be concerned about? Do you doubt my capabilities?" "Not at all. I merely inquired casually." "Please don't take it to heart, master," Jia Tianlong replied hastily, donning a smile, wary of offending his most formidable ally at this moment. "Humph." Jing Guang's anger began to dissipate upon hearing this. Jia Tianlong, relieved, recognized the challenge in dealing with such a powerful figure. With a wry smile, he quickly turned and called out, "Are we ready?" "Begin signing the death contracts." At his command, the members of the Wild Wolf gang prepared to inscribe their names on the death contracts, affirming their resolve for the impending duel. Simultaneously, Wang Juechu, unwilling to be outdone, coldly declared, "Sign the death contracts." Instantly, dozens of pre-selected death warriors emerged from the ranks of the Seven Mysteries sect, ready to affix their signatures to the contracts. As these individuals stepped forward, Han Li's gaze naturally fell upon the scene, eager to identify any familiar faces within the crowd. He spotted the three uncles of the sect leader but paid them little heed, swiftly moving his focus to an elderly gentleman in a green robe. Upon recognizing this elder, Han Li could not help but exclaim, "Elderly!" This man was none other than Elderly, the master of Marong, whom Han Li had once saved. It was astonishing to find him among those participating in the death duel. Regaining his composure, Han Li quickly turned to Li Feiyu and gave his shoulder a firm pat, saying, "Did you see? Elderly is here too, and he intends to sign the death contract." Li Feiyu stood motionless, gazing into the distance as if he had heard nothing, his expression blank. "What's the matter?" Han Li asked, perplexed. Even if Elderly is to sign the death contract, there's no need for such a reaction. Finally, Li Feiyu broke his silence, staring dazedly at Han Li, uttering words that momentarily stunned Han Li. Xiu'er is also here. She too intends to participate in the death duel. With that revelation, Li Feiyu's countenance darkened significantly. "Where is she?" Han Li, jolted back to reality, inquired urgently. "Over there." Following Li Feiyu's gaze, Han Li finally spotted the pale-faced Zhang Xiu'er, who stood in a corner with two other female companions ready for the duel. She was clad in a silken white dress, her delicate lips slightly bitten, resembling a fragile white flower, evoking a sense of pity. How could someone as delicate as Miss Zhang participate in such a brutal contest? Has the Wang family lost their senses? Han Li voiced his disbelief, struggling to accept the sight before him. "Xiu'er is also a core disciple of the Seven Absolute Hall. Did I not mention this to you?" Li Feiyu replied with a bittersweet smile, revealing unexpected news that shocked Han Li. Silence enveloped Han Li as he processed the information. It was clear that the remaining experts of the Seven Mysteries sect were limited, and Wang Juechu showed no inclination towards mercy, even dispatching someone as vulnerable as Zhang Xiu'er for the duel, indicating a desperate gamble. "And why, brother? I shall not waste words. I must be with Xiu'er." "Take care of yourself." Li Feiyu gently squeezed Han Li's shoulder before turning to merge into the crowd. Not 2 steps later, Han Li heard a soft sigh behind him, followed by a rustle in the breeze as he joined Li Feiyu. "What's the big deal about this? It's merely a death duel. Such trivial matters do not deter me. We are friends, and I shall lend my aid." Han Li smiled reassuringly at Li Feiyu, without hesitation, pounded Han Li's chest in gratitude, murmuring, "Good brother, thank you." Han Li maintained his silence, for as he had articulated, his motivation to accompany Li Feiyu was twofold: a deep-seated bond forged through time spent together and a desire to not witness his friend face danger alone. Additionally, he possessed a confidence in his own abilities, believing that the so-called experts of the Wild Wolf gang posed no significant threat to one skilled in fireball techniques and wind control like himself. Moreover, he felt a compelling urge to test his current prowess. With determined strides, the two pushed through the crowd, advancing towards Wang Juechu. Along the way, they tore apart their garments emblazoned with the insignia of the Broken Water sect, revealing the attire of the Seven Mysteries sect beneath. Their sudden appearance and shift in allegiance left both sides momentarily stunned, allowing them to approach Wang Juechu without obstruction. Lord Wang, Deputy Hall Masterly. We greet you. Several disciples from the Seven Mysteries sect recognized the two renowned figures, gasping in astonishment. Zhang Xiu'er, upon seeing Li Feiyu, was overwhelmed with joy, her lovely face alight with excitement. Had there not been so many onlookers, she would have surely rushed into his embrace to share her feelings. Wang Juechu also recognized them, his eyes betraying a flicker of surprise at their unexpected arrival. Deputy Hall Masterly, I welcome you. He said warmly, we wish to sign the death contract and participate in the blood duel, and we hope for your approval, Lord Wang, Li Feiyu stated directly without awaiting inquiry. Hanli remained silent at his side, appearing as though he followed Li Feiyu's lead. Upon hearing this, Wang Juechu swallowed the reprimand that had risen to his throat, a smile breaking through his icy demeanor as he responded, excellent. Our Seven Mysteries sect is fortunate to have such loyal disciples. With Deputy Hall Masterly participating, our chances of victory have certainly increased. However, I would advise you, Hanli, against joining. Your medical skills are invaluable to our sect, and any unforeseen incidents during the duel would be a great loss. At this, Hanli smiled faintly, and before Li Feiyu could offer an explanation, he deftly shifted his posture and vanished from right beneath Wang Juechu's nose. Startled, Wang Juechu turned to seek Hanli, only to hear the latter's languid voice from behind. I wonder if my skills would meet the approval of the esteemed sect leader, even if I were to participate in the death duel. I assure you, I possess the means to safeguard myself. I implore you, Lord Wang, to acknowledge my sincere intentions. Wang Juechu was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Hanli, renowned for his medical expertise, would possess such formidable agility, having silently approached him without detection. What a terrifying skill! Who is this individual? What intentions does he harbor within our sect? A cascade of alarming thoughts surged through Wang Juechu's mind. He turned to glance at Hanli, who still appeared harmless, then directed his gaze towards his three uncles. Each of them wore expressions of astonishment, their eyes reflecting a shared trepidation at Hanli's abilities, clearly indicating that this esteemed doctor had instilled a sense of caution in them. A myriad of thoughts raced through Wang Juechu's mind before he resolved, with a hearty laugh, since Hanli displays such unwavering loyalty to our sect, how could I, as the leader, refuse? He then gestured for the two weakest among those originally slated for the duel to withdraw, allowing Hanli and Li Feiyu to join the ranks. He instructed them to be the first to sign the death contract in bold black ink, officially marking them as participants in the blood duel. Jia Tianlong observed the unfolding spectacle with keen interest. While the addition of two more formidable opponents momentarily surprised him, he remained unperturbed, confident that mere mortals could not withstand the might of Jin Guang's swordsmanship. Thus, after both sides completed signing the contracts and exchanging the documents, the blood duel, wherein only one party could emerge alive, was poised to commence. As the scene unfolded, Jin Guang stood in the center, a visage of arrogance, flanked by the members of the Wild Wolf Gang. He had already assured Jia Tianlong prior to entering that he alone could vanquish all participants from the Seven Mysteries sect. Though his initial promise of 5,000 taels of gold had now escalated to 8,000 upon contemplating the prospect of acquiring such a substantial quantity of gold afterward, the figure known as Jin Guang Shangren felt an involuntary surge of fervor within his heart. He cast a scornful glance at the crowd opposite him, already consumed by an insatiable desire to eliminate them all. Hanli, however, was not alongside Li Feiyu. Instead, he positioned himself at the opposite end of the throng. Li Feiyu and Zhang Xiu'er remained together, engaged in intimate whispers typical of romantic exchanges. Hanli, being perceptive, refrained from intruding upon their private world point. One could only wonder what these young lovers were thinking. Conversing tenderly amidst such a life-and-death scenario, a hint of sourness seemed to rise in Hanli's throat as he recalled this. Returning to reality, Hanli, like the others, gazed curiously at the diminutive figure on the opposing side. The members of the Wild Wolf Gang had retreated to the back, leaving a man of such mundane appearance to take the lead, which seemed utterly astonishing. Could it be that this gnome possessed some extraordinary skills? Hanli blinked, pondering this thought. It was evident that the leader of the Wang sect shared Hanli's sentiments. Rather than allowing everyone to rush forward recklessly, he dispatched a single knife-wielding protector to confront the gnome, presumably to ascertain the latter's capabilities before making further plans to avoid any unforeseen casualties. Although the duel was to be fought in a chaotic manner, sending only one person to engage in combat was not unreasonable. This was the leader's line of thought, and he acted accordingly. Upon seeing only one individual approach from the opposing crowd, Jing Guangshangren understood the intent behind this gesture. He emitted a strange, hollow laugh, his voice grating like a rusty gong, causing discomfort to all who heard it. The protector dispatched was a robust man in his 30s, exuding a fierce demeanor. The veins in his gripping hand bulged prominently, revealing him to be a skilled close combat fighter. Despite hearing the bizarre laughter, he maintained his composure, evidently seasoned in the art of combat. As the burly man drew closer, Jian Guangshangren ceased his unsettling laughter. Unhurriedly, he produced a piece of yellow talisman paper from his robes. This talisman shimmered with golden radiance, adorned with intricate golden characters and patterns, revealing its considerable worth at first glance. Ignoring the approaching warrior, the gnome clutched the talisman with one hand and began to chant an incantation. Though the protector of the Qi Xian sect was unaware of what the gnome was up to, his extensive combat experience informed him that allowing the gnome to complete whatever he was doing would likely bode ill for him. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, covering several paces to reach Jing Guangshangren. Raising his steel blade with a flash of cold light, delivering a powerful downward strike, clearly exerting all his strength. Just as the blade was about to strike Jing Guangshangren, the gnome completed his incantation. In a sudden motion, he smacked the talisman against himself, unleashing a blinding golden radiance that erupted from the point of contact. This dazzling light was so intense that it obscured the burly man's vision. Yet he did not panic. He continued his assault with unwavering resolve. The sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the arena. The warrior felt a burning sensation in his hands as the weapon nearly slipped from his grip. And though his vision remained compromised, he instinctively sensed the dire situation. He sprang backward with great agility, retreating several paces before halting, brandishing his blade in a defensive stance. At that moment, he heard gasps of astonishment from the crowd inside and outside the arena. The burly man, now more anxious than ever, yearned to comprehend what had transpired so peculiarly. Fortunately, his vision returned to normal, and he fixed his gaze ahead. There, several paces away, stood the gnome, motionless, yet enveloped in a shimmering layer of golden light. Resembling a thick armor that shielded him from harm, it appeared that the previous strike had merely struck the golden barrier, failing to touch the gnome himself. The source of this golden glow remained a mystery. Yet it proved as impenetrable as steel, rendering the burly man's attack futile. Although the protector had witnessed many oddities in his time, this unprecedented spectacle left him utterly dumbfounded. Gripping his steel blade, he found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. He was not alone in his astonishment. All those present on Sunset Peak were similarly taken aback. The tales of cultivators were known to but a few, especially in such a remote location, making the sight of this talismanic phenomenon all the more enigmatic and profound. Jia Tianlong secretly reveled in the unfolding events, while the Qi Xian sect members exchanged bewildered glances. Hanli, standing at the back of the crowd, experienced a far greater shock than the others. Hanli was likely the only individual on the entire mountain, aside from the gnome, who possessed any understanding of magic. It was evident that the gnome was employing a talisman akin to the spirit fixation talisman, albeit seemingly a more advanced version. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, Hanli silently recited the incantation for the heavenly eye technique, discreetly casting it upon himself before hastily directing his gaze toward the gnome. Beneath the golden radiance, he discerned faint glimmers of white light dancing around the gnome's form, their luminosity pale in comparison to the brilliant gold. Had he not been deliberately searching, he might have overlooked them entirely. To his astonishment, Hanli realized that the gnome was, in fact, a cultivator with far lesser powers than his own. This revelation elicited both joy and concern within him. The joy stemmed from the knowledge that, as a novice, he possessed greater magical prowess, indicating that the gnome was merely a half-hearted cultivator. The concern arose from uncertainty regarding the extent of the gnome's magical abilities and whether he could adequately contend with them. Chapter 89. The Spear and the Shield. Hanli turned to glance at the leader of the Wang sect, Wang Juchu, whose expression was grim as he conferred with three seasoned individuals by his side. Seemingly troubled by the gnome's golden aura, the strange laughter of Jing Guangshangren resumed, and amidst his mirth, He tilted his head back, nostrils flaring, and brazenly declared, "This master shall remain here unmoving, allowing you to attack at will. Should anyone manage to breach my indestructible golden barrier, I might just spare your insignificant lives." With this proclamation, the initial trepidation the members of the Qi Xian sect felt toward the golden shield dissipated entirely. Igniting their ire, several formidable fighters immediately surged forward, eager to confront the gnome, but were restrained by Wang Juchu. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the protector back from the fray, then quietly instructed a robust man among the trio beside him. The man nodded resolutely and strode confidently toward the gnome. The gnome, upon seeing the burly figure adorned with a full beard approach, felt a flicker of malice in his eyes. Having been ridiculed since childhood due to his stature, he harbored a particular hatred for tall, imposing individuals, and this man fit perfectly within the scope of his disdain. He began to contemplate the cruel methods he might employ to torment his opponent. This bare-chested man was one of Wang Juchu's 3 esteemed uncles. Despite his rugged appearance, he had surpassed the age of 60. Once a renowned warrior of the Qi Xian sect, he had claimed countless victories in battle. Faced with the peculiar golden barrier, he naturally refrained from acting recklessly. He scrutinized the golden glow, then glanced at Jin Guangshang Ren within its confines, a grin spreading across his face. Suddenly, he extended 2 fingers and lightly tapped the barrier, producing a clear, resonant sound. This seemingly playful act incensed Jin Guangshang Ren, who retorted ominously, "You brutish fool, do you wish to hasten your journey to the afterlife?" The man showed no sign of perturbation. Instead, he stepped to the side of the gnome, then raised a leg to position himself behind him. Thus, he circled around Jin Guangshang Ren, gradually increasing the size of his stride and the speed of his rotation, until his figure became a blur, rendering him indistinguishable. Jian Guangshang Ren grew dizzy from the relentless circling, and his anger intensified. Without a moment's thought, he reached into his robes as if to retrieve an item. The bearded man, still spinning, observed the gnome's actions keenly. Suddenly, he unleashed a resounding roar, his voice resonating like a dragon's roar or a tiger's growl, powerful and enduring, causing the ears of all on Sunset Peak to ring, while nearby branches trembled slightly. The moment Jian Guangshang Ren heard this roar, he felt his limbs weaken, unable to retract his hand from his robes. On a sudden turn of events, a series of sharp cracking sounds echoed from the man, his joints popping crisply and loudly in a rapid succession that crescendoed, ultimately drowning out the roar. As the man completed another circle around the gnome and halted before him, the sounds came to an abrupt stop. Those who had been dazed began to regain their senses, only to discover that the man had mysteriously expanded in size, his chest and arms bulging with muscles that gleamed as if forged from iron. In comparison to the gnome, he now appeared as a giant. Taking advantage of this moment, Jin Guangshang Ren managed to retrieve a long, dark wooden box from within his robes. This box was entirely black, adorned with a talisman that appeared to seal its contents. Before the gnome could tear off the talisman, the giant man unleashed a powerful fist upon the golden barrier, causing it to shimmer and warp, leaving the gnome swaying unsteadily, unable to peel away the talisman. The golden-clad man felt a surge of astonishment. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the golden shield enveloping him. How could this man possibly distort the shield? What immense strength must he possess? His disdainful attitude swiftly dissipated, and his hands moved more rapidly as he tore at the talisman paper. With a ripping sound, he finally succeeded in pulling the talisman away. A flicker of joy briefly crossed the golden man's face, only to be interrupted by a series of resounding crashes emanating from the shield. His body swayed uncontrollably, and ultimately, he could no longer maintain his balance and fell heavily onto the ground. At that moment, he realized that the man opposite him was attacking the golden shield with the ferocity of a tempest. Using both hands and feet, the luminous barrier, akin to a kneaded dough, buckled and contorted with each punch and kick, appearing as if it might shatter at any moment under the relentless assault. Witnessing this, the golden man's expression shifted dramatically. He could no longer uphold the demeanor of a celestial master and began to fumble through his incantations in a panic. Unfortunately, his haste led to numerous blunders, leaving the dark box completely unresponsive. Observing this spectacle from a distance, Jia Tianlong was taken aback. He was rendered speechless not only by the Golden Man's foolish actions, but also by the astonishing prowess of Wang Juechu. His senior, having previously tested the Golden Shield's defenses himself, he knew it to be impervious to blades and fire, as solid as diamond. Yet now, the shield trembled under the man's onslaught, malleable and pliable as if it were mere clay. This was truly unfathomable. The man's skills were exceedingly profound. The thought of two similarly formidable experts still present on the opposing side made Jia Tianlong feel a twinge of regret for having rashly agreed to the duel. At this moment, he comprehended why the adversaries had been so confident in demanding a life-and-death battle. With three monstrous experts as their backing, one could hardly blame them for eagerly seeking a bloodbath. Contemplating this, Jia Tianlong glanced at the beleaguered dwarf and began to ponder whether he should send assistance to this prominent celestial master, lest he perish without even deploying his renowned swordsmanship. Chapter 90. The Flying Sword. From the vantage point of the unfolding scene, the man in the midst of a frenzied assault appeared to hold an unmistakable advantage. Yet, unbeknownst to all, this seemingly invincible figure was silently lamenting his plight. Each punch he delivered caused the golden shield to indent, causing it to tremble as if it were only a matter of time before he would tear through the protective barrier. But who could have known that each time his hands and feet made contact with the golden light, he was met with a relentless rebounding force. As he intensified his strikes, the recoil grew increasingly severe. Causing excruciating pain to his limbs, he could only assume that if he relaxed his efforts, they would swell immediately. Moreover, the golden light exhibited remarkable resilience. The areas he had struck would revert to their original form the moment he withdrew his assault, as if they had never been touched. Even if he incessantly attacked the same spot, he could merely maintain a dent without penetrating further. Thus, the robust man's vigorous onslaught continued for a considerable time. Yet the golden shield remained in a state of quaking, perilously close to breaking. However, at that moment, the thoughts of everyone present underwent a complete reversal. They realized that this man could not breach the protective barrier, and his immense strength would only cause minor tremors, failing to annihilate it entirely. Consequently, not only did Jia Tianlong abandon the thought of sending aid, but even the dwarf himself regained his composure. However, due to his earlier embarrassment, the golden man's expression darkened with humiliation, and his gaze towards the attacker became increasingly venomous. Yet, having been subjected to relentless assaults, he struggled to maintain his footing, and his attempts to cast spells were fraught with errors during this tumultuous period. Thus, he resolved to cease his incantations and instead fixated his gaze on the assailant, quietly muttering curses in an incomprehensible dialect. The man, seemingly oblivious to these changes, continued his frenzied assault on the golden shield. Just when onlookers believed he would not tire and would continue his relentless barrage, a series of explosive sounds erupted. After exerting all his strength, delivering 2 punches and a kick, the man suddenly turned and sprinted away, his imposing figure moving with surprising speed. This unexpected maneuver astonished the spectators, eliciting a wave of exclamations. The golden man was momentarily taken aback, but soon exploded with rage. He hastily sat cross-legged, positioning the dark box across his lap, his mouth moving in incantation. His fingers raised to his chest, adopting a peculiar posture, trembled with great effort. The intensity of his trembling suggested that each finger was burdened with immense weight. At that moment, the man had nearly reached the main formation of the 7 mystic sect, just steps away from rejoining the crowd. Suddenly, a formidable shout erupted from behind him, and he noted the abrupt change in the expressions of Wang Juechu and his companions, who simultaneously cried out a warning. Startled, the man swiftly veered to the left. Glancing back, he beheld a grayish light streaking past the spot where he had just stood, akin to a flash of lightning. His heart raced, but he quickly reassured himself that having dodged this hidden weapon, he could reunite with his 2 fellow disciples and relax without worry. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sharp pain shot through his right arm. Lowering his gaze in confusion, he barely had time to comprehend the situation before a chorus of alarmed voices erupted around him, including the distressed tones of his 2 brothers. The man froze momentarily, bewildered. At that instant, a flash of gray light pierced through his chest, resembling the very hidden weapon he had narrowly evaded moments earlier. A mix of shock and fury surged within him, and he opened his mouth to speak, but his body collapsed to the ground, It was only then that he realized his right arm had been severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth. What had transpired? The man, filled with questions and indignation, felt darkness enveloping him as he lost consciousness. Even in his final moments, he remained oblivious to the events that had unfolded. However, the onlookers from the Wild Wolf Gang and the Seven Mystic sect bore witness to everything with clarity. They saw, as the dwarf completed his incantation, a slender gray beam shot forth from the dark box, circling above the dwarf's head before darting toward the man at his command. Although the man had cleverly tilted his body to evade the initial strike, the gray light grazed his shoulder, and his arm subsequently fell limply to his side, having been severed without him even realizing it. What transpired next sent shockwaves through the crowd. After narrowly avoiding the initial attack, the gray beam, responding to the dwarf's gesture, made a sudden sharp turn and charged back towards the unsuspecting man, resulting in his untimely demise. Everyone stood in stunned silence, eyes fixated on the gray light that returned to hover above the dwarf's head. The term flying sword involuntarily surged into the minds of many. While they were unaware of the existence of cultivators, they had certainly heard tales of legendary flying swords. This gray light bore an uncanny resemblance to the flying swords wielded by legendary sword immortals. Could it be that this inconspicuous dwarf was indeed a legendary sword immortal? At that moment, the gaze of the majority fell upon the golden-clad man, now filled with a sense of reverence. For the title of sword immortal was one that commanded respect among mortals. The golden-clad man stood tall and imperious, showcasing the gray light as it danced above his head, forming itself into a long, serpentine shape, eliciting gasps of awe from the Wild Wolf Gang, while the Seven Mystic sect fell silent, shrouded in despair. If the members of Jia Tianlong's faction were buoyed by the presence of a sword immortal, the Seven Mystic sect found themselves engulfed in confusion and diminished morale. Meanwhile, Hanli stood out as the only individual in the crowd whose heart soared with joy at the sight of the gray light. He recognized that the incantations and gestures employed by the Golden Man to manipulate the gray light were identical to the techniques he had learned in his own practice of object manipulation. Although he remained uncertain whether the gray light was indeed a flying sword, he was certain that it was the very object of manipulation he had studied. At this moment, Han Li's mind was consumed with thoughts of murder and treasure-seeking. And it was evident that his interest in cultivators was only intensifying. Chapter 91. The treasure heist. Just as the dwarf reveled in his triumph and Han Li harbored ulterior motives, two figures leapt forth from the Seven Mystic sect. Without hesitation, they surged from the crowd, racing towards the dwarf with the swiftness of lightning. These were the remaining two disciples of Wang Juechu. Their faces were etched with profound sorrow, clearly bereft over the loss of their comrade, and they harbored an intense hatred for the golden-clad man. Ignoring who the dwarf might be, a sword immortal or otherwise, their singular focus was on avenging their fallen brother. Wang, the sect leader, initially intended to dissuade their reckless charge, but upon reflection, he realized that this dwarf with his demonic powers must be confronted, and his two disciples were the only ones capable of posing a threat. Rather than intervene now, it seemed more prudent to allow his disciples to confront the dwarf in their thirst for vengeance. With this thought in mind, the words he had meant to call back his disciples were swallowed back into silence. Having learned from his previous experience, the golden-clad man dared not underestimate his opponent this time. He directed the gray light towards the two disciples with a pointed finger, and it transformed into a brilliant arc, hurtling toward them with unerring precision. Before the two individuals across from him, the scholar noticed a gray light resembling a flying sword approaching. With a slight raise of his brow and a flick of his wrist, a slender silver thread shot forth from his sleeve, colliding with the gray light and momentarily halting its advance. However, the gray light soon resumed its course, indicating that the silver thread had little effect. While others were unable to discern the nature of the silver thread, Hanli, endowed with extraordinary vision by his cultivation, saw it clearly. It was evidently a series of silver needles aligned in a straight line. Hanli was intrigued by the scholar's ability to launch such delicate needles with such force. Seeing that the silver thread had failed to impede the gray light, the scholar remained unfazed. He bent his body and suddenly began spinning like a top, from which countless shards of cold light, both large and small, erupted. These shards split into two streams. One transformed into a silver flow that directly collided with the gray light, producing a cacophony of crashing sounds that momentarily suspended the gray light in midair. The other stream hurtled towards the dwarf, striking the golden shield above, creating a spectacular din. The cold stream clashing with the gray light continuously shed fragments. But their incomplete forms rendered them unrecognizable. In contrast, the shards rebounding off the golden shield remained intact, consisting of various concealed weapons such as flying knives, Bodhi seeds, iron lotus seeds, and money darts, among others, even including some unfamiliar objects. The man in golden light was momentarily taken aback, but he soon smirked, confident that these mundane items could not withstand his treasure for long. With a thunderous roar akin to spring thunder, the sound reverberated throughout the venue, startling everyone. It was then that people realized that the gray-clad figure, who had previously dashed out alongside the scholar, had drawn his sword from his back and was now advancing towards the gray light step by step. At the tip of his sword, a white glow exceeding 2 inches in length flickered unnaturally, emanating a chilling aura. The sword light, whose name was uttered by an unknown voice, represented the ultimate sword technique that every swordsman yearned for. With a resounding crash, the atmosphere erupted in excitement. If the flying sword was merely a legend, then the sword light was a myth within the martial world, a coveted aspiration for all sword wielders. Now, with both the flying sword and sword light appearing in rapid succession and about to engage in a duel, how could the onlookers not feel their blood surging with fervor, sensing that their lives had not been lived in vain? At that moment, Jia Tianlong felt not exhilaration but an icy dread, cold sweat streaming down his face. He realized what it meant to be blindsided and filled with regret. Although he had known that the Qishuan sect harbored 3 formidable masters, he had never anticipated that one of them could wield sword light. If he had not summoned the immortal Jin Guang to intervene, he feared that this gray-clad figure alone could annihilate everyone on his side. As Jia Tianlong's face turned pale with terror, the gray-clad figure approached the gray light. At that moment, it was unclear whether the scholar had intentionally stopped spinning or if he had truly exhausted his concealed weapons. But he abruptly ceased his rotations, and the silver stream confronting the gray light came to a halt. The unimpeded gray light, now unrestrained, descended towards the gray-clad man, with sword in hand and an expression devoid of fear. The gray-clad figure leapt into the air, swinging his sword light fiercely downward towards the gray light. A clear sound rang out as he fell to the ground, staggering backward several steps before spitting out a mouthful of blood, his expression growing weak and feeble. The tip of his sword, 3 inches long, had vanished without a trace, now appearing blunt. The gray light, having received this blow, fell to the ground like a wounded bird. Yet its brilliance remained undiminished, still pulsating and undulating upon the earth, exuding a sense of vitality. Witnessing this scene, both Jia Tianlong's side and the members of the Qishuan sect gasped in astonishment. However, the Qishuan sect members were filled with joy, while Jia Tianlong's side was consumed with concern. The scholar, elated, glanced at the weakened gray-clad figure, then at the dwarf. After a brief hesitation, he glided towards the dwarf, intending to eliminate this significant threat first. However, before the scholar could advance a few steps, a loud shout from the gray-clad man urged him to dodge. Startled, the scholar attempted to react but felt a chill at his neck as the gray light zipped past him. He then saw a headless body run forward a few steps before collapsing, its silhouette strikingly familiar. Before the scholar could fully comprehend this, he lost consciousness entirely. At this moment, the man in golden light was filled with self-importance as he commanded the gray light, which had leapt back into the fray, to target the only remaining gray-clad figure among the 3 masters. He reveled in his cunning strategy that had dispatched the scholar, feeling triumphant. Just as he contemplated exterminating the remaining members of the Qishuan sect after dealing with the gray-clad figure, he suddenly heard a voice from the crowd opposite him. "I quite like this flying object. How about you let me play with it?" Before his words had fully settled, he felt a formidable surge of spiritual energy enveloping the gray light, forcibly severing his connection to it and usurping control. The gray light, which had originally been directed towards the gray-clad figure, veered erratically and awkwardly towards the crowd. Wherever the gray light passed, panic ensued as everyone scrambled to evade it, except for an ordinary-looking youth, seemingly only 17 or 18, who remained motionless. The youth flashed a smile at the man in golden light, revealing a stark contrast between his dark skin and pristine white teeth, and then pointed at the gray light, which obediently landed in his hand. "An immortal." The dwarf felt a chill run down his spine, his face paling dramatically. Chapter 92. Sword Talisman. Everyone witnessing this scene questioned their own eyesight. Initially, they believed that the gray light's change of direction indicated that the dwarf had reconsidered his strategy, intending to eliminate the weaker disciples first before returning to confront the gray-clad figure. However, to their astonishment, as the gray light entered the throng, it was effortlessly seized by an unremarkable disciple with a mere flick of his hand, a feat that was utterly unbelievable on the side of the Qishuan sect. Including the sect leader Wang and the gray-clad figure, there was a mixture of surprise and joy at this unexpected twist of fate. Wang Juechu, in his elation, felt grateful for his foresight in allowing Han Li to participate in the deadly confrontation. He understood that the survival of everyone in this deadly contest, as well as the future existence of the Qishuan sect, now depended on the suddenly enigmatic Han Li. Meanwhile, Li Feiyu, who had some understanding of Han Li, stood agape, unable to close his mouth for quite some time. Although he was aware that his friend was somewhat extraordinary, witnessing him effortlessly seize a celestial sword from the realm of sword immortals was akin to a dream. Leaving him in a daze, as for Zhang Xiu'er, elderly, and Jia Tianlong opposite them, their expressions varied dramatically, each reflecting a unique blend of astonishment and intrigue. A multitude of glances filled with fear, confusion, and surprise all converged upon Han Li, who maintained a composed demeanor, smiling serenely as if he were entirely unfazed by the collective scrutiny. Yet, unbeknownst to all, beneath Han Li's calm exterior, his heart was tumultuous with frustration. Heavens! Han Li had never intended to act at this moment. He had planned to wait until the dwarf, in his complacency, lowered his golden shield before launching a surprise attack. At that point, he could have stealthily approached from behind and effortlessly dispatched his opponent with a small fireball. However, fate had other plans. Han Li, feeling an itch of impatience as he watched the gray light flit about, inadvertently employed the object manipulation technique he had practiced countless times, resulting in the effortless acquisition of the object. The simplicity of the act exceeded all expectations. By merely extending his spiritual energy to the gray light, he easily erased the dwarf's spiritual presence and established a connection of his own. Under Han Li's command, the gray light behaved like a toddler taking its first steps, wobbling its way to his side, where he successfully collected it. At this moment, Han Li felt a mix of delight at having easily secured the treasure and concern about facing the dwarf directly. He was acutely aware that he had little confidence in being able to breach the dwarf's formidable defenses. The only source of reassurance lay in his significantly deeper reservoir of spiritual energy compared to the dwarf. Of course, Han Li's expression betrayed none of his apprehension, for he understood that maintaining a psychological advantage would grant him considerable leverage in actual combat, enhancing his chances of victory, a lesson he had learned from the Blink Sword Manual. Thus, upon noticing the dwarf's anxious demeanor, Han Li exuded an air of confidence, contentedly toying with his newly acquired treasure. The gray light in his hands remained lively and erratic, its chilling brilliance obscuring its true form. Han Li glanced at the dwarf, whose complexion had turned ashen, and smiled faintly. Using his spiritual energy to envelop his hands, he gently rubbed the gray light between them, causing its radiance to dissipate and reveal its true nature. It was a talisman, and a peculiar one at that, depicting a small gray sword. The gray sword illustrated on the talisman was rendered with exquisite detail, appearing almost lifelike, and even without the activation of spiritual energy. The small sword emitted a faint flow of light, as if it were indeed an unparalleled blade, exuding a chilling aura. Upon seeing this, Han Li felt a twinge of disappointment. It was evident that this was not a flying sword or a magical artifact. Albeit it was somewhat peculiar, ultimately revealing itself to be merely a piece of talismanic paper. However, he soon recalled the impressive demeanor of the talisman in its grand display of power, which brought him a sense of comfort. For he had witnessed its formidable capabilities with his own eyes. Undoubtedly, it would prove invaluable to him in the future. Han Li casually tucked the talisman paper into his bosom, wary of using it ostentatiously in front of its original owner, uncertain of any tricks the other party might have played on the talisman. Moreover, his proficiency in the material manipulation technique had barely been practiced a few times, leaving him rather inexperienced. Even if he were to use the talisman now, it would likely be difficult to inflict any harm on his opponent. The Golden Light Man stared in disbelief as Han Li claimed his treasure, anger boiling within him. Yet he lacked the courage to confront Hanli. After all, the ability to effortlessly erase the spiritual energy from the talisman indicated that Hanli's magical prowess was at least several times greater than his own, leaving him too intimidated to engage in a conflict. Observing the diminutive figure retreating in trepidation, Hanli understood that he had completely subdued his opponent, who remained oblivious to his true capabilities, emboldening Hanli further. He resolved to leverage his advantage. And after invoking the wind control technique, he flickered in and out of sight until he stood before the gnome. The Golden Light Man, now even more fearful of Hanli's elusive movements, instinctively took a few steps back, nervously stammering, "What do you intend to do? I have not encroached upon the local mineral resources, nor have I plucked any spiritual herbs. I merely collected a few mundane gold coins. I have not violated the interests of your local family, so you have no reason to kill me." Hanli, hearing these words, felt a surge of delight, realizing that his opponent mistook him for a member of some immortal family. His confidence swelled even more as he feigned a casual smile and pretended to be mysterious, whispering, "Might I inquire who you are? Why do you involve yourself in the affairs of mortals? Disrupting the local secular order? This complicates matters for our family." Upon hearing Hanli's tone, which was unexpectedly gentle, the gnome's spirits lifted. After a few anxious glances, he hastily distanced himself from any wrongdoing, stating, "I am a disciple of the Yi family from Chenyi Ridge. I merely passed through here and, due to some old ties with the leader of the Wolf Gang, was unable to refuse his request for assistance. I had no intention of offending your family. I hope you can forgive me. May I ask what your esteemed family is called? I will certainly come to apologize in person later." Chapter 93. Blazing fire consumes the foe. When the gnome mentioned his affiliation with the Yi family, he instinctively puffed out his chest, as if bolstered by this claim, and his speech grew more assertive, revealing his confidence in the reputation of the Chenyi Ridge Yi family. Observing the gnome's newfound bravado, Hanli deduced that this Yi family must indeed be a renowned sect of cultivators. However, the fact that such a powerful family could not prevent this individual from appearing so flustered suggested either that he was lying or that he was merely a trivial pawn within the family, whose life held little significance to anyone. In a matter of moments, Hanli reached a conclusion. Eliminating this gnome would not yield significant repercussions. This realization dispelled the last remnants of his hesitation, and his murderous intent surged. After all, it was a rare opportunity to encounter a cultivator whose powers were inferior to his own and whose demeanor was rather foolish. Even without this confrontation, Hanli would not have let such a splendid prey slip through his fingers. Furthermore, given the gnome's demeanor, it was evident that he was not a virtuous individual, further solidifying Hanli's resolve to act without reservation. The Yi family of Chenyi Ridge, renowned for its legacy? Hanli feigned astonishment, as if struggling to comprehend. Since the gnome dared to invoke this name as a shield, it was likely that he held considerable renown among cultivators. Hanli mused inwardly, "Indeed, it is the Yi family. Since you are aware of our name, I trust you will not intentionally cause trouble for me." Seeing his ploy succeed, the gnome's voice grew more confident. "The Yi family?" Hanli pretended to hesitate, scratching his head and feigning uncertainty. The gnome, sensing this shift, felt a surge of relief and quickly began to plead and threaten, banging a nearby drum in a frantic attempt to sway the situation in his favor. "How about this? I shall take you to meet the elders of my clan, and they will decide how to handle your case." Hanli appeared somewhat troubled as he spoke. "There's no need for such trouble. This is merely a trivial matter. If you require the elders to intervene for something so minor, it may leave a poor impression on them and adversely affect your future," the gnome exclaimed, startled, quickly adopting a facade of concern to dissuade Hanli. At this point, the Golden Light Man had completely misjudged Hanli, viewing him as an inexperienced youth newly emerged from years of secluded cultivation within his family. This assumption explained Hanli's impressive magical prowess at such a young age. "Thank you for your kind reminder." Hanli appeared genuinely touched, lowering his head in contemplation before extending his hand to retrieve the talisman depicting a small sword from his robes. "As we meet for the first time, you have shown such concern for me. I shall return this treasure to you." Hanli spoke sincerely, a trace of reluctance evident in his expression. The gnome, overjoyed, had not anticipated that this seemingly naive youth would return the treasure he had just acquired. Without a moment's hesitation, fearing a change of heart, he swiftly performed a hand gesture, causing the golden shield surrounding him to dissipate entirely. He reached out eagerly to grasp the talisman, shamelessly declaring, "Since you are so sincere, I shall not be polite." Just as the gnome's hand neared the talisman, Han Li's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Elder, why have you come in person?" Startled by Han Li's words, the gnome trembled, abandoning thoughts of the treasure and quickly turning to look behind him. To his dismay, he found only silence and emptiness. Oh no! Even a fool like the gnome realized he had been deceived. Before he could fully comprehend, he felt a sudden heat in his chest, followed by a blinding flash of red in his vision as flames engulfed him, reducing him to ashes in an instant. At that moment, Han Li let out a long breath, retracting the hand that had just launched a small fireball. Although the act of vanquishing his foe with a mere fireball appeared simple, it had required considerable thought and exerted significant pressure on him. The success of this stealthy strike filled Han Li with relief, and a hint of joy graced his features. Jia Tianlong and Wang Juechu, along with the others, had witnessed the unfolding events clearly, yet they remained baffled by the circumstances. Since Han Li and the gnome had deliberately lowered their voices to conceal their conversation from others, the bystanders, standing at a distance, could not decipher their exchange. All they knew was that the gnome had appeared frightened upon seeing Han Li, and after a brief dialogue, had begun to plead fervently. Finally, they observed Han Li seize the opportunity while the gnome turned away, conjuring a small fireball that effortlessly incinerated the Golden Light Man, the formidable leader of the wolf gang, into a mere pile of ashes. Jia Tianlong now felt an overwhelming bitterness, a sensation that penetrated deep into his very core. What is going on? The situation, once so favorable, has taken a disastrous turn since the appearance of this unassuming disciple of the Seven Mysteries sect. Spiraling out of control. Even the Golden Light Man, a celestial figure, has been effortlessly reduced to ash. Conversely, Wang Juechu's sentiments stood in stark contrast to those of his rival. Clenching the hilt of his sword with fervor, he gazed at Han Li, who was squatting awkwardly on the ground, scribbling something, his face alight with enthusiasm. Han Li, too, felt a surge of excitement, though not from triumph. Rather, he was delighted to discover several undamaged items amidst the ashes of the gnome. The spoils were modest, consisting of a talisman, a token, and a book. The talisman, previously wielded by the gnome, could emit golden light to form a protective shield. Although he was yet to learn the incantation, Han Li was ecstatic. He knew that what he needed most at present was a means of protection. The token took the form of a triangular black plate, one side inscribed with the golden characters for ascend to immortality, while the other bore a silver character for command. The plate appeared non-metallic yet felt weighty, leaving Han Li curious about its purpose. As for the book, initially, Han Li assumed that its survival through the fireball indicated its significance. But upon flipping through a few pages, he discovered it was merely a family genealogy, a record of the Qin clan, leaving him puzzled as to its connection to the Golden Light Man. The gnome claimed to be of the Yi family, yet carried a genealogy of the Qin clan. Could he be an illegitimate child of someone from the Yi family? Disappointment washed over Han Li as he entertained such uncharitable thoughts. Chapter 94. Complete victory. Although the 3 items he obtained were not immediately useful, Han Li unreservedly stowed them away. He then rose, dusted off his clothes, and cast a sidelong glance at Jia Tianlong and the others from the wolf gang, wearing a smile that was at once enigmatic and sardonic. Are you planning to sever your own meridians, or shall I assist you in your journey to the afterlife? Han Li's tone was polite, yet the underlying message left no room for negotiation for the members of the wolf gang. Upon hearing this, Jia Tianlong felt an icy chill wash over him, his face stiffening in fear. He incessantly reminded himself to remain calm, convinced that there was always a way to deal with this person. Yet, unable to restrain himself, he wiped his face, revealing a forehead drenched in cold sweat. Jia Tianlong managed a bitter smile, aware that he need not gaze into a mirror to know that his complexion was far from favorable, perhaps even ghastly. Straining to turn his neck, he surveyed the crowd around him, only to find that the others wore similarly pallid expressions, all exhibiting signs of fear and panic, as if calamity were imminent. These individuals were utterly at a loss, devoid of any fighting spirit. In his heart, Jia Tianlong felt despondent and cast another glance toward the Qishuan sect. There, his sworn enemy, Wang Juechu, was regarding him with a gaze reminiscent of one surveying a corpse, while others around him bore expressions of vindictive triumph. Jia Tianlong, in a state of bewilderment, unwittingly focused his gaze beyond the confines of the arena, settling on those who were supposed to be his loyal subordinates. Their expressions varied. Some were anxious, others indifferent, but a considerable number wore expressions of delight, huddled together and whispering, exuding an unmistakable air of schadenfreude. No, I cannot perish here. I must survive and continue to fulfill my ambitions. A certain person's expression triggered a surge of madness within Jia Tianlong, and his eyes suddenly gleamed with fervor. Come forth, iron guards, prepare your crossbows, he bellowed. Others, attend to me. With a sudden surge of inner strength, Jia Tianlong's voice resonated, infused with power, awakening those in the arena who had been lost in confusion as if they had emerged from a dream. Whether it was the members of the wolf pack or the skilled fighters from various smaller factions, they now appeared galvanized, rolling up their sleeves and adopting a posture of unwavering resolve. Han Li frowned slightly, letting out a soft hum, then turned with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly advancing toward Jia Tianlong. It seemed he would need to exert more effort. Han Li mused to himself. Fire! The moment he saw the opponent within range of the crossbows, Jia Tianlong licked his parched lips and issued the command without hesitation. Instantly, hundreds of ghostly green steel bolts surged toward Han Li, saturating the air in front of him, rendering it almost impenetrable. An astonishing scene unfolded as Jia Tianlong observed the young man facing the onslaught of bolts without a hint of fear. Instead, he bestowed upon Jia Tianlong a peculiar smile. Then, his form began to blur, and the incoming bolts passed through him without any hindrance, shooting off into the distance as if he were insubstantial. In that fleeting moment, the young man swayed slightly and vanished without a trace. Jia Tianlong's complexion turned ashen, and just as he contemplated cautioning his subordinates, Han Li suddenly reappeared mere steps away from them. This time, before Jia Tianlong could utter a command, the iron guards unleashed a volley of crossbow bolts once more, accompanied by an array of throwing darts and concealed projectiles, all converging upon Han Li. The result left them in stunned silence as once again, the young man disappeared from sight in plain view. In the midst of his mounting dread, Jia Tianlong was startled by two piercing screams emanating from behind him. He turned in shock to see two iron guards, who had been standing close together, suddenly engulfed in flames, while the vanished young man withdrew his hands from their charred remains. In the instant his palms parted, the two guards disintegrated into ashes. From the palms of that youth, Jia Tianlong faintly discerned a flickering red light, the nature of which remained a mystery to him. What Jia Tianlong witnessed was a flawless demonstration of Han Li's fusion of sorcery and martial prowess, the red glow in his palm being a small fireball conjured through the fireball technique. Han Li's internal energy flowed steadily, restoring the fireball to its original size, and once more, he rendered himself invisible, only to reappear at the opposite end of the crowd, where he ignited another victim into a blazing inferno. Thus, Han Li darted among the throng, appearing and disappearing, each manifestation resulting in another casualty. For anyone he touched would instantly ignite, vanishing from this world without a trace. Jia Tianlong stared blankly ahead, his eyes devoid of life, his face ashen as that of a corpse in a mere instant. More than half of his subordinates had perished, the remaining few gripped by terror, scattering in every direction. Yet, before the ghostly agility of his opponent, they were swiftly reduced to cinders as the last of his men succumbed to the flames. Jia Tianlong was left in a state of numbness. He realized that his continued survival was a deliberate act of mercy from his adversary, but with only himself remaining, he feared that the deathly flames would soon claim him as well. Han Li did not allow Jia Tianlong, the leader of the faction, to linger any longer. After dispatching the last of his subordinates, Han Li wasted no time, swiftly appearing behind him and delivering a full-fledged fireball technique as a parting gift, sending the grand leader on his way. Following Jia Tianlong's demise, Han Li dusted off his hands and muttered to himself, "It seems that taking lives is not as daunting as it appeared. If only you had chosen to end it yourselves, how much better it would have been. Without suffering now, having to do it myself, the burning sensation is hardly pleasant." Chapter 95. The name of the demon resounds. Han Li lifted his gaze toward the crowd below. Observing that whether from the Qishuan sect, the wolf pack, or other factions, all were pale-faced, Their eyes filled with dread as they regarded him. It was clear that his actions, whether it was retrieving a flying sword, slaying the Golden Light Master, or effortlessly reducing dozens of skilled fighters, including Jia Tianlong, to ashes, signified that Han Li was not merely a transcendent being akin to a gnome, but also a ruthless individual, devoid of compassion. Consequently, wherever his gaze fell, all present averted their eyes, none daring to meet his stare. At that moment, Han Li truly embodied the essence of a figure to be feared. "Why are you still here? Do you wish to remain upon the mountain, so I may send you off as well?" Han Li suddenly called out coldly toward the wolf pack. His voice was not particularly loud, yet it resonated like thunder amongst the thousands present, instilling panic within them. "Run! If you don't leave now, he might burn us again," someone shouted, igniting a frenzy among the wolf pack and other smaller factions, who hurriedly scrambled down the mountain. The throng of bodies surged down the narrow path, trampling and injuring countless individuals in their haste. Moments later, the Sunset Peak became desolate, with only the disciples of the Qishuan sect remaining. Wang Juechu was both astonished and elated. He had not anticipated that the crisis facing his sect would be resolved in such a manner, nor that Jia Tianlong would be so thoroughly extinguished, leaving him with a mix of ecstasy and anxiety. He understood that if Han Li could so effortlessly assist the Qishuan sect in overcoming this peril, then with his formidable abilities, he could just as easily suppress the Qishuan sect, perhaps even rendering their situation worse than that of the wolf pack. With this thought in mind, Wang Juechu's heart, which had just begun to settle, surged back to anxiety, and his gaze instinctively drifted toward the center of the arena. "Where is Han the healer?" he suddenly exclaimed. Taken aback upon looking, he was met with surprise. The figure he had considered a pivotal variable was no longer in sight. "Has anyone seen Han Daifu?" Wang Juechu urgently inquired of those nearby. "I don't know. I wasn't paying attention." Nearly everyone shook their heads, utterly oblivious to his whereabouts. It was hardly surprising. All had been captivated by Han Li's horrifying display of power, and who would dare fixate on such a harbinger of doom? With his elusive movements, it would be a simple matter for him to vanish from sight. "Stop searching. I just saw him blending in with the crowd descending the mountain. He has already left Sunset Peak at that moment." A gray-clad individual, whose complexion had visibly improved, suddenly spoke up. "Descended? Where could he possibly go?" Wang Juechu mused with a complex expression, his thoughts swirling. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze unexpectedly landed on a particular individual. Wang Juechu's eyes brightened, and a sly smile crept across his face, revealing a shrewd demeanor. At that moment, Li Feiyu, filled with excitement over her friend's transformation into a transcendent being, was engaged in conversation with Zhang Xiu'er, completely unaware that someone had set their sights on her. Thus, the members of the wolf pack and other factions swiftly retreated from Caisha Mountain, making a hasty exit from the territory of the Qishuan sect. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the Qishuan sect, led by Wang Juechu, had suffered considerable losses themselves and did not pursue the fleeing factions. For a long time to come, both the wolf pack and the Qishuan sect would lay low, recuperating from this tumultuous conflict. This protracted battle between the Qishuan sect and the wolf pack soon spread across the thousands of miles of land, morphing into a local legend imbued with the essence of immortals and demons. It was discussed fervently among both the righteous and the wicked, even drawing the interest of ordinary folk, who recounted the tale as a story that never faded. In this narrative, the battle commenced with a duel between the unparalleled swordsman, wielding a sword of light, and the sword immortal, who commanded flying swords. Ultimately, the sword immortal's ethereal blades proved superior, leading to a decisive victory over the swordsman. Just then, the antagonist, the fire demon, made a sudden appearance, seizing the opportunity to slay the sword immortal while both sides were weakened, and in a fit of rage, he set ablaze nearly 1,000 individuals present, resulting in the untimely demise of the wolf pack's leader among them. In the end, the fire demon, burdened by his heinous crimes, violated celestial laws and was struck down by divine lightning, leaving not a trace of his remains. When Han Li, residing in the Valley of the Divine Hand, heard this rumor of his complete demonic transformation from Li Feiyu, he stood in stunned silence for a long while, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Li Feiyu was already doubled over with laughter, unable to straighten up for quite some time. This moment marked the noon of the 5th day following the conclusion of the deadly confrontation. That night, Amidst the chaos, Han Li discreetly descended from Sunset Peak, blending into the crowd, and after locating Chu Hun, returned to the valley with him. Upon his return, Han Li promptly hung a sign at the valley entrance indicating that he was closed to visitors and unwilling to meet anyone, thereby turning away several high-ranking members of the Seven Mysteries sect who had come to pay their respects. Naturally, given Han Li's current reputation, these individuals dared not express any dissatisfaction, nor could they intrude upon the valley. Eventually retreating in dejection after waiting for some time, in the days that followed, Han Li began practicing the object manipulation technique using the talisman inscribed with a small sword, for he was acutely aware that time was of the essence. Thus, for several consecutive days, he rose before dawn, transforming the talisman into a swirling gray light that danced ceaselessly around the valley until his spiritual energy was entirely depleted. He would then quietly close his eyes to recuperate, allowing his energy to gradually recover. As soon as his energy returned to its normal level, he would once again activate the talisman and resume his practice. This monotonous training continued for 3 days until he believed he had grasped the fundamental principles of the technique, at which point he formally concluded his practice. Chapter 96. Flaws. As Han Li manipulated the gray light in flight, he discovered that while the object manipulation technique allowed him to wield the talisman's gray radiance with unparalleled sharpness, capable of slicing through nearly anything and attacking his enemies at his whim, there remained significant limitations. Firstly, controlling this gray light proved exceedingly taxing on his spiritual energy. A cultivator like Han Li, who had reached the 8th level of the Eternal Spring technique, could unleash the full version of the fireball technique repeatedly for over 100 times. Yet, when wielding the gray light, his energy would be depleted in a mere 15 minutes. Reflecting on this, it became clear that the Golden Radiance Master had not refrained from using the gray light initially. Rather, his limited energy constrained him to a paltry duration of control. This also explained the feeble resistance Han Li encountered when seizing the talisman. The opposition likely exhausted most of their energy while previously manipulating the gray light, resulting in their swift defeat against Han Li, whose spiritual power far surpassed theirs. Additionally, the gray light had another drawback. Its range of attack was limited. The gray light could only be maneuvered freely within a radius of 20 zhang centered around Han Li. Beyond this range, it would become sluggish and occasionally malfunction. If it ventured beyond 30 zhang, the gray light would revert entirely to its talisman form, falling to the ground. If Han Li considered the first 2 drawbacks to be potentially improved as his spiritual energy advanced, the final issue presented a fatal flaw inherent to the talisman itself. After utilizing the talisman several times, Han Li noticed that the cold light emitted by the gray sword depicted on the talisman gradually diminished with each use, indicating a dwindling lifespan. In other words, the talisman had a finite number of uses and a time limit. Once its uses were exhausted, it would lose its spiritual essence and cease to function. This realization was a significant reason why Han Li ceased his practice of manipulating the gray light after only a brief period. After all, he intended to reserve such a formidable item for a critical moment, as it might very well save his life in a future crisis. Similarly, Han Li speculated that the golden talisman capable of forming a golden shield likely bore the same limitations, yet he was currently unaware of the incantation required for its use. So he stored it safely for future reference. During his moments of rest, he also examined the triangular token and the Qin clan genealogy, though unfortunately, he gleaned no useful insights from them. On the 5th day, just as Han Li removed the sign indicating his seclusion, Li Feiyu burst in exuberantly and immediately recounted the rumors of Han Li's demonic transformation. These rumors left Han Li both amused and exasperated. He could only maintain a stern expression, casting an irritable glance at Li Feiyu, who unabashedly mocked him. Eventually, Li Feiyu ceased his laughter, gradually composing himself and addressing Han Li with a serious tone. "I trust you can guess the reason for my visit? It's merely that several esteemed figures are concerned about me and sent you to gauge my sentiments," Han Li replied nonchalantly. "Exactly, you understand," Li Feiyu sighed, as if bearing a heavy burden. "However, how do you intend for me to report back to these gentlemen? You see, they have promised to elevate me to the position of vice-head of the Outer Blade Hall in exchange for my loyalty." With that, Li Feiyu resumed his playful demeanor. Han Li furrowed his brow, contemplating before murmuring to himself, "It seems that unless I meet with Wang Damon and the others to clarify certain matters, they shall remain uneasy. Very well. Inform Wang Damon that I shall personally visit Sunset Peak tomorrow at noon." Assuring him there is no need for haste, Han Li smiled as he spoke. Good, with your word. I can't fulfill my obligations, Li Feiyu shrugged, adopting a nonchalant expression. Subsequently, Han Li and Li Feiyu engaged in lighthearted banter. And Han Li even demonstrated the fireball technique up close, leaving his friend envious for a considerable time. Shortly thereafter, Li Feiyu took his leave, returning to report back to Wang Juechu and the others. Han Li stood at the entrance, gazing at Li Feiyu's departing figure, lost in thought for a while before suddenly breaking into a mysterious smile, appearing quite pleased as he closed the door behind him. The following morning, as dawn broke, Han Li stealthily ascended Sunset Peak and quietly infiltrated Wang Juechu's chambers. When Wang Juechu awoke to find a figure standing at the foot of his bed, his expression turned as grim as could be. Nevertheless, he forced a smile, awkwardly inquiring, Dr. Han, what brings you here? I apologize for not welcoming you properly. However, I thought we had agreed to meet at noon. Why have you come so early? Han Li cast a cold glance at Wang Juechu, causing the latter's hair to stand on end, his face contorting in discomfort. Observing the flicker of fear in Wang Juechu's eyes, Han Li felt a swell of satisfaction. The look he had given Wang Juechu was enhanced by his newly discovered application of the heavenly eye technique, which could instill a psychological unease in ordinary individuals, akin to the legendary soul-capturing techniques of the martial world. It's nothing, I merely thought that arriving in the morning might allow us to converse more clearly, avoiding any unpleasantness, Han Li replied, his expression inscrutable, though his tone bore a hint of menace. Chapter 97. Behind the transactions. Upon hearing these words, Wang Juechu's heart sank, and he began to feel a sense of trepidation. The previous day, after receiving Li Feiyu's notification that Han Li would be arriving at noon, some high-ranking members had suggested that Han Li posed too great a danger and proposed taking action to eliminate him during the meeting. However, this suggestion had met with vehement opposition from others who deemed such a course of action too perilous. Fearing a powerful backlash should they fail, they argued that it was wiser to engage in dialogue before making any decisions. Those advocating for immediate action had attempted to counter these arguments with claims that delaying would lead to leaks and other complications. In truth, everyone was well aware that the assertion of Han Li being too dangerous was merely a pretext. Some individuals were coveting his cultivation techniques, hoping to extract benefits from him. Even those who opposed the idea of direct action likely harbored similar intentions, albeit in a more subtle manner. The two factions argued heatedly before Wang Juechu, neither side persuading the other until the meeting was on the verge of adjournment. Finally, it was the surviving gray-clad elder who, unable to tolerate the bickering any longer, coldly uttered a single sentence that silenced the assembly. Do you not fear the consequences of killing this Dr. Han? The elder's words fell like a bucket of cold water, awakening the heated minds of the high-ranking members. Indeed, how could they ignore the implications? Such a young and formidable individual surely had powerful elders backing him. If they were to recklessly take his life, would they not invite ruin upon themselves when those elders sought retribution? Realizing that harming Han Li essentially meant inviting their own demise, those who had initially supported the idea of eliminating him quickly shifted their stance. Even if one or two greedy individuals persisted in their intentions, the consensus to treat Han Li with caution prevailed. Now, seeing Han Li suddenly utter such a significant remark, Wang Juechu naturally felt a twinge of guilt. Suspecting that Han Li possessed some extraordinary insight into the previous day's heated debate, prompting him to issue a warning. However, as a seasoned leader of the sect, Wang Juechu quickly regained his composure. Shaking off the influence of Han Li's heavenly eye technique, restoring his demeanor to normal. What prompts Dr. Han to speak in such a manner? The entire sect, from top to bottom, is profoundly grateful to your excellency. After weighing his thoughts, Wang Juechu decided to cautiously gauge the other party's intentions. Yet, how is it that I have heard whispers of ill will directed towards me? Han Li scoffed coldly and remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the sect leader was initially taken aback, but upon observing no signs of anger from Han, he felt a slight sense of relief. Since the other party had not expressed this in an irate tone and had come alone to meet him, it indicated that he might merely have caught wind of some rumors, rather than being fully informed of the meeting's contents. There seemed to be room to salvage their relationship. It appears that Han Shunyi may have misunderstood. Indeed, a few scoundrels had emerged from their sect yesterday, attempting to be ungrateful. However, rest assured, these individuals have already been captured and placed under strict supervision. It is important to note that the majority of our members still hold gratitude towards Dr. Han and would never engage in actions that would bring pain to their benefactor while delighting their enemies. After weighing these considerations, Wang Juechu solemnly articulated the aforementioned sentiments. Upon hearing these words, Han Li could not help but stifle a laugh within. Ever since he had revealed his strength and aided the Qishuan sect in overcoming their tribulations, he had continuously reminded himself, through the adage of a bird in flight hides away its bow and demolishes the bridge after crossing, to remain vigilant and cautious. One must not presume that gratitude would be reciprocated simply because one has done a favor. Human hearts are notoriously unpredictable. For those who consider themselves significant figures, it is commonplace to forget their benefactors when sufficient interests are at stake, akin to the mundanity of quenching one's thirst. This was one of the reasons Han Li chose to seclude himself after returning to the valley. He deliberately allowed those in power to cool down, ensuring that their avarice did not scorch their reason to ashes. Later, he sent Li Feiyu with a message to the higher-ups, but he had no intention of meeting them as scheduled. Although his strength now far surpassed that of ordinary wanderers, should the other party resort to unscrupulous methods, there were countless ways to bring about his demise. Thus, for the sake of safety, he had clandestinely arranged to meet with this esteemed sect leader a half-day earlier. Merely by testing the waters, Wang Juechu had inadvertently revealed his true intentions, indicating that the prominent figures of the Qishuan sect had indeed contemplated taking action against him. However, this mattered little. Whether their intentions were genuine or merely speculative, he felt no anger over it. After completing his dealings with the foremost figure of the Qishuan sect, he would take his leave and never again cross paths with them. I speak no falsehood. To be candid, after our meeting, I shall depart this place for distant lands, likely never to return to Tsaixia Mountain, Han Li declared, fixing his gaze upon Wang Juechu before suddenly speaking with an air of mystery. A transaction? Upon hearing that the other party intended to leave, Wang Juechu was momentarily taken aback, but curiosity piqued as Han mentioned a trade. What business could he possibly have with this Han Shinny? He could not help but feel a sense of unease. When noon arrived, the time previously agreed upon for their meeting, Han Li did not appear at the Sunsetting Peak's main hall. Instead, it was Wang Juechu, full of vigor, who was the last to enter the venue. The sect leader promptly announced that there was no need to wait any longer, as Han Li had already departed Tsaixia Mountain and was now untraceable. It was presumed that he would leave Jingzhou, perhaps even the kingdom of Yu, thus eliminating all potential troubles. Upon hearing these words, the attendees stared wide-eyed at one another, the hall enveloped in silence. With the individual gone, what plans could be made? They thought helplessly, let us proceed with our affairs. Chapter 98. Returned to the village not long after Han Li had left Tsaixia Mountain, Wang Juechu declared Li Feiyu as his closed-door disciple, promoting him to the position of Outer Blade Hall Master, thereby bestowing upon him considerable favor. Furthermore, years later, when Han Li's third uncle inadvertently committed a grave mistake that breached the sect's regulations, which could have endangered his life, Wang Juechu intervened against the majority's wishes, ensuring his safety. As for Wang Juechu, during subsequent sect conflicts, he faced formidable adversaries and sustained severe injuries, teetering on the brink of death. Each time when all believed his end was nigh, he miraculously survived through the aid of a pill contained within a jade vial, quickly regaining his vitality. This occurrence sparked envy among others, who inquired about the name and origin of the pill, yet Wang Juechu always evaded their questions. Naturally, those seeking to procure the pill left empty-handed. It wasn't until many years later, upon Wang Juechu's passing, that he revealed the name of the pill, Yangjing Dan, by which time only 3 pills remained in the jade vial. However, these 3 pills incited a storm of bloodshed, causing considerable trouble for Wang Juechu's descendants. But that is a tale for another time. Meanwhile, Li Feiyu found himself holding several small vials and a note, staring blankly. Upon returning from Zhangxiuer earlier that morning, he had discovered these items in his room. The note was left by Han Li, simply informing Li Feiyu that he had departed the Qishuan sect and might never return. The vials contained carefully concocted elixirs that should extend Li Feiyu's lifespan, with a hope that he would not refuse them. The note concluded with a drawing of Han Li's smiling face, accompanied by a wish for Li Feiyu and Zhang Xiuer to marry soon and bear many children. After a moment of daze, Li Feiyu suddenly dashed out of the house, climbing to the peak of the nearest small mountain. From the summit, he gazed eagerly towards the direction of the Qishuan sect's entrance, only to be met with a verdant expanse, devoid of any trace of human presence. After remaining motionless for a while, he sighed, finally murmuring with a face full of loneliness, "I hope you take care." Safe travels, then. Li Feiyu slowly descended the mountain, his solitary and melancholic figure contrasting sharply with the vibrant surroundings. At that moment, a horse-drawn carriage traversed the ancient path, heading eastward. Han Li and Chu Hun occupied this vehicle, which, despite its spacious interior, harbored only the two of them, as Han Li had spent 3 taels of silver to temporarily rent the entire carriage. Although the wooden carriage appeared somewhat dilapidated and aged, the interior was kept quite clean, and the 2 sturdy horses pulling it ran swiftly, propelling the carriage forward at an impressive pace. Han Li had been drawn to these qualities, justifying his expenditure of 3 taels of silver for the rental. Typically, such a carriage would earn only a few coins over several days of work. The driver was an ordinary, lean middle-aged man, not particularly talkative. He would only speak if Han Li initiated conversation, a trait that pleased Han Li. Accompanying him was Chu Hun, who towered in stature, shrouded in a cloak that concealed his features, lending him an air of mystery. Were it not for the driver's reticence, their presence could have attracted unnecessary attention. Perched on Han Li's shoulder was a yellow-feathered cloud-winged bird. This spirited little creature half closed its eyes, seemingly resting. On the opposite side of the carriage sat Chu Hun, bearing a large bundle filled with changeable clothing and substantial amounts of gold and silver, alongside various weighted items. As for the smaller artifacts and letters received from Dr. Mo, due to their significance, Han Li carried them close to his person. Now, Han Li sat quietly within the carriage, listening to the creaking of the wooden wheels, his expression calm and untroubled. He felt no sorrow over leaving the Qishuan sect. If there were anything he felt slightly regretful about, it was parting from his dear friend, Li Feiyu. Yet, he trusted that his message had reached its intended recipient and that the elixirs he had prepared would be of benefit. He hoped these remedies would work, allowing his friend to enjoy a longer, fulfilling life. With these thoughts, Han Li stretched and leaned against the carriage wall, gradually drifting into a light slumber. The destination of the carriage had been communicated to the driver. It was the small village by the mountains where he had been born. Though he knew it was unlikely, he still held a hope that upon awakening, he would see the faces of his parents and siblings. It had been so many years since he had last seen them that even their features had begun to blur in his memory. Thus, before venturing far from home, it was imperative that he lay eyes on his parents. Otherwise, he would never find peace in his departure. He wondered how his younger sister was faring. She should be around 16 or 17 now, blossoming into a young woman. The last letter he received mentioned that she had been promised to someone, with a betrothal gift already exchanged. He felt himself drifting into slumber. An image of a small, frail figure surfaced in his mind, his younger sister, who had always trailed behind him, calling out, fourth brother," in her childish voice. Time truly flies. Han Li finally succumbed to a deep, tranquil sleep, enveloped in warmth, reminiscent of the nights spent under the watchful protection of his parents, who chased away the mosquitoes, allowing him to rest sweetly. 5 days later, along the earthen path, Han Li finally caught sight of the familiar small village from a distance. The low mud walls, the rows of haystacks, and the uneven little paths, all of these sights had once lingered in his thoughts, now vividly materialized before him. He stifled his excitement, instructing the driver to halt the carriage at a distance from the village. While Chu Hun remained inside, he hurried towards the village entrance, and with each step closer, his heart raced with increasing fervor. This overwhelming surge of emotion was a sensation Han Li had not felt in a long time. Chapter 99. Departure. Ultimately, Han Li stepped into the village, one cautious stride at a time. Upon crossing the threshold, he was greeted by a jubilant cacophony of musical instruments. Following the winding path through the village, he noticed the absence of any villagers. A flicker of recognition stirred within him. This scene, accompanied by such lively sounds, was reminiscent of his childhood. Clearly, a family was celebrating a wedding, and the villagers had gathered to partake in the festivities. With renewed focus, Han Li extended his spiritual awareness. To his astonishment, he discovered that villagers of all ages had indeed congregated in a particular area. Yet, the location they had chosen felt eerily familiar. It was none other than his own home. Han Li was taken aback. Could it be that a vague intuition began to form? Quickening his pace, He deftly maneuvered around several houses and turned a few corners, suddenly finding himself in a brightly illuminated scene. Hundreds of villagers surrounded a courtyard, where several well-constructed tiled houses stood in stark contrast to the nearby dwellings. On either side of the courtyard and the entrance to the houses, large red characters symbolizing joy had been affixed. In front of the courtyard, a small ensemble of musicians played merrily, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The villagers, some standing, some squatting, and others unceremoniously seated on the ground, formed clusters. Some whispered among themselves, others raised their voices in spirited debates, while many cast envious glances toward the courtyard. Nearby, a throng of children frolicked, chasing and laughing around the adults. Witnessing this familiar tableau, Hanley felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him in that fleeting moment. He was transported back to his youth, becoming one of the playful children, joining in their merry pursuits. The fourth daughter of the Han family is truly fortunate. I hear her groom is a scholar from the city, a learned man of considerable renown. Indeed, she is no longer just a concubine, but has ascended to the status of a respected scholar's wife. Rumors of the lavish dowry accompanying the marriage, an astonishing sum of silver, further fueled the villagers' excitement. The clamor of gossip jolted Hanley from his reverie. The fourth daughter of the Han family, that must be his younger sister. Could it truly be the day of her wedding? A torrent of indescribable emotions surged within him. Churning restlessly, compelled by an inexplicable urge, he stepped behind a nearby large tree, fixating his gaze on the courtyard entrance. Suddenly, a voice rang out from a distance. The bridal procession is arriving. The groom is here to fetch his bride. This announcement sent a ripple of excitement through the crowd. The air erupted with cheers. The bride is coming out. The new wife is about to appear. Come and see. Even the children joined in the raucous shouts. Hanley's spirit ignited, his eyes eagerly trained on the entrance of the courtyard. With a creak, the wooden gate swung open, revealing a dozen men and women emerging. At their center was a young girl draped in a resplendent red wedding gown. She had a delicate, pointed chin and a fair complexion, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, her face adorned with a bashful expression. Hanley widened his eyes, scrutinizing the girl's features, desperately seeking traces of his sister within her visage. While he discerned a hint of familiarity in her eyes, the rest of her countenance bore no resemblance to his memories of her. The saying a girl changes significantly by the age of 18 holds true. Hanley mused with a bittersweet smile, then shifted his gaze to those surrounding her. The stout man must be his third uncle, easily recognizable by his plump form, unchanged from before. The tall figure beside him, undoubtedly his eldest brother Han Tai, and the woman beside him must be his sister-in-law, as Hanley mentally catalogued each familiar face. His voice trailed off upon encountering a pair of elderly figures with silver hair. He stood frozen behind the tree, motionless, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, joy, trepidation, and a hint of bewilderment. The extent of his parents' aging far exceeded his expectations. He recalled his mother's once jet-black hair, now streaked with gray, while his father's previously upright posture had succumbed to a stoop. Silently, he absorbed the scene before him, his mind swirling like a thick fog. By the time he regained his senses, his sister had already boarded a richly adorned bridal carriage, departing into the distance. Following closely beside her was a young scholar mounted on a striking blue horse. Hanley strained to catch one last glimpse of the receding carriage before turning back to gaze at his parents in the crowd, then closed his eyes as he etched the images of his parents and cherished relatives deep within his heart. Determination surged through him. He turned resolutely, a newfound resolve illuminating his face, and strode purposefully toward the village exit. Hanley understood that upon his departure, his ties with these beloved individuals would likely sever for a lifetime. He was acutely aware that since he had embraced the path of cultivation and acknowledged the existence of immortals, he was destined to tread a path starkly divergent from that of ordinary folk. Regardless of whether fortune or misfortune awaited him, he would never waver in his choice. Chapter 100. Jiayuan City Lanzhou, the 8th largest state among the 13 of the Yu Kingdom, ranks second in prosperity, surpassed only by Xinzhou. Situated in the southern region of the Yu Kingdom, it boasts fertile lands and an intricate network of waterways, lakes, and canals. Coupled with favorable weather, it proves to be an ideal locale for rice cultivation. establishing itself as a premier grain-producing region in the nation. The heart of Lanzhou lies Jiuyuan City. Though not the capital, it stands as the largest city in the province. The Grand Canal, which traverses the north and south of the Yu Kingdom, runs directly through the city center, complemented by several other arterial routes, rendering it a bustling hub of transportation and commerce. Each year, countless merchants and travelers pass through, significantly fueling the region's economic activities, thereby solidifying Jiuyuan City's status as the foremost city in the state. In Jiuyuan City, an abundance of carriages, docks, and shipping companies can be found, scattered across the landscape. The ranks of coachmen, laborers, and dockworkers swell to tens of thousands. Among them is Sun Ergu, a man who makes his living by the docks. True to his name, Sun Ergu possesses a scruffy appearance, characterized by slanted brows and a crooked gaze, exuding the demeanor of a rogue. However, his keen ability to read others and ingratiate himself has allowed him to rise to the position of a minor gang leader at the docks, commanding a group of laborers who assist merchants in transporting goods and luggage. Thus, when Sun Ergu arrived at the small dock this morning, his subordinates hurriedly gathered around him, respectfully greeting, "Second Master, you've arrived." Hearing these titles filled Sun Ergu with a sense of pride. After all, to be addressed as Master suggested he held a position of some significance in this locale. He adopted an air of superiority, dismissively snorting in acknowledgement of their greetings. "Second Master? Isn't it just second dog? Just a two-legged dog, a canine in human guise." A chorus of mocking laughter rang out, unabashedly reaching Sun Ergu's ears. His expression darkened instantly, the mood shifting dramatically. Slowly, he turned his gaze toward a group of several dozen individuals on the opposite side of the dock, fixing his eyes on a burly, broad-shouldered man, a flicker of resentment crossing his features. If one were to name the person Sun Ergu despised most in Jiuyuan City, this burly man would undoubtedly rank among the top three. Were someone to offer him the chance to eradicate this man from existence in exchange for all his wealth, he might hesitate. Yet, if the price were halved, he would agree without a second thought, though his so-called entire fortune had dwindled due to his indulgences. The burly man, whose real name had long been forgotten, was known among dockworkers either as Black Master or simply by his nickname, Black Bear. He was the head of another small gang, the Iron Fist Society, and held a status comparable to Sun Ergu's within his own gang, the Four Ping Society. This rivalry had brewed from the outset, exacerbated by conflicts over merchant patronage. Their respective gangs were locked in a perpetual state of animosity, with verbal skirmishes and physical altercations becoming commonplace. Sun Ergu and Black Bear, as the principal beneficiaries of the dock's commerce, regarded each other with palpable disdain. Yet, as minor gang leaders with a modicum of influence, they recognized that their factions, Iron Fist Society and Four Ping Society, were allied against a larger rival gang, the Poison Dragon Gang. Thus, despite their mutual desire to oust one another and monopolize the dock, they could only feign civility for the time being. However, their pent-up frustration and ire inevitably erupted through their subordinates' banter. Without awaiting Sun Ergu's cue, a few sharp-tongued lackeys quickly retaliated. "Do you know what the dumbest beast is? A bear? And of all bears, the Black Bear is the dullest," initially reveling in his subordinates' jibes. Black Bear's expression darkened upon hearing these words. Meanwhile, Sun Ergu chuckled in satisfaction, patting his subordinates on the shoulder as a gesture of encouragement. The subordinates of the Black Bear, unwilling to back down, unleashed a torrent of vile and unsavory remarks. Sun Ergu, on his end, showed no restraint. After all, they were all men of stature, and who among them would cower? Naturally, they selected the most offensive and harsh words to retaliate. As their leader, Sun Ergu, along with the Black Bear, observed the spectacle from the sidelines, they maintained an air of detachment, for their positions precluded them from engaging in such a raucous exchange akin to that of shrewish women. Just as the two factions were reaching a fever pitch, their voices hoarse and spittle flying, one of Sun Ergu's men suddenly exclaimed, "A boat is approaching." This proclamation immediately silenced the nearly 100 brawny men, who turned in unison to gaze toward the riverbank. After all, the prospect of gleaming silver was far more enticing than momentary verbal skirmishes. However, when the robust men beheld the vessel that had docked, disappointment washed over them. It was merely a flat-bottomed skiff, seemingly only capable of accommodating 3 or 5 passengers, hardly the harbinger of significant business. This was hardly surprising, given that the wharf was both dilapidated and remote, typically devoid of large ships. Only during the bustling trade season would larger vessels, unable to dock elsewhere, reluctantly land here. As the small boat came to rest at the wharf, two individuals disembarked. One was a young man, appearing to be around 17 or 18, with an unremarkable visage, while the other was a towering giant, far surpassing the average person in height. The young man donned a simple blue gown, a small yellow bird perched on his shoulder, and upon stepping ashore, he surveyed his surroundings with the wide-eyed curiosity of a country bumpkin venturing into the city. In contrast, the giant was cloaked in a hooded garment and dressed in a green robe. His features obscured, exuding an air of peculiarity, he followed closely behind the young man, never straying far, embodying the demeanor of a devoted servant. These two, the young man and the giant, were none other than Han Li and Chu Hun.